Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yachtclub, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel, Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei, Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover, Americans, unsterblich, Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider, Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören, Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau.
could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice, ice. For the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice, ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy.
voices in my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they say I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain dripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man
niggas in my way, they might have to get murked. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. I top up from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care, you might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care, you might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care, you might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care, you might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
finish line. 'Cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on running till I get to the top. I'll never back down. I won't ever stop. Take me to the finish line. 'Cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line. 'Cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are here for the SCA qualifiers for ESL 1 Birmingham, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you for the Storm stream. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another close qualifier for us. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. It's going to be exciting to watch this matchup coming up first. Of course, it's Talon up against Geek Fam. It's going to be a pretty good one. Geek Fam having to slog their way through open qualifiers, taking a 2-1 win over IHC in OQ1. Talon, of course, being directly invited into the closed. A few question marks, I suppose, for a lot of people still on, say, Talon. I think this lineup has proven that they do deserve to be within the closed qualifiers. I think they've shown that before. Maybe not in their last run. I think Dream League qualifiers didn't quite go Talon's way, but they did lose to the eventual number 2 in Team Darling. So we'll see how they fare up against Geek Fam. Geek Fam, a team that's been hungry to go back on LAN since reforming. This lineup has looked plenty promising as well, but it hasn't quite lined up in a lot of these qualifiers just yet for Geek Fam. So, a lot in the line. It's going to be a fun one. Technically 2 Filipino teams if you want to count Talon.
Yeah.
But we only really have Akashi, I suppose. So that's a very loose fitting for a Filipino team. But technically a Rambulan. I mean, former teammates, right, of Akashi up against Mac. They were on Polaris together during the last DPC run, which didn't go well for Polaris, but it's gonna be fun to see. We already had Mac and Lobby kind of saying, Akashi, just do this for us, Akashi. And Akashi just never replied. He's a good kid.
Sometimes you've got to ignore the devil, Jonathan. The devil's in your area. Sometimes you've just got to ignore that he's even there. And well, like you said, we've got Talon vs Geek Fam for the first best of 3 series here for today. Who would you say are the favorites? I know you like these Talon boys, Jonathan. You've been raving on about how great the new roster is, even though people like I didn't really believe in it too much when I first saw it, Jonathan. Do you feel like they have a decent chance of taking this best of 3 against Geek Fam?
I think it's a rather even match, honestly. I think Talon still has a lot to iron through. I think the addition of Pailai as coach was great. It's a great move for Talon, but it also didn't match up. I'm not sure if he was on hand for, say, the Dream League closed qualifier. Not sure exactly when that timeline was, but it should be a close one. I think Geek Fam is just individually very skilled, and I think they're, again, very hungry to prove that they deserve to not go through opens at minimum. This is a team that feels like they should be in closed and wants to go far, wants to go all the way to the land. So this is a really good match to kick us off here in the Southeast Asian closed qualifiers.
Certainly is, and I believe we have a draft underway as well between these two teams, so we could probably head into that and see exactly where these two teams are ahead when it comes to the drafting phase. And there we go. Geek Fam already getting rid of the Doom Timbersaw, and we do see Talon getting rid of the Chen and the Prophet straight off the bat. Which, of course, we know Skim likes to play. Skim's one of those players you don't want to give these heroes away to him. Still very interesting banouts to get us started.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. I would
Talon
maybe want to
Esports,
see some more
turn to
targeted
ban.
bans towards, say, I feel like Cox in his offlane has been doing a lot, and Jing as well on his pause 4 for Geek Fam have been
10
a
seconds
majority of the
remaining.
heavy lifting that I've seen from Geek. Max mid pool is just so
5
wide that you have to
seconds
take care of it
remaining.
as well for your matchups here for Chuen. For Talon's end, again, the bans from Geek Fam are very
Radiant
straightforward.
team
They're
ban.
targeting WS, who has been a phenomenal player and really popping off in these qualifiers, even from his time in Boom.
10
He has
seconds
certainly
remaining.
shown what he is capable of. Him and Ponyo, along with Jokam, have just
5
proven to be
seconds
this
remaining.
really solid foundation to enable players like Chuen, to enable players like Akashi to just do what they have to do. So I'm looking forward to it. I think a few heroes that we have been seeing pop up a little bit more as well as priorities in bans. It has been stuff like
Radiant team
stuff
pick.
like the Meepo has been something that's been popping back up. Arc Warden's been a viable option as well. Geek Fam do
Talon
take care of the
Esports,
Coddle,
turn to
which we have seen a lot, and I think we've seen it in mid slip up in open qualifiers.
Radiant
But there goes the
team
Venge.
ban.
And so it's a hard support to trade with. Just having that Wave of Terror makes it really painful. Level 1, it enables a lot of minus armor strats as well. So I like this kind of opening from Geek. Very safe. Talon, go with the aggressive Hoodwink. And this can really open up that early laning phase for Talon,
10
especially if a player like,
seconds
say,
remaining.
Jokam manages to take that in the 4.
Radiant team ban.
Off here with this draft, as we do see a couple more bans to come out before we can see these drafts continue. It's funny as well. I was going to say to you earlier, John, that you never seem to be able to escape casting the Talon games, and for me, I'm not sure what it is, but every time I seem to get these
10
Cox games here with
seconds
Geek
remaining.
Fam. So it's just one of those things. This man is back back on the radar
Esports,
for us at the
turn
very
to
least while we're
ban.
casting. As we do get to see the final ban outs now. Geek Fam, they'll get rid of the TA. Talon, one more ban to go. He still hasn't changed his name, Jonathan. This Cox man. He will not change
10
it. I
seconds
could have
remaining.
sworn I told him at one stage to change his damn name, but he still hasn't done it. He
5
seems to be enjoying
seconds
himself a bit too
Nope.
much.
I mean, it's his
Talon
original,
Esports,
I think,
turn
LAN
to
cafe
pick.
name. Came from,
Radiant team
I believe,
pick.
how cocky he can be.
Enchantress.
So it just names it Cox. So we'll go with the Ench coming out here for Talon, so that should be our Ponyo hero.
What kind of wordplay is that?
I don't know.
Well,
You know, it's like that's what he said on his stream, and that's what I've been told by a few of his comrades as well. Because
okay.
10
usually
seconds
a name
remaining.
like Cox comes about because of your name. It's like in the Philippines, a name like Francisco can turn
seconds
into a
remaining.
Kiko and can somehow turn into Cox. That's not
Okay.
Cox's name. He's
team
Joshua Marin Lau or something like that.
Murano.
So it's Marin Lau or something like that. It's yeah, it's just his pop name. It's his old LAN cafe name.
Talon
They do manage to pick up that
Esports,
Luna. That should be our Natsumi here, along with Mars. A little bit of flex for Geek Fam. We have seen Mac pick that up mid, and he still does a phenomenal job on it as the mid. But of course, this is still a very viable option for Cox to take off lane. It's a rather open opening
seconds
for Geek
remaining.
Fam. I do like seeing this. I think taking away the Mars as well from WS is pretty big.
5
I would
seconds
consider
remaining.
Mars WS's best hero, so you get to pick up a good flex
Talon
and deny a
Esports,
strong pick for Talon. They'll go with the DK on Talon, though, which we've seen way too often nowadays, Mike. Yeah. Back to APAC in the different tournament, in a lot of these closed and open qualifiers as well. DK has just been a big part. The tempo DK gives is huge. It's
10
very
seconds
flexible.
remaining.
We've seen DK mid for the most part, but it is still viable to run it
5
safe
seconds
and
remaining.
off lane. I think in this case, your mid matchup against Mars is stable enough that you could opt for it, but I'm not sure if that's the direction
Radiant
necessarily.
team pick.
Chuen wants to play his mid. It does feel like Mars will have the initiative outside of just pushing, and they will go for the Akashi special in the Morphling. I believe this is what Akashi considers his best hero. I did have a talk with him when we did manage to meet. I do believe he considers this one of his best heroes, and he
10
rates the
seconds
Morphling carry
remaining.
very highly in this patch. So makes enough sense for Talon to pick up. You don't
5
have any
seconds
hard
remaining.
counters in terms of healing stop, so you will always be able to shift safely here.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing with the Morphling players, right? Like it's like when you've got a Morphling player, they always know when it's Morphling, or rather morphing time, and it's kind of like Savage, right? Like when he picks up Morphling, he thinks it's a great game for it, and well, like you said, there's no real counters towards it so far here from the side of Geek Fam. We'll see if they do address it in these final two pickups. Morph does seem to be one of the heroes that is quite hard to deal with right now, that's for sure. At the very least, the laning stage should be quite smooth for him. You know, with the Mars offlane that you kind of assume should be there. See what Geek Fam do want to do. They'll have a bit of a heavier think about this this final pickup themselves before we get back into the ban phase, and it's going to be a bounty hunter, Jonathan.
Turn to ban.
I like this. I like this from Geek. I think this is something viable for a mid versus DK, which maybe is a little bit less dominating than a Mars, like less favorable than a Mars matchup, but can scale really hard, start to play this pick-off game, connecting with the Mars of Cox down the line, and just making plays. You can still run it support, but I don't like the idea of a Mars Bounty Hunter lane. It doesn't sound like it's going to do too much against something like the Enchantress. Then again, you do have a stun setup in Bounty Hunter here, I guess, from Shadow Walk, stun into Spear, but I don't think you'd necessarily want that double melee lane up against an Ench Morphling potentially coming out here from Talon. So I am expecting maybe the Bounty Hunter flexed onto mid and just the Mars being taken by Cox, or vice versa. You run the Bounty Hunter off lane, you still run the Mars mid for Mac, and you last pick a Cox hero. It is open enough that you could go that route. I do feel like the tempo from Geek Fam is pretty good. Like the single target control, this Venge Luna combination, which we used to see a lot more of. Vengeance Aura plus the Moon Blessing is very, very strong in pushes and just in general right-click trades. So they have some way of mitigating this early push Talon might want to bring out with their own push and pressure from just Luna and Venge camping a lane. Talon, though, it does look like they are expecting a support. So they're expecting the Mars Bounty to just be cores. I wonder if they expect Mac to just play Bounty Hunter, because it can hold its own against DK to an extent, and you can make that lane mildly annoying. Cox Bounty Hunter it should be okay, but I don't see that lane for Bounty into Ench Morphling being that friendly.
No, I'd say that the mid Bounty Hunter could be a pretty interesting pick to make against the Dragon Knight, because you do have a very easy Janata target as well, right? Like, you could just constantly steal gold away from the DK, and there's just nothing he can do about it. Which is ironic, right? Because Dragon Knight doesn't generally lose lanes, but this might be one of the lanes he actually ends up losing, just based off the net worth difference that you are going to have against the BH. But we'll see if Geek Fam do want to run the mid BH. We don't know yet. At least that's what Talon are thinking. So they will go for an Ogre Magi last pick. Okay, so it's all out in the open here, Jonathan. You tell me, what would you like to see?
Ooh, this is interesting. I think I want to go really spicy and go for the Ogre mid for Mac, but I don't. Honestly, yeah, Ogre mid is probably one of the better matchups.
I know that's what you want.
I mean, it's what we saw like players like Gunner do a lot of, right? Like he'd go mid Ogre, he'd max Bloodlust, and he'd just run someone down. The DK is definitely harder to run down. I would expect this to be more of an Ignite lane, and that magic damage can prevent DK from being too comfy until he has level 2, level 3 Dragon Blood, so that can hold back the DK's timings. This is really high tempo though, and I think just having the Ogre Magi playing with the Luna down the line, again, this push potential from Geek Fam is pretty damn strong. Their single target pickoff is amazing. They've got a decent enough team fight with Arena and Eclipse. I just like the synergies on Geek Fam. I think it's a very straightforward draft. It has some really good timings across every point in the game. Early, mid, and late all look pretty smooth for Geek Fam, whereas Talon, it might lean a little bit more onto early to mid with this tempo that DK and Ench will want to push out. Your core-to-core matchups at the end as well for Geek Fam lineup. It's just a matter of laning, right? Will you run Ogre Magi mid, Mars off? Will you just run Mars mid, an off-lane Bounty Hunter Venge, and Luna Ogre Magi? I think that's the more balanced lane setup coming out of that, and I think that might be the more likely one. Like, you could shift Jing onto Venge, or Cox, actually. I think Cox might actually take the Venge. Jing could go into Bounty Hunter. Skem will take that Ogre Magi with Natsumi's Luna. And the lane setup sounds pretty fine. They will go with a Quap on Talon, so this is likely our WSDK off. Nah, they'll go with a Mac Bounty Hunter still. Alright, so they'll run the Cox Mars. Bounty Hunter mid, as you said, easy Janata target to just keep sapping away that initial gold for WS. So the initial goal of Chuen, or try to at least sap the gold of Chuen. Rather curious why they still went with the Mac Bounty Hunter with the last pick Quap.
Yeah, he insta-picked
Against
it
the
too.
DK, it makes sense. Yeah,
He didn't
very,
wait.
very fast.
Yeah, he did not wait to pick it at all. He insta-picked up the bounty hunter against the Quap. He did not seem to care whatsoever, and I'm not sure. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as good of a lane that it was going to be against the Dragon Knight. I think the Quap should have a pretty damn good time. Obviously, Mac has a plan with this team, right? Maybe it's just who cares about the lane. We can either that anyway, just buy a bunch of regen, and I'm still going to create havoc once those power runes start spawning anyway as a bounty hunter. Obviously, with the track tempo that you tend to set, you might just kind of outscale them very, very quickly anyway. I'm not sure, Jonathan. This has become a very interesting game number one of a best of three here between these two teams. If you had to choose one draft of the other, ignoring the teams, John, which draft do you think you prefer?
I would actually say Geek Fam. Again, I like the synergy they have across all your heroes. I think it's a very well-rounded draft. It has really good mid-game tempo. It has really strong push potential. If this Luna can just camp a lane with the Ogre Magi, towers will just melt, the creep waves will get cleared out. You have a lot of recovery as well. I think for Talon, the risk runs in a rough laning start can start to snowball out of control, right? Like, especially for Akashi in this game, this Morphling has to get off to a really strong start. There's decent enough control coming out from the side of Geek Fam, so I am keen to see how well Geek Fam can play that advantage, because again, their early game looks very, very strong. I think if you manage to snowball off of Cox in this game, then you're in a pretty good spot for Mac to try to make those connections once he hits 6. And honestly, even this big plump up from Talon for a push from WS with Dragon Form from the offlane, if the EXP is thrown off, if he's just getting constantly denied, it's not going to feel fun for the DK with a stalled 6 timing.
Okay. Well, we do have a game number one underway right now. In fact, as I say that, we do have a pause to come out here from Geek Fam, so never mind, we do not have a game number one underway quite yet. Nothing's happened anyway, so don't you worry, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, again, very interesting styles of drafts here between these two teams, John. I can't wait to see exactly how everything breaks out. So we do appear to have the go when ready, so hopefully we can throw to the game and see how this one pans out.
Yeah, I was having a chat with good old Alphon of Geek Fam, the manager of Geek. He has told me that they will win because they have Max Verstappen, which is, I think, Natsumi's username right now. So how can you lose with Verstappen? I don't know. It's he's confident, which is good for Geek Fam, and a confident Alphon is always good. But I'm sure Brando is also confident, Mr. Accelerate on Talent's end.
Sometimes it is really all about the managers.
Should be fun
when it comes to SCA teams, isn't it, Jonathan? It feels like that we know the managers better than the players at this point with the personalities we have. I tell you, I feel like the managers should have some kind of role in the games. Should be like a 6th man. So every 10 minutes they substitute into the game as they just take over anybody they want. Here we go, game number one. Could be a fight to break off. Cox, he's going to move right in. Just a bit of a God's Rebuke, does back his way out. Going to be a 1-for-1 so far in the bounties, and it does end up in a 2-for-2 trade. So a nice even start between these two teams. And this mid lane is, I think, the one you and I are the most intrigued by. You are going to have Mac on that mid bounty hunter against Chuan on the mid Queen of Pain. Obviously, this should be Queen of Pain favor.
It should certainly be. It's a little bit harder for Mac to clear out the creep waves. It's easier for Chuan to just shove it out. Starts with a Scream of Pain as well, and Mac's always going to be in range to cop that. He can't even stand outside and try to shirk and toss. The range of Scream is just a lot wider. Rune control as well is not the comfiest thing for Mac to try to pull off here. So I'm interested to see why they went for the bounty timing. I think the lane is just set for Chuan to just build off of, especially as he approaches level 2, level 3. Once he's got the points in Shadow Strike, it becomes pretty hellish for Mac. He is doing a good job just spamming out the Shuriken Toss. Level 1 at 50 mana is pretty cost efficient in comparison to Chuan at 120 for Scream, so it is more economical for Mac to just spam out the Shuriken Toss whenever he can, and in that way he can try to trade with Chuan on the Quap, I suppose, just having more mana to play with.
He's actually doing a great job of it. We'll have a look at the top lane while we're here. Of course, you're going to have Jing on that Venge. He'll be there with the off-lane Cox Mars, and you are going to have Ponyo and Akashi against them. Seems like Akashi already requesting Ponyo goes for the small camp pool, because Cox does have some great creep equilibrium going his way at the moment. But this lane doesn't really feel like that much of a threat, I want to say, for Akashi. As long as he reacts quick enough to like a magic missile or a spear, he should be just fine.
Yeah, you still have to respect it to an extent. I think Cox has shown time and time again how efficient he can be on this offlane. Cox and Jing have just been a fantastic duo to watch from these close and open qualifiers. They've just shown time and time again that the momentum of Geek Fam tends to come from this lane. And Cox tends to try to look for those kill opportunities very aggressively by the time he hits 3 or 4. So that's an initial time we're going to be looking for. Akashi doing a decent enough job of just finding farm. This is going to be a more passive lane for the side of Talon. It will harass Cox a bit, but I don't see a kill threat lining up on his Mars anytime soon.
Absolutely no. In fact, they're going to try for Akashi, but you saw the strength morph was immediate from the Morphling, so... I mean, Akashi, if this is indeed his favorite hero, you'd expect him to be quite fast there with the strength morphing, and well, that time he was indeed. Of course, the one lane we haven't discussed too much is the bottom lane, where you'll see WS and Jokam against Skem and Natsumi, and it kind of feels like a similar story down at that bot lane. John, just not too much they can do in the way of shutting down Natsumi here. I suppose at the same time, WS is not going to have a bad time either, so you kind of accept the fact... Oh, hold on a minute, top lane, Akashi barely survives. I cannot believe that spear did not land onto that tree. It's like a pixel away.
Yeah, it's been a little funky sometimes for that spear. I've seen a lot of cases where it just flies right through an opening. In a lot of these open qualifiers, Cox has been pretty frustrated with that. Still, Kashi gets the hang on and just clinging onto his dear life again. The aggression from Geek Fam, the aggression that Jing and Cox brings to that offlane is pretty high. There's not too much Ponyo can do about it. He can always heal up Akashi, and that is one thing with this lane. The efficiency of healing is pretty damn good. I do like that Akashi has gone for the adaptive at level 3. So a 0-2-1 build, which does lend itself to just clearing out range creep, getting a few free bits of harassment off with the adaptive strike. But again, you're looking to play passive here, and Akashi is just looking to maximize farm. As this level 3, level 4 approaches, though, for the side of Geek, you do have to be slightly concerned. You're doing a great job as well in Jing, just keeping their camps open, and trying to deny off the small camp pull, which is blocked again, so it's not going to be as comfy. Or at least the large camp Jing is just going to body block it once more.
Well, I'd hate to switch topics something like this, John, but I've got to talk about this mid lane again. I mean, I take everything I said back. Mac is actually winning the lane quite single-handedly. It does go back to the point you made earlier about the mana efficiency of the shuriken toss. He's just constantly spamming that out, never running out of mana with this bottle, and Chuen, he's not able to keep up with this. It's actually very annoying for the co-op.
Yeah, it's going a lot better than I expected. As soon as you hit level 2, level 3 shuriken toss, like you can sit outside of the range of most harassment of Chuen. And he's not able to fully keep Chuen down. He is still keeping up in farm, but this is a lot more presence from this bounty hunter. Level 6 timing should be lining up nicely, and that's where we have to see Mac kind of utilize that early spike. You know, is he going to try to rotate elsewhere? His supports can easily rotate onto the mid as well. Chuen only has that one value point in the blink. They do manage to find Jing going a little bit far, though.
Yeah, Ponyo almost missed out on that. He had an uphill miss, but in the end he does secure the kill. Very nice secure there for Ponyo. Well, Mac actually dropping very low on the mid lane. Ponyo looking to maybe connect, but he's just going to take a large camp instead while he's at it. Could just stick around here, though, if he really wants to and just start annoying the crap out of Mac. Mac's going to get a free bottle refill anyway, thanks to Jing TPing in, so you'll have the region now available for himself. But it seems as though Ponyo is indeed going to perhaps hang around mid and start looking to pressure that mid-tier 1 tower, if not try to take Mac's life. Mac playing very defensively, knowing that the Enchantress is missing. But with the siege creep available at the level, rather than 5-minute timing, you could still try for the tier 1 tower. It's a classic Eng play. You go in at the 5 minutes, use the siege creep with a large camp, and eventually you will just take out half the HP of the tower.
Yeah, they do manage to find the ward Ponyo was sitting under as well. So take a little bit of that coverage coming out from Geek and still keep camping mid. They've got the amplified damage rune onto Chuen. So this is that opportunity. 3 heroes mid, looking for a bit of a shove.
Yeah, they're going to try now. There you go, the tier 1 tower. I mean, it's not going to go down that quickly, but again, with the siege creep available, he's doing some good work here. They are going to rotate even more heroes from Geek Map to try and ensure it does remain defended. Keep in mind, they do have track available now on Max, so they can keep up the vision quite nicely. And it seems as though the support rotations from Geek Fam are going to pay off. They do lose a bit of damage on that tier 1 mid tower, about half its HP in fact, but it does remain standing.
And it does. The movement also frees up the side lanes. It's a little bit rougher for Akashi to deal with Cox at his level 5. So he's starting to fall a little bit behind. The side of Talon are also not able to do as much down bot. I think that's one thing that's really shaped up here. WS is not in a position where he can really fully pressure into that tier 1. You've got a lot of room for Natsumi to keep his farm game up. He's very well protected with a good ward watching that gate as well. And WS is a little ways off from his 6 for pressure onto bot while things happen elsewhere. So you're not getting that strong pushing action from DK anytime soon. And a more passive game, early on at the very least, is much more efficient for the side of Geek, simply because, well, Natsumi's going to be able to farm faster. It is a Luna. Its farming pace is going to kick in. Akashi's going to have to scrounge what he can. I think, again, for Talon, they're leaning towards that early to mid game with emphasis on the mid. And the movement, it's a lot slower of a game. If they manage to capitalize on this as well without all the action and take an objective, I think that's where the map really opens up. They've got to either mid or bot. Like, it's going to be off of Xuen finding a good fight or WS just hitting Elder Dragon form, getting some AFK space to shove in solo. Geek fam, though, they want to play with his track here.
Yeah, they're going to find Jocam. Keep the vision up. Track is out. Shuriken toss with the Ignite slow, and now the Magic Missile to fly out. So Jocam certainly going to go down as they'll turn on to Chuen now. Chuen going to go for the big Sonic Wave out onto 2. Max still dropping rather low on the Bounty Hunter. Will try to juke around the tree line, but it does eventually go down. Gets the tracks off before he goes, though, so they'll keep trying to find some more kills. But it's only 2 supports left over. They'll find the Yench, but they're going to lose the Ogre. There's now Jing. He does have help from Natsumi. And Chuen, well, he's going to try and get out of there. Looks like he will be okay in the end, though. It was looking somewhat scary as the fight did progress. And John, don't forget, those were all track kills for Geek Fam. So a lot of gold going the way of the Radiant.
Yep. Ends up being a 2 for 2 and a very favorable trade for the side of Geek Fam. And this is that timing we were looking for from Geek. Mac hits 6. They start to look for some action. They start to force out some kills. They've got really strong single target burst with a Shuriken toss, and just with the damage coming out from these supports, like Magic Missile, it's nothing to be scoffed at. Ignite at level 3 is a lot of burn as well over time. However, you do get that space for WS to start shoving in bot. They also drag in Ponyo with a creep army, and there's where that siege starts to kick in for Talon as well. And that bot tier 1 gonna fall. They are in position to try to force a fight out, and Mac is coming in here.
And these are all track kills if they can get him. Ponyo will be targeted. Mac does not need too much help. The spear coming in from the backside, not going to land, but they will secure the track kill. Another nice kill there for the bounty. You find the tier 1 tower, but it's kind of a question of how much gold do you want to give this mid bounty hunter? Because he will become a real menace at some point.
Yeah, and I think you're already reaching that point where max damage is just going to scale up. Maxed out Shuriken toss. They've got the smoke out. Cox is ready to move as well. Very durable with a double bracer and 2 gauntlets. So it's not the target that you can easily burn down on Talon. They do lack damage outside of Chuen right now. They do manage to find the objective at the very least on mid and on bot. So map control is in their favor. But Geek Fam are the ones that are still lining up for more. Talon does manage to get a read and back off. I think the important thing for Talon is, while this action is breaking out and while they are losing some kills here and there, Akashi is getting a lot of free space. So despite this Morphling maybe having a bit of a rougher start in laning, he is keeping up with that Luna's farm as Mac.
Bit of a chase down here from Chuen, but it is going to be alright. I mean, the carries are certainly like staying quite close by to each other in terms of the net worth board. I mean, props to Kashi, who's actually ahead of the Luna. But that being said, to be fair to him, he has had a very free time. Like, nobody's pressuring this Morph.
Yeah, and that is certainly the shining star here for Talon, just having this build-up going on. The Morph he already has his Vlad's up and running. And the side of Geek, well, you know, they've got the steady build-up coming out for Natsumi. They've got everything kind of running. They've got that early Massive Command is going on Luna. And they are starting to push up top, so they're trying to look for their own objectives to play with. Again, the push potential of the side of Geek Fam, just with Bloodlust and Luna and Avenge Aura, it doesn't take too long for them to fully commit as well.
It's not. They'll start on the top tier 1. Fox and Natsumi will be able to get this done by themselves by the looks of it. No real defense to come out. Thing is, you have lost the mid-tier 1 tower here for the side of Geek Fam, so it's not exactly the greatest situation for them. As they're still going to go ahead and secure that top tier 1. No problems for them. Natsumi now top of the net worth board, just barely by about 1 creep. You kind of wonder, like, is there much pressure for Geek Fam to get moving? Seems like they might just wait out at least the Spirit Vessel timing on Mac before they really get into the fight again. Try to play off that power spike of the Bounty Hunter. But it is going to give Talon plenty of time to try to hit their own power spikes going into this mid-game, that's for sure.
Yeah. At the very least, with that space taken top, we'll try to make a smoke move across the map. They've got level 6 up on Jing, swap ready to go for some pullbacks as well. Chuan, not too safe here.
It's not Cox, he's going to land a spear. Oh, that's a great arena! Oh, that's right on the edge from Cox. It's what you love to see, and but Chuan, he just was not expecting that. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a great move out from the side of Geek, and that's why you can't underestimate Cox. Like, he has just been a monster on this off lane, and he has just been constantly being able to set up. The invis coming out as well from Mac makes it really hard to scout out this movement.
Certainly does. Ocamp gonna be alright in the end. Mac not gonna be able to get too much out of that situation, but we're now 4-3, very slight net worth lead still sitting there for Talon, so I mean, overall, considering the game state, I think Talon is still sitting pretty comfy. Knowing they found those initial structures and knowing they're still getting plenty of farm on Akashi. A very even game between these two teams, which I think says a lot more for Geek Fam, right? Because you do have the bounty on your side of things, so you were not looking for a very even game, but that's exactly what they're getting.
That's what they're getting for now. It is set to catapult. I like the build-up coming up from Mac, just going for that full Spirit Vessel, so you will have an early answer for Akashi if you do jump in, but Akashi's already going for that Manta style anyway, so whether or not you'll be able to hunt down this Morphling remains a question that Geek Fam has not quite answered. I think, again, overall, considering this game pace, it's on Geek Fam to try to keep building this up. They will hit this time with Cox. Blink is coming up for a Mars, so initiation is going to smooth up. And again, as the levels go up, you know, as you start to commit more onto the Bloodlust, as Natsumi starts to get ready for these fights, going for his own Manta as well, it gets dangerous. Just all these auras coming in. If you can't find the backline on Talon, and there's a ton of pressure on Chuan to find that backline, then in a sustained fight, you're just not going to be in a good spot. They'll outdamage you just with the auras, just with how much right-click Natsumi will bring out, and just how much burst damage Geek Fam has at this point in the game. Talon, they'll try for a smoke play out though. They've got the Mage Slayer up in Chuan, and they're trying to get some farm up on WS with his Midas into the Blink. See where that smoke takes them. They don't have the best forward vision here. It's Geek Fam's map right now with a vision game.
Now that it is, Talon, they're still going to try and move north to... Oh, Natsumi. Natsumi! He's trapped between a rock and a hard place, and he is just as good as dead. And the Luna just standing no chance when they pincer him in like that, and that's very unfortunate for Natsumi. I mean, you were having a great game on that Luna, but now with that initial death going, the D-wards start coming out here from Talon in their own jungle, and they try for Joe Camp at the least. Joe Camp, he'll get swapped in, so a nice track kill, but now Talon looking to try and capitalize and punish the side of Geek Fam. We'll get one stun onto the Yoga, so Skim's going to be targeted by Akashi, but a nice spear and arena out from Cox going to lock down the Morphling. In comes Chuan, but he's gone a bit too far. I think it's a Sonic Wave. It only lands on Mac. Mac is perfectly fine. He'll keep walking away. The chase is on. They'll eventually perhaps find the bounty, and they will. So it's not the worst trade in the world for either side, but my goodness, it was looking a bit too close for comfort there for Talon.
Yeah, a little bit rocky. They do allow Scam to run away. But I like that target prioritization coming from Chuan. He sees the bigger target. He tries to clip multiple heroes while in that arena and sacrifices that potential Ogre kill, which isn't a high priority target. That does lead to them getting that chase down on Mac. Chuan!
Caught. They have got the Mars, but no, in fact, it was Cox that was caught out. Cox going to keep going for the run. He's just so slow on this Mars. Eventually, Chuan going to land another Shadow Strike to secure the kill here with Ponyo. Talon finding another spicy pickup for themselves. Cox, I mean, he's not such a small kill. You know, losing that Mars is not going to feel very good for Geek Fam. WS?
No, certainly not. Oh.
I thought perhaps they would think about the DK kill, but probably would be lacking the damage.
I do appreciate just how willing WS is to joining these fights. Like, he gets that blink, instantly he's joining in onto that mid-fight. And the one issue you do have going up against Geek Fam, again, is just how long can you take these fights? Because right now you have to... The last fight goes well for them because the arena wasn't as big. It goes on to Akash, who they don't focus down, even with the Spirit Vessel running, so there's a lot of room for the rest of Talon to play around. But down the line, it feels like Talon's gonna have to play it almost like a counter-initiate game. I don't see their openings being as grand outside of just WS finding these openings for them. And I don't see Geek Fam splitting hard enough for you to keep playing the pickoff game. And when it comes down to these big fights, you kind of have to hope that Cox won't land that pivotal arena onto like one big target. Onyo.
Mid lane, Onyo. Nice easy pick-off here for Mac and Natsumi. And yeah, it's all about the track goal. They're always willing to get anyone they can get here on the side of Geek Fam as long as Mac is around with the track. Of course, it is going to open up the mid-tier 1 tower as well. And it doesn't seem as though Talon are too interested in trying to force a defense here. That Geek Fam are the ones looking for another kill attempt. They're not going to find anyone quite yet. But both teams have grouped up around that dire triangle area. Seems like Geek Fam want to ensure they maintain control of this position. Talon, they've not backed off though. There are more TPs coming down towards the bottom lane, which could be very detrimental for them if the side of Geek Fam realize they are just south of them. Skem's going to go ahead and scout this one out for his team. There is vision here from the side of Talon to get this information over. Jump is there, they're going to try and to Skem. Skem on the Yoga, dropping very, very low, but a nice arena is down, locking them all in as they do take down the Yoga once, but the Eclipse is coming right through from Natsumi. They've got Ponyo down, and there's WS to follow. Joe Cam also trying to run, but is going to drop as the third. Talon, they'll get the Ogre, but it just took them so much to kill off Skem, and they lose 3 for that.
And this is where that damage issue comes in. That you just don't have that burst outside of a full commitment coming out from Chu-Wen. And it's just, they can't start these fights that strong. Their AoE control is basically just Jokam with Bushwhack, which is not the most reliable. You get a really good movement in from Cox, again landing a big arena to entrap them. And again, it's just, if you try to go for these pickoffs in Talon, it's just not as silky smooth as it is for Geek Fam. Not with all of these shuriken tosses, even just the damage out from the magic missile. How sustainable Geek Fam is with that full solar crest up and the swap saves coming in with its own barrier. A lot of damage you have to pump out on Talon, which they just don't have right now. So you have to be a little bit cautious. Opening though.
Jump top lane, they're going to try for the Mars. Cox, he's got no help around him. Sharpshooter is going to land, though Cox still going for a bit of a run. Will go towards the tree line, trying to hide, but they are going to catch him eventually. Nice little attempt there from Cox, but not nice enough.
Yeah, it's a little bit greedy just shoving up top. Good punishment coming out from Talon's end. Not the biggest thing for you to lose out here on Geek, considering that you are getting, again, a ton of space out for Natsumi to keep scaling up. And you are inching to this point where Mac is going to have some debuff immunity with the BKB and the Ags. The Ags is going to be massive. Again, with how long these fights take for Talon to find a kill, you'll be able to get off every single track. You'll be tossing a ton of shurikens out once that Ags is up and running. And it gets dangerous. It becomes a really slippery slope for Talon to just lose a lot of network very fast, for Geek Fam to find a huge advantage that the Luna can capitalize on very well. You already have a 3k lead up for Natsumi at this point. And you throw in a couple more team fights with track, and this Luna's going to be hard here to have an answer for. Like there's so much pressure for Talon on WS and on Chu-Wen to kind of find these openings in these fights, or find a way to angle in, maybe force out the arena early from Cox, but Cox has proven that he's grown a little bit more patient. You know, he understands how these fights should break out, and the openings for Talon just grow smaller and smaller with how well Geek Fam is playing.
Yeah, Geek Fam certainly playing at a bit of a higher level so far here for this game number 1. They'll rotate through the twin gates towards the bottom side of the map. Natsumi just wanting to address the creep wave that was incoming through the bottom lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Rest of Geek Fam, though, not going to leave them alone. They are still looking for a bit of a fight. Nobody really hanging around this area from Talon. Talon just ensuring all other lanes are split pushed out. Of course, they understand they don't really want to fight the side of Geek Fam at the moment. Geek Fam's certainly the stronger team by the looks of it. Problem is though, Roshan is open. So Geek Fam, they'll find no fight, instead they'll go for the Roshan pit. First Roshan of the game. Lincoln Sphere now available on Natsumi as well, so a nice little defensive spike for him. And in fact, never mind Roshan, they'll go for a smoke attempt. A 5-man smoke towards the north, through the bottom lane, but they're not going to find anyone. They were expecting the Talon, knew they were in the Roshan and were coming, but that was not the case. Seems as though Talon have no idea.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No information, no scans coming out onto that area. No scans available anyway. And Roche, it doesn't take too long when you've got the Bloodlust here. Even with just the Luna and the Bounty Hunter in that pit. Talon aren't finding enough while this is falling. Like, they're not fully sieging on top, they're not pressuring the lanes hard enough, they are just playing it safe, farming jungle, missing out on a lot of efficiency. And Geek Fam will just come out on top. They still hold on to that really good ward on the triangle that came since that last fight near that area. And they've got the setup to kind of shove in bot, maybe even consider a poke on the high ground, although they are wrapping around here.
Yeah, they're going to try for Mac. Mac does have help on the way, but they will at least find the bounty first, as now Chuen needs to run. Chase was on, he'll be able to blink away. With Cox joining in now, still trying to find the Queen of Pain, but Chuen is well and truly out of there. He will be just fine. So a great pickup. I mean, you got the mid bounty hunter basically for free. He was just trying to secure the Wisdom Rune and farm some creeps, and did not realize the whole of Talon were hanging around that area. And so Talon are doing a pretty damn good job of just finding these solo pickoffs and avoiding the 5-on-5
Dire's
engagements.
top tower is under attack.
And it's still a rather even game despite all these circumstances. Like, the situations for Geek Fam, they've still got to find these big team fights with track kills. And they need to escalate not just the Luna. It does feel like you're falling a little bit behind on Mac and Cox in terms of their own build-up as well. Natsumi is just doing a Luna thing, shoving in top with the illusions, and again, it doesn't take too long for the objectives to fall. You've got the Vengeance Aura hanging around here with a Lunar Blessing, even through backdoor. It's not going to take too long for Natsumi to just get this done. You are shrinking the map of Talon. But Talon as well are just going for a shove. They find a tier 2 trade with WS. Now, how hard do you poke the high ground? Natsumi's just going for it right now.
They absolutely are.
Are fortified.
You've got to address this surely. The Talon, they're going to go for the trade instead, going through the bottom lane.
Top tower
Just believing they can actually race Geek Fam here, and I believe they actually can with the Dragon Knight. The TPs are now incoming, so they want to try and defend and push this out. They'll move in, Joe Cam starting on the Skem. Skem will be okay to back off with the rest of his team. And it seems as though Geek Fam, they have lost the T3 tower. They will be around to defend the racks, but Talon are the ones that came out on top of that exchange.
And that's kind of sick coming out from Talon. Managing to clear out bot, having a minimal defense up top, even doing some unhealable damage onto the range racks here as well. The one creep wave shove in, you're going to have a super creep advantage on range, which isn't massive, but still helps in just keeping lane equilibrium your way passively. So a pretty big win from Talon, considering that they're playing against Aegis, they're playing against the superior team fight, they're playing against this vision game that Geek Fam has maintained a little bit better than Talon as well. And despite all of this, Geek Fam, they're not able to fully commit. They will be able to find more tier 2s. I think Talon accepts that they can't really risk it right now. They can't risk going into this team fight with Cox and his looming threat of Arena and his fresh BKB up here as well. And with the amplified damage still hanging on Natsumi for a little bit longer, a little bit more pressure onto that high ground.
They're going to try and chip away at Natsumi, who is pressuring that T3 tower. Top lane, seems like Ponyo has been scouted out here by Mac and Cox, so Ponyo's being chased down here on the edge and he is gone. It's already one down for the side of Talon, so you could think about going high ground again as Geek Fam. Mind you, there is a buyback available on Ponyo, so he can come back to fight if he needs to. Talon, it doesn't really seem like they're very comfortable with this fight. And Geek Fam are asking them for at this point. T3 tower in the mid lane is going to drop, and Natsumi will get started on the mid racks. Just so confident to stand his ground and just keep this up as WS is going to get swapped right in. And he is just as good as gone. Chuen trying to help out, but the Sonic Wave just does no damage. Jing, the only one to go down to the vent, as Talon are desperately still trying to defend this, but Natsumi is just slowly bouncing glaives everywhere off this racks. They will find Scam, and it seems that that's going to be enough here for the side of Geek Fam to back their way out. They'll get a range racks, but that's going to be about it.
And Talon are making these high ground pushes really tough for the side of Geek Fam. They lose 2 for 1. They do find a range racks, but you're playing in with Aegis. They get a really decent arena from Cox to cut off the area and try to entrap Chuen, forcing out that BKB charge, but not able to find a follow-up. Talon's issues, on the other hand, is still damage. Right? Like, their damage and control is still lacking. You do have that Conda build-up on Akashi. Now, this is a build that I find extremely funny on Morphling because of Adaptive Strike, right? So you do so much damage with Adaptive based on your Agi, and then Conda's based on your attack damage as well. Like, it is a ton of burst. I don't think you're at the point for Akashi where that burst is that big just yet. So he's being tracked around by Mac.
Well, Chase is on from Mac. Akashi will let him know that he does see. Going back to the Kanda item for a moment, in fact, hold that thought, because there is a lot of heroes now trying to find Akashi on this Morphling, who is Agi morphing as we speak. Instead, they're going to move on to Jokam. Jokam looking to tank the gank, does get onto the high ground, and he looks like he might be alright. Oh, he gets out. Did they not have swap? I could have sworn Wave of Terror hit him.
I think it was right outside the edge of vision. I think the issue was, as well, that Cox didn't realize his God's Rebuke sent him up the hill. So he goes for a sensible spear angle when he blinks north going down south, but it's not there. That was just unfortunate in the God's Rebuke. If it went anywhere else, in any other direction, they would have found that. Still, should be able to find a tier 2 for their trouble here, and Talon haven't been able to do as much to try to repair their situation just yet in terms of map control. The vision game from Talon still somewhat lacking outside of these forward wards down bot.
Cox is going to be spotted. BKB immediately up from the Quap. Oh, nice swap though! Jinx going to make it in time, gets the swap out. And Natsumi's even on the chase now. They would love themselves a free Quap kill. The Cox, he does not have the blink available. It keeps being put on cooldown thanks to the Shadow Strike damage. So Chuen is still going to be able to run his way out of this scenario. But that was a bit too close for comfort, I want to say.
Radiant's middle tower is
And it is. But it's also a massive commitment from Geek Fam, right? Everyone TP's down. We're not able to try to sustain and force a push in down bot while they're down the Queen of Pain. So you're not able to look for big gains in map control just yet. They are trying to shove in top. The racks are exposed. Aluna can just rip apart these racks very quickly. And they do have Arena and everything else ready to go on Geek Fam. Talon, they've got to kick their defense onto overdrive once more. It's just so tough. Like, you have to really be cautious of Cox and his arenas. That tends to make these really tough, and your BKB's down on Chuen as well. So you don't have that front line with the Quap jumping in right now.
There's the top racks, just no contest. Natsumi will go for the secondary racks in the mid lane. Talon want to try and defend this one, but they are not really committing quite yet. WS trying to move in with the Ogre Seal Totem, not quite within range for the stun. Mid-rack still standing, however, but Natsumi is not looking to retreat. They will move in once again to try and claim this racks as it is down now, but the jump is out from the side of Talon trying for Natsumi, but the swap was there. No damage being dealt to the Luna, and now they'll look to just turn right back around. Natsumi, though, does maybe need to back his way out. He does get locked down by a nice bushwhack up from the Hoodwink, and it seems though Natsumi is actually going to go down. So will Scam. And in fact, a Gleipnir catching out Cox. Another kill to come the way of Chuen. Jokam, he'll get all the tips from his team. It's a perfect setup. I thought that was going to be a bad fight for Talon, but the turnaround was there.
They're holding their own now on Talon's end. Mind you, they are still losing objectives here, Mike. Mid's gone, top's gone. Map advantage for Geek Fam for sure, but it's an opening for Talon. We're starting to see that damage ramp up, and the control from Jokam kicking in every single time he can land that Acorn to Bushwhack. I think one big part as well was Akashi just turning into the Luna and having Lucent Beam with Conda as well. Like how spammable, how much range he has. That additional control and damage for Akashi coming in is just massive, and they're forced to preemptively use their Spirit Vessel onto Akashi. He's holding onto Manta just for that, just to have that Dispel for that healing reduction. And when you can't hold down Akashi and play off of that Spirit Vessel onto him, the Morphling is free to just juggle around the attributes and play in the backline as a spellcaster. That's what the Conda allows you to do. You're still doing damage even without right-clicking as the Morphling. You just stand back, spam Adaptive Strike, spam Lucent Beam, and you're still doing a ton of work for your team.
This item feels like it was literally made for Morphling. You know, it's just Ethereal Blade's no longer good, no problem. Here's a Kanda. Why the hell not? Ponyo, bottom lane. Does get tracked, but they haven't actually landed a stun on Ponyo. In fact, he does have a Kashi right behind him if necessary. Here come the rest of Talon as well. It could be an interesting team fight for them to try and force, as Mac does lose half his HP from one adaptive strike. Mr. Ice Frog, I know this is your son, sir, but you've got to calm down with these morphling, these items you can give more. It's too much sometimes, John. It's just too much.
You gotta love. You gotta love it. It's so hilarious. The cooldown as well is almost perfect with adaptive strike.
Yeah, of course it
So
is.
it's silly. Still, this fight could end up being very silly for either side caught out here.
Yeah, you got an Ancient Black Dragon as well here on WS, so that kind of movable through the terrain. It's going to be a bit of an issue here as Mac gets stunned up first. The mid Bounty Hunter in trouble, but a nice swap out. King not going to allow the Bounty Hunter to get bursted too quickly. Just see how much damage has been dealt already the way of Talon, or rather the way of Geek Fam, I should say. The Talon certainly feeling like they might just be strong enough to force a 5v5 engagement now. Chuen dumps it again onto Natsumi. They'll try for Cox as well. Cox dropping rather low. Is going to barely survive. 30 HP he gets away on. The TPs are there. They'll lose Jing, but everyone else gets their way out. But Talon, they have first dibs on secondary Roshan.
Yeah. There's no stopping this. Arenas drop, BKBs were committed from the side of Geek. And control has been forcibly gained from Talon. Love this ward as well, watching the outpost here, down bot, right outside of that sentry range. They've got control. And with Rosh number 2 coming their way, and Talon, they've got the Roshan's banner to keep a lane shoved in. They've got the secondary life on Akashi. They've got all the tools they need. And for Geek Fam, we were talking about their timings earlier on, Mike. This is a very early to mid-game oriented draft, and they just haven't snowballed in that direction in the way they wanted to. This Ag's timing for Mac is thrown off as well after his BKB, and he was forced to kind of go Midas as well to kind of just build up the EXP, trying to fast track his way onto 20, onto 25, which is still a long ways off now for a Bounty Hunter mid, severely behind in EXP actually in comparison to Natsumi. Talon, they've done a great job, you know, of holding on to the high ground, of playing up against 2 lanes of super creeps. Now all they need to do is find a way to pierce that opposing high ground as well. They've got to find a way to equalize on the racks. Kashi is going to be taking point, and you just can't underestimate the damage of this Morphling. Adaptive strike with Conda, it's just so silly, man. Half HP is just nuts.
He's Max Agi. Here we go. So let's see it, Akashi. Somebody's going to show himself just for the lols, you know? Just so we can enjoy ourselves here with this adaptive strike. We'll see as they are looking to go high ground in this bottom lane. 3.5 minutes on the Aegis timing, so plenty of time here for Akashi to try and play with that first life. Get started on the bottom racks. Natsumi going to have his Lincolns broken. They'll try to go through Akashi's first life, but he's just such a tanky boy. He's not going anywhere quite yet. The mid racks, no, in fact, he'll jump onto the Luna. Natsumi will be able to retreat for now. Akashi. They got the range racks. Do they want to stick around for the melee? Seems like the answer will probably be... It'll be no. They'll let the creep wave go and they will not overextend.
It's a very disciplined move from Talon. They've got control of the map so far with mid and bot shoving in. Top will shove against their favor, the super creeps, but they are looking for that angle in. And they're taking the range racks to equalize bot just a bit more, and they're keeping mid shoved in to have that entry point after taking one set of racks. They do have Dragon Form. It's going to be on cooldown for a little bit, half a minute once it fades. So they might want to wait for that secondary use on WS. But it's just more time to get that build up, because once this BKB is up on Akashi, I do not know how you stop this Morphling. Like, again, they were banking on that Spirit Vessel and Chain Control, but once Akashi can just not get stunned, he's going to be very happy standing again in the middle, getting some right clicks and adaptive strikes off. And there's that BKB flying out now.
Yeah, there it is once again. With BKB now available, and I gotta tell you, Talon are looking like a stronger draft at this stage of the game as Geek Fam a lot more hesitant to try and move in for that 5v5, but Talon, they'll smoke up immediately as 5. They know exactly where Geek Fam are in that Radiant Triangle. They've just got to try and move their way up without getting scouted. There is going to be a BKB being built up on Natsumi, and it is on the courier, and now it's available. Jokam, he's going to move in. He gets a bit of vision, but it may cost his own life as Jokam will get bursted down. Akashi, he tries to move in to help out. He'll be just fine to survive through the initial onslaught as they're trying to swap away their carries here on the side of GeekFam and just get them the hell out of there. Jing is going to sacrifice his life. Akashi, he's on a Natsumi, and Natsumi's down. Natsumi is down. Two have been lost. For GeekFam, and John, he just bought his BKB. He's got no buyback gold.
This is going to be a terror on the high ground. Talon, with that Black Dragon form, it's not going to take them too long to push, and there's no strong defense to mount. They're going to try to hold off the creep wave down bot, but they're rushing straight for the tier 4s. They know that buyback isn't there.
This is a classic SCA loss here, John. That's what I want to call it. This is a classic SCA loss. Hawks is desperately trying to push out the mid creep wave, but the creeps are going to survive long enough. Onto the mid-tier 4 towers they'll go. With that ancient Black Dragon form in the morphing, it's very hard to defend against this as Mac is just going to get deleted. He'll buy back immediately. They're just trying to buy enough time for their Luna to be back up, but the GG's called.
You call it.
Natsumi has seen enough. It's not like he really has a choice anyway. The ancient is now officially down before the game even ends. And Talon. My goodness, Jonathan. I mean, that first 20-25 minutes was a bit rough on their end, but they just kind of trust the draft, and my goodness, does it pay off.
That it certainly does. I think for the side of GeekFam, a couple of faults coming out here. It did feel like they didn't manage to maximize this early timing for Mac, considering his lane matchup, right? He used Shuriken Toss really well. He's getting some good harassment, going slightly ahead of Chu-Wen on his Quap mid, and getting that early 6 timing. They didn't manage to snowball off of that as strong as I'd expect them to on the side of GeekFam. You were ahead on Natsumi with Network for a long time, but Cox and Mac were falling behind, and the rest of Talon, well, you know, not able to match Natsumi's initial build-up. Their farm distribution was really smooth on Talon, right? Like WS would be farming elsewhere. With Midas, it was only really Chu-En and the supports trying to make some plays. WS only joins in when he had the blink, and I think GeekFam, if they're going to go for this kind of tempo draft, they've got to kick that tempo into overdrive. You know, like it took them a little bit longer to find that tier 1 top. They made some good progress in going for the tier 2s and the high ground, but Talon's defense game was just really strong. I think they showed a lot of respect for what Cox could do with Arena. They were finding some odder angles. Like the Arenas would look good on paper, but they weren't disabling the right targets, and it felt like it's just a lot tougher, even with all the barriers in place as well, with the swaps and the Solar Crest on. It's just not enough to fully save here.
Yeah, it's certainly a fantastic game 1 here for Talon. We'll see if GeekFam can recover and come back in game 2, as we are going to head off to a short break. Right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between GeekFam and Talon Esports. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 between GeekFam and Talon is set to get underway rather soon, and of course it is MLP, Dota, and Jonix Fire joining you for this best of 3 series of the closed qualifiers for ESL 1 Birmingham. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1, quite a treat for us, as it seemed as though GeekFam should have probably won that Game 1, but it ends up swinging the other way, Talon providing us with a fantastic comeback. Game number 2, going into it, I mean, what would you like to see changed up here from GeekFam's end of things?
I'd like to see GeekFam tighten up their early to mid game if they're going to play tempo. Again, last game, it did feel like they didn't capitalize enough when they were ahead, and Talon were just playing their cards right, waiting for the initiation to come in, counteracting it for the most part, especially during that high ground push onto the top area. Talon just opted to run down bot instead, get that split push, opening up the tier 3, and then eventually taking the range racks, which opened up, just a way for them to have easy access onto the high ground after a good fight, which did come out. I think the late game decision making as well was a little bit rougher for GeekFam here, but that was more in the nature of their draft. Scaling in puts a lot of pressure onto Natsumi more than anyone else, as there's only so much you can do as a Mars when BKBs are up. You can't really entrap people as well, so it just became more about how much can Natsumi do in the middle of these fights, and that last fight just cost him so much. Like he buys BKB, he doesn't have buyback. It was a massive risk that GeekFam arguably didn't need to take. It didn't feel like a BKB was a massive need for Natsumi, so some choices like that needs to somewhat be rectified.
Yeah, it did feel like perhaps a bit of an unnecessary purchase. And, it really is the classic. I can't remember how many games you and I have casted where there's just no buyback gold from the carries in our games, because they bought something that was not necessarily required. And props to Natsumi, John. At least it was a BKB. At least it wasn't more damage. That's a positive, I suppose. We are going to see the drafts continue, or rather start here between these two teams. GeekFam already getting rid of the Doom once again. Talon.
I think we have a remake. I see everyone has disconnected.
Excellent.
So yeah, it does look like we will probably remake, so I'm gonna have to come back in. A little bit of a sneak peek. I don't think the bands are gonna be changing up too roughly, but it's gonna be interesting to see what adjustments exactly they will make. So we shall see when that game comes in. But again, this is a fun one to watch, mainly because again, like you've. I'm sorry. I saw you jump into a slot, but you're not playing.
Shut up.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I was trying to get us into the lobby, all right? No, I did join at least the right team. I'm not playing for Talon, Jonathan. I joined GeekFam just to annoy you. Just to get underneath your skin a little bit.
Fair enough. We shall see, of course, when we do get that game going underway once more.
I'm talking as if I'd have any chance, Jonathan, against these players. I probably wouldn't stand much of a chance. You'd probably end up laughing more than you'd end up hating me, John. I probably should jump in on Talon if I wanted to piss you off.
Yeah, I mean, you could. You could maybe down the line. Hey, if any of them decide they're sick in the boot camp somehow, I'm sure Brando will think, oh, let's get Michael Phoenix to sub us in here. Let's not look for any other players. Michael Phoenix is going to be our sub.
I keep telling the team managers as well, like, if you need a sub, I'm right here. Like, I'll forget about the casting. I'll jump in. I'll play for the team. But for some reason, John, they just keep ignoring me. I'm not sure what it is. Talon haven't subbed me in at all. Boom Esports. To be fair, they're not making any lands right now, John, but they weren't subbing me either when they were actually playing well. So, well, what is it? I like to take shots at Gary when I can. I can't help myself.
Yeah, no, it's fair enough. Good old Gary. I can't believe somehow we still run into him in Manila as well. And he's the same chipper person.
Sure
still
is.
Not the best run as well for not the best run for Boom there either.
No.
In that tournament for a different game there.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately for good old Garionko. Man, it's so strange to look back, right? Like at how much the scenes change. Boom is now a South American team, right? Aurora is here. Talon has a new roster again. It's funny. I feel like this is probably the biggest shakeup we've had because of post DPC, and for some reason it just doesn't register to me. For some reason, like I don't know why it hasn't sunk in, Mike. It's like I don't know. It's strange.
It does feel a little bit like that. I understand, Jonathan. I kind of had the same feeling almost that just nothing changed from last year. Everything's just the same, but it is not, Jonathan. We are in the future now, rather the present, I suppose, and it's things have changed quite a bit. In fact, these two teams have changed quite a bit as well, as you can see, and we'll see if it's for the better or the worst. I believe only one team's qualifying as well through these qualifiers, right? So
yep.
It's pretty tight when you look at the tournaments these days, right? Like SCA, we're not getting two slots or 3 slots anymore, Jonathan. We're lucky if we get 1.
Yeah. We are lucky if we just get 1, and it looks like, are we in the wrong lobby? Cox says new lobby, so
Excellent.
It looks like we have to go out again and
No
find our way in. Yeah. Okay. So we will get in there shortly, I'm sure, and again, game 2 will start very soon. Casters are trying our best to start lobby, as you guys love to say in chat. But yeah, what were we even talking about? Or just I'm getting so forgetful. You can see how much age has affected me.
You've got an old.
My memory just doesn't hold.
You've got a very,
it's
very
like
old.
It's like holding water in your hand, and it just slips right through.
I gave you a topic
where
I'm
am
sure
I?
you'd get very fiery about, Jonathan. I was talking about the fact that we only get 1 slot here for SCA. What's your opinion
Isn't
on
that
Jonathan?
great? Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. I this is a topic that irked me when I was talking to players.
Yeah.
Every single player, I'd run into them, I'd ask them, how do you feel about not having DPC? They're like, oh yeah, it's great. And don't get me wrong, ESL 1 runs a great show. All of the ESL tournaments are great. You want a shot to be in there. But I think reality is setting in for these players. It's like, if we don't go in, man, we are not doing anything. So this is all in, guys.
Yeah.
This game for Geek Fam, it's do or die. You want to be in the upper bracket. You don't want to take risks. You're not messing around anymore.
Who said it was great?
So
what are these teams talking about? Like
a lot of players.
Really?
A lot of players I talk to, it's like, yeah, how do you feel about this new system? They're like, yeah, it's great. More third-party tournaments. Yes, more third-party tournaments. Are you qualifying to them? That's the one thing I never say. But are you qualifying?
Right.
It's like, you're not qualifying.
Yeah.
This is not great for you. So I think it's just the possible highs are amazing. The reality is 1 team out of 8 are qualifying every single time.
Yeah.
Heck, sometimes it's 1 over 8 across 2 regions in other tournaments as well. So that's a reality check for you guys, especially for the pro players. This is what a lot of you've asked for. So welcome.
Yeah,
post DPC. I love ESL though. Like, these tournaments are great.
It is fun though, isn't it? Because a lot of the players did, when we did, I have spoken to a couple of them about it, and they did say the same thing. Like, they enjoy it this way, and it's like, okay, but I haven't seen you at a LAN since. There's only 1 team going through the region. It's pretty rough, and especially when you combine China and SCA on top of that, so you get like half a slot. It's it becomes pretty tough, and I think the players aren't. I think they've all got that main character syndrome, Jonathan. I think they all think they're the best player in SCA, which is, I suppose, to be fair, is the mentality you have to have to be one of the best. But, reality is only 5 players will get to go through to the actual tournament. It's tough.
Yeah, it is tough. It's a very competitive world right now for us here in the Dota scene. And of course, everyone would love this ticket to Birmingham, but 1 slot. And every game really counts. If we were spamming that line in the DPC, it means much more here in qualifiers over 2-3 days?
Yeah.
Like, every single series will count. If you drop down to lower bracket here, then you take another loss. Too bad. Try again in 3 months.
Yeah.
Or try again in 4 months, or who knows what other lands there are outside of our great environment here on ESL, of course. So, yeah, do or die. And that is the situation right now for Geek Fam as well. It is do or die for them. As down 1 game up against Talon in the game that they were in control in terms of map control. I don't know if I can say if they were winning that game. Like, even net worth wise, it was, for a bounty hunter game, you were stock even in net worth, which not ideal. You know, you mentioned that earlier in the game as well, where your net worth lead's not massive. You're trying to get these track kills. It's not a good sign. So I want to see how Geek Fam course corrects, whether or not they go back into that bounty hunter pick, and what they prioritize to ban out, because they let Akashi have his Morphling. They early picked their supports. So, well, not really. They last picked the Ogre Magi, but they didn't try to get something to counteract the Morphling. I don't know if you'd really prioritize AA just for Morph, but it does feel like it makes a big difference in kind of finding that kill consistently, making that game hard for Akashi. And yeah, I want to see what Geek Fam changes. I think this is also where maybe coaching kicks in a little bit more. And Talon, again, with Highlight Eye backing them, with the experience he's bringing to the team, I think is shaping up this team into a very strong form. And we are seeing some of those results here already for a first upper bracket match.
Yeah, shout out to Pilot Die. Obviously, you and I had the pleasure of attending a dinner that he was at, I believe. So I believe we never actually spoke to the man, Jonathan. We just awkwardly looked at each other for a little bit and went to separate tables. So there you go. Shout out to Pilot Die.
You make it sound so fancy. Invited to a dinner together. We had dinner with Talon. That's it. But you make it sound so formal. You make it sound so formal. Oh, we attended a dinner together with Talon.
I thought it was
we went to a restaurant.
I
It was nice. It was fun.
10 seconds
Yeah, it was super fun.
You guys into
Pilot I
Eye's
was just
eyes.
hanging away.
You
Oh
gazed
yeah,
into his
even a
eyes,
table
Jonathan.
away.
Tell me he's not romantic. Tell me that wasn't a romantic
yeah.
setting when you looked into that man's eyes. It
No,
was.
definitely not. Even if your table's away, you look into Pi's eyes, you
10
just
seconds remaining.
mysticize. As I'm also mystified
I was
by
gonna
this
say,
draft.
That wasn't a word, Jonathan. Go on.
Mysticised. Mysticised. We've got the Doom, the Timbersaw, LD, and Bad Rider. So not too much changing in these bans. Chen, NP, and Centaur being banned out as well. And Talon do just go back into that Jokam Hoodwink. So not changing things up too hard. Geek Fam, what will they change? Will they go back to Venge first pick into a Luna, netting that
10
combination
seconds
early?
remaining.
I don't mind the Venge pick, honestly. There was a lot of work being done there for the swaps. But they'll go with a Rubik instead. And Jing Rubik is a very mean Rubik. Like, this man has stolen a lot of great spells. He's done a lot of work for Geek Fam with his hero in their open and closed qualifier runs. So I like seeing this come out. I think it sets up for a lot of Cox heroes
10
as well in the
seconds
off lane.
remaining.
Like, it's a very good protective pick to enable something like, say,
5 seconds
Cox
remaining.
Enigma. If Talon don't ban that out, I think that's something Geek Fam has been pulling out quite nicely. So, leaves a lot of options. And just, again, protects something big like the Enigma, which would be pretty rough against a Rubik. So, I like this from Geek. I think they're setting up for what has worked for them in the past. And Talon, they will ban out the Ogre Magi. So, just ensuring that the self-buffs aren't coming out. And the Ogre was doing a lot of work, like Scam was making that bot lane for WS
10
fairly
seconds
difficult to play
remaining.
into. So I like that. Just respecting that strong laning presence Geek Fam brought
5
from
seconds
game one.
remaining.
Well, still, we do have to wait out these bans. They
Radiant
have been taking
team
their
ban.
a fair amount of time to take care of this Venge pickup that Talon do not want to see again. Geek Fam, one ban for themselves before we can continue with the drafts. You kind of talked about it earlier as well, but obviously if you're Geek Fam, you've got quite a bit of pressure on you because you do not want to have to try and fight through the lower bracket of this qualifier. It is not going to be very fun. I would argue as Geek Fam, it will go into the tiny pickup.
This leaves a few interesting options for Geek Fam. Mac has run Rubik mid before, and they usually run Jing on Tiny. So this opens up a really interesting flex. Of course,
10
you could always
seconds
try
remaining.
Rubik 5, Tiny 4 as well, if you want to just open
5
with these as your
seconds
supports,
remaining.
but I feel like a Rubik 5 isn't necessarily the best in that safe lane with Natsumi. So I'm really curious what they go for. Talon just back into the edge. Not changing too much in their draft. They were getting a lot of work out with the support duo, with Ponyo just sustaining the lane of Akashi. Same thing can be done here. The creep army can give you a little bit of that push if necessary
10
as well.
seconds remaining.
And I like this. I think, again, Talon, they're not feeling pressured to change too much. They're
5
keeping their
seconds
cards open. They're
remaining.
trying to read what Geek Fam will want to do. They will have to show a little bit of their hand here with a core pickup next. And it is... maybe a safe bet would be something
Radiant
like the
team
DK
pick.
again.
Luna.
No, they go to Luna. They snatch that Luna away from Natsumi. So they pick it
was
up.
kind of annoying last game, right? Like Natsumi was having a very good time up until they lost one team fight after taking 2 Raxes. And then suddenly just all absolutely fell apart. But it seems like the hero itself did feel quite potent.
And it did. I'm
5
wondering
seconds remaining.
which way Geek Fam
Radiant
goes now, though.
team
Like, do they want to pick up something like the Morphling themselves? No, they'll go with a Keeper of the Light. So again, leaving options open for mid and support. Mac has run Coddle mid as well. Before, Scam plays a lot of Coddle, even all the way back to his time on Neon, when he was doing support on Neon for a while.
10 seconds
And when he
remaining.
played, when he was switching roles, Coddle was something that he always fell back
5
to.
seconds remaining.
It's rather open. I'm wondering what kind of combination they're looking for, what kind of tempo they're looking for. Because a Coddle support with a Tiny mid doesn't sound too bad. Tiny tends to have a lot of mana issues nowadays. Keeping that spell spam for Avalanche Toss is pretty strong. Mid presence of Tiny isn't too bad. Heck, mid Rubik with Coddle to chakra you for your Bolt isn't too bad either. But it's open enough. A rather really open draft from Geek. I do love the tempo. There's a lot of early magic damage here, a lot of creep clearing as well to take care of the Inch army, and they'll go with a Clockwork. What the hell is going on? What is this draft?
I'm asking the same question here, John. What is the draft? What is happening? Is this an offlane Clockwork we're looking at, perhaps?
No. No, No, I want to say that's a Jin Clock now.
10 seconds
That should be a Jin Clock, which means either...
5 seconds
I
remaining.
think Schem will take... No. It's weird. Maybe Cox Clockwork. I don't know if that makes your job any easier, though, Mike. Cox with his cogs and Clockwork out. It's going to be a fun time in the middle of that.
I just realized. Thanks for that, John. I'd rather not say the +3 Clockwork anymore if we can avoid it.
Coxwork?
Yeah,
the Coxwork, right?
We'll see what happens here. Talon, 4th pick for themselves. What do we want, boys?
Talon Esports turn to...
It's going to be the Ember. The Ember Spirit, it has been
Radiant
popping up,
team
regardless of those quote-unquote nerfs that happened. It seems to be such a strong hero anyway, and obviously with the popularity of Mage Slayer as an item right now, Ember Spirit has been enjoying himself.
Radiant team ban.
That he has. Just easy debuffs across the entire team. Much more straightforward for Talon. Definitely the Ember for Chuen, which again he's done fantastic work on as well. And Geek Fam's straightforward bans taking care of the Mars and the Tide. Ember matchup against Kotal is okay. It's down to how well you can dodge with Slight, or how well you can pull the creep wave around to prevent the blast from being a major factor. Against the Rubik is also somewhat straightforward. Again, there's a good amount of play for Geek Fam in either matchup. Tiny is also fairly straightforward with Avalanche Toss. So any options for Geek on mid here for Mac would be pretty alright, pretty stable up against Chuen. Wouldn't expect too much lacking there from Mac. It's just a question of what exactly is going to be your mid. And it does feel like Geek Fam really need a good solution for carry, unless they're doing something like Tiny carry. I mean, Talon's banning out that Bounty Hunter, which Mac played. Are they not going to ban any Natsumi heroes out? I mean, sure, you have the Luna. And the Morphling's still there if they wanted it to be.
We shall see. One more ban to go. Talon, they'll have a think about it. Still very intrigued to see what Geek Fam is doing with their draft. They'll get rid of the Troll Warlord for now on the side of Talon. And their last pickup is going to be the Magnus to come out. So why the hell not more utility, more empower for the team, more damage? Still a very strong hero, this Magnus, to boot. And you look at Geek Fam, they are looking rather squishy, are they not?
Now, they're all really easy to take down. You've got a great empower target in the Ember. You've got really good team fight coming out from Talon, but there's also really good spells to steal here for Geek Fam with a Rubik. There is some good threats to kind of throw out here. Even literally anything from Hoodwink feels good. Magnus feels great. There goes that Morphling we were talking about as well. Very straightforward carry pickup. It is a Mac Rubik. And we're getting the Cox Keeper of Light.
Okay. That's alright. That's alright.
Alright.
As long as it's not the Clockwork, I'm alright with that, John. It's fine. Cox Coddle. Why the hell not?
We could have had so many good memes, though.
I mean,
the Cox Clock.
I mean, he's still got a camel here, John. There's still memes to be had, John. Don't you worry. You know?
This is going to be fun. This is a very, very tempo-heavy draft in Geek Fam, though. Like, the Rubik mid has to really crush down Chuwen. And for the Ember, it's not as easy to try to dodge around a Rubik when he does just fade bolt you, so it's not going to feel as good. I think your lane for Natsumi should be alright, although Magnus plus Hoodwink can be somewhat annoying. It's very easy setup for a pullback with Shockwave and the Bushwhack, so you have some opportunities to make Natsumi uncomfortable in the first 2-3 levels. Past that point, he should be able to juggle around his HP just fine. I am really interested to see what Geek Fam does more than Talon, because Talon's draft is just, again, very straightforward. It's something that looks familiar, that we've seen before, and I think for Geek Fam, this is Geek Fam doing what I feel like they do best. It's just running with these unconventional heroes for Mac and Cox. I'm keen to see how much Mac gets on his mid. I think the Rubik mid has a lot of burst potential, although I believe the way Mac has been playing it has just been a conventional build-up. Something like Travel's Blink or Arcane Blink into Ags. Some not too flashy with burst. Although, I love this. Mac, he's queuing up the phylactery.
Yeah.
I didn't see him do this last time.
Oh, here we go. Akashi's asking, Thompson or Maxon? It's a legitimate question, Jonathan. Now, Akashi's trying to butter him up right now while he can, before Maxon shows up.
We'll see if Mac does pop off. Of course, Akashi and Mac sharing that bond.
That's his
from
new
old Polaris.
That's his new nickname every
Maxon.
time he's playing World, John. Mac becomes Maxon every single time he plays World.
You know, it's not even too far off from his real name, which is McNicholson anyway. So he technically is already a Maxon.
Very pot. There you go, Jonathan. McNicholson is the name apparently.
30
Never heard of
seconds
that name
to
before in my lifetime. McNicholson. It's a hard one to say.
Mac and then Nicholson. Yeah.
Mac
I don't know.
Nicholson.
Yeah, it's very American, isn't it?
It is
For good
very
old
American.
Mac.
I mean, they should just call him Big Mac, Jonathan. You just go full out on the American.
Oh God.
Which we aren't sponsored
That'd be
by, so we
something.
won't mention them ever again, Jonathan. Onto the bounty routes. Top lane. There might be a bit of a fight to break up.
The battle begins.
I mean, you've got the Avalanche to play with. Gwen, he's going to cop and Illuminate. So they will be able to get a 3-for-1 trade here for Geek Fam. So a very nice start here for Geek Fam to get this game number 2 underway. And I already want to see exactly what happens in this mid lane. You've got Mac on the Rubik. He's going to be up against the mid-Ember of Chuwen. John, who should have the advantage in this mid lane matchup?
I've seen this a couple of times, and I think we've seen it at least once before in one of the games you've casted. I do feel like this is something that Rubik is pretty alright with. Like, he can fade bolt down the Flame Guard. Chuwen can't really dodge that too well. I mean, he could with Slight, but the cast point of fade bolt is pretty quick, so it's a little bit harder. Initial levels are a little bit better for the Ember, but it's not going to be unplayable for Mac. As long as his mana juggling is fine. That's the one thing that holds the Rubik mid down. How costly Fade Bolt spam is for his mana pool. He only has about 4 spell uses, so that's what it's going to amount down to. Chuwen should have a little bit more breathing room every single time, and he just has to respect the bolt and the right clicks. You are right-clicking pretty hard in Mac. Again, he has decent range advantage, so you're going to have to watch for that. You're not going to be able to apply as much harassment with the Flame Guard here as you would in other lane matchups.
Have a look at this top lane as well here. John Cox and Jing against Ponyo and Akashi. They're just constantly keeping this creep wave right by this large camp as Cox finally will be able to pull some of the creeps away, but can't meet them with his own creep wave, so the equilibrium's still pretty messed up. Meanwhile, Akashi, though, taking so much damage, is not going to die. Jing will not be able to finish off the kill, but it kind of shows you the threat of the Tiny Keeper of the Light combination of the offlaners. Well, bottom lane now is Skewer back in onto Skem. Skem being pushed back towards the tier 1 tower. And he's going to be just fine. But unlike last game, John, these side lanes, they do seem as though they have a lot of kill threat this game around.
Certainly it does. I like the kill threat on the side of Geek Fam up top a lot more. It's much more straightforward. Just Avalanche into Illuminate, and you're basically melting half HP. It's a little bit more convoluted for Talon down bot for WS and Jokam. They have to land the Bushwhack, and maybe set up for the Bushwhack with a Shockwave. Even then, skewering back something like the Clockwork isn't necessarily the easiest kill with Battery Assault running, so there's a lot of space for Natsumi to just play around it as well. The farming pace for Natsumi isn't too bad either. You're not slowing him down with WS at all, so the Morphling should be able to find that initial build-up. And it is a little bit smoother going for Natsumi in comparison to Akashi's top. That early threat on his life with Jing and Cox just leading him to play a little bit more defensively. Not too much Ponyo can do to really stop that. Again, the power of the Kotl here is that with Illuminate, you're basically not too scared of whatever the Ench decides to bring out. You can easily melt through her Enchanted Creep, and you can always line up with this aggressive positioning from Jing to look for these kill opportunities as they come.
I just had a thought to myself as well, Johnny. Could you imagine, like this is for Birmingham, right? Like ESL 1 Birmingham. Could you imagine Geek Fam qualifiers with a player like Cox in his name, with a crowd like that? Can you imagine the chance that are going to happen here for Geek Fam if they actually made it to Birmingham? It'd be amazing. It's like a dream come true. In fact, I want them to win now. I'm just going to go outright and say it. As top lane, Jing is down. I don't care, Jonathan, because Cox is alive. The dream is still alive.
Cox in the arena dream. Live and true. Would love to see that crowd chanting it, you know, and I hope they have crowd mics ready for Birmingham. Alphon and Birmingham with Cox? Oh, don't get me too excited here.
The dream. I might have to book a ticket right now, Jonathan. Top lane. I mean, it can't.
Let's see if they can carry through.
It's dropping. He's dropping rather low here on this Luna. In fact, they're going to make the jump in on Jing, or rather Ponyo. Jing is the one jumping Ponyo here as they do take down the edge. It's such a strong combo. Like, once you land that avalanche toss combination, there's just no survival. There's Natsumi now bottom lane. Will be skewing underneath the tier 1 tower, but is going to be just fine. It seems like all the action is up at top lane, where Geek Fam is still having a look around for the Luna. They will miss out, but Ponyo needs to be somewhat careful, because he just came back, but he will be left alone.
Where are you going?
They do not have the Illuminate. Well, now they do. Never mind. Here we go again. Ponyo going to be targeted. But the Illuminate, it's off the mark. I do not believe it hit Ponyo. It may not matter anyway, but no, it does. He is able to walk out of there. Now Joe Cam will move in and take down Skem. Hawk still trying to snipe. The Ench is not going to quite get there. In fact, that last Illuminate may have landed. It may have just been a raindrop that blocked most of the damage.
Yeah, I think it did. Ponyo hanging on by a sliver of HP, does manage to get a good use out of the Nature's Attendants as well. This emphasis on top is something that I appreciate in Geek Fam. It is a course correction from Game 1. They are looking to pressure Akashi as much as possible, make this uncomfy for the Luna to try to farm back into. And it is giving a lot of free space down bot, although...
Yeah, Natsumi almost got caught out there, just barely able to strength morph in time before WS was in with the skewer. For Natsumi, it certainly doesn't look as smooth of a game as Game 1 was for him on that Luna. Definitely a much more challenging time here against WS's Magnus. To be fair to Natsumi, he has been left alone this whole time. Mid lane, speaking of being alone, Swen will get jumped. Not just the initial avalanche damage. Still going to get trapped in the cogs though. Chuen not level 6, so should go down. They will continue to try and they will get him eventually. Ponyo, he has rotated here and so has Joe Cam, but they are a bit too late to the party.
Again, really good reads coming out from Geek Fam, playing to this early magical damage that they do have. Having this presence and Scam Widow rotations has been on point. Getting that really good wraparound through the rear of the tier 1, outside of vision for Chuen to kind of play with. They will manage to secure, at the very least, the Arcane Rune for Chuen to play with, though. So that should allow some play for Ember now as well.
Top lane.
But they lost some wards as well. Vision game is a bit lacking here.
Akashi, he just could not escape the supports of the side of Geek Fam. Though this time around, they missed the toss. Skem, he's the one to get caught out, and Akashi's down. So Jing, he messes up with the toss. He ran out of mana for the avalanche, and well, I was just saying the Luna could not escape, but she just casually walks out.
And the Cogs was right under the tower as well for Skem. Maybe trying to desperately line up for that kill, but it's just not quite enough burst if you don't manage to fully connect there with Jing. And Akashi's going to be really happy off the back of that kill. It's a good amount of gold to try to bounce back in. That's his Morbid Mask flying out, so he's self-sustainable now in the jungle. And he can just dip into that jungle considering the risks that the lane has brought out with Geek Fam's activity. And the big parts here for Geek Fam is, again, a lot of free space for Natsumi. There's not much threat from the Magnus early on. WS can't really do too much to stop that Morphling farming. And it could end up being a little bit of a flip from the last game where you will get that catch-up coming for that Morph. Ponyo.
They have found the Ench again. Ponyo, still a tanky boy, but not quite tanky enough by the seams of it as Jing will be able to secure the kill on the Tiny this time around. This little pickup again here from Geek Fam. Back rotations from Cox down towards the bottom. Skem's trying to move in onto WS. Skewer away is there, but they've got the Solar Bind, they've got the Urn, and they've got the damage with the Illuminate. Skem will secure a kill onto WS. Boy, oh boy, I mean, Cox is not looking to slow down anytime soon. Very close now to that Spirit Vessel timing. He just wants to keep moving across the map and setting up kills. Chuen misses the chains onto Mac. Mid lane, so they could not lock down the Rubik. Still trying for the power rune, does end up picking it up, but Cox is around the corner and it's just too much damage. Flying in from the Coddle, forcing Talon to just move back.
Radiant's top
Geek
tower
Fam, this
is
time
under
around,
attack.
they'll get Mac away.
They don't manage to quite find a kill, but the pressure is mounting onto Talon. The one thing that Geek Fam does lack off the back of this movement is tower pressure. I think that's what's missing. Like, yeah, you managed to drive the Ember away. You are shoving in that creep wave onto mid, but you're not able to really try to gun down these objectives. Your push isn't quite there from the heroes outside of lane shoving.
They actually lock this man down. And not. Spirit Form was popped. They're looking for the Solar Bind, and they do get him eventually, but Joe Camp, oh, he's going to go down. Just too much of a bonus. With the Solar Bind to fly out, like, you've just got so much magic damage already. Geek Fam, they are well and truly abusing it.
Yeah, they are. And I love this presence of mind from Cox to just play aggressive. Just constantly hunting, looking for these pickoffs, looking to capitalize with this huge magic damage spike they have early. And this is something that they have to do over and over against WS.
Yeah, he'll get the Skewer away. Skem was not quite within range to try and cancel the battery assault. He could have thought about the cogs, but just was not going to work anyway. They'll still be happy with the amount of time they've bought Natsumi on the Morphling. Natsumi able to just casually go through this bottom tier 1 tower now. They are lacking a creep wave, so he will not stick around. So far, so good for Geek Fam. It's another game where they're just having a pretty strong start. Talon obviously looking to try and slow this game number 2 down as much as they possibly can. For now, though, Geek Fam in complete control.
And the key for Talon is stopping any sort of follow-up push. Again, playing to the weaknesses of Geek Fam, where they can find these pickoffs for sure, but where does the tower chip damage really come in from? No big sources, Jing.
They're trying for the tiny, but Jing's well and truly safe. Skem's going to rotate onto the end. Jing actually moved back in, so he is going to die. He will trade his life for Ponyo. In fact, a nice hook shot from Skem will land on Akashi. They'll get the Solar Bind out. Akashi, he does not have much gameplay here. Cox is right behind. And Skem going to lock him down another time thanks to the Chakra Magic. So you give Jing away, but you find 2 for the trouble. And one of them was Akashi on the Luna, the top of the net worth board Akashi. That is not great news if you're Talon.
It's a major kill to find for Geek Fam, and it stops this push attempt up top as well. Talon's starting to group around bot, but Natsumi's not a very easy target to go for. His mana isn't that healthy though. But
He's got one charge.
the lockdown's just... Yeah, the lockdown's just a little bit lacking here as well. Without the RP ready for WS. The chain lockdown onto Morph just doesn't feel feasible. They've got the room now as well to play with the siege creep down mid. And I love the wards that Geek Fam's just showing. They spot you in.
Yeah, he's been locked down again. Nice toss up here from Jing. He's still trying to get away. Oh, he just can't make it. It's so rough, just so much lockdown flying in here between Mac and Jing.
Dire's top tower has
Now,
fallen.
you don't have a Remnant out already, so he just gets taken down so easily here on the Ember. Meanwhile, Jing gonna find Ponyo on the edge, does land with the Avalanche into the toss. No. Did not have Mac within range to get the toss back. In fact, he was out of mana anyway. So he wasn't gonna get it, even if he wanted to.
And for Talon, it's a real passive game now. You've got to farm on WS. You've got to farm on Akashi. Even Chuen needs to have this Mage Slayer up to really be effective in these fights. And all of that is still a miles off. It's a lot of room for Geek Fam to just find these pushes as they will just blow up Akashi.
It's Skem and Cox. They just keep rotating onto the Luna. And just look at the damage that Cox is doing. Is Joe Cam just dead? The Spirit Vessel just ticking him out? He is.
Yeah.
Last tick of the Spirit Vessel takes him down. Meanwhile, mid lane, they might at least find Mac, but the rotations are incoming. Mac, who will have help on the way in just a moment. Here comes Natsumi. Chuen!
Oh!
Oh boy, that's gonna hurt. That was just too much. Too much burst damage too quickly. And Mac, he doesn't even go down. He gets a regen rune on top.
Everything you could ask for the side of Geek Fam. Talon, they're playing right into Geek Fam's game plan. Just playing into this aggression that they have no business being in the middle of. Akashi, I mean, he decides to farm up top, but they're camping around the triangle. If he steps too far forward, he's not going to be in a good spot. They've got the reach.
But they certainly do. Hook shot perfect from Scam. At a perfect angle right after the creep wave. Just even without the Keeper of the Light, Akashi, he's just nowhere near the level he needs to be at to survive these initial ganks. Geek Fam just finding another freebie for themselves. As they go into the mid lane now. Just no slowing down to this side. Jing's onto another. He's going to find the Hoodwink and Joe Cam. He's going to try to go for a run, but there's just no running. Cox will show up to claim a free kill.
They've just got to bleed out these supports. As long as it's not someone like Akashi, WS, or Chuen dying. Oh,
yeah, but you just said it, John. Chuen's going to get tossed back in a back. He has one remnant. We'll throw it at him and does get away as they do skewer back Jing and Jing. Jing is going to die. So this time around, they'll get punished. Mind you, that was right by the high ground of Talon.
This guy totally knows what he's
There you go, John.
Yeah.
That's you.
Jing bought it. I didn't know he did. Oh, what a lad. Jing. Oh, using it gets Talon. Oh.
What can you do, John? WS to find another Scam. Get caught out here, though. He's a bit of a tanky target. Still not down. Will finally die. This Chuen is just dropping like a fly in Akashi. Akashi's not safe either. It's a 3-for-1 trade. In the favor of Geek Fam, they only lose the clockwork. Hey, look at the bright side, John. At least they bought your voice line. Good news.
I mean, Geek Fam did. Thank you, Alphon. That's all Alphon's work, I'm sure. I'll give him credit where it's due. Best manager in C. As
now play
Geek
mine,
Fam.
Play my voice
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. You know, you can let him know in the lobby.
I'll let him know.
You know, let him know about
message.
it. Yeah. That last fight for Talon just so messy. Like they're trying to fight clumped up now. They don't manage to even pop the RP on WS. They're trying to play off the back of these blink skewer backs, but the burst damage isn't that quick. You still have to respect how much sustain Geek Fam has, especially if they manage to use Illuminate on themselves with a Spirit Form. Like the healing is just a stupid amount, considering the lack of damage right now on Talon. Talon has to still play the slow game. As long as their tier 2 stand for maybe the next 5 to 10 minutes and they only drop supports in the pickoff game, I think that's Talon's ways back. It's just how much can you avoid this kind of aggressive movement with Jing and Blink and the range of Cox? I don't know if you can avoid it for that long.
Ponyo has been caught again by the looks of it. Scam does have a hook shot if he needs. Oh, uphill miss.
Miss.
There's your hook shot. Scam was just waiting, just in case he needed it. And he did.
Yeah. I wanted to give it to Natsumi if possible, but unfortunately, high ground miss. You do sometimes get that. Should line up for a little bit of a shove onto the mid lane. And they've got control again. Really good forward wards coming out from Geek Fam. That's something that's been consistent since game 1. The vision game, their understanding of where to get this info and how to use that info has been pretty on point. Talon, they've got to play defensive. Akashi's hugging the complete opposite side of the map, just trying to farm. They've still got this Blink RP ready in WS. They just need to find an opportunity to use it. Even then, I just don't know if you have enough damage.
Toss, WS, he's the target, and just look at him blow up. Oh my goodness. Like, Solar Bind plus Adaptive Strike plus a Fade Bolt, and he's just dead. There was a Dagon in the middle of all that too, apparently, from our Ruby.
Yeah. Mac is just going for Dagon 5 now, which I like. You know, when you're winning this hard, you just try to crush them. Prevent any sort of comeback. Just go for the burst play.
Ponyo's going to narrowly avoid the gank that wasn't coming, though. I say that, never mind, John. My apologies to Ponyo for the old caster's curse. They will just slowly but surely look to tick away at the damage as the HP pool as Ponyo just gets deleted by Mac. It's one of those games when you're playing with your friends, Jonathan. You know, you just KS each other. That's how one-sided this is.
Pretty much at this point. For Talon, their big timing that they're going to have to wait for is like BKBs here.
He's alright. Kashi makes it out this time. BKBs, you say, John?
Yeah, they need this BKB up in Akashi. He can start to hold his ground, start to try to get some hits in. I mean, you're mainly magical damage right now on the side of Geek Fam. You've kind of gone all in on magic damage at this moment as well. So when you get some debuff immunity up, it's going to be pretty strong for Talon. Mind you, you only get, what, 50% magic res, which is pretty bad considering burst still, but it helps in a massive amount.
Yeah, it looks like Joe Cam, he needed some help, but it just was not coming. Jing has been absolutely fantastic in this position for Tiny. It's bottom lane, even more kills happening. Skem has found Ponyo. Ponyo will tie to the take on of Mac.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But
Dire's
my
top tower
goodness, is
has
this a
fallen.
stomp?
And they're just gunning down Bambi. Legitimately, this is just a gun down with the Phylactery and Dagon.
This is Power World.
It's just...
This is
Yeah.
how Power World looks.
It probably is.
Yeah.
Probably
Dire's
is.
top tower
Never...
is under
I
attack.
haven't tried it, Mike. Have you?
Really? No, I haven't either, Jonathan.
No.
I thought you would have tried.
There you go.
That's why I bring it up.
Oh. I'm not the biggest fan of Arc-style, Rust-style survival games.
Okay.
They get really boring. For me, I don't know. Like, I
When?
get bored very fast.
Quinn might be getting rather bored, John, because he's been dying quite a lot. Top lane, he'll be able to get away this time around, though he does remnant into Mac. But Mac was not paying attention. Look at his team. Mac, what are you doing? He remnanted to you, Mac. What are you doing?
Max on. Max on. Max on.
Definitely not Max in this game,
all this
Jonathan.
Dire's
At least not for that little play.
Kashi.
I'd say overall he has been.
Kashi goes down mid lane. Schwem, still not safe yet apparently, but he will be alright to walk his way out. Just no matter where you look, someone's getting sniped. And it's always Talon.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they have no tools to play against this. Again, the vision game from Geek Fam's been on point. They've got every lane under control. Jokam!
It's sharpshooter away. You don't really have a toss target here for Jing. The Jing's gonna do this on his own. Jing, look up a bushwhack. There is help incoming here from Mac. Jokam still playing with fire, waiting for his team to just join him here for this fight. Jokam getting oh my god! What is that? What is that?
It's a core Rubik, ladies and gentlemen.
Ponyo.
My favorite mid.
I mean, it's something. Ponyo. It'll be a slow but sure death. Never mind, Scam. Bit of a miss on the hook shot. It happens, Jonathan. It happens to the best of us. It won't matter though, because
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
he just dives to a neutral creep anyway. Doesn't matter. I suppose it's a win for Talon.
That is, you know, you take every little inch you can find on town, mitigate losses, get this farm up, eventually get these BKBs up on WS and on Akashi, and all you have to do is stall. Sacrifice your supports. Toss Ponyo out, toss Bambi out to die, because that's all Ponyo will be able to do for quite a long while here. The one great thing for Talon is their high ground defense. Right? Like, even if they lose their last outer tower and they're stuck on the high ground, you have the threat of Blink RP. You can try to play off the back of that, and once that BKB is up, it starts to materialize a lot better. I would say they need to take care of this vision game from Geek Fam. This ward is just never going to get scouted out. And that will give just so many angles for Geek as they're already gunning for that smoke. They have a really good idea as to where Talon's playing if they want to force this out.
Chuen. Avalanche toss. Jing setting up. Oh, Chuen
Dire's
survived in
bottom
about 100 HP that time around. That's just so sad. If you haven't got Flame Guard running, they can just burst you from max to like 1%. It's top lane, Skip.
Dire's bottom
Does
tower
get caught in the cogs, but they might be the ones caught with him. So they do commit an RP for the clockwork, but in comes Cox. He wants Akashi, and he knows he can do it on his own, as even the Centaur's trying to help out. Akashi, with the BKB TP away, he is going to make
tower is under attack.
on for more they look for. They will miss out on
Radiant's
Bambi.
top
Ponyo
tower
is fine.
has fallen.
It's a kill for Talon, and you take every little inch you can, but committing RP and one BKB is pretty massive. That's an opening for Geek Fam. The issue is, again, piercing this high ground is not the easiest thing in the world for Geek right now, as I mean, they've got all the outer towers cleared out, but the threat of high ground just hasn't cleared up for them. They could try for Roshan. They are kind of setting up for it with Natsumi just taking it solo. This should provide the angle in for them. Even Natsumi, and he's also going for that Conda build, so all the magical burst in the world we could ask for. Talon, I don't see them contesting this, not without RP. It's going to be a freebie for Geek, and this is when they should start to look for the high ground, because I feel like if you drag this game out, again, we're 22 minutes in. If this goes to 35 to 40, You still have that ace in your sleeve with the Morphling, and of course the stolen spells of Rubik, but Talon starts to have some sort of game to play.
Chuen does get caught. Avalanche tosses out, chains her up from Natsumi, and Chuen is just down. Jing has just been absolutely fantastic in this game number 2, just constantly setting up for his team. And I'll tell you what, Talon are going to be having nightmares about this Tiny after this game too, I'll tell you, John.
For sure. Like, this is, again, just the kind of performance that we've seen from Jing whenever he does pick this Tiny up a lot in the close and open qualifiers. Ward is spotted by the sentry down bot, I believe, if someone walked up, but sentry is set to expire in a few seconds, so
Dire's middle tower
they've got that
is
opening for the high ground, they've got the info, they can kind of preempt the team fight as well from Talon. They do have Blink RP, but 2 lives of Natsumi is hard to clear out.
That it certainly is. They have to
Dire's
try.
structures are fortified.
Lift will be forced, that might be enough for Geek Fam to just retreat, and it will be. You've still got 4 minutes on the Aegis, you can always wait for another time, but no, never mind, they want to go now. RP was committed, they found one target, but Scam, he lands a 4-man hook shot! And that'll be Chuen, almost going down, barely able to remember it away, the rocket flare not quite enough damage. He will be just fine. Akashi in the meantime slowly walking his way out. The chase is still on Akashi. He will also barely survive.
Dire's middle barracks are under
The mid-racks are still being taken. You found Jing, but that was about it as Jokam almost getting zapped to death here by Mac on the Rubik. Natsumi, he'll get back onto that mid-racks. Still has the Aegis up. Waveform away is there. He's going to be just fine. The range racks will be lost, but Talon will be able to hold on to the melee barracks.
They force a buyback out from Cox, and they manage to hold on to at least the melee racks. It could have gone much worse for Talon and Geek Fam. You're expecting them to find more. We should be able to re-engage with Jing respawning here, and with the Aegis still up for 3 minutes. No RP to worry about. Talon, options are limited going into that next fight. Might just have to surrender that in mid, but they are still clumped up around the area.
They will try for the clockwork. Skem, though, not dropping quite yet, but the Eclipse does come through. Skem might go
got
down.
one life?
Does do, and they do even find the Aegis. The Morphling will die the first time. Natsumi, not really looking like he's too afraid of losing the secondary life, but maybe if they can skewer him back, no. Manta was there just in time to break the skewer. But yeah, without the Aegis up, Talon, they might just be able to hold on to the high ground.
Maybe they do manage to hang in there. RP is going to come off cooldown as well in a few seconds. Geek Fam, without that secondary life of Natsumi, this is a risk they're taking.
They found the mid Rubik, but the Avalanche is there from Jing to ensure the follow-up is not out, as Akashi now forced the BKB up, but he's just so darn low in terms of the HP pool. They'll lose the Magnus immediately. Natsumi's still on the chase for the Luna, and it seems as though Akashi, he's got no way out. They'll toss him right back in. Avalanche onto another. They're going to find Jokam with the Hoodwink. 3 down for the price of nothing.
are under attack.
Geek Fam, they will come back and secure that mid lane of barracks.
Dire's middle barracks has
And
fallen.
they can easily go for more. No buyback on Kashi. Just a little bit too early of a fight. They needed to wait a little bit longer for the RP to be ready. WS even popping the BKB, trying to stay alive just for a second longer to try to RP and lock down Natsumi, but it just doesn't line up. Geek Fam quick on the retake. I'm going to be able to find this spot set of racks. Respawns aren't too long. It'll only be the 2 set of racks, so very similar to how Game 1 went, with Geek Fam having this big advantage at the 26-minute mark. Talon this time have no option to split push. You know, they're not able to shove in, find a tier 3 of their own, and try to equalize from there. And Geek Fam, again, a little bit of deja vu, as it does feel like what we saw from Game 1, but a lot cleaner for Geek, pushing that early advantage much harder. Talon, they're the ones on a real bad footing right now. Like, one bad fight and their high ground just melts. They need to be able to use this Blink RP on WS. It's full potential.
Akashi, he's got his team kind of nearby, but they might just burst him down before they even get there. Akashi's just gone. Dies mid-air to Jing. Just, what do you do about this? Like, Talon, they were grouped up as 4 right by him, but they just cannot react quick enough.
Radiant are scared.
They force a fight? It seems like they'll try. Who do you target? Jing, perhaps he's the target, but no, he'll get away into the try after Mac on the Rubik, but he's perfectly fine as well. Their RP does nothing. They are still trying. Mac might finally go down and does do so. That is one down for Talon, but they're going to lose Chuen. They're going to lose a couple more now as well because Jing sets up perfectly another time. WS trying desperately to find Scam. Scam will walk away out of this as now Akashi's the one to drop. No buyback available. Joe Camp to boot. Ponyo, he'll be the fourth one to go down. The only survival was WS, and well, GG is called. GG is called. Geek Fam, they will drag this out to a game number 3.
I like what I'm seeing from Geek Fam. I love this course correction from game 1. They correct their weaker, or not weaker, but slower early to mid, and just capitalize on this kind of draft where they're just constantly going for these fights, constantly going for these kills. The mid lane for Mac went amazingly well, and you have Jing on, again, one of these really active heroes that he has performed spectacularly on time and time and again, even from his time on Neon. So I love it from Geek Fam. I think the side of Talon, there were quite a few mistakes that came out from Talon. They were constantly going into these fights as well, especially Chuen. He was very willing to take these early engagements, even though there was no way for Talon to take any of those early fights. Like, there was just no way to sustain through that magical damage. They needed to respect that early to mid game a lot more. I think that was also an issue that was coming out somewhat in game 1, definitely highlighted here in game 2. So I think Talon just needs to learn how to be a little bit more patient when playing against a fast team like Geek.
We'll see what happens in game 3, Jonathan. We only have a best of 1 left between these two teams. One of these teams does have to get knocked down to the lower bracket. So we'll head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Talon versus Geek Fam, game number 3.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Sea trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas. Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei. Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover. Americans, unsterblich. Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider. Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf. Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff. Candlelight, sanftes Licht. Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Vergiss, was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören. Open
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 set to get underway very, very soon between Geek Fam and, of course, Talon Esports. And it is MLP Dota and John X5 once again. Jonathan, we are into a game number 3. It does seem like both games have been mostly dominated by Geek Fam. To be fair, Game 1 was a bit of a comeback from Talon's end. Game 2 was very, very stompy from Geek Fam's end. What are you thinking for Game 3? Geek Fam, are you able to shut these guys down here for Game 3, John? Or is Talon having to go through the roll bracket?
I think it's a possibility for Talon. They really have to respect when Geek Fam plays this early mid-game tempo. They've got to be able to identify that, you know, not to take these engagements. Chu Wen was very trigger happy on his Ember, which is understandable. He wanted a way back in by kills. There was just no easy kill to find. Map control was not in their favor. I think one thing as well that Geek Fam has been doing a lot better than Talon in the past 2 games has been the vision game. Like, they're able to get these really good aggressive wards going very early on. Talon has not been able to clear out that information all too well in the past 2 games, and that is something that they have to be aware of now coming in. I'm not sure how much the 10-minute break allows them to kind of figure that out, all of those things out, but those are the adjustments that have to be made, because frankly, Game 1 was supposed to be Geek Fam's game as well, although Talon did play their cards a lot tighter then. But if it goes the same way here as the early game of Game 1 and Game 2, I think Geek Fam have course-corrected a lot better and should be able to capitalize on any early advantage they'd find here.
Let's see what happens. Game number 3, first picks are going to be the Hoodwink into the Mars. So they do go back for the Mars here in Talon. Do take that away from Geek Fam just in case. The Mars has been a bit hit or miss though, hasn't it, John? Like, it's, you know, it seems okay, but it doesn't seem amazing.
I think it's actually really good. It's a very stable off-lane hero right now. It gives you a lot of good teamfight, good presence, good durability up front. It can build your Vlads as well if no one else is going to be building it, so it can kind of fall back into a little bit of an aura carrier. And it has really good tempo. Like, downtime for Arena isn't too bad. WS is a very strong Mars player. I would argue this is WS's best hero. I think you and I, when we first saw WS on, like, what, Team New Star or Team Atlantis?
Yeah.
Like, this was legitimately his best hero. And he shined on those teams very well with his pick. So I can appreciate why Talon falls back to this comfort at this point in the series with, you know, everything online. You and I were talking about it in that break for Game 2, where every series does count. You know, it's like the DPC mantra, but times 10. Because you go lower bracket, there's no forgiveness. There's no forgiveness there, and you go out of these qualifiers, you're done. You're locked out of any LAN tournament. And Birmingham is the last qualifier we have from ESL for a little bit of time, I do believe. So this is it. This is your chance to hit a LAN, your chance to get that experience on hand, especially for a relatively new team like Talon's roster. And, you know, they've got to kind of carry through. They go with Avenge here as well, which does make this Mars lane very mean. Mars Venge is a really good positive feedback lane. Wave of Terror plus God's Rebuke is really strong with a minus armor and the physical output you have. And just stun into Spear is also really straightforward. You have swaps to save from anything that the Hoodwink will want to bushwhack as well. So I like the solution from Talon to just go into the Venge. Geek back into the Luna and Ogre Magi, though. So looking for that hyper carry on Natsumi once more. Speaking of Natsumi, I suddenly realize his full name is showing on the draft screen, and it's so tiny because he has Max Verstappen as his sponsor.
10 seconds remaining.
Verstappen, yes.
We're doxing everyone today, here, John.
Remaining.
My goodness.
Ah, I mean, he's an F1 racer, right?
Okay.
Everyone knows who Max is.
I don't watch F1, John. You know,
Max Verstappen. Really?
Yeah,
I know the memes.
I don't understand the people that rave on about F1 as if it's the greatest thing that's ever happened. It's a pretty boring sport to watch. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't really understand either, but you will have to appreciate the meme community of F1 because there's literally nothing else to do with it but memes. It's amazing. It's as good as chess memes, Mike. It's outstanding. So you do get the Morphling solution from Talon, so a little bit reminiscent of Game 1, with a bit of a swap with a Mars coming in for Talon now. I like this. I think they had a really good answer with Akashi last time. Akashi's Morphling has shown us time and time again that he can keep up. Even in a game where he's falling a little bit far behind or his team is falling behind, he will find space if his team gives it to him. So I like seeing the morph
Enchantress.
into the Ench once more for Ponyo, just a comfort pick. The lane with Morphling is just so stable. Like it's a lane that you don't really want to let go. It reminds me of the old, what was it, Abaddon Morphling lane, where you would just, if Morphling has a rough time, full Agi shift, heal, he comes back, you're
10 seconds
perfectly good.
remaining.
Ench kind of gives you the same thing with Nature's Attendance as well, and of course,
5
just laning
seconds
presence
remaining.
with the creeps. So, good solutions from Talon. Again, calling back to game one a little bit. Geek fam, though, will they call all the way back to game one? Will we see something like the Bounty Hunter again?
Oh,
What'll it be, Geek?
let's hope not. Let's hope that's not. I mean, you know what? I saw people getting upset about mid BH. Honestly, though, it looked really good. I think they just.
Yeah.
I think they messed up the timing once they got the Spirit Vessel in that game one. They had a 12-minute Spirit Vessel timing. I feel like they could have been very aggressive. But the actual pick itself, I mean, it was winning the lane against the quad.
Radiant team back.
They're gonna go DK. Never mind, John. Boring mid laner.
Ah, so exciting, this gameplay from Geek Fam. Bloodlust Luna, Bloodlust DK, push your tower.
Esports
Spectacular.
turn to ban.
Very
love
straightforward. Yeah, who doesn't love Davion? I'm wondering if Mac has the anime skin, Does he have it, I wonder?
Is the anime just over? Are we not getting another season? I
I
guess.
don't know. I still haven't watched past book 1.
Oh.
It's
10
downloaded on my
seconds
phone.
remaining.
Don't publicly
book two's on
admit
my
that,
phone.
Jonathan. Like, don't...
I've admitted to it multiple
5
times.
seconds
Everyone
remaining.
knows.
Okay.
I don't know.
That
No spoilers, please. I
Probably-
legitimately don't know what happens.
probably explains what happened to us in TI 12, was it, Jonathan? It was just that explains it. Thanks, John.
I'm sorry for not having the Dragon Knight, but I do have the Mirana. I'm happy about
Okay.
that.
That's all right. Talon.
Speaking of, we haven't seen much. I miss that old anime lane duo, the DK Mirana. And now that we have the anime skins, we never see it. Mainly
is
because you don't
disappointing.
really run DK off lane, but
Talon
it's like
Esports turn
Mirana in
to
general has just
ban.
not been picked. It's been pretty dead, which is rather unfortunate.
It has been. Leaks are that apparently Skywrath Mage and the Venge personas are coming out, or Arcanas, whatever it's going to be. That's the
I'm
rumor.
really looking forward to that. Yeah, I want to see what they have in store for Venge.
10
I'm a big Venge
seconds
player.
remaining.
I do enjoy my Venge gameplay. That sounds so
5 seconds
funny
remaining.
because
It is-
Venge gameplay is literally so boring.
Radiant
Wave
team
of terror and
back.
right click, it's like, yeah, alright.
But
but
that's what you
it
like
is
every
fun.
time. You don't
Yeah,
like
like
pressing
Lion.
buttons. I've no you. Well,
Talon
Lion has a few too many
Esports
buttons, I
turn
reckon,
to
John. But
pick
you just press one of them. To be fair.
Yeah. I just love my drain. As they do go for the Kunkka, so that should be, I want to say a Mac Kunkka and then a Cox DK off. So, again, looking at just getting really durable here on the side
10
of Geek.
seconds
We've seen this
remaining.
from Talon before. They could have damage issues coming off the back of this.
5
Just
seconds
the
remaining.
durability of DK and Kunkka up front does not look the comfiest for Talon's lineup in terms of burst. Like, even with his Conda build up on the Morphling, it just doesn't feel like you're going to be able to melt anyone down. Maybe the Hoodwink. Probably only the Hoodwink is the target that you can really just kill off here. Everyone else is going to be a little bit tougher to go through. I'm wondering what we'll get for Chuen. Seeing the Kunkka, I mean, he has a few options, right? They do ban the Pango themselves. He could try for the Quap again, but it's not as comfy, especially with X Mark to hold him in place. You could maybe go for a lane dominator up against a melee matchup. Maybe something like Slardar could be one way of trying to do that up against Kunkka. I think that matchup is fairly okay, but it's still mildly Kunkka favored.
Monkey King.
We'll go with the Monkey King instead, so the ultimate melee versus melee matchup winner.
Yeah.
That should be able to trade nice blows with Mac right there. And that does alleviate some damage issues. And we get the circles going, Mike. It's been a while since we've seen big circle strats, but Wukong's plus Arena, always a fun set of circles.
I can't wait to hear your very high tier analysis about the circles in this
Oh.
game number 3, Jonathan. I mean, this is this is deciding who gets through the upper bracket and who has to play through the lower bracket. John, I'm not sure if circles are appropriate analysis for this game, but I'm going to accept it, Jonathan. I'll take it. It's been a while since I've heard your circles. It has been
Yeah,
a
it's
while.
been a while, and I'm a little bit surprised that they will keep Mac on the DK mid. Granted, DK versus Monkey King is still a lane DK enjoys, so it's still fine, but I feel like the Kunkka maybe has a little bit more play, at least with like X back under harassment. Mac is just going to be Read Fire and just holding his lane, so Chuen's damage is not going to be that great. it's going to be interesting to watch. I think the Konka Hoodwink lane is pretty aggressive. There's some good punishment that can come onto Akashi here if he's not too careful. But they are also running Ponyo on the bench this time, Jokam on the Ench. So they're shaking things up slightly here on Talon. I would say Geek Fam still has this really good early tempo, like DK plus Bloodlust, towers will just melt. Luna plus Bloodlust, same story from game 1. So I think Geek Fam are still looking for that early control. And just this constant rush of team fights. They don't have that many long cooldowns. And again, the durability is insane from Geek Fam. Once they get this ball rolling with the levels, I don't see any way you're melting through this DK unless, like, Chuen is just allowed to stand there and constantly proc Jingu every single time, which I don't see as feasible. So, would say it's maybe easier for Geek Fam to play to that strength in the early to mid game. And Talon, they might have to find themselves holding back and trying to farm, especially on Akashi. Just the nature of Morphling will need a lot of items to build into before feeling all too confident in joining in these fights.
Absolutely, as we are going to go right into a pause here. John, looks like we're having some microphone issues here for Chuen, so hopefully he can get that resolved. There's always some kind of setting issue that happens throughout these games. You know, I'm still convinced, Jonathan, they're just looking to take a break before the game starts. But I guess we'll never know. We'll never know.
I'm sure Alphon knows. Alphon knows everything.
Yeah, he
If he'd
does,
ever
John.
tell us.
Yeah, but he's never going to mention it. He's never going to say publicly
it's
that my
funny.
teams were smoking. What is it, John?
You know, it's funny. I'm pretty sure Alphon's watching the stream, you know, because what other feed do you have when you're forced out of the room? So he's just watching, and every time we mention Alphon's name, he just turns around and says, he messages me, what the hell are you talking about? So, I love keeping Alphon on his toes. I love keeping Brando on his toes. I love keeping everyone on their toes.
Yeah.
Watch out. You might say something.
Shout out to Al. We love that man. I mean, you know, chances are he'll be able to land before Gary is again. So there you go, John. We'll see you soon, Alpha.
Why you gotta burn Gary? He's not even here.
He's here.
You gotta burn the guy.
He's somewhere watching, I know. He's watching, don't you worry, Jonathan.
Oh,
he can't leave
Gary
SCA
uncle.
like that. Not without me noticing, Jonathan. You went to South America, Gary, but it comes at a cost. This is the cost, sir.
Mike's just gonna be hounding you, Gary.
I mean, he thought he was saving money there, Jonathan. Not quite. Not with me, John. I'll always remind him where he went.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Uh,
Bit of a D ward here, I think, John. A ward was placed on the high ground, but it was underneath the vision of the Dire. So Talon should have a pretty decent shot at being able to get a free D ward off here.
yeah. They do have sentries on hand as well. The scam pinks were out, but they don't plant it on the cliff. They would have spotted the Talon ward first. Should just regroup to go for the safe play of 2 Vampy runes each. Level 1 for both sides is pretty good. Maybe slightly towards Geek Fam, depending on what they decide to go for on Cox, but we'll see. Clumping around again on the top.
I don't think the banana peel is quite fooling the side of Geek Fam here, John, but it still works out. Ponyo will be able to take the bounty. Going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes anyway, so a nice even start to begin this game. And as per usual, I believe we start with the mid lane, where you are going to see the D ward happening here from Jokam. The Twin will be very happy with that. Jing is again spamming these damn voice lines, Jonathan. He has not spammed mine yet. This is very, very disappointing. I'm starting to believe he doesn't have mine, John.
I think he might not. Apparently the Polaris guys did get it, so...
Okay.
All this time I thought it was only Ovid. Ovid was the one spamming it in some of those qualifier games, so... No, thank you. It makes me feel happy that the Visayas have my back, to an extent, Mike.
Yeah, they don't have mine. Lucky as well, John. I was around those boys just a couple weeks ago. You know, I would have had some words had I known this was happening. But next time, boys, assuming you guys qualify to a LAN, we'll have a chat.
We
Bottom
shall
lane.
see. You're taking... Oh?
Jokam is taking a bit of damage here, but looks like he's going to be fine. Go on, John.
Yeah, I mean, these lanes, again, are going to be pretty aggressive from both sides. Maybe a little bit more passive from the side of Talon with the Ench and the Mars lane. I think that one goes a little bit slower in comparison than if you went for the Venge 4. Because, again, Wave of Terror into God's Rebuke. There's a lot of damage coming in with a minus armor. You've got the stun set up into Spear. It's a little bit less straightforward for Jokam, but all he's doing is trying to be as annoying as possible towards Skem. And just preventing that Ignite spam onto WS. Frees up a lot of space for Mars. Although, they are looking to really push into WS right now.
Yeah, WS is taking a fair bit of damage. Skem on the tanky ogre, just happy to chase him down casually like this is Jokam. Was forced to press the nature's attendance to help WS out a little bit. Give him a little bit of regen here as... Or even having to hand over a tango. So WS pretty much out of regen down to this bottom lane. Not going to be feeling very comfortable. Jokam may just need to stick around this month. So it doesn't really feel like one of those lanes where you can leave and just jungle for a little bit as the lane does go on. It seems as though Geekfam are well and truly holding the creep equilibrium by their tier 1 tower and making it impossible for WS to get the farm he wants.
Yeah, and that's the right move to make, especially when you're a Luna up against Mars. Your range as Luna for the right clicks to clear out the wave puts you in striking distance for the God's Rebuke and Spear. So just constantly pulling and constantly ensuring that WS isn't at the healthiest to just go and try to control the lane doesn't make a big difference. And again, it's maybe down to a little bit of having this inch support. There's a lot of sustain, but not a lot of moves for them to counteract that on Talon. Still, taking a look at the other lanes down mid, you are still having that Monkey versus DK lane for Chuen and Mac. And this one is very straightforward. You are finding good farm on Chuen, but you're not going to be looking for a kill opportunity onto Mac anytime soon. Just very durable with the level 2 Dragon Blood. This one should hold steady. Level 6 time is the big one, and that is maybe a better spike for Mac, purely because he can just push. Some pressure up top on Akashi. The AoE damage that they can pump out here from Geekfam is substantial, and the chain control can be a bit threatening as well. The Bushwhack into the Torrent is a real threat for Akashi. They already cut down some of the trees, so really good preemptive moves from Talon, just chopping a tree line to ensure the angles aren't as straightforward. And for the side of Talon, all you want here for Akashi is that stable farm. He is up there in CS right now, so that is definitely a pretty good sign for him. But again, just Tidebringer harassment does land nicely onto the Morphin. It's pretty hard to sustain true for Akashi there.
Yeah, luckily he does have a healing Lotus for himself, so he's basically just going to go from 0 to 4 HP. There you go, half HP available for Akashi. Very, very balanced hero. It's Jing. Trying to disrupt the small camp pull that was happening thanks to Ponyo. Does get the creep pull aggro his way. Ponyo, you could try for the aggro the large camp, but doesn't want to. Just leave it. Apart from that, I mean, every other lane's going pretty evenly. Even the mid lane, like where you would expect Chuen to have a huge advantage on the Monkey King. It's still pretty even. Only 2 CS difference here between Mac and Chuen.
Yeah, it's to be expected, right? Like, it's a DK, level 3 Dragon Blood now, a Welko level 2. Level 2 is already enough to hold back Chuen and his harassment onto him. They are getting Ponyo moving early, but it is matched with Jing's movement as well. They'll end up just freeing up the top lane a little bit for their chorus, where it is a lot better for Cox to have that free lane. Just easier to play around with Tidebringer. They do manage to at least snipe out some sentries, but all it's doing is just countering each other's blocks. And again, very static early game. You expect Geekfam to still launch off by, say, the 8 to 10 minute timer. That should be where we start to see that level 6 from Mac. Second usage of Dragon Form should be online by then. And the clump pops should be happening around a tower push at that point. Like, first Dragon Form use for Mac should just be on his mid. So I expect these lanes to stay a little bit more static for a lot longer here, Mike. Just a slower game. Although, some movement here.
Bottom lane, Skem is going to have to tank the gank, it looks like. Natsumi has backed his way out. In fact, never mind. They're going to go for the fight. Jing has rotated on the Hoodwink, so Jokam is the one going down. And now with a double Bushwhack coming out, Jing, he'll hold down both heroes on the side of Talon so they can chase for more. They'll try after Ponyo, and poor old Ponyo, well, he'll go for a run, but it is going to be nothing. 2 down. Geekfam are able to secure a double, and it costs them nothing. In fact, it might be a triple. WS sticking around for the healing Lotus, but the Bushwhack's going to fly through from Jing. And now the body block's coming out. WS still trying to run away. Oh no, Skem had a mango ready. And that'll be WS to go down by the seams of it as the tips are coming out here for Jing, who has been playing out of his mind this best of 3. And that's all 3 heroes down at the bottom lane just dying here from Talon. All of them.
Just melt, a little bit greedy from WS to go back for the Lotus. The rotation from Ponyo not lining up, and jumping even on Ogre Magi is tough. Mac?
They're gonna try for Mac, but he's got double braces up. He's a tanky boy.
Oh,
Okay.
He's a
Oh, no.
Chuen?
Oh. I don't even know what to say about that.
Are fortified.
I mean, it
That
happens.
was,
It does happen.
Radiant's
that was greedy. He was trying to go for both of them. He was trying to gun down Skem and Mac, and it cost him the kill. They'll get a shove in onto the mid.
Dire's bottom tower is under
They do have the siege creep, but it's not going to last too long. Tower is going to be cleared out. Meanwhile, Mac has his dragon form ready, so he can try to look to pressure back as well. Now, all the movement here from the Talon supports are freeing up the side lanes, more in Geek Fam's favor than not, as Akashi can't really do too much against the Kunkka with levels already being up here on Cox level 3 Tidebringer. Makes it pretty hard to just sit and farm in that lane. And the bot lane for WS has just been going really slow, so everything lining up for Geek. That initial time's starting to come online. First Dragon Form used for Mac. Not going to lead into the tower, unfortunately, so no chip damage yet, but, you know, second form usage should be when things start to line up even more. Natsumi is already starting to play in that jungle with a self-sustain on the Morbid Mask as well.
bottom tower
And
is
Talon,
under attack.
they will find a bot tier 1 at the least, while not allowing Geek Fam any inways onto their own tower, so that's going to be a nice little boon for them if they can fully clean this up.
With the chase onto Chuen, they're just trying to fight over this 8-minute power rune timing, but in comes the bushwhack from Jing! Landing on 2 again! And they're all over the MK. Chuen is just melting to the damage output.
Are fortified.
Oh, Natsumi goes down though. It's not the worst trade in the world. They do at least get the Pos 1 Luna down at the bottom lane, but I don't know, man. Like, you lose that mid Monkey King like that. It does feel like you need Chuen to set a nice tempo for your team, and that is just not really happening at the moment.
Certainly not. Let's clump up down mid, especially with the Arcane Rune ready to go. Should be enough time for the secondary Dragon Form to come online with the Arcane up. So leading into a faster third Dragon Form. And the shove is not going to be as quick, but they even drag Natsumi in. They want to be able to find this objective. And they know Talon, they lack the tools. I mean, you don't have Wukongs at all.
Well, maybe he can avoid the X-Pack.
Dire's
Ponyo
structures are
does actually avoid. We'll survive on
Dire's
the
middle
vent.
tower is under attack.
Cox still on the chase. We'll see Joe Cam there for a moment. Joe Cam, let's get X'd up. Cox attempt to kill onto the Ench, and he's got plenty of help around him. It'll take them a while, but it doesn't really matter. Skem will take the kill of all
Radiant's
people.
top tower is under attack. Dire's
Now
middle
it's
tower
the
is under
DK
attack.
draft. You know, you pop Elder Dragon form and you just start pushing in the mid tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they get good damage this time going onto that mid tier 1. Side of Talon already grouping up to try to counteract. That little Primal Spring cut off from the tree for Chuen, so not going to be able to find anything for his troubles. The one big blessing for Talon again is down to Akashi. This man has been left alone for so long on Morph. His Vlad's is almost done, and he is just farming up a storm. Still number 1 in net worth right now, despite the laning circumstances here for Talon. And Talon, despite going 5-1, is still maintaining a slight net worth lead as well. They've got some tools to play with. They've got the arena ready in WS. No easy initiation for him just yet. Chuen, though, already looking to be active.
He missed out on the vision. I think he may have just barely missed out on that vision on Natsumi, and now Natsumi very well aware that they are around as Ponyo does go down towards the mid lane. Still the bottom lane, there is a hunt going on here for the Luna, but Skem's doing a great job of just frontlining. Just look at it. If you want to go to the Luna, you have to go through the Ogre, and Skem is just not allowing it.
Yeah, just keeping that movement of Talon in check. They managed to find a mid-tier 1 tower as well, although that is denied off by Chuen. So cutting off some of the gold loss they would take. I think the much more important tower is the fact that top is standing, which allows Akashi to still farm that lane, but with the mid gone, this should shift the focus for Geek Fam onto top, and that will put Akashi under the firing line. So he has to be cautious. He's the one guy that's still having a stable game here.
He certainly is, but it may not be for too long, because Jing has kind of noticed the morphling around the area. Seems like for now they'll leave him be. Go for that top tier 1 tower first, and then move it to the morphling after.
Dire's middle tower
So you
is
might
under
be
attack.
having to wait for the next Dragon Form to be available on Mac before you can make that movement. So perhaps another 40 seconds before Mac does bother running towards the top lane In fact, lines have been drawn towards the bottom of the map, so Skem wants his team to group up bot instead and perhaps try to find a kill. But now both sides just sitting back and relaxing. Still certainly feels like Geek Fam could force a fight if they so wish.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the initiative right now on the side of Geek Fam. They've got these early timings. They've got pretty much the early damage and sustain as well. Cox, he's got his full Veil of Discord up. So the magical damage they're spamming out is just going to be amped up by a good amount into the Shivas, which is a really great build-up for the Kunkka nowadays. One here that really benefits off the changes onto that Shivas and Veil. And should lead to, again, really good tempo coming out for Cox. I am really curious why they are comfy and confident leaving Akashi alone. The Morphling is still, again, despite all of those early movements being mapped out towards top, and that line down bot, it feels like this is where Talon wants the side of Geek Fam to play anyway. They get the scan off as well, so they should be able to avoid this forward movement.
Still, the charge is there. Like, they are still running down. Perhaps Jokam could be the one to get left behind. Still going to wrap around the long way. Will not show himself quite yet, and it does seem as though the scan is going to give enough information for Talon not to get caught by this smoke attempt.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And in fact, it will. They do narrowly avoid the gank that was incoming. In the meantime, Mac does complete his blink now, so the blink is on the courier. That's going to be problematic, because now you've got the DK blink stun available to you, and it's going to mean Geek Fam can certainly have a much easier time setting up.
That gives them more angles for these team fights to break out. They're not so dependent on Jing to just land these good bushwhacks and more. Not that they haven't been on point for Geek Fam anyway. I think for Talon, that same timing is going to be WS's blink, which is still a good 500 gold away. Once he has that up and running, that should also tie in with the diffusal timing of Chuen. So you'll have your Monkey and your Mars ready to go. The circle strat can start to kick in at that point. It's just a matter of waiting. I feel like Geek Fam, for all the gains they've had in the early game, again, we need to see a little bit more. This top tower has to be the target, and it looks like they've shifted gears to that now, with Mac finally showing up with that Elder Dragon form. With top being cleared out, with a forward ward being dropped, where Geek Fam tends to be on point with her vision game, it's going to be rough for Akashi if he still forces his farm in that area. Although, again, they've got good ward coverage this time from Talon to be defensive. Ward up top by the ramp near the tier 1 does spot the early movement of Geek Fam. Akashi's already back onto the rear part of his jungle, and the rest of Talon is just shoving in bot. They're dodging out quite well here in comparison to Game 1 and Game 2.
That they are. Talon, they could look towards the mid lane. Cox did show himself there for a moment on the Kunkka. Like, they might just. 5 heroes rotating towards that mid-tier 1 tower of the Radiant. You've got the Dark Troll Summoner around, or rather some skeletons only now, but they will force a defense out from Geek Fam. Cox, nice deny onto the tier 1 tower, does get caught by a stun. Swap out as well. They really want that Kunkka before the ulti does come out, and they've got it. Conks is gone. Natsumi also popped the Eclipse throughout all that. Really got no damage off with that Eclipse either. Just very far away.
Those are big tools to expend from Talon, but they take out the one here that could force that fight southbound. With the ghost ship not in the picture, you don't have too much to be scared of. And they know Natsumi has no Eclipse. Scan does spot this movement out from Talon. They've got that blink in WS though. Could dive, but Intercept is here.
Scam gonna meet WS. One shot will give him a bit of vision, but a nice arena down. Immediately jumping onto Jing. Problem is he doesn't really have the backup. They'll find Jing, but WS is gonna have to go down for that kill attempt. In fact, they'll even find Ponyo. So it looked like a good initiation there for a second. The only problem is it just cost them so much for a support kill.
Yeah, it was down to that scan. Scan allowed Natsumi to back off right in the nick of time, and for the supports of Geek Fam to keep that chase in the right spot. WS was isolated by himself, so it could have gone worse if he didn't force out the arena usage and take initiative. Still a nice win for Geek Fam to find, but Talon, it's still about the stall game, right? You still need more to come in for Chuen. You need a lot more to come in for Akashi here. And as long as these two heroes are farming up into this BKB timing that Chuen is gunning for, that's when you start to feel confident with this Monkey King up front. Because basically right now, you are mainly magic damage. And I think that's been a consistent thing with Geek Fam. They know this meta really well. They know how strong magic damage is early. But again, some BKB's up, and burst starts to disappear.
J-Camp's going to be alright. Cox just threatening with the X, but doesn't really commit. Very, very passive style of game here for this game number 3 between these two teams. And 8-3, 16.5 minutes in. 1K advantage the way of GeekFam. Still an extremely close game between these two. I would really not underestimate this morph at all. Like, Akashi, certainly a very, very scary man when it comes to this hero. Getting to that point where the Manta style is going to be completed. It almost feels like a repeat of game 1. Right? Like Natsumi's just slightly ahead in terms of their worth on the Luna. But you really don't want to go late game against the morph if you can avoid it. Here we go again. Geekfam going to run right towards the Mars. WS is going to be scouted out, though he will get a blink away. They went for the torrent initiation rather than the X, and it does kind of cost them. Mind you, they do see WS now. The WS trying to run through the Twin Gate will not be able to do it. Instead, will have to try and rush towards the Roshan pit. But it seems as though he is as good as dead. Hoping for... Oh, Roshan! I was about to say hoping for a deny, but I didn't believe myself, John. Turns out Roshan had his back.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Geek, but it's a straight transition into the Roche for GeekFam as well. With that secondary life ready to go, they can start to apply pressure onto the tier 2s, no problem here. Not too long for Roshan for them to take as well. And without WS, prospects of a team fight in that area is just not, it's not going to be there. So, great take from Geek. Talon, again, it's all about building up, all about just hitting this timing. Akashi is going for that Conda now as well. And they're getting a good shove in on bot.
Yeah, Jing, I mean, he does get bursted down. Skem's actually tried for the TP in, but does have to cancel, as there's plenty of heroes from Talon ready to go whenever. So sure, you get the Roshan here on GeekFam, but it costs you a kill plus the T2 bottom tower. It's just a matter of wait and see what GeekFam can do with this this Aegis pickup they've got.
Yeah, the secondary life on Natsumi is nice. I don't know if he's going to be able to do enough with like second life plus VKB just yet, because it's all about timing, right? How well can Talon go? If they can take this Aegis without popping Arena first, I think it can go pretty nicely in Talon's favor. If Natsumi's able to just not worry about Arena in his second life, then he's pretty happy as well. It's just down to how the jumps come in, and all of that pressure is on WS to perform with his blink, and to an extent Mac as well with his blink stun. So, in a risky spot, Talon.
Yeah, Ponyo actually going to reveal himself with that magic missile. I believe he could have actually just walked away from that. They had no idea he was hiding in the tree line. But instead, does go for the cancel on the Watcher. And it does cost him his own life. Doesn't really matter too much though. He gets his mid-Monkey King out of there. Twin going to be more than happy just leaving his support behind. And now Ping's coming out towards the bottom tier 1 tower. So, GeekFam obviously looking to just take the objectives that they can. Bottom tier 1 tower. Last outer tower, or rather last T1 outer tower standing here for Talon. Slowly but surely they will start moving their way in.
Yeah, and again, this is where we have to see GeekFam kind of kick up the pace. I mean, normally first Aegis is mainly just used for farm. You want to be able to take some map space along with that farm as well. Natsumi going for all of the damage in the world, going for the Daedalus on that Luna. So looking for the right click to complement, to have that scaling, considering how much magic you have elsewhere. Talon, though, trying to go for a smoke play here.
They certainly are. Well, Natsumi, he's going to show himself as well. Maybe they can find the first life of the Luna. Mind you, she does have a damage amp rune, and it seems as though Talon want to try and avoid the Luna for now. Find themselves a juicier target to give themselves a higher chance of this team fight, but there's going to be a counter smoke. GeekFam wrapping around that Radiant Triangle. Have broken the smoke on Skem and WS. Whatever Atos not going to lock WS down. He is able to blink away. Meanwhile, though, from the side, they have found themselves Chuen on the MK. He is just going to get bursted down. Double boat out from Cox. Akashi. He's going to be dragged back with the X as well, though the Eclipse is not exactly landing on the Morphling, but it won't matter. They've got so much control. Akashi, he'll try to waveform towards the south and TP away, and he does make it. Oh, just barely gets out. But 2 going down, and they've lost the mid-Monkey King again. In fact, there might be a third. Jocam is not out of the woods yet either. Yeah, he's just as good as dead. It'll be a slow process, but it will get done. Hawks will take another.
I'm a little bit surprised that WS, on his smoke breaking and him having the high ground position, doesn't opt to make that play right then. They had a good cross section there for Talon with the ramp control in the high ground on two sides of that river. They opt to play it cautiously, and that cost them. The retreat pans out for WS, doesn't pan out for Chuen, and it falls apart from there. This is the opening for Geek Fam to take a tier 2, start to plant some of those aggressive wards that we've seen from them to intercept Talon. And Talon starting to lag behind. The net worth lead for Geek Fam was never that big for most of this game. Now it's at a 6k margin. Talon's starting to fall pretty far behind. BKB timings are starting to line up though. At the very least, Chuen will have his rather soon. And WS is also starting to inch his way towards his own BKB. So the double BKB timing should be lined up. You've got the phylactery start for Akashi. Step forward onto the Kanda, but not quite there yet. The damage is still going to be an issue. As long as the boat comes out from Cox, bursting them down is just going to be a tough slog for Talon, unless you can isolate one fast.
It's certainly not going to be very easy, that's for sure. Geek Fam now still grouped up, moving into that dire triangle, seeing if they can find themselves a core target, but the triangle has been cleared out and everyone's just kind of left the building. They were looking towards that mid lane as well, but Talon are doing a very good job of just buying themselves time and just avoiding the fights altogether. Natsumi at the least is going to have his Aegis expiring in 5 seconds, so you will not have to worry about the 2 lives on the Luna. So in fairness to Natsumi, he hasn't really died past the laning stage. So it doesn't really feel like he needs a secondary life anyway.
Doesn't feel like it just yet, but now if he does get isolated, there is an opening for Talon. I think the key thing for Geek Fam is that off the Aegis, they only found one tier 2 and a tier 1. They're going to try to pressure onto a tier 2 now. But they are getting in position for Talon. They've got the Blink Arena ready to go.
It's the tier 2s you really don't want to see going down this early on if you can avoid it. And Talon, they are going to try and give this a crack. Mac is the only one showing at the moment. You don't necessarily want to try and jump the DK, but they may have no other options. Ponyo's going to rush in. He'll get the swap out. In fact, Mac is melting rather quickly, and he is just gone. And Ponyo will follow quite closely. He's now Akashi just getting locked down by the Torrent Storm. In fact, it was the boat, rather, that was locking him down. He will be fine for now. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the favor of Talon. But I said Mac should have been a bit of a tankier target to kill, but he just got destroyed.
Just got melted. Didn't have the boat buff on himself in the middle. Really good swap out from Ponyo. That does cost them pretty much all their big spells on Talon's end. So it's maybe a bit of an opening, but without the threat of Eclipse as well, and with a boat down and Torrent Storm down, it can be a little bit harder to try to force this follow-up fight for the side of Geek Fam. Talon hanging on. I mean, it's 13-5, still in Geek Fam's favor, but the kill on Mac is pretty big. That slows down to push just a tad bit, solely on Natsumi now, who, to be fair, does have the damage. He does shift away from the Daedalus into the Kanda. The Lucent Beam spam is pretty damn painful as well from Luna, although not to the extent that it would be from the Morphling and Adaptive Strike once his own Kanda's up, but we're not at that point yet for Akashi, so yeah, gonna have to be patient on Talon yet. Without Arena, without Wukong's, even without the boat to worry about and without the DK, it's still a rough go for Talon to try to get the follow-up onto this tier 2 defense.
It certainly is. John, while we have a pause going on, can I just ask as well, like with this Luna Kanda thing, if we still have the old shards where she used Lucent Beam and 2 glaives just pop out, I wonder if the Kanda would have affected the glaives. I mean, I know we'll never find out now, but how great would that have been?
I mean, you still have the talent on it, right? At level 20.
Oh, I
don't think the glaives count as
no, it shouldn't.
As no, they don't get amped. Plus, it will trigger on the Lucent Beam, so the active disappears. It fires a projectile when you use the Kanda, like the it's like the phylactery. When you fire a spell, it actually you can see it sometimes. It's a very fast projectile, but a secondary projectile does fly out. So it's not really a modifier in as much as it is just a secondary spell.
What if I struck 1 on 9? Fair.
Bouncing Kanda usage? That doesn't sound fair. I mean, it's on cooldown, so it shouldn't. But It would be funny.
It doesn't really sound fair for Morphling either, John. That he gets
know what?
Kanda available.
I
to
wonder
him.
if Kanda multicasts. I don't think it should, but it is an item cast, right? Theoretically.
Right. Well, it's
So
not,
theoretically.
it's not an active. They're both passives, so I don't think it can. Sadly.
That's fair.
Anyway,
You never
I mean,
know.
I appreciate the theorizing here, Jonathan. It's bottom lane, Fox.
Not so safe harbor, eh?
I appreciate how we just shut each other down on both our IDs. Just like, no, it's that is not going to happen.
I think it's more feasible for multicast, though. I don't think it does, but it'd be funny. I don't think it does. Do it, Scam. Build Honda Ogre match right now, Scam.
Dire
Mac,
are scanning.
rush in. Does have the axe up now, but has already used the dragon form, so it's not quite the max dragon. As they are going to make the jump in onto WS, but he's okay with the BKB up.
Is under attack.
Do they want to keep going? The answer is no. They want to retreat here, Talon. They'll leave Ponyo behind.
Is under attack.
They'll also have to give up Joe Cam by the looks of it. Joe Cam will indeed be going down as the secondary kill. Now Jinx having a look around for a third target, but it won't seem as though he'll get so lucky. Or will he? WS. Alright, he sticks around for the Ancients, does drop the arena, gets rid of the tree that was there, so the Bushwhack will not lock him down. I suppose at least you do force arena out of him. So that's down for
Dire's
80
middle
seconds.
tower is under attack.
And they've managed to force out Arena and the BKB from WS, cutting off Talon's counterfight here. Side of Talon just gonna have to try to
Dire's middle tower
regroup and
has
build
fallen.
up what they can. And Tier 2 does fall on mid. Forward vision being set up here by the side of Geek Fam. That same ward watching down below the Tier 3. Kind of set up for that fight as well. 9k lead being built up by Geek as well. And they're scaling up. Butterfly set for Natsumi next. You've got the BKB for Cox lined up. The BKB as well for Mac being queued up now. So, pretty much everything lining up. It becomes tough for the side of Helm. Although, and we'll try with a smoke out, but they haven't been able to translate these smokes into successful ganks just yet outside of that bot fight.
I mean, Geek Fam have not really given the openings at all. They've been very, very good at just kind of recognizing when the smokes are happening and just retreating and waiting for their own smoke to be available. They will show up at the top lane, so Talon know exactly where they are. But they would be fighting by the Tier 2 tower, and it seems as though Talon, they just want to address the creep wave that was pushing it anyway. Roshan still about 1 minute and 5 seconds away to boot, so Tormentor will be taken here by Geek Fam and they'll immediately smoke up afterwards. Talon, they've re-smoked. They want to try and go for the fight before the Roshan pit. They know where Geek Fam are coming from. They just took the Torment. Natsumi will reveal himself immediately. Jump in from Mac. Gonna find himself no targets yet. Still trying after Ponyo. And poor old Ponyo is going to be scattered out eventually here on the bench. And will die. That is one down. Talon no longer looking for the fight as they will also lose Joe Cam by the looks of it. Joe Cam actually being left alone to Mac for now as they are looking for more targets. In goes Natsumi. They're going to fight Chuan. Chuan just melted. Akashi also caught out. Oh boy, 4 heroes down. And Roshan, it's only 15 seconds away.
This is a little bit surprising. WS has been very conservative with when he wants to go into for the arena. He was hanging up by the gate area, still didn't want to go get scanned out now. They have a really good idea and should be able to find him.
Oh yeah,
Like,
Jinx
this
again.
caution from Talon, I don't understand it.
Jinx has been doing fantastic work again for his team, scouting out WS here down at the bottom lane, and another BKB arena used here by WS just to retreat away from the hoodwink, but the chase is on. Jing wants him. I don't think he'll be able to catch him unless WS gets greedy for the ancient camp, but he will not. He's learnt his lesson from last time.
I don't understand this. Talon are just way too defensive. Like, the smoke pops, sure. You have Ponyo being chased down, fine. WS has the high ground hold with his team hanging behind him, ready for the arena blink. And it just never comes. And Geek Fam just cleans up. Talon aren't even putting a fight right now.
They've got the Boundless. Natsumi. This is the chance they have to take down this Luna. He's got no BKB available for another 15 seconds. Oh, WS! He missed the spear, but it won't matter. Natsumi's still completely surrounded. Surely they take him out. He's trying to heal up through it. and almost makes it, but not quite. Natsumi is down, and it seems though Scam, who tried to save his ally, will also drop with it. This seems familiar.
That's equally surprising. That's equally surprising for Geek Fam. Natsumi farming by himself up top, not respecting how soon the respawns were on town, and then just getting jumped by himself and Ogre. Like, it's one of those late game decision making things that we talked about from game 1, where sometimes Geek Fam get a little bit slippery in the late game scenarios. Given opening, Chuan though.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of openings here, Chuen, no chance out of this one. He is down. Hawks will take a kill for himself now, and he's very far forward. I mean, I realize it's a 3v5 scenario, but his team was nowhere nearby. They are in the Roshan pit at the moment, so at least maybe they get away with Roshan, but the thing is, Geek Fam still want to go for the fight. Even without the Dragon Form, it is about to expire, but Roshan, they're going to jump in. Max going to try for this one. Arena is down preemptively, but Roshan is still alive. Geek Fam, they might have a chance at this one. Akashi's gone! Akashi's gone! They've taken Roshan on the side of Geek Fam. Ponyo looking to drop. WS also being chased down by Cox. They'll lose the Venge. Joe Cam, he's just got nowhere to go.
Huh?
TP, no, Bushwhack is there, and they just leave him. They found the Mars instead. They literally just leave Joe Cam to walk of shame his way back to the fountain. They want the Mars. Poor old WS. He'll just farm while he has a chance.
This guy totally knows what he's doing.
Look at that, John. Jinx still just voice lining them with your own voice line. It's like he knows.
Of course.
Joe Cam.
I mean, it's a good voice line.
You don't get to make that judgment, John. Joe Cam, he's onto the edge. Poor old Joe Cam. Oh, it's such a slow process that I don't even want to bother with him. They just leave him.
These are just some really bad judgment calls from Talon. It's a good one to try to snipe Roche, but to contest that hard, for Akashi to stand his ground without any protection outside of just Manta up against Torrent Storm Kunkka, it's just not the call. Now their high ground will melt. DK Luna. Push is insane. Respawn from WS is coming shortly, and that will align with his Arena. We've got to see this combo from Talon. They haven't shown us the Arena Wukongs at all. Like, we have just not seen that combine. Natsumi?
They're going to try for Natsumi, but they just get annihilated by the Eclipse of the Luna. And she just took no damage. Like, while the BKB's up, she's taking literally 0 damage. The Arena is down from WS, but the turnaround is there from Geek Fam. They've got Akashi locked down another time. They will just focus down the Morphling. Akashi desperately trying to run away, but he is gone. He is gone. And so is Talon from this upper bracket, I think, because they do not have buyback on the... Oh, he does have it. It'll just come off. You just get the gold for it. Doesn't matter. He's back into the fight. Max back in again. Onto the end staker. Joe Cam's gone. Onto Chuen. They want the Monkey King now, and Chuen is just being stun locked forever. In a double torrent to lock them down. Chuen is still going to drop, even with the swap out from Ponyo. This is almost certainly game over. Takashi will drop to boot. And they call it. GG is called. A Talent, a great game number 1 from them, but game 2 and game 3 certainly all in favor of Geek Fam. And well, Geek Fam, they will proceed through the upper bracket of this close qualifier.
Yeah, and they do so in really fine form. This game looked to be in Geek Fam's control for a very, very long time as it evolved. And the side of Talon had certain issues coming out, especially with their decision making in game 3 this time around. It felt like there were some openings there for WS. They were much more cautious. I think maybe that was a little bit of a like overcorrection from game 2, where they were a little bit more reckless in taking these fights. This time, the caution in game 3, there were openings there for WS and Chuen to just connect with that Arena Wukongs and see what happens. But they overthink it. You know, they're down Ponyo. They feel like without the swap, they can't really find the opening. They want to go for the pick-off game first instead of the wider team fight, which is fair. But they never took the risk. And if you don't take the risk, you don't find the openings. Instead, they go into these guaranteed situations where Geek Fam will always win. So a little bit short coming in from Talon. Geek Fam looking to be on point, moving on in the upper bracket here. Good tidings for the side of Geek, and a very happy time for Alphon, I'm sure, as his team is in high spirits right now.
I'm sure he's a very happy boy right now. Obviously, we don't have any camps, so we can't see the players, but I'm sure they're excited. Jonathan, obviously, you know, do we even know their competitors yet for the upper bracket semi-finals? It is.
I do not believe so, do we?
No, we do. Spoiler alert, ladies and gentlemen, it is Blacklist rivalry that will be versing Geek Fam in the upper bracket semi-finals. From what I can tell from this this bracket here on Liquipedia. So there you go. They could be lying, Jonathan. I just want to premise that, but I don't think so. In fact, I'm being told it is correct.
Yeah.
Apologies to our
Yeah.
producer. He's not used to having an idiot like me casting, John.
Yeah, it should be fun to watch that Blacklist versus Geek Fam down the line. Of course, we aren't going to be going to that series. Next, we will have another upper bracket quarterfinals lined up. First, I do believe we've got Aurora versus Neon for us here, Mike, and I'm not sure how long the wait on that is. On Sked, I believe, so it's going to be a little bit of a wait, but that's going to be a fun one to watch as well.
Yeah, we can hit to a break. Of course, we are going to have Aurora up against Neon Esports coming right up. Will be a bit of a wait, but we'll see you right after this break.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Come on. This is not enough. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. The soil and the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. The smell of the dust makes us just the same. What makes us different is just a bullet away. No pride but shame. No pride can bring the corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. The taste of the dust is lingering in my mouth. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. We taste the dust when we grow. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. No pride but shame. No pride can bring a corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. We'll fly in the sky, blown like the dust, the soil and dust. Ooh, I thought over smoking guns. All this fuss around me, all this mess around me, makes me feel alone. I can't bear all this fuss around me, all this mess around me, makes me feel alone.
If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goat, yeah. Body be dripping and fancy, pat on my nose with that fancy. Money on me, I got plenty. Hundreds, 50s and 20s. Stay fat, lot of them. Rags, house by the lake, bought that. Opposite the brakes, draw back. Paddock on my wrist, I'ma hit 'em with a drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star, brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king and the czar. Got 'em so high, so addicted, telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in their lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy pay, price going high. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goat. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goat. Yeah, yeah. It takes a lot to be the best.
I've never seen you this gone. You're further than you've ever been, and you're fading out. With your hands by your side, you're closer to the edge. It's your final breath of courage. And you're ghost white, with a head full of pain. But if this goes right, then you'll never hurt again. 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 I know you've got it in you. You've gotta face it all. This life will continue, even if you fall. And you're ghost white, with a head full of pain. But if this goes right, then you'll never hurt again. And you're ghost white, with a head full of pain. Calm your voice, or they will find you will face an impossible and make undeniable my faces getting tired of forcing a smile when the world is so broken and no one seems to care. Feel exhausted for all I've learned. I'm barely suited for the task at hand. Wounded by the way you took over me. No point in being here at all. This friction has no place in this relation. So tell me another way. Caught in a landslide, a bird's-eye tale, and I can't wait to finally get out of here. 'Cause I feel like a freight train running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe. I want more than just enough to survive the winter. Time is elusive. Our days are getting shorter. It's now or no way. 'Cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. And maybe I've been
but I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. Caught in a landslide and birdside take, and I can't wait to finally get out of here. And I feel like a freight train is running over me, 'cause I know like I know everything to make you believe. Take every piece of me and don't be fine for a little while. Forget everything. You're making excuses. These loaded questions will be useless for you. And the real answer is that I fucking hate you. Never fall back. We will stay right where we at. We never fall back. Yeah. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Ha. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Come up with a game plan. Double XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Ha. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Huh. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Ha. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear.
Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the work. Yeah. You know I be on the work. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the work. Yeah. Man, we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work that's over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way, yeah, on the way, I'm on the way, I'm on the way.
I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the interfere, yo. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me, I'm one you can't find. I'm not from the day, I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. And you're welcome to join me, I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all of your shot, girl, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through.
What's that?
Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough. strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my words, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer, but killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, your fire, I don't belong
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong. Got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whispering my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying age in defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh.
back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our second series of the closed qualifiers for ESL 1 Birmingham. And it is, of course, MLP Dota and John Xpire joining you. Jonathan, I still have not introduced the teams. Of course, it is Aurora up against Neon Esports. But before we get into those guys, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. It's right around an hour past usual merienda time, so I'm sure Armel is ready to roar here for Aurora versus Neon. These two teams have actually faced off against each other before in Dream League qualifiers in the upper bracket. That did go 2-0 Aurora's way, but there were a couple of caveats. The laning phase looked pretty sharp for Neon. Neon this time around, coming into this qualifier for Birmingham, did have to play through Open Qualifiers 1 and Open Qualifiers 2. They did get knocked out by Bleed in Open Qualifiers 1. So
team ban.
I'm not sure how much that helps them in their case up against Aurora. I'm sure they've had additional prep time coming into this one. It should be a fun one. Of course, Aurora should be favored, and just because this roster and, you know, they've already qualified for a few tournaments, or at least one tournament in Dream League already, are looking to be the favorites in the region to be the new gatekeepers. We're back to that era, Mike, of what, 2017, 2018, and before that, where one team would always get qualified and they would be the gatekeepers. Aurora is lined up to be the gatekeepers here, Mike.
Okay. I mean, it feels like it's either Aurora or like Blacklist, which, again, we had the pleasure of casting recently at a different event. But, yeah, I mean, I was saying back then as well that, you know, the Blacklist were looking a little bit shaky from what I saw. Aurora, I haven't had the pleasure of casting Aurora at all yet, I don't believe. This will be the first game that I've had the pleasure to cast of these boys, so it should be very interesting. Now, I realize it's basically X-Talon plus Armil, minus Makoto. I think that's a big difference.
10 seconds remaining.
You know,
Yes.
I don't know how much it's going to matter against Neon Esports, because I'd say Aurora should be the favorites. I would say it's a big difference.
That it is. I think Makoto was a big part. I've rambled on about this roster change for Aurora for quite a while, but I think that is a different team entirely when, you know, you take away Mikado from that equation. We'll see. So far, again, Aurora has at least managed to qualify to Dream League, but that took him all the way to 5 games up against Darling. And I don't know, it's going to be interesting. This team has had more time to cook, so we'll see what they've formed up. Already with the openings here, Neon pick up the Hoodwink that we've seen all day today. Aurora into the Batrider. So there is some flex for the Batrider. We've seen Q played out in support. Armel plays a mean Batrider mid if he's allowed to, and Jabs can still run it off lane. So it's a very open sort of pick for Aurora. I would personally lean to it as a Q hero on the 4. I think that's where this lineup tended to really enjoy putting that hero on, but I also don't recall them picking up a Q hero that early in the draft as well. So let's see how the adjustments go. Neon again, Hoodwink. We've seen it all day. This hero is just really, really strong. Its damage output and control is not to be underestimated. And its slipperiness is also annoying to deal with. But to an extent, Batrider does kind of manage that. He just burns down the trees where the squirrel can hide.
Oh, that's very, very true. This Hoodwink hero has felt pretty potent, though, right? Like in this new meta. I think it's just because you have so many spell amp opportunities now with different neutral items and different items. And it just feels like anyone that can just throw spells out constantly is probably very high value at the moment, and the Hoodwink does seem to be one of them. It's Neon Esports. Ban out the Naga Siren. Of course, shout out to Neon Esports as well, John. I mean, this new roster did intrigue me quite a bit. You know, the addition of Bombi there. Of course, I've always appreciated the fact that they've got a South African player in Castaway. I know I point that out basically every time we cast Neon, but I do find that very, very intriguing.
Yeah, it's good to see Castaway in a team that is properly a contender in the region, right? Like you and I have seen Castaway all the way back on like Entity Gaming when they were playing in what, ESL India Premiership. I don't know if you even remember that, Mike. Yeah. That is like 2018. I think that's when you and I first saw Castaway. So it's good to see him on this platform, and of course he's been doing well for himself. So it's really great to see as well captaining this team. And it's probably one of the more international teams that we do have with what you mentioned, like Bombi from Vietnam. We don't even see like remnants of, what was it, 496 before in Spawn? Since we see 2 Medvedev players around, so still have some representation here for the Vietnamese as we go into further on the draft, banning out the Faceless Void here. I'm a bit surprised Neon didn't ban any Armel heroes. Maybe they're expecting Armel to just play Batrider, but from what I've seen from the closed qualifiers for Dream League, Aurora has been leaning into literally Pangolier. Pangolier, Kotl
5 seconds remaining.
mainly for Armel on mid. So if it's left in the pool, I'm pretty sure Pango could be a good pick for Aurora down the line.
Oh,
there it is.
speaking of
You
the
just
devil.
pick it up. Yeah, why not?
That's why we pay you the big bucks, Jonathan. The Pango has indeed come. And, you know, ironically enough, John, I couldn't help but notice I was perusing Twitter, or X as they call it these days. Of course, congrats to Quinn for being the first player to hit 13K. John, he did it on Pango, which I didn't quite understand. You know, the man was still playing Pango, just grinding up to 13K MMR.
Come on, Quinn. Pick a real hero, right? Ember Spirit, that comes out for Neon, and that is a real hero. That should be our Ken hero on mid. Ember versus Pango lane, fairly straightforward. Pangolier now can't burn through Flame Guard, so you do have more uptime for your damage for the Ember. At the same time, you can't block any of the Pango's harassment, so it's a little bit more back and forth in terms of what the Ember can do. You gain more offense, less defense in that matchup. And be down to how well you can dodge, perhaps with Sleight and your positioning here for Ken. But one mustn't underestimate his Ember. His Ember is pretty solid from all the times that we've seen Neon, even in the DPC. See what they follow up with. We go with Winter Wyvern, another favorite of Neon. This is something we've seen Castaway play a lot of in closed and open qualifiers. Gives you some hold for the Pangolier, some saves here as well. Winter's Curse is going to be the big one to try and stop Armel if that does become an issue. But expending Winter's Curse on Pango is also maybe not the ideal that you'd want to go for on Neon. I love how far these supports can reach though. Like Hoodwink's reach from all the way in the back line with Bushwhack. Winter Wyvern with her long range harassment on on her right click harassment when she has her Q up. The Arctic Burn, so it should be fairly good in the lanes as well. I don't think the Batrider offlane or pause 4 can do much to stop Winter Wyvern. It can still be a nuisance, but it's a manageable nuisance for the Winter Wyvern at that point.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way. Aurora going to go for the Phoenix pickup. You know, I like the Wyvern. I think it's quite potent in the current meta. Maybe, you know, not the most meta hero, but it certainly does fit multiple drafts and a bit of extra value as well, because you have a Batrider that wants to initiate, but you might just get cursed immediately. As well as the Pangolier, of course, that you already mentioned. Aurora, fourth pick for themselves. They don't seem too concerned by this Wyvern pickup. Right into the Centaur, which is not exactly what I was expecting, but does come out.
Because this is Aurora, it's a little bit harder to say that that's just the Jabs hero. Could still flex, like you could just, again, have Jabs Batrider and somehow end up with a Q Centaur, but that seems even less likely. You're likely just running a Q on his Batrider and Jabs on Descent, saving that 23 Savage hero for last. Neon, this lane again, already having the Winter Wyvern on 5 is pretty decent. You do lack a good way of clearing out the Phoenix Egg. That is the one concern coming in now for Neon. Want to kind of take care of the egg in the middle of the team fight. They've got pretty good protection on Aurora for that egg. Like, the Stomp is great. Lasso back is nice. Egg plus a good roll from Armel can be a major issue for Neon here. They'll go for the Luna on the side of Neon. So a Luna versus Centaur lane is pretty manageable for a Luna. At the same time, it's not the worst thing in the world for the Centaur. Considering how low Luna's range is, Centaur can still try to angle aggressively. The Batrider Centaur could try to pressure in, but again, like the one great thing with having the Winter Wyvern in that lane is with early points in Lunar Blessing, the Arctic Burn harassment does start to hurt from a long way. And again, the Batrider kind of needs to get a little bit close even for the Flame Break. So you have some good positioning for Neon to counteract this early aggression that Aurora could be gunning for. But I like the changes for Aurora. You know, I mentioned looking back at their games up against Neon. Again, like, it was a 2-0 for Aurora, but on the analysis on Dota Buff, it did list every lane lost by Aurora. So this is coming out to be pretty decent, at least, in laning with Centaur Bat.
Should be very interesting. I mean, this draft from Aurora, like, I keep going back to the Wyvern. Like, you've even chosen a Centaur into the Wyvern, so, like, Stampede could just catch... Like, you pop Stampede, he could just curse all of you, basically, if you're close enough. It's very intriguing. Obviously, Aurora... Understanding they are the favorites and arguably the better team going into this this matchup here up against Neon. Maybe not so concerned about all that anyway. It's final bans to come out. Aurora They'll
5
ban out the
seconds
Mars.
remaining.
It is an off-lane hero missing from Neon Esports at the moment, unless they will run the core Wyvern in the off-lane, which I believe we did see somewhere recently, but would not necessarily recommend it. I think it might have been, what was it, Tino?
Yeah.
Tino was playing it, I think.
I think Tino did it. I think Jabs actually did it at least once as well. But Jabs is Jabs.
Yeah. It's expected.
Loves doing
Jabs.
weird stuff like that. I don't think you're going to want to flex that for JG. JG's a very active player in the offlane, so you're likely not going to have that be the case here. I think they need something for control on Neon, right? Because you mentioned so much with the Winter's Curse. It's really only Winter's Curse and maybe the Bushwhack. Mind you, we've seen a lot of really good Acorn Shot Bushwhacks, but yeah, not the most reliable. I think starting these fights in a better tone for JG is probably the objective. I like the bans from Aurora, taking out the Mars, taking out the Spirit Breaker. That can just kind of forward, front line, and follow through for the Ember here. Is pretty safe for Aurora to ban out. Not many options left for JG. His Timbersaw was banned out by Neon. There's a Tidehunter option, but it's pretty hard because you're picking first for Neon. Picking first with offlane, safe lane left means that Aurora can always look for like a very decent matchup for Savage to feel comfy on.
Radiant team pick.
Doesn't feel like there's too much left beyond the Magnus for JG, which it does give you more team fight. That is one way to remove the reliance on just Winter's Curse to provide you with these team fight openings. Now you can also start with potential threat of RP. You've got the Magnus Ember in line here for Neon. You've got a decent enough lane of Magnus Hoodwink. So again, self-setup, Bushwhack into a Skewer back is not that hard to do in the laning phase. But Savage has a lot of options. Like, his favorites are taken out. No Morph, no Faces Void, no Slark. There's an option for TB, but TB's been pretty dead. So I don't expect that to come out. It's open enough. I don't think you're too constrained here for Aurora. He's run some weird stuff as well, like Lena's Safe, I think, is something they've done in Aurora as well.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Aurora, they might experiment. They'll just go for the going back to the Alchemist, I mean, it's one of those heroes. I still think the Alchemist itself is kind of hit and miss. I don't think it's the most broken hero at all, by any stretch of the imagination, but if you believe you're better than the other team, you just choose Alchemist, and you just kind of run over them, I would argue. And I think it fits kind of fine here for Aurora. I don't think their draft is necessarily too greedy. Obviously, you do want to just win out the lanes and just try to go from there. Neon Esports, on the other hand, they've got some great play potential here as well. It's pretty hard to know who's really got the big advantage going into this game one.
Yeah, I think the important thing for Neon is you're playing a somewhat tempo draft with Aluna. I think you want to be a little bit more up-tempo here. You can't afford to drag the game out too long. At the same time, the Alchemist should be able to hit a stronger mark in comparison to the Luna much earlier on, especially if you consider potential stacks even being built up by Q, which he is likely to do in the Batrider, although the tendency for Q is also to farm that for himself for like a fast blink, so let's see if he'll actually give that away to Savage here. Overall, in the drafts, rather even, I would agree with your assessment. I think Aurora is still looking to be the favorites. Draft-wise alone, they've got a lot of good play early on. I think the one thing that Neon can try to do is just punish the Alchemist hard and make the recovery for Savage as tough as possible. We've seen a lot of games where the Alchemist has a rough laning stage, but still recovers in the jungle. That is still a strong possibility. Neon has to be consistent in that aggression. They have to deny Savage all the farm. Just, if they take his tier 1 tower, ward his forward jungle, ensure that Savage is not going to be comfy, force out the response from Aurora, and try to play with your Luna when it's ready to push, right? You want this timing for Chidori to be pretty quick, and again, you just want to prevent this Alch from becoming an issue, because if that goes the other way, if Savage's lane goes fine, and he's able to scale up really fast into, say, a Radiance Abyssal blink timing with a BKB, then your situation for the side of Neon becomes very tough. The pressure gets put onto JG, and we've seen some games where it's just ultra tough for Magnus and Ember, then no one has to play. So the laning phase has to kick into gear here for Neon.
Certainly does. As we are going to get into game number 1. Aurora versus Neon Esports, another series where one of these teams has to go into the lower bracket and the other one does get to proceed straight through to the upper bracket semi-final. Hell, we might have a level 1 team fight on our hands as well by the way it's looking. Aurora already very aggressive with their positioning past the river to boot, getting onto the high ground. They will take the Watcher though, so that should give enough information away to Neon to not feed the first kill over. But Aurora's still going to hold on to that high ground. See if Neon do try to make their way to that position, or whether they'll still try to go for the bottom side. Their lines have been drawn out by Aurora. Seems like they want to try and loop back around through the mid lane down towards the bottom side, where the other bounty runes are perhaps, and see if they can find a kill that way.
Genius.
I mean, the thing is, there is vision watching all of this, so it doesn't really mean anything, because Neon are very well aware that Aurora have made that movement. No level 1 team fight to break out, sadly, but we do get to see maybe a bit of an engagement over this bounty rune, as Ken is thinking about jumping in, but does think better of it. Though a nice hoof stop from Jabs, actually going to land off the back of Q with the flame break, and Ken is going to go down. A beautiful setup here from Q. Ollie getting tipped for some reason, but nevertheless, first blood already being set up here for the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's a strong start for the side of Aurora. I'm a little bit surprised Ken still opted to walk in there. Just getting a vibe, and even just seeing the Batrider, even though you don't see the centaur, you know something's up. You know he's going to go for the Flame Break as a support, and that repositioning tool into Hoof Stomp is really the key here, which is what we're going to be seeing over and over on that top lane matchup. That is something that CDR and Castaway have to be cautious about. There is a lot of kill potential, although Castaway again leveraging his early right-click damage with the Arctic Burn, just zoning out Q. And level 1 Flame Break is a pretty long cooldown, so the uptime for that kill opening is not going to be as massive. But again, you have to remember, the range of this Luna is just pathetic. He is going to be within kill strike, within range of the Hoof Stomp almost every single time, as long as Jabs maintains his presence in creep wave.
Yeah, I mean, Q's already kind of proven that he can set up for the Hoof Stomp if he needs to anyway. So you definitely have to be a little bit concerned about that if you are CDR. We are going to have, of course, a quick pause coming out as Ken having some FPS issues.
Is all your fault?
Well, how's that bottom lane going? Like, you've got 23 Savage and Ollie against Bombi, and of course JG. One should argue that the 23 Savage probably is not going to have the hardest time in the world here down at that bottom lane. Certainly a bit of kill potential available here from Neon Esports, but you know, you're basically looking for a skewer back into the tier 1. I'd say is the only chance you have of really killing off this Alchemist, unless Savage royally screws up.
Yeah, I think there's more pressure onto the Alk here. Really depends on how well Ollie can maintain his position and juggle around these Fire Spirits. That's where his early presence is going to be coming out from. Because JG has a lot of damage just playing this lane. Why are they still seeking good luck? We're already all.
Who misses who?
Ollie misses Castaway, I guess. There you go.
Okay. There you go. That's rather beautiful. Castaway seems like a good guy. You know, he seems like that kind of player I'd want to have a beer with.
Yeah.
I mean,
probably one of the more social players.
I've never talked to him before, Jonathan. I don't believe we've even done an interview with him. Have we interviewed Castaway before?
No.
No, we haven't.
No, I don't think so.
But he just looks like he gives off that energy, doesn't he? Just being a good guy to have
That
a
he
beer
does. That he is. Pretty sure he is. You have to be to kind of try to reel in a team like Neon with everyone from everywhere. You know, being that guiding voice, the captain voice, and a team like this takes a lot of charisma. So I'm sure Castaway is that kind of fellow. But in this lane, it's going to be a little bit more, well, again, a little bit more pressure onto 23 if Bombi can keep Ollie away from trying to land the hits onto JG. He's got shockwave damage to play with. Eventually, he can always harass out with Empower as well. And that might be the route JG will take, just looking for a little bit more farm in comparison to the shockwave build, or even just the skewer back build. And as long as he can kind of get that build up and try to just stall Savage as much as he can with these trades, you can feel pretty good. Like, you get a fast blink timing, you can start to pressure.
Top lane, Q's going for perhaps a bit of a dive. Won't have enough damage to quite finish Castaway off, but still plenty of damage being dealt. Actually forces the level 2 Cold Embrace level up here from Castaway, so not going to have the Splinter Blast available, though to be fair, probably doesn't want it anyway. Just wants to stay in the lane as best as he possibly can. Meanwhile, bottom, a bit of a jump onto Ollie, but not really enough setup here to get the stun off.
Just not quite in the position to fully maximize that. I do enjoy seeing Alchemist nowadays, like ever since the change to having just Grievel's Greed be passive. It gives you more options to play in the lane as Alch. Like, you have to be worried about the level 3 timing. With a 1-2 build, the damage from Unstable does scale up pretty fast, especially with a minus armor that Acid Spray provides. Still a little bit harder to play with that setup, considering, again, Ollie is just getting harassed out by Bombi. Already forces out the Fire Spirit, so again, there's no threat onto JG. And no threat onto JG, Magnus is just free to trade farm with the Alch, which isn't necessarily ideal, but does mean that JG's timings, again, aren't going to be too bad in this game.
JG is certainly having a pretty damn good time at the moment. I think Aurora mind that too much, though. Certainly, JG going to be happier about that than Aurora is sad. Pretty quiet across the map, no real rotations happening. Q is slowly making his way into the mid lane, but it does seem like he just wanted the bounty rune to be taken away from a mid-ember. Ken will not have that available to him. It's like Armel's been having a pretty decent time on the mid-Pango, but to be fair, so is Ken. Like, apart from giving that first blood away, he's not doing too badly against the Pango.
He's keeping up. He's managing to trade some blows. It's still a little bit of a better lane for Armel, but it is also very mana-intensive for Armel to apply that harassment. Ken is still in the game. If he can dodge like 1 or 2 spell uses of the Swash with Slight, he's pretty happy. Bottle refills do go both ways, so just going to be maintaining that status for Armel. Should hit a nice timing into the 6, and that's a concerning part for the Ember. With the early lead Armel has in terms of EXP and earlier 6 timing into the roll without the remnants.
Yeah, jump was there from Jab. CDR dropping extremely low, and it seems as though he will eventually burn to the damage of Q. Firefly proves to be enough. The Castaway might be able to trade lives here, but no. Q's still able to walk his way out. They do get away with the CDR kill. Meanwhile, bottom, they do at least get a trade here with Ollie. The Phoenix does go down, but if you're not killing off 23 Savage, chances are you're not too happy about the trade.
Yeah, it's not the ideal situation for Neon. It's a pretty nice pickup, especially for a player like Q. We know how much Q likes to go pretty greedy in his games, so having that ramp up with just initial items, initial move speed to help chase down on the Batrider always feels great. And he's already starting to get some stacks up. No one from the side of Neon blocking these camps, being able to sneak around and just drop the sentry to prevent that build up for Q to start clearing out, or for Armel or Savage to clear out down the line.
And
does set up nicely.
Let's check out the flame break here from Q, but the chase is on. Blood grenade was popped. Ken, he's moving rather slowly, and Q, just with the Firefly chasing him down, unable to finish off the kill quite yet as Castaway does move in with the Cold Embrace to try and help Ken out. Ken, nice juke on the shield crash, but it won't matter anyway. He will go down. Castaway will lose his life, and so will Bombi. 3 down for the side of Neon Esports. Armel will be very, very happy with what he sees in this mid lane.
They find the big kills, and they find a courier. Nice little bonus, taking away some vision as well from the side of Neon, and Aurora off to a running start, 5-1 up against Neon so far. And Neon, the responses are just a little bit slow. And TPs came in a little bit later than you'd want them to. The counterplay just isn't quite there. That early level 6 timing we talked about for Armel, showing its strength. I mean, you can't do much as an Ember. He does hit 6 now. He's got the remnants for safety, but it's just one fight too late. If they managed to hold off that creep wave, hit that 6, Ken might have not died if he managed to equalize earlier.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a tough state of affairs here for Neon. It's not going to get any easier as the game goes on. Now 5-1 in favor of Aurora. Jap's just putting so much pressure at the top lane onto CDR to Loon. Like, even just on his own, he can just do so much work. Ensuring Castaway does have to stick around here and ensure that the Luna does remain somewhat farmed up. Yeah, the Centaur offlane pick certainly working out very favorably here for the side of Aurora. Just at that stage where the Arctic burn of the Winter Wyvern's just doing not really anything to Japs. He's just going to stand his ground every time.
Yeah, he's got the protection. Iron Will up for a little bit more regen. Lots of armor to cop through these trades. And not much of a response out from Neon. The one big thing as well, having to keep Castaway up here, is that you're not able to stack as much for this Luna to catch up. You have some stacks on the bot triangle, but that will probably just go to JG. So your recovery setup for Neon isn't quite there in comparison to, again, Aurora just having access to their triangle very easily with his Batrider, with how much Q is able to do dipping in and out, and the space that Jabs can provide, right? I mean, you don't need to babysit a Centaur, so you can just build up your economy elsewhere.
Yeah, 1 minute Savage. May get caught. Farming this jungle, Castaway's right by his side. So is JG, moving in slowly. 23 Savage, he hits the level 6 mark. He'll try to survive, but the RP comes out. JG wasting no time. Ends up picking him off. Armel, though, moving in to try and trade. Does only find himself a Castaway courier. Not very good news if you are Aurora. They are at least chasing CDR up at the top lane, so Jab's making the call to rotate over and help him out. Even the Stampede pop just to ensure that they can kill this Luna. CDR will eventually go down to the damage of Armel as they'll find Castaway to boot. Castaway trying to run through the terrain up towards the high ground. Goes back low, but it may not matter. The chase is continuing. There are more rotations incoming from Neon. They will try to trade. A nice pushback landing on Ollie. The Q is still running. The chase is on, but a hoof stop will save for now. Bombi still chasing, does secure the bat. And in fact, they might even have a Centaur on their hands. Jabs trying his best to trade effectively for his team, but it cost them so much. This is all off the back of Savage dying down a bot lane.
Yeah, they lose Savage. It's a good read from Aurora to try to punish top in exchange, and finding CDR is still pretty big, but they sacrifice way too much. Really good flank coming out there from Ken, coming down from that bot area and intercepting right in the nick of time. You can't underestimate the damage output of just the Acorn shot at this moment. It's a ton bouncing around. It's a ton of bonus damage. These supports are squishier as well. You're not as durable as you'd expect, especially on the Phoenix. So you have to take note of that. 7-5, 1k lead still standing for Aurora, but it's not quite the amount you'd want considering you do have the Alchemist. We'll find Bombi.
Yeah, poor old Bombi. Have to cop the lasso here. The loving arms of Jabs. He really has no chance of survival there on the Hoodwink. Q has been absolutely fantastic as always on this Batrider, setting up a lot of kills for his team. Still 8-5 now. I mean, Neon Esports, all things being said and done, doing pretty good. You know, only 1k behind against an Alchemist. The lanes didn't look like they went too badly for them. I'd say overall, it's a pretty close matchup.
That it is. It's not as dominating as you'd expect it to be from Aurora. And again, if you consider that result in the Dream League closed qualifiers, sure, it was a 2-0 for Aurora, but those were longer games, I think averaging near 40 minutes. And the laning phase for Aurora also wasn't the most stellar result. It is certainly not that bad here, but it has been slower going. And Neon have found openings to play with. They're shoving in mid, they've got the siege creep up. They will try to defend here on Aurora.
Yeah, they'll chase Bombi. Armel, he does cop a bushwhack, does go into the Rolling Thunder 4. Bombi does juke out the initial stun, but will cop the second. Ollie is right behind Armel, ready to help out, and that's your Hoodwink just deleted as Ken. Almost running out of mana completely, thanks to the Diffusal Blade of Armel, but is still able to get his way out.
Force the response onto mid. Two heroes just camping that area, freeing up your side lanes a bit more. This is good farm for Savage, but it's also good farm for JG and for Chidori to kind of try to play catch-up. Like, this Luna is suffering. Her catch-up farm is going to be immense for the side of Neon and trying to hit this timing to fight back up against the storm that Aurora is trying to cook up. Savage is inching closer towards that Sacred Relic into the Radiance. And it's at that point where things start to get a little bit scarier. You know, you've got the Veil up on Jabs, going for the Shivas as well, for that damage amplification up front on such a tanky target. Gonna be hard to deal with him. As speaking of Jabs, we do have that pause.
We do. Jab's been having a fantastic game himself. Almost Shiver's Guard available on him now. We'll just go ahead and farm that up completely. Stampede, mid lane. Who have they got? It's gonna be Ken. Ken trying to Remnant out of there. The chase is still on Q. Going right to the Remnant and Armel. Right on target. You did say this man's been playing nothing but Pango recently, John, and it sure shows.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, he knows this hero in and out. It's literally what he's been playing for, what, a month in pro games now? I mean, Quinn has had words to say about it, but even he's just playing bad.
Savage, your team's doing very well, Savage. You don't want to die like this. He might barely survive, but not quite. TPs were incoming, but it means nothing. They'd have to cancel. It's only Ollie that commits for the TP, and they've already lost the Arc anyway.
Yeah, they get the kill they want on Neon. They're not able to rally onto top to take out Chidori in comparison, and this should lead to a tier 1 push as well. Tower falls to JG. Ollie.
Chases on. Ollie regretting the TP he made earlier, that's for sure. He could use the egg if he really wants to, but of course he will not. He didn't really have a choice at the end anyway. JG now picking up his 3rd kill of the game on the mag. Meanwhile, Aurora, they are still going to be able to find the top tier 1 tower while all this is happening, so not the worst news in the world, but it may start to get a little bit concerning that your Alchemist is still 3rd in net worth at 13 minutes in. Like, that's probably not the position you'd expect him to be. He's Ken. We okay to remnant out of that mid lane.
Yeah, he's playing on edge. Lasso was just coming off cooldown for Q.
This is like prime hoodwink gameplay here, John. You just stalk the pos bot. You just annoy the living crap out of him.
Yeah, he's got the good ward setup as well to keep watch. Love this ward right by the Watcher down on the tier 2 bot. Really sneaky ward.
This curse out from Castaway actually might find Q before he dies, and he will. Castaway buying time. JG's around the corner with the blink up. Will go for it, but does not have RP. Tried for the skewer, does not get so lucky. They'll move on to Bombi now. Bombi in trouble. Savage will chase him down and eventually does find the pesky squirrel. Meanwhile, Ken, trying to find more trades, does go after Ollie, forces out the egg. Ken, can you actually deal with the egg? Of course not. He does have to remnant away.
Trade back and forth, a bigger trade for Aurora, but with Egg used up and with Rolling Thunder used up, a little bit of an opening for Neon as they have RP ready.
They've got Armel. Mid lane, RP committed immediately. Armel, he just swashed, and he will not have a chance to swash away. Great setup there from JG, and good presence of mind as well. He sees the swashbuckle, he does not hesitate to jump.
And that's where that trade instantly comes in, right? Like, you popped your egg, you popped the roll, you know you have this opening on Neon, and RP, the timing was just perfect. JG gets it right off cooldown, finds that opening, finds a nice mark for themselves, 12-9, 1k lead standing for Aurora, but it's as you mentioned, this is not a smooth game for Savage right now. Still number 3 in net worth, is above at least 2 other cores on Neon's end, but is still lagging behind Armel. Radiance is supposedly flying out now, so that should accelerate Savage's farm pacing and provide a little bit more forward presence. But Neon, they've just been on a constant aggressive, punishing these forays from Aurora. Q, maybe baiting out a bit.
Perhaps needs to be a little bit cautious. CDR baiting. Lasso out, but a nice curse. Another great curse from Castaway, gonna lock them down. Mel's gonna move in with his blink up and the Rolling Thunder. They'll still try after CDR. The Cold Embrace will buy him more time though. As the rest of Neon, they have grouped up, ready to go. CDR is still alive throughout all of this as Jabs. Jabs does go down, and now they've got Armel. Oh boy, and here comes Savage.
Savage.
One by one they will come, and one by one they may fall. CDR though, CDR, he does go down, but Savage, is it really worth your life? I don't think it is. A full team wipe out for Neon Esports.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
You know, Aurora reminds me of old Talon. I wonder why.
Yeah.
I wonder why. This takes me back to last year.
Oh.
Huh.
You're the
Curious how that works.
You're the talent expert, Jonathan. I think you might be very accurate here.
It's a good showing from Neon though. Like, they're finding this punishment. They're funneling Aurora in one by one. And it's just not the chain of events they'd go through. The Castaway again. Very on point with Winter's Curse, breaking off that initiation. Armel, really great blink reveal, but the follow-through was just too slow. And they take that fight without Egg, which still boils back to that fight down bot where they popped Egg and Rolling Thunder. Egg just came off cooldown. So even if Ollie shows up, he didn't have that tool to deny that team fight away.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty tough kind of affair here for Aurora. don't forget as well, John, I mean, Neon are at a disadvantage. They've got 2 Pinoys on their team, so obviously not feeling too good compared to Aurora, who've only got 1.
Oh, that is dank, Mike. Holy. Sheesh.
Carsten never forgets what was said, Jonathan. I will never forget. It's an honorary Filipino now, Jonathan. I visited the country. I tried everything, you know. I
Yes,
have
of
my
course.
people's back.
Yes, Miguel Lopez Pineda, of course. MLP. That is what it stands for, people. Not anything related to ponies. Whatever that may be. 13 to 14, 4K lead. Aurora. This is the point where you start to look at this Alchemist and you start to feel a little bit weary. Net worth's not too bad, but the momentum Neon's picking up, how willing they are to take these fights.
It's alright. Although, Lasso is out. They've got Savage again. I mean, maybe they can at least get the Ember. Curse is out now as well, stopping the Stampede chase coming out from Jabs. Castaway cannot TP though. I mean, it was an attempt, I suppose. Now CDR's been caught out. Armel trying to find some more value, but CDR is able to TP away. 2-for-1 trade definitely in the favor of Aurora by a lot. But again, your carry is an Alchemist who is not pulling ahead.
That he isn't. It's going to be a long haul for Savage. And props to Neon, they're doing exactly what we were talking about in the draft. When you're up against an Alch, you have to apply consistent pressure. You cannot relent on this hero at any single point. He will just outfarm you eventually. So they're doing the right thing, keeping tabs on Savage. They find Savage again. I mean, it's only Bombi, but they just... It can't be safe.
He's doing the right thing. Like, Bombi, this is what I love about this guy. He'll just terrorize you the whole game. You know, just Savage has not been left alone by this hoodwink for the last 19 minutes. And even if you can't set up for kills, it's the fear factor. And it's just stealing creeps away slowly but surely from the Alchemist when they mean so much more. As they know that Savage is somewhere in the triangle right now, apparently stunning himself up here on the Ancients. In comes the cavalry. Neon wanting to set up, do move onto Q. Q, Rotovate tossed up, has nowhere to go but down, and eventually does die. Savage is trying to move in with this Radiance build-up. They want to go for the fight. There's no RP available on JG, so one is down. That is Castaway gone, and now Bombi to follow. A 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Aurora once again. Neon still kind of dancing around the triangle, but ultimately a very forced team fight here from Neon. They just didn't have the spells ready to go.
Very forced, but now when they get RP off cooldown, Eggs on cooldown, Stampede's down, Rolling Thunder's down as well. So it's another opening for JG. And every single time we've seen them have that opening, they've really just targeted Savage. So this might be a worthwhile trade if they can find something more off the back of it.
Again, trying to get very aggressive, JG. He's going to find himself Jabs on the Centaur, splitting them up nicely. Jabs going to try for a TP out. You do have the curse, and Castaway is forced to commit it. Meanwhile, Ken, he's found another turn.
Oh.
Armel and Ollie are both gone. 3 down. And Neon, they are not stopping. They want more. They want to rush that Radiant jungle. They'll miss out on Q. Q able to back his way out. But my goodness, you've lost another 3 here for Aurora. And Neon, I gotta say, John, I do feel like their draft has much better scaling.
That it does. There's a timer on this Alchemist. There's to an extent, a timer on your Pango as well. Like, there is a lot of damage that will flow out here from Neon on CDR, on JG, and even on Ken. Heck, even Bombi, man. I love his build. He's got the full Mage Slayer flying out, so the Acorn Shot is that much more devastating with the debuffs on. It's just so much to have to deal with. Like, how spammable this Mage Slayer is with Acorn Shot and with Sleight of Fist, it's going to be painful. And they pop Eclipse, but for Roshan, worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, of course. CDR's probably just sitting there being like, listen, I'm not using this crap anyway. Just, let me take Roshan with it. Who cares? We'll have it back up in 90 seconds anyway. Hopefully Neon don't try to force a fight without it, though. Mind you, they do have RP available, but I think the Winter's Curse is actually one of the more important spells in this game so far. We talked about it during the draft. Like, they chose this draft into a Winter Wyvern. Right? They knew what they were doing here on Aurora. It was confidence, to say the least. Ollie.
Yeah. Oh.
Skewered back. JG having the perfect game so far. Ollie might just get sniped, and he does. Bombi just not letting anyone escape. does secure the kill for himself. I think if I was to choose an MVP so far of this game, for Neon at least, it has to be JG. I think this man on the mag has been an absolute terror for Aurora.
Yeah, he's done so much work. I would say JG and Castaway.
Yeah.
Like the setups on your previous point with Winter's Curse has just been excellent. His target prioritization has always been there. And this is him without the blink. He does have the Aether Lens up for a little bit more reach, but when you get that blink up on Castaway, it becomes even worse. They've got to find a backline here for Aurora. They need to be able to jump these supports. That's where their success is coming in. If they can find Castaway and Bombi, take away the Curse, and take away this annoying Acorn and Bushwhack, then it becomes much simpler to play your own game, but they're just hugging so far back. We've seen this from both of these kinds of supports all throughout the day. Just hugging the back, and with a lack of jump, it becomes rough. I say lack of jump. You have 2 blink carriers in Aurora. You've got the Centaur, you've got your Pango. It shouldn't be that tough, but again, Neon on point with positioning. They'll find a tier 2.
There's just so much counter initiation. I feel like is the big issue, right? Like this, you jump in, you get cursed. You jump in, you get skewered back into an RP. That's or even just chained by the Ember, right? Or even Bushwhack. Like there's just too many counter initiation tools that Neon have right now. It feels like it's the problem for Aurora. It seems like they might have to wait for Neon to come to them, and that's exactly what Neon are doing right now. 5-man smoked up. The thing is though, Aurora, they're hanging by that mid-tier 2 tower. Maybe trying to use Savage as bait. See if they do go for the bait though. Savage has his own BKB now available, so he's not the easiest target to try and take down. Neon gonna have the high ground advantage. Are gonna find Ollie on that Phoenix. What's the chemical rage to be used up? Savage, he's jumped forward. Savage has jumped forward. In comes his team. They have found CDR, though CDR going to pop his BKB and the Eclipse onto the Alchemist, though Savage will just casually walk away. Meanwhile, Armel is holding everybody else back, just ensuring there is no help incoming. Castaway in the meantime, he'll get a curse off. He's found 2, and now the RP. They've got Jabs and Armel both locked down, but do they have the damage output? It seems like eventually they may. Armel, trying for the TP away, is barely going to make it. Oh my goodness. So the fight does continue. On to Ken they go. Ken's going to turn around now. He'll have chains up in a one. Q. Savage. Let's get caught. Meanwhile, Savage has to get his own BKB off, but he has no chemical rage available for another 10 seconds.
Ken.
It's just so much damage. Ken juking out everything, and Savage is gone. Savage is gone again. Neon still fighting. Castaway to go down as Armel does secure. Ken in the meantime trying to get the kill onto Q. Can't get quite close enough. Now Ken in trouble.
Ken? Needs
to remnant back towards JG. And does TP away. He will be alright. I suppose you do kill CDR twice in all of this, so not the worst team fight in the world for Aurora, but it's still not looking that smooth either.
It's certainly not that smooth. Neon, maybe just a little bit too trigger happy for Chidori to just walk in, instantly popping the BKB instead of waiting for the Aegis use first. It definitely cost him in that time, and they did manage to isolate him off the back of that. But the cleanup from the side of Neon is smooth going as well. The damage output right now on JG is immense. And I love this stacking of Lincolns that they've done. They're just stacking up the Lincolns all in on Ken. So pinning down this Ember is no small feat right now. It takes a lot to stop Ken from just playing his game here.
Yeah, Ken's just having the freest fights of his life. And I amp everything up as well with that Shivers to come. It's like Ollie may get noticed here in the moment. Ken. Just going to take the Watcher instead. Neon, they're still playing quite assertively when it comes to their position, but still respecting the side of Aurora, not going too far forward. So that last team fight wasn't exactly how they wanted it to play out. So, Ken continuing to move up through that mid lane, not able to find himself any kind of target that he can secure. Now trying to maybe catch Ollie with the chains out, but Ollie's going to be fine to retreat. Savage is alone on the southern side of the map. If they could find him... In fact, lines have been drawn exactly where Savage is right now. Ken's going to have a bit of a look around. Savage is still farming that area by the outpost, but a nice TP away. He's going to retreat.
Up.
Q. JG forced the BKB up, trying to avoid any kind of damage coming in from Q. Jabs might be left behind. Go for a blink TP up. He's going to make it indeed. So, nice BKB wastage here for onto JG. At least you know that the mag will not have that available for quite a while.
That's a pretty big deal for Aurora to find for basically for free. No real commitments to force out that BKB on JG. However, Neon, they still have all their spells available. RP, Winter's Curse are still set to go. Aurora will try to smoke around here. See if they find a good angle. They've got all their tools available as well. They've got their own Linken's up on Armel. So pinning him down with a curse is going to be a little bit tougher. Going to be a big one.
It certainly could be a very big team fight to come. Bombi in position to break the smoke. Neon there casually waiting for Aurora to move up. Armel's going to break his smoke. They'll see the Pangolier. No Rolling Thunder quite yet, as Savage is going to jump in preemptively with his BKB out, but he's not getting any damage off onto CDR. Meanwhile, Jabs trying to go right in onto Castaway. The Wyvern does at least go down, so they won't have the curse to worry about. So Armel still trying after Bombi. Bombi is going to be able to retreat. Savage still trying to find himself a target. They'll turn back in onto Armel as now a skewer. They've got Savage! And they've taken down Savage. JG with the perfect skewer out. We'll find the Alchemist as Ken will look for more targets. He's found himself an Armel Pangolier. Armel going to swash away his... Oh, CDR! CDR going down now. Jabs setting up. In fact, Q's even found Bombi. Bombi to drop. Jabs will go down in the middle of all this as JG. He's going to find Ollie to boot. Armel's still trying to fight this one out, but he's gone.
What is happening?
It's just a complete massacre between these two teams. Q's the only survivor from Aurora. Neon, they'll have both their mag and Ken on the Ember. So it's still a much better fight for Neon as the fight actually continues. Q trying to man up against Ken. Ken happy to oblige. Will chase down the Batrider. And it seems as though Q should be okay.
Good God. They are just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks on both ends.
Yeah.
Lots of back and forths, really good isolations from both sides. Chidori going too far forward, but then Savage being skewered back as well. This game is all about positioning. You can see Aurora do get very excited when they manage to find Castaway. And Castaway has to be so careful with where he stands in these fights because the backline jump is there for Aurora. They are taking out this big tool in the Winter's Curse. And we haven't seen that in 2 fights in a row now, just because Castaway dies too quickly. Does need his blink to be online. They are surrounding Ken here.
Yeah, I'm going to try. Ken will just remnant away. Very, very hard to catch him with that Linken Spear available. Q was ready with the lasso, but just couldn't quite get there in time.
So slippery. The lack of instant lockdown on Aurora is going to be holding them back a little bit and catching Ken. That's been pretty much the story of the past 3 fights here for Neon. Ken just weaving his way in and out, while kind of sacrificing Chidori in the process. This Luna still having good farm, especially relative to the other course of Aurora, but definitely doesn't quite measure up to what Savage has now. Not that it's even really relevant, considering what Savage has to deal with up front. All the focus is on that Alk, and Neon will smoke up. Again, they've got everything ready to go again. RP set to go. They've got more tools to play with. I believe Bombi, he does have the full Gleipnir up, so even more hold the setup here. Smoke on smoke again.
Dire are scanning.
They come. Aurora. Prepped for another big team fight, so are Neon. 5-on-5 smoke engagement ready to go. The prize is Roshan. 30 seconds away now on the respawn. Neon, they'll hang around the Roshan pit, get onto that high ground of the Twin Gate. Aurora, more jump is there, JG! He's gonna find Savage again! Savage, he got the BKB off, but can he survive through it? I don't think he can, Savage is gone! JG, the perfect target, and now the curse coming out! Castaway catching 2 of them! It's 2 cores to boot!
Oh my God!
Oh boy, what a massacre! Neon Esports with the perfect setup! I'm telling you, John, JG on this Magnus, he has been making magic happen this game, what?
That he has. JG and I really want to say Castaway. Like finding these follow-ups for the Winter's Curse, breaking up these fights. They couldn't even find Bombi in that chase because They didn't focus on Castaway this time. Mind you, Castaway, okay, it's just thanking Roshan for the team. Big win for Neon. The isolation gaming from JG, blinking forward with a harpoon. The kidnapping strat coming in full gear for Neon. And there's just no durability here for Savage, unfortunately.
Absolutely not. Savage is getting skewered back into an absolute meat grinder. That is Neon Esports here at Neon. Not only finding Roshan, but finding the final outer towers here, both in the top and the mid lane. It's Ken and JG both set up for those. It's onto the high ground already. Neon Esports, 32.5 minutes in. One of the T3 towers. JG's got another one. This guy's just fishing now, John. He's found himself a bird. Ollie gonna try and get his way out of there, but the chase is on from Ken, although maybe he's gone too far, but no.
Oh my god, Ken!
Ken is just juggling remnants left, right, and center. They've taken down Ollie.
Oh, Ken. He's just styling. Just preemptively setting. Almost reminds me of like peak Opage back in there. Funny enough, on Neon as well.
Let's not say peak Opage, Jonathan. You know, maybe he hasn't hit his peak yet. So then again,
True.
you know, he might get locked down in prison for a while, but it doesn't matter. You know?
The destiny of every Filipino kid.
Every Filipino with talent just ends up in the same place.
As Neon, they're ending up on the road to the high ground as, oh, another kidnap.
Yeah, beautiful. They've got the Bat Rider again, JG. The fisherman himself finding a bat this time around as the Q is gone. Armel desperately trying to defend, but an RP coming up from JG. No messing around. Locks down the Pango, though Armel still able to drive away. Ken thinking about jumping in the chase, but will not. In fact, never mind, he does. Look for the fountain, but he gets locked down now. Ken's gone too far. Ken needs to remove himself from this situation. Or does he? The lasso is
Savage?
down. Q's going to try and drag him. Meanwhile, Savage. Where is Savage? He's gone down again. Oh, Savage has gone another time. His Jabs is now dead to boot. Savage is brought back into all this. Where the hell's Savage gone? He's TP'd down to the bottom lane now. Savage trying to fight and kill Castaway. They'll move on Ken, but just look at the damage.
Oh my god!
It's a dieback. Savage is
What
gone.
is happening?
CDR's dead now. Well, it's a good old-fashioned Fiesta, Jonathan. The Fiesta's upon us. JG's able to TP out. JG's gone.
God.
So after all of that, after a dieback on Savage, we only get one lane of Barracks.
I mean, they go a little bit ham, diving close to the fountain there on Neon. You know what this takes me back to? You know that era of, what is that? TNC Tigers? Do you remember that time? With In Your Dream? And, you know, Dream was on Boom, diving tier 2s and stuff when they're winning? That's what this takes me back to. We haven't seen C Dota like this in a few good years, Mike. It's good to be back to the dives.
It certainly is.
Not quite good for Neon, but, you know, they get the dive back. They're still in the game.
They are. It's a wild game.
It's maybe they shouldn't have, you know, lost as much as they did, but yeah, they have a 20k lead up against an Alchemist. This Alchemist was isolated again by JG with kidnaps, just pulling back. This Harpoon Magnus just too much to deal with. No saves on the side of Aurora. None of the supports can do anything to stop that. Like, you just have nothing. Like, you don't have something like a Shadow Demon with Disrupt. You don't have swaps. You don't have an Oracle. You don't nothing to really stop JG from just doing what he wants. And the only way Ken dies is if he dives past tier 4s, apparently. So there is that. Let's see. Aurora, the name of the game now is just stabilize lanes, shove out every lane they can, try to stall out for Roshan in around 4 to 7 minutes. So we'll see if they can try to find that opening. Neon, though, won't relent. Immediate smoke up, refresh up on JG. Double RP, double BKB ready to go. This man with his tool, gonna go insane.
Absolutely.
For sure.
JG, just an absolute monster this game already. Oh, Savage. Do they know? No, they're going to go after Armel instead. RP was committed immediately. Armel just getting destroyed as Savage is going to jump in anyway. He's going to try one last time, but the curse is out. The curse is out immediately onto Savage. Jabs jumps in to try and help out. They might find Castaway, or maybe they won't. JG will RP up the arc again. Savage is down. It's time to call it, boys. There you go. GG is called. Aurora.
Oh my God.
They will drop game number 1 to Neon Esports. And Neon, I tell you, John, you know, you and I, we kept saying they're the underdogs in the draft. We kept saying that Aurora should be the huge favorites. Guess who was wrong? It's us,
We
John.
were.
Yeah.
And it's great. It's great to be wrong. It's great to be wrong. I love to be proven wrong. I love this story coming out from Neon. They managed to climb so far in the last qualifiers for Dream League. And again, they got knocked down. So,
Yeah.
for them to get a win over Aurora here is massive for the side of Neon. They managed to, learn a lot from the last time they played up against each other. And I think for Aurora, a couple of things went wrong there. Their tempo just didn't quite pan out. They were taking a lot of fights recklessly, especially that fight up top where they streamed in 1-by-1. I think that really threw off their momentum. Neon had the right idea up against this Alk, right? Just constantly target it down. We've seen the best Alchemist players, in every tournament we've seen. If you constantly focus this Alk, there's no recovery. Like, one player that springs to mind really is like Ramses. This looks like a game that Ramses has suffered through before, and I think Aurora's got to be able to adapt to buy Savage some space there.
Ramsey's just catching strays from across the world here. Not sure what Ramsey did to deserve this John X5, but nevertheless, he has copped a bullet here. Well, we are going to head off to a short break, of course. That is Game 1 in the books. Game 2 coming right up between the side of Neon Esports and, of course, Aurora. We'll see you soon.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 bands. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna set yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game 2 here between Aurora and Neon Esports, and it is MLP Dota, and a very, very confused-looking John X Fire. Jonathan, you appear to be a little bit... You were frozen there for a second, John. Contemplating life, I see.
Yeah, definitely contemplating life, as Aurora would be contemplating that last game with a strong finish from the side of Neon. Keen to see what changes up in here. Neon, again, it's a team that a lot of people would still underestimate, but shouldn't. They're a team with a lot of promise. We've seen so much growth from Ken and JG throughout the years, from their time in Cirxia, from their time before that, made in the Philippines, and all of the stuff they were in before as well. Having this voiced in Castaway, this is a revitalized Neon. They went far in the Dream League qualifiers. They've got a leg up here up against Aurora, who knocked them down into the lower bracket, and then Neon got knocked out. This could be sweet revenge for Neon. Getting out into the upper bracket continuation here with just one game away. Aurora have to try something different. You know, we saw a very Aurora draft the last game, something that you would say Old Town would have run as well. In fact, I'm pretty sure Old Town would just straight up run that same kind of draft. So I feel like this is a team that, yes, used to be the best in C, still has among the best players in Southeast Asia, but it feels like after a year, even with all of those mechanical skills up, the game plan has to adapt as well, Mike.
I can appreciate that, John. Things do have to change, and we'll see what Aurora do change here in this game 2 draft to try and force it to a game 3, because getting knocked to a lower bracket this early on would not be a very good feeling for an org like this. That's for sure. So Aurora, one more band to go before we can see the drafts begin. See, the Hoodwink has been extremely popular in practically every game we've casted so far here for the closed qualifiers, so I wholeheartedly expect a first pick Hoodwink if we do not see it banned out.
Dire team pick.
It's just been top priority. Would fit into Aurora's playstyle overall. I think Q can play a mean Hoodwink, but Q also loves like much more stylish, I want to say. Not that Hoodwink isn't stylish, but I don't know. When I think of Q, I just think of stuff like
10 seconds
Tiny,
remaining.
Enchantress, mainly stuff like that. So I'm not sure if Aurora will prioritize it. I do like the adjustment in bands, taking care of the Winter Wyvern, which Castaway is a menace on. It's pretty big. They'll go with the Ench, so that could be our Q here. Still could be Ollie, depending on what lane setups they go for, but there's that Hoodwink you mentioned. Not banned, straight up picked by Neon. I mean, why not? Bombi had a fantastic game last time around.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly did. I think when Bombi has a game like that, you just give him the same hero, especially if it's a popular hero like Hoodwink. He just did fantastic work. I mean, even if it was a different carry, like just the fact that Bombi is constantly harassing Savage and just not leaving the guy alone through the jungle and past the laning stage, it's such an invaluable thing to have on your team. And I think you definitely want to give him somewhat of a carry here on Savage that can kind of recover from a bad early game, because I think Bombi is definitely one of the players that can give you a very bad early to mid game. You know, if he wants to, and if the situation is right, I suppose.
Yeah. Like, I'm wondering what exactly the plan for Aurora is to counteract that on the offlane, because it did feel like you were getting quite a lot out from jabs at the same time.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think the movement away for Q was as effective as you'd want it to be. Like there was a lot of movement out. They were trying to pressure down, but you were still getting farm in JG. Ken wasn't under too much of a threat. They were trading blows on Neon, so I don't think you were winning out hard enough for the space that the center bought. Maybe you want more activity instead from jabs, like something more up-tempo outside of just Stampede and a stun. Like something more disruptive on the offlane could be the key for Aurora, and that could make it harder for Bombi to kind of deal with as well. We'll see. Neon do have the first pick here after the bans. I love seeing the Arc Warden ban. Again, that has been popping up a lot. Mainly on something like Mikato. He's been playing a lot of that in the games I've seen in their open qualifiers. It's a good hero again, Mikey. You know, that good old Arc Warden. It's kind of back, unfortunately. He's gonna get the Pango this time on Neon, so they trade hands a bit.
What is it gonna take for this hero to just disappear for a while?
I mean, it's so funny. We had the same issue with Mars for like 2 years, didn't we?
Yeah, but Mars was like a couple years, but Pango's literally been in since he got introduced to the game.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, all the items feel really good on him right now. Mage Slayer and Diffusal. You know, his mid timings are still good. The change to physical against certain matchups make it even better for the Pangolier. So I don't know what it'll take. Nerf his damage values, nerf his stat gain, increase cooldowns, probably increase cooldowns. You know, if Rolling Thunder was like 20 seconds longer, probably wouldn't be as popular for tempo. Maybe. Still would be pretty popular though. Let's be fair here, Mike.
Yeah, I still think it would be being picked up every 2 seconds.
Storm Spirit.
Storm Spirit will come out here from Aurora, so that should be the mid RML Storm Spirit we're looking at, unless Jabs is feeling spicy. You know, the offlane. I don't know. You never know, I suppose, but it should be the mid-arm Storm Spirit.
Hey, Jabs with all the spice in the world, he's no Masaros, okay?
Yeah.
He wasn't on that iteration of Motivate Trust where they had a Fearless Ember mid and an off-lane Storm Spirit for Masaros. And they did that like twice, if I recall right. We had to kind of sell that to the viewers twice over, and they lost twice with that kind of strat. So hopefully Jabs has learned from his fellow Thai comrades, and that should just be Armel. We do get the Tiny being picked up as well, so that should be our Q hero, and Ollie should be playing the Ench at this point. Still fairly in line with what you'd expect from Aurora. In fact, this looks like a fairly old talent opener. Again, it's kind of interesting, because I feel like a lot of other teams have ended up with new openers. You know, the Hoodwink's been popping up. Pango, we don't talk about that, but there has been more heroes in the pool. For Aurora, at least in games we've covered, or, you know, at least in the last game and this game, it still feels like Talon. You know, like, not Aurora, but, you know, old Talon, their old team. What they used to run before, they're still running now.
But they are. Neon Esports, they'll go for the Crystal Maiden pickup. It's a Castaway, just, you know, it doesn't get the Winter Wyvern this time, takes the Crystal Maiden instead. Well, I suppose for Aurora, John, you know, you might just draft the same thing, because if it's not broken, you just don't fix it, right? But to be fair, you know, game one did feel kind of broken. So it's, you know, maybe it is broken. Who knows?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I like seeing the CM. I think this hero is really strong if it manages to get a lot of good items up. I don't know, like, this here is so annoying. If she can find her ag somehow, it gets really, disgusting, but that's like a very, very late term item for Castaway, considering his playstyle. Probably not something we'll see. Even the Shard, though, is pretty good. Like, the Shard can help you farm into something like, say, a BKB Blink, or just more utility really quick if you do manage to get lucky with the Tormentor. So, and the laning presence of CM, of course, is not to be underestimated. Love the Morris coming out here as well for Neon, so that should just be our JD here on the offlane. Giving more control, more team fight. Really strong team fight with Pango Mars. Funny enough, we were just talking about Morris. There he is again.
That we were. Mars does make his appearance.
Remaining.
Aurora. How do they want to respond to you?
5 seconds
You know the
remaining.
offlane hero you're going to be up against here, so perhaps you could think about choosing the position 1 for Savage if you so
Dire
wish.
team banned.
They will. They do go down the Void route, so Void hasn't felt too bad himself recently. Though I may add, there isn't much damage outside of the Chrono. Right? Like, you've basically just got an
Radiant
Ent that can
team
throw
back.
impetus, and that's about it. So it is going to be heavily reliant here on Savage to have a pretty good game himself, because early to mid game, he's just going to be dealing no damage.
Yeah, I suppose you have potential for tree volley if Q manages to find
Come on
farm.
now, John.
10 seconds
Hey, it's
remaining.
Q. You know, Q does actually farm stuff like that, and or what does he usually
5
go on
seconds
Tiny? I think
remaining.
Blink Phase Boots, maybe a Yule's Force Staff, either or, and then Daedalus. I think that is actually his item
Radiant
progression.
team banned.
So you could easily just swap the Daedalus for an Ags and have your damage in Chrono. I suppose if the game drags on to that point. Faces Void into the Mars lane is also pretty stable, but Neon has a lot of self-setup, and in comparison to game 1 with the Magnus, the Mars comes online a
10
lot
seconds
quicker.
remaining.
Doesn't need as much farm. Just blink BKB, heck, for the most part just blink,
5
and you're kind of ready
seconds
to go.
remaining.
The self-setup with Bushwhack into Spear is also more reliable than Bushwhack into
Dire
Skewer
team
to Tower. Rant of the Void, again, can just regen a lot of that back, but with how long his initial cooldown on Time Walk is, you've got some pretty good openings for Neon to get aggressive in that lane. Heck, even a sneaky tri-lane start could be devastating for the Faces Void here.
That it could be. The final
10
ban to come from
seconds
Aurora.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Still focusing on the position 1 pickups here against CDR. So the Naga Siren was immediately removed here by Aurora, but last ban to come. And they've left the Luna alone. I suppose the Void does not mind the Luna pickup too much if it was to come out again. But they could just ban it out as well. 15
Dire
seconds left to
team
make
pick.
that choice, and they do. So they don't want to really waste their
Radiant
time here
team
against
pick.
Luna. Just kind of cross all the boxes as an Enigma comes out. Alrighty, interesting.
A lot of team fight. You don't have the best cancels coming out here for Neon, so Black Hole is always going to be consistent, especially once BKB's up. You've got the Black Hole and the
10
mini Black
seconds
Hole
remaining.
eventually for Armel if he does decide to go for the Ags. The lane is
5
also
seconds
pretty
remaining.
annoying. We've seen a lot of Enigma offlane nowadays, even in the other tournament that happened in Manila, the APAC finals. I think you don't have too many great options on safe lane to just deal with that. You do have a decent amount of wave clear, though, with CM or Hoodwink. More than likely the CM in that lane. So I don't think it's that much of a concern, the Eidolon spam, but CM can also get run down by the Eidolons and Malphas really easily. So I like seeing this coming out from Aurora. I think the lane of Enigma Tiny is going to have a lot of presence that Neon's going to have to try to deal with. It's not going to be as smooth sailing there for Castaway and for Chidori to kind of do what they want. What solutions do you have? You've got something like the Wraith King, I suppose, if you want to not worry about Chrono, not worry about your carry being caught in Chrono and Black Hole. Could be one, but I think you're kind of locking yourself in with triple melee into Enigma Storm. Does not sound fun at all. So, can be risky as well. Range cores that are safe. You've got the jump from the Storm. That makes it tough. Drow could be an option with the Silence. Makes jumping Drow a little bit tougher, but the burst window still there with a Vortex.
Oh.
They'll go with the Alchemist themselves. Alright.
Okay.
The switcheroo for Neon.
The old switcheroo, huh? You know, John, I don't know if it was just last game. I can't say I like this Alchemist. I'll be frank with you. I feel like, although I'm not exactly the biggest fan of the draft from Aurora either, if we're going to go for the carry comparison, I dare say I trust the Void a lot more. Then again, though, John, I was very wrong last game around, so, you know, if you're a Neon fan, chances are that's good news.
Definitely so. I think the one thing that the Alchemist has going for it in this game in comparison to the last game is you don't have to worry about, at least in like the laning phase, you don't have to worry about something like a Winter Wyvern trying to gank you, because Arctic Burn just kind of makes your level 1 ultimate feel pretty bad. So your regen isn't going to go through as much. No threat of that here for CDR. So it should be a little bit better, but the threat of Chrono Black Hole is pretty big. I kind of want to see Neon protect CDR as much as possible. Like, they have to buy this Alch space. They have to get this ball rolling very fast. The one thing that the Alchemist does have into this lane up against the Enigma is very easy Eidolon clear. Like, you just put Acid Spray, 1 Crystal Nova, and the burn damage should take care of the spam from Jabs. So Jabs is going to have to be very conservative with the Eidolons. It's going to be down to Castaway's positioning, not provide any openings for the Eidolon and Malefice to kind of pin him down on the CM. Overall, the one thing Aurora does have in spades here, Mike, is late game. And that is something that we know Aurora, from their previous time on their previous team, tends to enjoy. So if the game drags on, you've got Black Hole, you've got Chrono, you've got Mini Black Hole, you've got this tiny Latin scale. Aurora's falling back to their specialties here, Mike.
I mean, it certainly feels like everyone's got a source of crowd control here on the side of Aurora. What I'm kind of assuming is that the damage output is not going to be there is my problem, but we'll see if it all works out, I suppose. Have fun, sheep. Well, who's the sheep, JG?
I have no clue.
How dare he? Like Zhongdi?
Tips to Ollie.
Is that how you pronounce it? Zhongdi?
Zhongdi, I guess. I don't know. I think that's probably just Ollie's a nickname for Ollie, I guess. Okay. A Chinese nickname, perhaps, perchance.
Hopefully it's not inappropriate. You know, I did just say
I don't think so.
I don't know what it means.
Nah.
Okay.
I don't think Castaway would bait us, and I'm familiar with the big Chinese curse words. Pretty sure that's not one of them.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, it's bro. There you go.
Okay.
Thank you, our great observer, Elor.
Jeez, our observer's doing everything today. Even translating for us.
That he is.
My goodness. Aren't we lucky?
There you go. Very lucky, Mike.
Upside, GG and Ken going to try and bully Armel and Ollie away from this position.
The battle begins.
They'll be able to get away with it. It is going to be a 2-for-2 trade anyway on the bounty rune, so very even start once again. We'll start off with the mid lane while we're here as well. Of course, you are going to have the mid Pangolier being played by Ken against the Storm Spirit of Armel. How's this one going to work out?
I don't think it's the worst lane in the world for a Storm. It's also not the comfiest. Again, you have pretty good harassment coming in from Ken with Shield Crash and Swash. But Static Remnant is pretty spammable. You're really looking for your Vortex timing to feel great here. And Ken, he's actually holding back on his level 1. Just seeing what kind of style Armel will do. We'll go for the Shield Crash in the end. Still expecting Ken to maybe pull a little bit ahead, but again, not the worst for Armel. Level 3 timing if he does go for the Vortex up against a melee hero is fairly nice if a Storm can kind of look to play aggressive that way. Otherwise, a stable farming lane as long as he dodges the spells. As Ken gets more levels up, level 2 Swash or level 2 Shield Crash, with the shorter range of the Storm, can feel a little bit dangerous to be up close to the Pango.
Certainly can. Of course, down at bottom lane, CDR Castaway against Jabs and Q. So you're seeing those Eidolons get farmed up very effectively here by CDR and Castaway. Kind of already went over this during the drafting phase, but it's not just the Acid Spray that you've got to worry about, right? Like, even just the Crystal Nova into the Acid Spray basically just melts all the Eidolons. A pretty rough kind of lane here for Jabs to try and go up against, and it does feel like the more Eidolons you spawn, the more you're feeding to CDR.
Yeah, but it's also a big kill threat lane as well for the side of Aurora. Once they have Malefice up, Malefice into an Avalanche and Tossback can get pretty scary for the side of Neon, so they also have to respect that. But they are getting a lot in the initial levels for CDR. You're not able to get as much from Jabs. This is more almost farm-oriented for Neon. They're not going to be looking to make their own aggressive plays, just hold back from the offense that Aurora will look to bring out. As long as they don't fall into the Malefice Avalanche Toss combination, you're going to be fairly happy here with the farm that the Alch should be able to find.
There's a lot of damage Bombi's taking on his way out here. Ollie just not leaving the man alone. Actually has a Blood Grenade as well if he wants to try and snipe him. Was looking for maybe 2 more right clicks to throw the Blood Grenade, but Doesn't quite get there. Still giving Savage a pretty good lane here for himself up against the Mars. 8 and 2 in terms of CS here for the Void so far. Mind you, JG's not having too bad of a timeline. They're a pretty even laning stage once again. Here between these two teams for the off lane of Neon. And I mean, in fairness, JG did win out the lane last game around, I believe, against 23 Savage. So see if he can do it again here on the Mars.
Yeah, so far, pretty decent presence coming out from both sides. I think the fact that Ollie can trade blows quite a lot better with Bombi does make a big difference, and that Savage isn't be completely shoved out with Time Walk on hand. Makes it a lot harder to pin him down. They're not playing around the downtime of Time Walk as well. Bombi's much more focused on ensuring that there won't be camp pults, won't be any disruptions to JG's build-up. So, looking to, again, just play the laning phase for the economy, not really looking for kill potential. Ollie doing a great job of just punishing that with his own right-click harass. And it does manage to get some the block going again in the large camp. So both camps just staying blocked. Creep equilibrium where it's at. Feels pretty decent for Savage. Should be had.
Absolutely. First one yet to be drawn. The bottom lane, they are getting rather low. Castaway trying to retreat, but he does go down. Jabs able to secure a kill here onto the CM. Not quite low himself on the Enigma, but obviously CDR, not much he can do alone. Does have to leave the Enigma to just walk away, and it's a great start already here for Aurora in this offlane.
That's the timing we were looking for from Aurora. Having Avalanche Toss, having the Malefice ready. Something like the CM can get easily run down. Boots are still a ways off for Castaway, so he's not going to be protected at all. That's a really easy setup for Aurora to try to feed off of. Even the level 2 Eidolon's just a little bit harder to melt down. And a little bit more damage coming out whenever they do manage to catch. Does make it easier to just line up these kills.
Chases out. CDR going to try and help out Castaway again, but Castaway taking so much damage, but Jabs also taking a fair bit. Thing is, he had plenty of one charges available. That'll be another kill set up here by Q onto the CM, and poor old Castaway, he just can't do anything about it. As soon as he gets tossed into Jabs, he's just as good as dead.
And that's the weakness of the CM in that lane. And with all the chain stunts you have on Aurora, you can just keep doing this. There's no long cooldowns to wait for. It's not too costly in mana. You've got the mangoes ready on Q as well. And they've got the Lotus Pool control lined up their way for the next spawn on top of that. Starting to be pretty detrimental to CDR's lane. There's not much relief that can happen there. In fact, they've even dragged in Ollie to scout out here. Gets a nice ghost creep for himself on the chase. So they can look to maintain that presence. I mean, you're at the point where Savage doesn't need any backup. Level 2 Time Walk ready. Pinning him down is going to be a pipe dream for Neon. They've got their options open for Aurora to start camping.
They're going to find Castaway again. Poor old Castaway. Just made the walk of shame back up towards the bait, or rather the lane. Ollie, though, he's the one being chased down now as Bombi has rotated to ensure this can't keep happening. But Q does join the fray to boot. Castaway still trying to find a way of avoiding the damage incoming as Q does finally go down. The CDR able to secure a nice easy pick off onto the Tiny. I say easy, John, it did take quite a few rotations, but they make it work.
That they do. I like this read from Neon, understanding that top lane is not the lane that they need to help out as well. Same thing with Aurora. Set their sights down bot, get as much as possible for CDR to get going here. The mid lane's been the most static lane, although Armel finds a freebie.
Well, Bombi goes down. I believe he was trying to secure the power rune, but just gets chased down here by Armel. Keep in mind, Armel did use pretty much all of his mana. He has a little bit left, and well, he does have 12 one charges, so it looks like he wants to try and see if he can set up for something. There's 4 heroes here from Aurora to try and force this fight against CDR and Castaway. Castaway's going to just tank the gank by the looks of it here up against Armel. More TP's incoming, but it will not matter. The CM is gone. CDR, however, he is still on the chopping block if they so wish to chase him down. Pings are pretty accurate, so CDR is not out of the woods yet. He's going to run right into Q onto the Tiny. Jabs will turn right back around as well. They will actually force the stun onto the Yak to boot. He needs some help ASAP, but the help is not coming. The help is absolutely not coming as Aurora just throwing numbers at the side of Neon Esports this time around. And it does work out.
It's a little bit slow on the uptake there for Ken to TP in. Just TPing in way too late. Has the roll ready to try to counterfight. But big wins for Aurora coming out in the laning phase. 1-5. and kind of trying to do what Neon did in the last game, just apply pressure on this Alk. This game for Chidori is not going to be feeling great. Number 3 in net worth at very least, number 1 on his team, in a much better position than 23 Savage, but as an Alchemist, that's not quite nearly enough just yet.
Yeah. Jump in again, Armel. Gonna try after the CM. Poor old Castaway just getting the absolute CM treatment. He will die a 4th time already. Almost 8 minutes into the game. This is just classic CM gameplay, John. This is all you do. You just end up dying.
And you do. They're only finding the CM at the very least on the side of Aurora, but the kills are starting to stack up. Smoke out as well, and a regen rune for Armel. All the luck in the world.
Absolutely.
And be able to go for more chase down here.
Barely misses out on the Hoodwink, but could still think about moving south where Ken is hanging about on the Pangolier. Looks like Armel is eventually just going to show himself in the creep wave anyway, so no gang to come here onto the Pango. They didn't really have the vision to really go off of. So instead, just the setup onto the bottom T1 tower. There's not too much in the way of stopping this. Even Savage shows up just in case they need it. There will be no D1 tower trade either. JG just securing the time to farm, but not really getting any damage off onto the tier 1.
Radiant are scanning.
Yep. And the push potential of the side of Neon isn't that fantastic either. They don't have that much to kind of counteract it, whereas for Aurora you've got the Eidolons and the creep army of Ench at the very least. So you've always got some ways of bolstering up the creep wave. Neon still needing some initial timings. Like, I'm a bit surprised JG is queuing up the Mage Slayer first over the Blink. We'll see which way he goes. I think ideally the Blink timing is still bigger here for our Mars. Just the initiation on hand. It's going to be really important to follow through or set up for Ken to find these Rolling Thunders. The vision game from Neon is pretty spot on though. Good defensive wards, just watching the entire river from top to bottom. Pretty much a straight line of vision across the middle of the map. So they've always got an idea as to when Aurora's kind of going hunting here and just kind of try to dodge. Neon not going to be ready anytime soon for these fights unless maybe you find an opportunistic roll or arena opportunity off the back of a mispositioning play here.
They have been very quiet on Neon. Very quiet indeed. Kind of accepting the state of the game. CDR, 4th in net worth, obviously not having the game he would have hoped to have. At least the start of the game, that is. We'll have a little bit of breathing room here in his own jungle to just get that farm going. In the meantime, though, Aurora just slowly starting to chip away at that mid-tier 1 tower. It's like Ollie's just sending creeps in over and over again to just chip away at that tier 1 tower HP. And as for Aurora, but they do jump the Pangolier now.
Ken?
He's fine. Ken's actually going to try and turn around here. Still had plenty of 1 charges plus the Rolling Thunder. It seems like nothing really going to come out of it though.
Just testing the waters. When it does come down to farming, it does feel pretty good for Neon. It is recovery time for CDR. It's that build-up time for JG. He is going to gun for the full Mage Slayer first, which, considering the magic damage, I suppose is not the worst thing in the world. Chrono?
He's committed. The top lane, they have found themselves JG on the
Black
Mars.
Hole
They
as
even
well?
Black Hole, just in case JG will finally die. So that was a Chrono and Black Hole being committed for the Bucks.
I don't mind that as much. I think, considering how slow this game is, if you're figuring that there's not going to be a big team fight, you might as well take that kill. It does go out to rather important here to find that farm. Savage needs every single tool he can get for that recovery, as he will be behind the Alk. And despite this rougher start for the CDR, it's just the nature of how the matchup will go. Alchemist will just be playing an Alchemist game. The side of Neon, though, recognize this as an opening. Smoke up into 2 supports. They've still got Arena, they've still got the roll ready. We haven't seen any of those spells used.
You don't want to see Savage go down here. AG's got the Arena up whenever. We'll try. Kind of leaning Savage forward a little bit. Savage being very cautious by that tier 1. The Vesperia is going to land perfectly onto the tree line. Can they just cancel all the opportunities he has to TP away? It seems like they Savage. Now he's going to time walk off eventually. Bombi's actually the one to go down. And Aurora, they will respond. Savage is still alive. Ken is desperately trying to chase, but misses out on the swash. Aurora, they are going to capitalize quite heavily here as they take down 2. Might even be a 3rd as JG Forced to run the old-fashioned way. Looks like eventually is set to fall. Armel will zip forward and JG is as good as dead. Real shame as well, Savage. He was one hit away from dying. They never really committed the arena, and that may have been the difference maker.
Yeah, I think going for the spear onto the tree rather than spear onto the arena wall made the big difference there. Just one hit from the shield probably would have done it from one of those soldiers on the wall. Miss out on that chance. 1-10. Aurora just dominating this game so far, and that was them taking that fight without the chrono and without the black hole. I think the one thing that Neon has to be really concerned about is trying to hold down Armel this game. Pinning down the Storm is going to be the big task that is not going to be that easy. The Defusal will try to simplify that from Ken, and that gold is coming in now. Just about 20 gold away. So that should give them some angles to stop Armel from just zipping around by burning through his mana. But the lead Aurora has is just worrying. 4K up against an Alchemist. It's not a good game state right now for Neon. Aurora, they're in charge. They've got these timings lined up. The Witchblade for Armel not going to be too far off into that Parasma. His damage is going to start to scale up from that point forward.
JG again being chased down on the Mars. There are heroes rotating over to try and ensure this Mars does die another time. Jabs, break the tree line. Does have Black Hole if he wants it. Chrono is also up. They might just commit these two spells again if they really feel like they need it. JG, they definitely won't now. He's just trapped between a rock and a hard place. JG definitely going down. At the very least, he has bought time for his Alchemist to get the Radiance up. So you are buying plenty of time for CDR, but Aurora certainly having a fantastic time in terms of the kill department. 1-11. Only 14.5 minutes in.
Yeah, it's been slow going for Neon. Just not able to play as aggressively. The mid lane for Ken going a lot slower than I think they'd expect it to be. This timing on the Defusal at 14 minutes. Not the timing that we tend to see from a good Pango game. They might be able to chase down Q, but he's a little bit too far forward, although.
Jump is there, stun is out. They've got the Tiny, however, Savage going to go for a Chrono. Only found one, and it's just going to be the Hoodwink, but now with the Black Hole. Jabs, he caught 3 of them. However, it is cancelled off immediately. Jabs will go down. CDR will follow, though. They've got the Alchemist gone. Armel still trying to man up, but he is completely out of mana. He is down. It's Ken. Well, Ken is still between a rock and a hard place himself. He will drop to boot a complete team wipe here for the side of Aurora, and an ultra kill for Savage.
It's everything you could ask for on Aurora. A good Black Hole to set up, although he kind of cancelled very quickly there from JG, but still manages to get the job done. That little stall while the Chrono was about to fade gives enough room for Savage to get his game going. Even though the Chrono is not the biggest in the world from 23 as well, it cuts off the key area of the map where you really wanted to bounce off of that for Ken, right around a cliff. So you had no easy angles to try to set up some additional Rolling Thunder stuns that you would have wanted. Now,
Castaway has been caught on the CM. He's going to try to run, but there's just no chance. Maybe they can think about going after Armel, but Armel will be able to zip out just fine. Things are just getting more and more challenging here if you are Neon Esports. Seemingly nothing going your way. The one saving grace is probably CDR, just still top of the net worth board, but he's nowhere near at the level he needs to be at where he can confidently fight back against the Aurora draft.
Yeah, needs more. Like, just being number 1 in net worth isn't enough for an Alc. He has to maintain, at this point, 2 to 3K, 3 to 4K actually, in terms of net worth lead. Like, at least one major item above the next core. You're nowhere near that on the Alc just yet. It's been, again, a slower game. Aurora, they're still lining up top here.
They are. Stun out, Ollie. It's JG. Pass back from Q, stunning up 2 of them, and now Armel just moves in. Taking down the Mars, taking down Bombi. Ollie with the double kill of all people. This game, it just gets worse and worse. And Neon Esports are just unable to do anything.
Certainly not there. 4-19. Aurora in control of the game. having the right responses at the right time, even without their big teamfight ults. They've just got enough control and damage with Armel and the others contributing in. And Q with his blink is a massive issue. He's able to clean up this very squishy backline. Like, you've got the Tiny and the Storm to have to worry about jumping onto your two really squishy supports of Hoodwink CM. It's not going to be an easy game to find that right position in comparison to the last game, where he had a lot of reach with Castaway. Now, he doesn't even have that reach. As a CM, you have to be fairly close to even utilize your spells. And without that additional root on the Frostbite, without even using the Freezing Field in something like the Arena, the damage feels a little bit lackluster on the side of Neon right now. Aurora. I mean, they could go again. That's the thing. It's not long cooldowns. Like, the focus point in the draft was Chrono and Black Hole, but now it's just the Storm zipping in and Q blinking around with its Tiny.
Yeah, it's certainly a very one-sided affair right now in Aurora. Definitely feel as though they can just continue if they so wish. All spells are now up and available once again. Neon Esports desperately trying to get the BKB up on their Alchemist. Up is there. JG has been caught by Armel. There is Heroes smoking over to try and help JG out. But JG, he's forced to drop the arena early. He's got no speed to follow up at CDR.
Oh,
he found Armel. Black Hole. It's been committed on the backside. They do at least find a Pangoli, but that's all they get out of this. Meanwhile, the Chrono, it found two targets. CDR, he's forced to run. So is Bombi. They found Armel, but that's about all they're going to get out of this team fight. It's Bombi. Still slowly just dying. We'll go down to Ollie. It's CDR. He is not out of the woods yet either. He's still in the jungle. If they chase him down long enough, they will find him. But they may as well just look towards perhaps that tier 2 bottom tower. I say that Q is not done. Q, the avalanche cancel on the Twin Gates usage. CDR still just trying to run. A TP in from the Mars now. JG going to join the fray, but there's just so many heroes around. Oh, Q set up perfectly. Even more value coming out from Aurora. CDR, eventually, he will go down.
Oh.
Although, a nice freezing field and a nice pushback blocking down a couple. No bashes from Savage either onto Castaway, but they've got the CM anyway. It just doesn't matter. JG is still just trying onto Ollie. They'll get the Enchantress down, but can they survive past that? They'll try at least on a Q, but now JG, he will just drop to the damage of this Tiny. It's Ken. Ken is the only man left standing, trying onto Armel, does find the Storm another time, but it's just such an expensive cost. Can he get out? It doesn't look like it, though. He does have another swash in one. He will commit, but immediately Savage jumping right on top. In fact, there's another. Bombi's not out either, but they will leave him. The respawns are too short. They don't want to risk another fight.
Ah, man, this is just... I love that Neon is willing to take these fights, but it's a little bit too relentless. Aura, they've just got too much mobility. You have to worry about this Faceless Void jumping around. You have to worry about the Tiny, about the Storm. You don't have that much lockdown on your side. You don't have that mobility as well. With no blink just yet on JG, you need to be able to jump in. CDR does have his own blink ready at the very least, so there are additional angles to take on the Alk. And he's got his own BKB coming up soon. It is going to be a pretty big note for the next few fights, but you have so much BKB Pierce. Again, that's when it falls back to Chrono and Black Hole for the side of Aurora, which are going to be coming off cooldown rather soon, so they can look to go again. And Neon, they've just bled out way too much. CDR is still #1 in net worth, but it's just this Alk. Ken, JG, they've suffered in this game, to the point where Q almost has as much net worth as JG right now.
It's pretty tough. It is a pretty tough affair. If you are a Neon fan. Neon, they're not out of the game yet, but it just seems like there's so much catching up to do before they get to a stage where they can really put up a solid fight back up against Aurora. I mean, mind you, Aurora, that last fight, it did look messy at times, to be fair. You know, once those big ultimates are gone, there is turnaround potential, but it's just so much damage being dealt during those ultis. It's now Roshan. I mean, it's going to get started, Aurora. They've got nothing to worry about. Every spell is back up and available. And they know that Neon are not in a position to try and fight for this, so they're just going to have to let it go.
Just have to surrender it. And even if they were in position into Black Hole, into Chrono, Doesn't sound like a good fight for Neon to even think about venturing into. Aegis picked up by Armel. 2 lives on the Storm. Going to be nasty to deal with. Again, considering the lack of lockdown here. And Armel, he's got that full Parasma up. So every single time he gets a right click off, it just hurts so bad. The Parasma is such a menace. Parasma and Kanda, really, that's this patch story. I think those are the items that everyone looks at. And, I mean, for good reason. They're highly effective when you do manage to get the timings.
Oh, that they are. That they certainly are. Armel hoping somebody shows in the mid lane now. Bombi thinking better of it, though. He might still go for the creep wave.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still very, very patient.
Dire's top tower.
Thing is, the bottom tier 2 tower is just being casually forced in here by Aurora. They will get away with it. Absolutely zero contest coming out from Neon Esports. Bombi still kind of being stalked here by Aurora, but they have not got real vision over the Hoodwink. Jump in, who have they got? Here's going to be Castaway. The CM has just not had a game. Dying once again. Kenny, he thought about the Rolling Thunder, but he sees the CM die and he just knows there's no point.
Radiant's middle tower is
It's not a fight they can take. Ags is inching closer for Ken as well. Might as well wait for those additional swash just to come out with shield crash. And just hold on to what objectives they can. 7-27, Aurora. Again, in very good position here. Going for another smoke out.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, they'll try to head north. Now, JG is around. Like, he's still a great target to focus down here on this Mars. And so they will not see him. We'll head down south. In fact, never mind. Jabs is eventually going to run into him. Armel will get the vision. JG. You can make the argument he's tanking a gank here for the team, but it just doesn't feel like there's enough gold incoming for this Alchemist to make it that worth it.
No, certainly not. Again, you're at the point where JG is basically at the same farm level as Q. Q, Blink, Yules, as the Phase Boots is going for the Echo Saber next. So, is looking to start to transition now into a little bit of semi-core still.
Q. Actually copying a stun, does hand a stun over to Armel as well. Won't really matter. Zip forward from Armel, just no fear in the world here on the Storm. Still with the Aegis up for another 2 minutes 15.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Q the toss back, found Castaway again. Poor old Castaway, just gonna die another time before the fight even starts. They'll go for the Rolling Thunder, they'll try into Q. In fact, the Chrono now committed. Savage is locking down 2 of them. The Rolling Thunder does absolutely nothing here to the Void. They are still trying to fight this one out, but JG's now being caught. CDR joining the fray, trying to get something done for his team. But everyone is just so split up right now. Even a Black Hole being committed by Jabs. Catching 2 cores. Ken is gone. CDR is gone. It's just a messy, messy engagement. And Neon Esports, they're not calling it yet, but it does seem like it's as good as done this game.
Yeah, it looks pretty cooked for Neon at this point. Aurora, this is the Aurora we were looking for in the last game. Maybe just needing a little bit of warm-up, but kind of on cruise control in this one. Just having control, having that initiative every single time. And Neon left with very limited options. It's such a hard game. You have to worry about Armel. You have to worry about your backline being jumped. Your Crystal Maiden is not even able to use Solar Crest on a core in any of these fights. Like, I feel like Castaway, when he does manage to use it, it's on himself right before he dies, which makes very little difference. 16k lead. Aurora take 1 set, 1 ranged racks on the high ground, pull back, but probably are just 1 fight away from clearing everything out here.
I could kind of appreciate playing to the last, last breath.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, it only takes 1 team fight to come back to be absolutely fair. So when you're playing with an Alchemist Pulse 1, it feels like there's no coming back a lot of the time. Neon Esports rushing into that dire jungle, trying to find themselves at least a solo pickoff. Maybe Armel, who's already low in HP. If Bombi can find him with a bushwhack, he's as good as dead. But they'll miss out. Bombi, he was so close to having the smoke broken, but doesn't go towards the east where the Storm was. Ollie, This is a target they can certainly look towards. Weezingfield was also committed. Problem is, there's just no damage incoming. Here comes Ken to try and help out. The Ench is still alive, finally going down, but it's going to be at a heavy cost. Castaway's gone. They will try onto the Pango now. CDR is trying to go after Armel. They've gone to the Tiny instead. Q now being targeted here by Bombi, Ken, and CDR. Meanwhile, in the back, though, they're going to lose JG on the Mars. It's still not looking like the greatest team fight here for Neon, but they'll try for more. Armel and Japs dropping low to Ken. Ken desperately trying to secure some kills here, but Armel is just manning up with the damage and Brune. Ken, he'll find one of them. Maybe he can find another here onto Jabs. Maybe he can keep going. But he's out of range now for the swash. Still, it's the best fight they've had in a long time. Neon Esports showing they are not out of the game yet.
This'll come in handy.
They aren't. They're staying in it. The damage output from Ken with the Ags and Shield Crash doing quite a fair bit of work. The side of Aurora now finally getting some punishment for not having all of their spells off cooldown. Jabs does get Chrono off now, but even then, like, really good angling out from Neon. You see the difference it makes when Castaway can live through Mike. He gets the Crystal Nova off, gets the Frostbite, manages to use the Freezing Field, and that slow cut off Savage. Like, who was stuck across the tree line? He couldn't get in to help. He already used Time Walk in the middle of that fight as well, so couldn't angle in for a better use in Chrono or some better positioning to just get some damage off. And that's the one difference that it makes. You also had Armel very far back just using the regen that was on the expired Aegis to come back in. But that was just some great circumstance for Neon. If they can manage to find the same circumstance where Armel's not able to zip through instantly and pop their backline, you can still look for openings on Neon, but I don't know if that kind of opening will present itself again. And you can do it once, twice? I don't reckon so. But if Aurora are careless, Neon can certainly capitalize on that.
It's coming together. Neon, I want to believe they're going to give us a close end to this game. And Aurora, of course, you don't want to see them throw this game away. Of course, if they lose this game too somehow, that is them going down to the lower bracket. They are far from that, though. They are going to go for a 4-man smoke up here. 97% win probability still sitting there for Aurora. It only takes one fight to change that. But for now, especially with the draft that they have, they are looking like the much stronger team. They'll head down south towards Ken. Ken's a big target. Zip is there, Vortex is out, and the Pango just cannot survive. Though a nice arena, but no, the bashes coming in from Savage, not allowing the getaway. JG at the very least is able to get himself out of there. But now, though, Armel is still chasing and does get some vision over the Mars, but is out of mana.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
On the high ground they go. You still have Chrono, you still have Black Hole. It's a very hard defense to ask for if you're Neon, especially without their mid-Pangolier available. You don't even have Arena to fight with either. It's just such a tough scenario now. It's Q jumping in again, gets a nice toss back on a Bombi, and Bombi is just deleted. CDR, but he breaks the Lincolns of Savage, but that's about all he does. It's Aurora through the bottom lane, they'll go into the mid. There is still a T2 tower standing at that top lane, but Castaway. It's kind of the thing with Q Tiny, right? Like, it's a hero you can't give this man. He's just too damn good.
Oh, yeah, definitely a nice little play to try to steal back the gem with a courier. Does still go the way of Aurora. Yeah, Q Tiny just does so much work. He does switch his item build. A while ago he was queuing up the Echo Saber, is just going for the BKB instead. But still, just finding the back line, not even putting that pressure onto Armel. It's just been Q with some follow-up from Armel. Takes care of that. Neon, their high ground hold is... It's alright, but it's not, like, amazing. Like, it's really just down to Chrono and down to Arena and down to some great usage of the Rolling Thunder here. You've got the Basher up on Ken. That can help the cause, but you're two lanes behind. You're 19k behind with the Alchemist in this game. And your Alchemist is 1k behind the Faceless Void. This is the point in the game where the Alch does feel a little bit like dead weight. And Chidori is just going to try to go for his own Basher and hope for the best in the middle, but Roshan set to respawn. Rosh control with Aurora. Neon is still hanging around the area around Roche here, though.
They certainly are. Arena down, but 23 Savage. He gets the BKB off in time, and now the Chrono, it does catch one. It is the Pangolier being caught in that Chrono, just on the edge. Meanwhile, JG, caught again on the Mars, is going to go down. Roshan completely available. They don't want that, though. They want more kills, and they're going to fight Bombi. Trying for the TP play out will not make it. Q will take a double kill on the Tiny. Just where does it end?
It should end here. With his Aegis, I don't know how you hold high ground on the side of Neon. You should still have time to respawn here for Ken. But that is a really heads-up Chrono from Savage, blocking off the Pango. The one here that really needs to be able to try to get that Rolling Thunder off, and just isn't able to. Neon starting to run out of options. 10 to 41, 22k lead up. It's just a matter of cleaning up now for Aurora. And for Neon, if they can do something special in the high ground, it's boiling down to that. Like, another circumstance where perhaps Armel isn't able to jump in. That is the ideal here. We'll see. 2 lives in Savage. Not an easy target to go for already. With a secondary life, I don't know if you can manage it.
I mean, it's going to be pretty tough. We'll see what Neon can do. They are still holding on to this game number 2. Up in, Ollie is going to be the target though. JG misses out on the God's Rebuke immediately. Savage, more than happy to jump in. Mel's there as well, and Q with the setup again. 3 down immediately for Neon Esports. Jab's even finding the Pang on the side. Just commits the black hole. Ken, he does at least buy some space for CDR, but not much space. CDR still being chased here by Q. GG's call. They have seen enough. Aurora, they will secure game number 2, forcing us to a game 3 of this best of 3 series. And I'll say it again, John. I mean, this Q Tiny, throughout minute 0 to minute 34, he was fantastic.
Yeah, he was. He just set tempo a lot for the side of Aurora, provided a lot of those openings as well. His rotations were on point. And the side of Neon, I can't believe they really switched back to the Alchemist. I think that was my biggest issue with it. Like, just going back for Alch didn't feel like the best there. It just fell behind way too fast, especially considering they just wrecked an Alchemist in the last game. Maybe feeling confident, but doesn't quite pan out. You also had a lot going on there for Armel. His mid matchup went pretty smoothly as well up against Pango. So I'm keen to see what Neon corrects on, because both games it felt mildly one-sided in game 1, very one-sided in game 2. I'm keen to see how even game 3 is.
Let's see how it does go. We are going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 3 between Neon Esports and Aurora. We'll see you then.
XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you going down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me, I'm what you can't find. I'm not from the day, I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me, I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through.
What's that?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into our game number 3 of this best of 3 between did I say Nouns? Neon Esports and, of course, Aurora. It's MLP Dota and Jonix Fight. Jonathan, apparently my head's in NA right now.
Too much time spent in the DPC, Mike.
That happens.
We're here for Southeast Asian Dota. Michael Phoenix. Aurora up against Neon into Game 3. And what a journey it's been. Game 1 looked really strong for Neon. We saw some big plays from JG. Game 2 looked shaky from Neon overall. Castaway on a CM did pretty much nothing for the most part in that game. And Aurora had complete control almost start to finish with spectacular performances from pretty much everyone. So I'm keen to see what changes we see from Neon. I don't think this experimentation with the CM is going to pan out. Probably have to look elsewhere for their supports here.
10 seconds
We'll see.
remaining.
You know, that Hoodwink hero is still available.
5
If
seconds
anyone wants to take it.
remaining.
Let's see what
Radiant
the next
team
ban outs
ban.
are. I appreciate the fact that they are constantly just respect banning out the Castaway Winter Wyvern as well, just realizing that it probably is one of his
10
better
seconds
heroes and they just do
remaining.
not want to have to deal with it again. I suppose Wyvern
5
is one of those
seconds
heroes that
remaining.
you just don't want to have to play against if you are up against a
Dire
good Wyvern
team
player.
ban.
There's the Prophet as well, speaking of heroes you don't want to have to play against.
It's a massive
10
nuisance.
seconds
I
remaining.
do love seeing that Pangoliers just left in the pool. So
5 seconds remaining.
if Neon don't ban it out, which they
Dire
likely
team
won't,
pick. Radiant
yep,
team
they
pick.
could just pick up Pango
Enchantress.
after. They will go the Ench first, so they do manage to snag that one away. It's really been an Ench Hoodwink day, hasn't it, Mike? Like, those two heroes have been consistent in nearly every game that we've casted today.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we're about to see a Hoodwink come out right now. It certainly has
10
been pretty much
seconds
all
remaining.
day. We've seen those two heroes, and well, surprisingly
5
enough, Neon are the
seconds
ones that take the
remaining.
edge. Instead, it's just now a matter of, does Q want to play Hoodwink? Does Ollie want to play Hoodwink? Or do they just completely ignore it and move on? I miss when Hoodwink first came out, and Bushwhack just did immediate damage instead of DPS.
God.
That was so great.
God,
That was
that
such
was-
a great time.
That was painful. Yeah, she was pretty painful. Everyone was just running her as a core. And I mean, you still kind of do sometimes.
team
Even in the support build, you're
Tusk.
somewhat semi-core. They'll go with the Tusk instead, so that should be our Q hero on hand very early on. Q Tusk is a menace. We've already seen what he can do with a few rotations. Tusk can get that done for you very, very quick. So I like seeing that coming out for Aurora. Of course, you could
10
just give it to
seconds
Ollie
remaining.
if Savage takes a good ranged laner, but
5
I don't
seconds
expect that. I
remaining.
expect Q to just stick onto that Tusk and just start being a menace once he can rotate. So keen to see what Neon's response to that will be, because they've got a lot of tools on Aurora just with a Tusk. There's this potential for saves with a Blink build up down the line. Blink Snowball saves are going to be in play. You've got the kickback that can come out as well, considering Q's playstyle and how well he finds farm. The
Dire
Ags build up for
team
Tusk
back.
isn't going to be out of the reality here for Aurora to find in the game. So there's a lot of repositioning that can come in here as well.
I've always said as well, Q, when it comes to position 4 players, does tend to enjoy the melee pos 4s a little bit more, right? And the Tusk certainly does bring back some
10
great
seconds
memories from
remaining.
I want to say from back in the day, Jonathan, when we first started casting this, man.
5 seconds
You know, the good old
remaining.
days where, you know, nothing really mattered. Everyone was having a good time.
Back when he and Jackie were in the same team with
Oh,
Fearless and Masaros.
Good old days.
That was a team that I wish went further. I wish lasted into the DPC, but unfortunately blew up before the DPC came
Yeah.
in and just
Radiant
never
team ban.
found her form. I mean, together at the very least. Individually, again, Jackie and Q have done well for themselves, but our boys Fearless, Masaros, Leonak, Bombi, they're all not here, Mike.
No, they are not. John. No, they are not. I mean,
10
Bombi is here,
seconds
Johnny. You did
remaining.
mention Bombi for some reason.
Oh.
He's definitely here.
Boom Boy, sorry, I meant
Boom
Boom
Boy.
Boy,
5 seconds
and I
remaining.
guess we have Masaros with
Well, now you're
Jackie
doing it
again,
now,
so
John.
there's that.
You're messing
Yeah.
stuff up too. There you go.
I'm mixing. I told you earlier on, my memory slips apart, Mike, like water to a sieve. It's not there.
That's all right, Joe. You're probably better off, honestly, not remembering anything in this day and age. Aurora.
Uh,
Still looking for this this ban out. It
Will we
literally
just
has
not
been.
ban Pango? Are we not taking
Radiant
it out?
team pick.
Are we just gonna? Okay, just pick the Pango. Come on, Aurora. Let's
Dire
not
team
pretend.
pick.
Let's not waste time. Okay, fine. Go for the Luna first. Okay, Neon, pick the Pango. Let's not pretend. Let's stop joking around. You want the hero. Pick it, and let's move on.
You know what though? Each team that has picked Pango has lost. You know, the same to be
10
said for Alchemist, of course,
remaining.
but the team that does pick Pangolier between these two has lost so far.
5 seconds remaining.
So perhaps it is best to just avoid it completely, which I would definitely
Quinn.
appreciate.
Quinn had a point. Play something real. Play a real hero, guys. Please. Please. Something. We'll see. Neon, probably looking for a support pickup first. Venge would have been
Dire
ideal, but
team
was
pick.
banned out early. It's gonna be the Magnus priority for JG, which I don't mind. JG had an amazing game 1. The kidnapping plays are back. And actually, Magnus into Luna lane is pretty ugly for Luna. You can actually go for Max Empower, and, well, Luna's right in
10
range
seconds
for
remaining.
Magnus Empower Cleave. So it's free harassment and more farm for the Magnus
5
if
seconds
that is the route JG would want to go. Wouldn't mind it. You have more options in skill build purely off the matchup, so pretty nice to have. There's room for the Ken Ember. I think with the Magnus, you might as well consider the Ember as well, but chances are they're going to look at that secondary support to tie in with the Magnus. And the Hoodwink you mentioned, Mike, is still there, so why not?
Radiant team pick.
Oh?
Okay, they really change it up. Wow. Shadow Demon comes out, which is fair. It's a good save up against, I guess, the Tusk trying to jump someone. So if you see a snowball come in, you can disrupt before the kick, I suppose. And you can just save people
10
in general.
seconds
Laning
remaining.
presence is pretty good as well with a Shadow Demon. You've got the stacking potential
5
that can come
seconds
in here
remaining.
as well.
Radiant team
And very straightforward setup as well with
Dire
Disruption
team pick.
into Skewer back. So you have those options here for the side
Oh.
of Neon. Aurora
Here we go.
going for the spice. Lion comes out. Lion Storm. You used to laugh at me, Mike, when
did.
I said, oh, Lion draining into Storm Spirit. Oh, John, no one would buy the shard to do that. No one would pick the talent to drain into
seconds
allies for that.
That is true.
Who's laughing now, Mike?
I did-
Who's laughing now?
5
Well, I mean,
seconds
you aren't
remaining.
laughing to be fair, Jonathan. It seems like you're.
I'm
you
not.
You don't know what to do with yourself, but I did indeed say that.
And this is a really good solution as well for those Shadow Demon illusions if you do decide to try to utilize that in a push. You've got some clear now on the line as well,
Dire team
especially
back.
for the Luna illusions that can come out. They will just go for that Ember Spirit pick now, but I think Aurora would line on hand have enough control for the Ember to make that less of a threat. And the mid matchup for Armel, Storm into Ember, it does
10
lean,
seconds remaining.
I'd say slightly Ember favored, but Storm can hold out. Really depends on the
5
players.
seconds remaining.
But Ember can play a little bit better. This one goes, it's really down to how well the players play. Inch out these advantages, how
Radiant
well they
team
control the
back.
lanes. So it should be an interesting to watch for Armel and Ken. But yeah, like Ember, Magnus, you've got the combination. You've got the Empower target to feed into. And it's just how mobile can Ken be in this game up against a Lion. We'll have to see. He's probably going to have to get
10
a Linken's
seconds
again this game.
remaining.
I mean, Lincoln's has been very popular anyway, right? It's just, you
5
just see it every
seconds
game anyway,
remaining.
so it's just. Yeah, he'll be right. Let's see what happens.
Radiant team back.
Final bans to come. Viper removed. Morphling removed. Does seem like Neon Esports still lacking a position 1. Aurora seemingly lacking a Jabs hero, but you know, with Jabs you just never really know what the hell's going to happen. So
Offlane line.
Team banned.
don't tempt him, John. Don't tempt him. Man's crazy.
And he is. Offlane Storm. We were talking about Masaros doing it before. Let's go, Jabs. If Masaros can do it, truly you can too. Right?
10
Storm
seconds
Spirit Line
remaining.
lane. Or Storm Spirit Tusk lane. Sounds not as bad as it could
5
be.
seconds
It,
remaining.
you know what, John? It sounds pretty bad. I'm going to correct you that it does sound really bad.
What do you mean tag team plus overcharge slow?
Yes,
It's okay.
it sounds bad.
It's bad. I love the bans of Aurora taking care of the more
Oh.
It'll be really painful. Taking care of the troll as well, which I figured was probably the next best bet with a Magnus. So what options do you have left here for Neon? Into a Luna, into a Lion Storm. There could be room for something like a Slark, but they're going to have to pick first, and that does give Jabs like the advantage in looking for this favorable matchup up against CDR. I mean, normally with CDR, you just associate him with Terrorblade, but again, that hero has been dead, and you're playing into a Lion Storm. Probably not the best hero to pick into that, so... Slark is something we've seen CDR play before on his time in SMG. Maybe a Monkey King. Monkey King safe with a Magnus isn't too bad either. They go to Ursa instead, which is a little bit harder to lock down with the Enrage up. So you do have some options. The lane is pretty solid as well. Ursa plus potentially just the Shadow Demon here for Castaway is pretty sick. Even the Enchantress, if you do give Castaway the Enchantress instead and have Bombi on the Shadow Demon to stack up the triangle, is pretty solid. Like, you have the slowest and able the Ursa to just jump forward, get the Furious Swipe stacked up, and find the kill. Those melee offlane tanks that Jabs has tended to play, not going to feel as comfy into the Ursa.
No, certainly not. See what he does.
You know what would be comfy?
No, it would.
Offlane Storm.
I know exactly what you're going to say. It would not be comfy, John.
One can dream.
Well,
no, alright, Razor. There you go.
Yeah,
that's the answer. Static Link, whip the bear, dance around him. Very straightforward draft coming out from Aurora. It is a Razor Tusk lane as well.
Pretty decent laning stage, I want to argue here, for the offlane of Aurora. And Neon Esports, I mean, there's still one game away from being able to proceed through the upper bracket. And Aurora, obviously in the exact same position here. One of these teams is going to have to get knocked down to the lower bracket, where I believe they will have to play again after this series. So it's a pretty rough affair if you are the loser of this series, because you literally just have to jump in and play again against whoever else lost. So there's really no prep time either.
Yeah, it's no downtime for them, which is going to be a little bit tough. And you would rather not put yourself in that position here if you are Aurora or Neon. And Aurora, again, setting up some really strong lanes to not be put in that circumstance. Keen to see what Neon can do. I think this draft is maybe a little bit harder to play for the side of Neon. Yes, they have this really good team fight with RP. They've got this combination of Empower on Ursa and on Ember, but you're dealing with Storm Lion. Their jump is really strong on Aurora. They've got the save with the Snowball as well. So Q, as long as he's hanging in the back, even with the RP setup, can just come in, blink Snowball, and suddenly your window to kind of find that kill disappears, and Aurora can have the opening. Again, you just got Razor into Ursa, which is a nightmare for Ursa. No easy solutions here for CDR to just get away outside of just trying to slow them down and run off, which is up against a Tusk, maybe a little bit tougher. So, gonna be an interesting one. I would lean towards Aurora on draft, which probably means Neon is gonna pop out with something special here, Mike.
We'll see what happens, John. I mean, you know me, I'd love to see an upset if we could have one, but nevertheless, again, the better team does have to proceed through. The loser has to go down to the lower bracket. Game number 3 of this best of 3 series. And I'll tell you what, John, both series so far have been 3-game series. So chances are, knowing our luck, we'll have another 3-game series right after this one. Which I'm not complaining about. I'm just pointing it out.
It's a little bit surprising. I think the last qualifiers for Southeast Asia was a lot of 2-0s for the Dream League qualifiers. So getting a bunch of 2-1s is maybe an overcorrection from the region. We'll see, Mike, as we do go into the game.
Yeah.
I don't think teams plan that out, but maybe that's one factor. You know, Aurora's like, yeah, we don't want to have to face Neon again. Let's knock them down in a 3-game series. We know they're gonna have to play again. You know, this is the way. This is the min-maxing of every aspect of comp play, Mike.
Just destroy them. Absolutely remove them from the tournament as Castaway. Gonna break the smoke of Q. I'm just gonna try and cut off Castaway anyway. They could have screwed up the shards if they really wanted to, but Castaway already starting with the voice lines here. Quick little tip out to Ollie.
As they have kept up, always tipping Ollie. Good old friends.
He does block out both the camps in the triangle. So no real stacking to be had here for Neon until they sort those out. Be very, very annoying. Especially when you have an Ursa who is just going to rush the Battle Fury as per always.
Yeah, and, you know, you're up against a Shadow Demon who will want to stack as early as possible, so you're going to miss out on at least 1, maybe 2 sets of stacks, which is really painful when you're trying to play the strat.
There's going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes here as well. See how quickly Bombi does react to these sentry placements? Like, you know, it's 1 stack's okay, but when you start venturing into the 3-4 stack territory, it's when you start getting a little bit more concerned. We'll see we are of course going to start with the mid lane where Armel and Ken are going to be going at it on the classic Ember vs Storm matchup. I don't believe it's changed too much as well.
No, it's still pretty much the same. It's down to the players. It's down to how well they manage their lane. Ken has some play, but the level 3 spike of Armel can be pretty threatening as well. So just have to have some caution there into the build-up for Ken. I would say that it is marginally easier for an Ember, but again, this is still plenty playable for a Storm, especially if you can try to abuse the remnants in the Overload. So just going to be down to how well you can put yourself and how well you position these creeps here. Down bot, taking a look there. You do have this really good self-setup lane with Disrupt into Skewer back for JG. Again, for the Magnus in this matchup up against Luna, you've got the option to actually just go for Empower. Just go for Greed. Just go for Farm, just because Empower Cleave will almost always hit this Luna. Her range is just not big enough to avoid that. So I'm keen to see what JG will want, whether or not he wants that offense from Skewer, wants the burst potential of Shockwave, or just wants a steady farm with Empower. He has all options here.
Certainly does. JG obviously proving to us he's an absolute expert on this hero anyway during game number 1. We'll trust the man's judgment as to what skill build he does go for. Of course, top lane, CDR and Castaway going to be going at it against Jabs and Q. It could be a pretty awkward lane for CDR. Like, it is against the Razor after all. Static Link's going to be very, very annoying to try and play against. You do have some gameplay here with Castaway, just slowing him up with the enchant. You know, you have a nice kind of way of stopping the Static Link early, but CDR might still find himself in a bit of a bother.
Yeah, this is a pretty scary lane for the Ursa, especially as Q gets his levels. Like, once he has the Shard and the Snowball stun, being on top, getting shards onto that Ursa, when you see him commit as well with the Urchak, just makes it an easy rundown for Jabs. And that should lead to a much more farm-oriented time here for Chidori. Just not going to be looking for that offense as much. And that leads to some good level timings for Jabs. Once you hit level 3, level 4 on this duo, things start to get a little bit scary for the side of Neon. And, of course, Q on the Tusk has a lot of rotation opportunities as well onto the mid, which you have to respect for a player like Q.
He certainly does. Fight over the Lotus Pool down to this bot lane. JG has managed to pick it up. Savage is going to take a bit of damage on the way out, though JG does lose his courier. Does lose something for that Lotus. Seems like he's having a pretty good time against this Luna, though, for now. JG not really struggling too much. Savage playing very on edge as well. Doesn't want to get skewered back too far. Because Bombi looking to stack up as many Shadow Poisons as possible as Castaway. In danger, is going to go down. Jabs able to pick up first blood, though can he survive the damage output of CDR now? Oh, that's a great snowball from Q. He's going to bide the space. So Ollie does also go down to the bottom lane, and with nothing is really found here for Neon at the top.
It's that level timing we were talking about. Just having Snowball and Shards up, the level 3 with the level 2 Static Link for Jabs. Easy pickings when you find that Ench. Even the Ursa could be a really viable target as well. And Neon just have to play it so safe. They don't have as much in trying to fight up against that. And Q, again, he is a monster on this Tusk. They are putting a lot of pressure down bot. Savage not the healthiest, but will be able to find a salve, not broken as well by Bombi. So going to be able to keep that farm game up. Has been a slower lane for our Luna than it has been for our Ursa, but your flash farm potential on this Luna is pretty damn high anyway. So you should still be set to have a strong bounce back here for Savage, especially considering, again, Bombi hasn't scouted out these sentries. So no stacks still at 4 minutes in.
It's pretty rough. That is a little bit rough here for old Bombi. Maybe just never even had the chance to walk into that triangle and actually see that there's wards there just blocking them off. Who the hell knows? But for now, it looks like they are just going to be left to expire eventually on their own. Because I suppose one way to deal with them, John, just let them expire. You, Castaway. Nice little wild wicket trip trick up towards the north. Jabs. Still in trouble now. He's going to be chased down by CDR, and he's gone. It's a very nice hurricane committed by Castaway to ensure they could not secure a kill onto him.
And managing to find a bigger kill this time around in that trade, finding the offlane Razor. Nice injection for CDR to play with. Is, as you mentioned, still trying to go for that full Battle Fury in this game, despite having the Magnus to fall back to. So will want everything he can find to start escalating his own farm at the same pace the Luna would. So I don't think that's going to hold Aurora back. I mean, Q is still gunning for a position here.
Won't find one. Castaway is going to force him back anyway, so... As the threat, though, of the initiation is what really is scary here for the side of Neon. Rotations into the mid lane now between Castaway and Q, just trying to fight over the 6-minute power runes, and it seems like Kenny is going to get lucky. He's get a shield rune for himself here on the Ember Spirit. Of course, between the Storm and the Ember matchup, it's always so important, those initial power runes. This time around, Kenny is able to pick it up.
Allows him to try to play aggressive with that early 6. Wants to be able to find Q before the Wisdom Runes come in.
You don't have chains, though. I mean, maybe he could just stick around this area and secure that Wisdom Rune. It is going to be a lot of time being used up for this. More rotations probably going to be incoming as well from Aurora if they feel like they need it. Ken has indeed chosen to stick around. He'll go for a chase onto Jabs. Jabs going to go for the link out and immediately be broken. Jabs, oh boy, he could be in danger, but here comes Armel. They're onto CDR. CDR already losing so much of his HP pool, but they are going to lose Jabs. The Wisdom Rune will be left, though. No, never mind, it won't be Ken. He's going to try and swipe it away, but Q does pick it up. Gets to start off. It may cost his life, but they found both Wisdom Runes. In fact, here comes Ollie, just ensuring they get something for their trouble. They'll take down Bombi. Ken still on the run, trying to TP away, is going to make it out. So all in all, not the worst case scenario here for Neon, but they do lose both Wisdom Runes in that engagement.
That's a massive loss to have. I'd say that's still a massive win for Aurora, considering the supports you have here for Aurora. Like, you've got a Lion and a Tusk. Both of these heroes want some really fast 6s. Ollie is only about 100 EXP away, 170 EXP away from that level 6 finger. So the burst damage is going to start to build up a lot faster than you'd expect here for Neon. And they're going to have to try to deal with it. Because once they chain stun on top, any of these heroes are very viable targets to just burst. The one thing that you do get here, though, is that Armel doesn't have that much mana on his return on mid. Does get lucky with the Arcane. So he's going to be pretty happy with that, but it does give some room for Ken to play. And you freed up the bot lane for JG to just clear out and farm up. So they'll be able to find a tier 1 tower. Top will be shoved in by Aurora in response, but they've got time to kind of go back there for the defense if they wished on Neon's end.
They may. At the very least, Castaway is going to use the twin gates to fly through. He's feeling confident after that last engagement. Castaway's going to find Ollie in the tree line. Dip in from Armel to ensure that they will lose Castaway. Like CDR also getting caught in the shards of Q, but Q not able to lock him down long enough. In fact, now the snowball to go past the Ursa. The Ursa going to be perfectly fine. In fact, now they've gone a bit too far. Q maybe dragging his team into the depths. Although nice Earth Spike out, catching CDR. CDR's down. The RP though. JG locking a couple down, but it won't matter. They don't have the damage. Not without the Ursa, they don't. JG is gone. Ken will at least find Ollie on the line, but it's still looking pretty damn good for Aurora. Q may go down to boot though, and it seems as though he will. Bombi able to secure another kill for his team, but it's really only supports going down for the price of cause. So Aurora should be still pretty happy with the way that engagement went.
They got a good position, they got a good spike on the level 6 finally coming in there for Ollie to find that finger and the burst. I mean, you find everything you wish for as the supports there. And the side of Neon, the response just maybe a little bit slower on the mark. You know, if Ken was around earlier for that movement up top, if they were more immediate in the response to the top push after taking bot, you could have lined up for a much better angle for this RP play on JG. You could have had more damage popping in early from Ken. And then Aurora take advantage of that hesitation. It's Armel.
Well, actually, 23 Savage down at that bottom lane could be in a spot of danger as well. Armel, for now, is going to be okay. Does get the zip away. It's a nice skewer attempt there to try and lock him down, but it's not quite work out. Savage dropped extremely low himself against the Ursa just earlier, but luckily for Savage, he was able to run away from CDR. Armel has still been scouted out here by Bombi, but Armel going to be able to retreat just fine.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's going to go back to farming, try to build into that Witchblade. And I don't know if he's going to be rushing the harassment this time around, but certainly has the room to do so. Top still being sieged by the side of Aurora. We'll eventually find it with siege creep. They do protect it with Jab's body as well to guarantee that push. Lots of sentries coming out here from the side of Neon to try to get the information game away from that area. Just try to get a safe farming spot for JG to sit at. And they just toss CDR down bot to keep his own farm game going. Battle Fury still a ways off for the Ursa. And you are seeing that farm difference start to kick in for 23, as is the nature of the Luna. Smoke out for the side of Aurora here, with Armel taking point with Jabs.
Just find the Castaway. Actually, they completely avoid him for now. We'll head up towards the north, try to see if they can find anyone in that newer part of the jungle. And eventually, they are going to find Castaway. It's not the biggest kill in the world, but they'll just take it. Take what you can get. They will not get the finger stack though for Ollie. Ollie may be using the finger a little bit too early, so misses out on a bit of bonus damage, but that's about it.
Not the biggest loss. You still get some action going with that finger going off cooldown, so you're more than happy as a Lion to just have that timing pretty much as it goes off. Side of Neon are just using this time to farm. Really good bait out with Castaway. This time his deaths are amounting to a good chunk of farm. Farm distribution of Neon is pretty even with Aurora. Network lead of Aurora is not massive just yet. And again, you have some stuff to wait for here. You need to have that blink up on JG. And you need this Mage Slayer to be ready on Ken. And again, Battle Fury for CDR still a ways off. The one thing that you haven't been able to build up on Neon really is the stacks though. Which is again a little bit surprising when you are running Shadow Demon. Triangle is kind of built up at the very least. Maybe a couple of stacks there would be juicy once they can get that. And Neon now trying to find something with their own smoke out.
I'm gonna find Jabs. The Razor disruption to lock him down for a little bit, just ensuring the static link could not continue. Ken does not have chains available, but Jabs, he will still tie to the remnant damage on the way out. They're barely able to take down the Razor once again. Jabs, all things being said and done, you know, not having the greatest time. And Neon Esports have done a pretty damn good job of finding a way of dealing with this offlane Razor. It's just sitting at 1-3-3 in terms of scoreline. I suppose you could make the argument it is taking a lot of attention away from Savage and Armel, but I'm just not sure how much use you're going to get out of this offlane Razor at this stage.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for Jabs to have that presence. He is going for the Orchid. Bit of a smoke and gate usage here from Neon sneaking in bot. They've got a good pincer here with Ken. But they do see Ken sneaking around here as well. So it's a little bit of a tougher angle, but that fresh blink on JG, he wants to get that RP going.
Ken's going to be just fine to avoid the initial Earth Spike. We'll move up again. Armel in a position to just try and jump the backline if he needs to, and he will. Looking for JG on the Magnus, not allowing the blink in for the RP. Ken will just retreat back now as they're going to jump in on Bombi, but Bombi will get the disruption off for now. Eventually, though, Bombi should just die. The JG is still unable to get the blink off for the RP, so I'll go for the skewer instead, fighting two targets. But where's the damage? Oh, there's no damage. CDR, he wasn't prepped for that. He wasn't ready to jump in. They are still going to go for the fight, but it seems as though Aurora are well and truly in a position to go for this fight now. So chase that cast. Oh, never mind. CDR, he annihilates Jabs, but it costs him his own life. Ollie was ready with the finger. So you get the offlane Razor, but it's at the cost of your Ursa. It's not going to feel too good.
No. Not the kind of fight you wanted here from the side of Neon. So many good opportunities for JG to find that blink and RP in that tight area, but just a constant spam from Armel, understanding that he cannot allow JG to repeat that performance from game 1, denying him the usage of his blink. And again, a little bit of a lack of coordination on that bigger RP. You've got the damage, you've got the cleave ready on CDR. He had Empower running as well. Just not quite the skewer back that he was expecting. Skewered away from him instead, and not having the ability to use the Earthshock to jump forward and gap close. 8-7, still a really tight game between Aurora and Neon. These fights have been pretty split between both sides. Slight net worth lead coming out to Neon. Just a little bit healthier farm coming out for Ken and for CDR. I think it is a little bit concerning that Jabs and Armel are behind in farm. But knowing Aurora, this is exactly where they tend to play. In that precipice of trying to stall the game out for these timings. The Q almost has a blink, and Armel finds Castaway.
He doesn't hop around him though. GG can skewer back Armel. Armel already quite low on mana. In fact, he's completely out of mana now. Bombi did commit the Demonic Purge onto the Storm. Bombi is going to be alright. In fact, I say Bombi, Armel is also going to be alright. You have Ollie there to give him that mana drain. Pop him up, but nothing comes out of that engagement.
Gotta love line.
Yeah.
Mana drain on allies.
What a hero.
Ain't it sweet.
What a
you know,
hero.
before the channeling transfers for mana were nerfed, this was so bad. This is so amazingly bad. Like 120 mana per second. It was just silly. I think we saw what? Maybe Whitebond utilize that, I think, at some point. I forget which team he was on that time, but I do remember Whitemon playing a Lion and going for that drain, so it was funny.
It was.
I mean, but, you know, it's not as strong now, sadly. It makes me a bit sad, Mike, thinking back what we could have had.
What could have been, Jonathan? What could have been? Sometimes it's just not meant to be, you know? What can you do? Top lane, the Jabs, the pings were out. It seems like they've spotted the Razor once again. Jabs is going to just TP away. Just understanding they are probably coming. Does not have his full BKB up as well. So if you are Jabs, you know, you've had a tough game. The last few fights have not been very fun for you as the Razor, but now with the BKB up, at least you'd assume they can't just delete you completely within a second.
Yeah, you just should allow... Yeah, I think the only thing threatening would probably be just chain stun RP, and the physical output doesn't really care for that. I think it's really just to prevent probably just being held down by Bombi. Even then, Demonic Purge can still be an issue. Smoke out from Aurora with that item. Even Savage joining in for this one.
Absolutely. Large forward from Armel. Find Bombi here, though. Jump is there from CDR, almost destroying Armel. But he just melted so darn quickly to the damage output. Armel barely able to zip away in time. Zolly once again will hand over the regen with the mana. Meanwhile, Q still messing around here with CDR. Will pay for it with his life by the seams of it. And he will. This Ursa is looking very, very scary.
I mean, there's just so much damage. Battle Fury plus Empower. It's just a threatening amount of output right now. Again, that's where this BKB of Jabs maybe falls a little bit flat. Sure, he's going to be able to stand up front for the most part, but their one big teamfight tool, RP, doesn't care for the BKB. Their damage on the side of Neon, for the most part, really doesn't care for BKBs either. And outside of RP, you still have Demonic Purge as well. So, it's the impact of Razor, it's going to be harder to measure. Roshan opened up, as you tend to see with Ursa drafts as well, and it's not going to take him too long to find that. Neon setting up for a pretty good time into the mid-game here, 20 minutes in. They can keep forcing this pressure out.
I mean, they certainly can. Neon in a prime position here to take this game number 3 as Jabs again has been caught. JG, perfect skew round on the Razor. They want more. Ken, he's having a hunt around, though he barely misses out on finding Armel with the chains. Still, you see this Razor, he just can't survive. Just can't make it out of these little skirmishes. And
Radiant's
You
bottom
know,
tower
this
is under
Ursa's
attack.
well and truly online. I just question whether Savage is going to have enough damage and enough farm to actually fight this Ursa once he hit the late game.
The core-to-core matchup is an interesting prospect
Radiant's bottom tower
because
is under
Luna
attack.
Yeah.
can...
Get the hex off. He got no one. Okay. I mean, I guess CDR was not expecting that. Hey, we'll get rid of the Aegis. That's one way to lose.
Radiant's
Yeah,
bottom tower is under
nice
attack.
way to take it out, but Neon are more than willing to take this follow-up fight now. No scare on the burst, with Lai not having finger up, so the instant delete button is taken out. Smoke will amount to nothing, though, for the side of Neon. And for Aurora, that does stall out onto the tier 2 push, right? You don't have to worry about them trying to get ultra aggressive off the back of this Ursa at this point. Although the formation of Neon is still set for trying to find that opportunity. You are inching into some big timings here for the side of Neon as well. BKB is being formed up by JG, by CDR, and the Ags being formed up by Ken, already having his BKB on hand. It's going to be tougher to deal with. Like, all you have to contend with the BKBs is really the Walrus Punch. Ags for Q still a ways off. At that point, it can start to feel a little bit easier to try to pull someone back here, but it's going to take a little bit more patience while waiting for that Philostone to come back to get some work done. So, shall see. So far, though, I think this pace of the game does favor Neon heavily. It's like what you said. Like, the Luna versus Ursa matchup, it's not as bad as it used to be because of the Luna Shard, I want to say, but it's still definitely something Ursa enjoys. And that is not something that will hold Ursa back at all.
I think what concerns me, like, more so than usual is the fact that you have an Ursa with a mag, right? It's just the Empower plus the fact that JG's been playing out of his mind on this hero. We saw earlier, like, the heroes in Aurora, if they get jumped by this Ursa for a split second, they're getting ripped to shreds so quick. I do wonder how much those Moonglaves are going to help keep the Luna alive. We will see, as time does go on, whether the Savage Luna can start to slowly overtake this Ursa. I mean, for now, he is ahead in terms of net worth, but it just doesn't feel that way when you see a big 5v5 team fight happening. It certainly does not feel like he's the bigger call right now.
Radiant's middle tower is
It's reminiscent of Game 1, Mike, right? Like, with his Alchemist, he was #1 in net worth, but the sacrifices Jabs and RML had to make were huge. It's not as big just yet here. You know, Jabs and RML are at least tied up with JG's farm, but there is a sizable gap with, like, Ken and CDR, and not big enough of a gap with Savage and CDR to justify that just yet. So, almost reminiscent of Game 1, purely off the back of probably just how well JG is just working on this Magnus, and with how well Ken is doing as well on his Ember. I think they will need to start to secure some tier 2s. I think there's still a little bit too much map space for Aura to play with to make Neon very comfy, but they are clumped up to try to take care of that tier 2 bot here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, hang around on tier 2
Radiant's
tower.
structures are fortified.
He's now officially under siege.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2. There's going to be no defense to come here from Aurora. They are going to let this one go down for free. Brasma now completed on RML, so pretty big spike for him on the Storm. Is it going to make all the difference? I don't think so, but we'll have to wait and see what RML can get done with this. Or even Q already building up the Ags now on the Tusk, just trying to have that Walrus kick ready where necessary. Almost wishes he was just probably playing with the Tiny here instead of the Tusk.
Is under attack.
We'll have the Ags eventually.
I think it's better to have the Tusk, purely because of the BKBs. Tiny won't be able to do anything against them, but Tusk will have 2 BKB pierces in the punch and the kickback. So, overall, this does pan out for the side of Aurora. It's just a patience game. It's time for them to stall out, and if Neon coast their way through here and don't apply enough pressure, again, this is where Aurora shines. Aurora shines in a dull moment in the game. You know, if you have this dull moment carry on to 30 minutes to 35, things can go pretty scary with how well they can utilize that additional farm. Neon trying to prevent that.
Mel He will see the smoke broken on JG.
Dire's bottom
Zips
tower
away.
is under attack.
CDR is actually on the chase here. Armel completely out of mana now. Going to try and go for perhaps the Lotuses, but no, has to leave. But he has no way out. He'll zip one more time, but that was the Soaring committed. Oh, he zipped right past CDR. Probably had a heart attack once he did it too. Just knowing he was screwed after that. Ollie. He's going to find Ollie. Bit of a cherry on top here, bit of a bonus. Ollie's going to go for a run, but it's pretty hard to see him actually surviving this. He will indeed go down to CDR once again here on the Ursa. Another great set of kills here for the side of Neon, John. One step closer.
Yeah. 8-11, 3k up. And again, not relenting. That's exactly what we needed to see from Neon right at that time. Just make a play, shrink down the map a little bit more for Aurora. Top lane still being shoved into Aurora's favor. So they will have that protection for themselves. But mid is set to be the next objective for Neon to find. They've got the damage. Siege creep up as well. Even just Ember would empower and do quite a ton of work. They're not fully committing on Neon. Again, being cautious, not wanting to give too many openings away. Are just equalizing top first. But they've still got the tools ready. They've got Blink RP set to go. They've still got 9-second BKBs on both of their cores that farmed it. On the Ember, on the Mag. Heck, even CDR as well. So, long duration BKB set to go. RP set to go. If they catch Armel again, that should be the opening they need to have the confidence to rip into tier 2s.
For now, Neon is just going to sit back and keep the farm going. Thing is, TDR's almost got a basher up. It feels like once the basher's up, then you're in huge danger against the Ursa, because it only takes one bash. It's all he requires. A Savage. RP is out. JG's caught the big one. He has got the big target. Savage is going to try and BKB through this, but it means nothing. It meant nothing. CDR now looking for the team fight, that the buybacks are incoming. Ollie to join the fray once again. Bombi may just go down. CDR also to go. In fact, they'll even find Armel, but it's still a decent fight here for the side of Aurora. Is Ken dropping low, but JG!
Oh.
JG with a 3-man skewer out. Jabs is gone. Holy! He just set up perfectly for Ken.
They cannot give JG Magnus. They should have learned that lesson from game 1. And he does it again. A perfect position, great RP, great skewer back to provide for Ken to clean up. Chidori was stuck in a little bit of a rough spot in the middle. Not able to really try to jump away. Good static link from Jabs to cut him off as well, but it's just not enough. You find 2 for 4. You find the middle racks as well for the side of Neon. And now Roche is going to be up. The respawn of CDR does mean there's time here for Aurora to regroup and try to contest that. But it's an Ursa. It's an Ursa that's going to be running up for a top Roche, dire side favored as well. All they need to do on Neon is ensure that this top creep wave is shoved to their favor. And they will have Roche fairly easily then. They're setting up. So, I mean, that was a fight without Roche on, you know, with them still waiting for that next Roche. With this Roche ready to go their way, with a cheese on hand as well. That's going to be the last outer tower to fall, and that should be the threat onto the high ground. Aurora, they want no part of that right now.
Absolutely not. Aurora just seemingly have zero gameplay in this game, number 3. I really can't believe the state of the game, right? Like, you're looking at 78% win chance right now for Neon. For a position in the upper bracket semi-finals. It is just something I don't think many viewers would have expected going into this best of 3. I know you and I were kind of expecting a 2-0 here for the side of Aurora, but Neon, all the practice has certainly looked like it's paid off. They want to perhaps head into the mid lane. To be fair, John, you did predict that Aurora had the better draft, so you did kind of did Neon, you did Neon a bit of a favor.
Yeah.
Thank you, John.
Giving good old Carl Dimes a happy time when he hears that in draft. Every manager's like, please don't say we have a good draft. They're like, oh, John, please, never. Mike, no, don't say we're going to do good. It just makes them not do good. And it's paying off. Neon. Again, one outer tower left here, Mike. Taking an aggressive posture on that triangle.
Send Neon your PayPal information now, John, before the game ends.
Oh, they already Carl has it. He's all set.
Radiant's top
Very,
tower
very good.
is under
We
attack.
talked about this. This is all pre-planned. Don't you know, Mike, there's a script? Didn't you read the script today?
Dire's bottom
What's
tower
wrong with you?
is under
Oh, I just
How
figured
could you come
did,
into
John.
work without reading the script? How dare you?
It's been a rough day. Mid lane. Who have they got? Just Ken. Ken's just messing around with them, just holding them in the mid lane.
Ah, you said it. He's just Ken.
Oh,
and he's
I did say-
Kenough.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I did say, didn't I, John?
Dire are scanning.
It's just Ken. He's Kenough. And he's great at doing stuff, Mike.
Radiant's top
Say, hey, check him out. It's Ken.
I can tell you've listened to the song recently, John. Thank you for that.
No, it just instantly popped back. And you know what popped up as well? An amplified damage rune for good old Ken.
Oh.
So he's definitely more than Kenough.
This is... I mean, I don't mean to change the subject here, John. I don't like the whole amplified damage name. In fact, they didn't even change it on the tooltips. When you bottle it up, it still says...
No, yeah, it's also double damage. But when you activate it, it says amplify damage, and
I
that's
don't
what counts.
like it. I don't like it.
It's so weird, right? But
I know why.
You gotta get used to it.
Oh, I know why they've done it, you know, because it doesn't make sense to say double, because it's not double anymore. But it's like, there's a bunch of other stuff that makes no sense in Dota, if we're talking, you know, English. The English language, that is. Why did it have to be double damage?
I think, you know what? I wish they just left it double damage and make it literally do like plus 100% spell amp. Now, why not?
Why not?
Just do that. That's the way to go. Make it truly double damage.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing to fix something broken is to break it even more, is the way I see it.
Yeah. Double damage Lina? Why not?
Easy.
Double damage on Laguna Blade? Sure. Go ahead. Double damage Finger Ags? Yes, sir.
Are you forgetting Morphling, John? The Morphling Kanda build.
Oh, God. That would be painful.
It
If
would.
only a man can dream like.
Yeah, one day. I'm sure he's listening. JG. Cape is not going to find the angle for the Blink skill back though. Here we go again. Savage, he just spent all his gold on a butterfly jump. We saw this in game 1, I think it was. Careful. No buyback gold available on the Luna. And they are running right towards the area where he's farming at the moment. How far is 1.7k gold required for buyback at the moment? Savage, do not stick. Get out of there, Savage. Get out. Neon, do they want to try and check? It seems as though they will not. They've got to realize he's farming there, though. He's literally going to use the Manta illusions to push out the creep wave.
Could have a rough idea, but Savage is in a position to just TP out now, so he's fine.
Dire's bottom
Not
tower
gonna
is under attack.
go without buyback just yet. Neon for their part. I mean, they're just hugging Triangle. They're playing it smart. You know, they're not taking this massive risk. Aegis is about to expire as well. They might have gotten a glimpse of that butterfly on Savage, as we already had the preemptive queue up on CDR for the MKB, so the evasion's not going to matter too much as well for our Ursa. Aurora, I mean, this is some classic last year Talon gameplay of hugging the high ground and pushing and farming where you can. So they're in familiar territory. Might they smoke out?
This is what pretty much drove all of you crazy during SCA DPC. It's the Talon games. Yeah, I mean, at first I felt bad about not being in SCA last year, and then I watched the Talon games and I was like, you know what? I think I'm liking NA more and more as the days go by.
Hey, you didn't... You know, we had bangers in NA. What do you mean, Mike? Tour 1? With that last match where our offlaner was just clapping when he died? Come on. We don't get that in C. There's just some beautiful player camps. I will never forget. The Legion Commander dueling for no reason just to give away the kill and then clapping away.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Q, something outstanding. He gets a kick back onto Ken. Problem is, Q is dead. BKB popped by JG a little bit early on. Maybe looking for the blink in for the RP. There's a nice double chains out from Ken. Mel's going to vortex him back as well on the Ember. Ollie's just slowly just being chipped away at with his sleight of fist from the Ember as well, so you've got to be very cautious.
Dire's bottom
There's
tower
still no
is under
buyback gold, by the way, on this Luna. She's still about 350 gold short. She cannot fight without it. Savage desperately trying to farm it up. While they are defending high ground. In goes JG. He'll fight an RP out. The skew will not land, but the Ursa's right on top of Jabs. Jabs trying to run, may just make it barely, and does do so. Now the Eclipse comes out. Perhaps it's the fight that Aurora have been looking for. But for now, they only really find Bombi. And that'll be enough. Neon Esports. They do not want to overextend. They will leave the area. As we have a quick pause.
That they will.
Castaway's
You said Savage.
Yeah.
Okay. You said Savage would save up for buyback. He went for the Hurricane Pike. And they did say Water Closet. You can't pause for a bathroom break.
Oh, hold on a minute. Savage is throwing the rulebook at them, is he? Oh, look at that. Castaway, he says, okay, I'm a man of the rules. Hey, sometimes you can take the bottle out, Castaway. Do it the old-fashioned way.
Oh. That's pretty much it. And speaking of, again, Savage, he said he'd save up for buyback, Mike. I don't see buyback.
That's true.
I see a Hurricane Pike.
So, you know,
he has no Eclipse, no BKB.
You can take the carry out of SCA, John, but you can't take the SCA out of the carry. Is the way I like to say it. No buyback required here for Savage.
Yeah. I mean, that was a pretty valiant high ground defense from Aurora. The screw back not lining up. A quick BKB from Jabs to ensure that not quite having the full pullback as well on JG just yet. The Harpoon still being farmed up here for our mag is leading to, again, the classic Aurora gameplay of holding high ground and trying to drag it out to 45. So we'll see if they'll achieve that.
How are boys grown, by the way, John? I just want to say, like, I feel like a year ago, Savage would never throw the rulebook at anyone. But now, he's the first player to speak up. Like, no, you're not going anywhere. Take a seat.
Savage speaks up for a lot. Like, he's spoken about a lot of things in public.
That is true.
Case in point, one Filipino. Neon has two, as you pointed out.
Ken, gonna break the smoke here on Savage. CDR gonna see Jabs does blink away. Regen Rune found out here by Savage. Sure, Amel will be very happy about that one. Over here, another Regen Rune here for the Storm.
The timing here into the site of Vice for Armel, it's going to be the big one. That opens up these fights for Aurora. You get that instant Hex out. You get that control. You get the burst onto one. That's your window of opportunity for Aurora to start pushing back against Neon, to climb back into this game. And with Savage going for his full damage coming through here. If he does manage to reach a point where the creep waves are shoved out, they can start to breach onto high ground. Aluna doesn't take too long to melt these towers. You have that set up. Still a minute 20 for Roche. A long timer for Neon as they're trying to camp Roche on. And that's just more time for Aurora to play this farm game, to play catch-up.
Certainly going to be pretty happy with the time they've been handed over. Savage still top of the network, working on this Luna. For the Lincoln Sphere buyout. You kind of wonder if Aurora will go for the Roshan fight. You know, like, considering Roshan obviously very, very important at this stage of the game. Thing is, though, if you end up losing the fight, they might just rush you on high ground. There's a bit of an all-in play here for Aurora if they do go for the Roshan counter. Also, update, there is still no buyback on Savage because he just spent all the gold again. So, you know, just assume there's no buyback, yeah?
Needs buyback, Mike. You don't need buyback if you just don't die. That's
right.
a big brain play.
That is a fair point.
Yeah. You don't need BKB if you don't get stunned, you know?
That's true. The loss of a John Expire. Jabs?
The best defense is a grid offense, Mike.
Thank you, John. Jabs gonna find Castaway. Oh, Jabs! Gets jumped by CDR.
Oh!
Now the RP comes out! Oh, JG's caught a couple. Jabs will go down. Still, they do find themselves Ken on the Ember. Ken will survive for now, though needs a way out of this situation with the BKB. He'll just run. He'll run the old-fashioned way. Q will go down to the tusk. Ken is still running. He'll jump right back in. Jumps right back out. In fact, he's full HP again.
Got the cheese.
Ember, he can just keep going. The cheese was eaten. Is Ken? Can remnant back towards the east. Meanwhile, Jabs needs to get the hell out of there. 20C Savage wants to keep the fight going here on the Luna.
Armel?
Armel is gone again. Ken is still dancing around them all together. Savage, has he gone too far? I think he may have. He needs to go for the team fight, or rather just the man fight, I think. But he is gone. No buyback available, John X-Fire. Meanwhile,
he thought he didn't need it.
they're on to Ken still. Ken is still not dead. Ken is still going. Somebody tell Ken the fight's over.
Fighting is never over, as the band Urban Dub would sing in a song, like a band that you missed out on in APAC as well. Very good band. No, actually, we were forced to listen to them. Right, but still, the fighting is never over. Roshan will fall for the side of Neon, and this is that opening we were looking for.
It was never over either, John, let me tell you, from Urban Dub. You know, if we're going to be, you know, the songs just never stop. They really
no, it wasn't Urban Dub that never ended. It was Sponge Cola. It never ended.
Sponge Cola. That's a name I've tried to wipe from my memory, John, after that day.
That's amazing, though. You gotta admit.
Sure it was, John.
Bang for your buck performance, for sure.
Sure
I loved it.
I know you did, John. You told me a few times. Trust me. I know. CDR. It's going to be one of the high ground here. Tier 3 towers.
You know, the sad thing is I could imagine Tim's yelling again in that one. Completely out of top. Tim's just yelling, start the game! As they rip into the high ground. Completely unrelated. Sorry about that, Tim's. Rack set to fall. Savage, look, he's respawning. Mike, he didn't need buyback. Just respawn. Easy.
He might need it for the next fight, though, John. He's
just respawn again.
Everyone's right behind CDR, smoked up here. CDR. He's got 2 lives available for the next 4 minutes. It's kind of hard for him to be afraid, but he is going to be hesitant. Play it safe. Back off for now. Chains out on to Q. In fact, they'll get a nice 4-star off. Who the hell was that? Somebody 4-star Q out of the base. Armel's going to jump in. He'll try onto the supports, but nobody's taking damage yet. He'll try onto Savage. Now Savage will get caught by an RP. They are still trying to get through his HP pool. CDR's right on top, though. And now the chain's out. Ken! He will lock him down again. No buyback available for the Luna. Can Armel do it? Can Armel hold for his team? CDR, very low, trying to go further. May just lose the Aegis here. It seems as though Neon, in the meantime, they smell blood in the water. They want to go for the jugular.
This is their opening. They know Savage has no buyback. They know there's no buybacks at all on Aurora. They're going to be forced to play defensive. There's no way Armel can try to play offensively with no secondary life. It's going to be the Mega Creeps coming out in rather short fashion in Neon. I mean, this is just quite the start for Neon in the closed qualifiers for ESL 1 Birmingham. Taking one game off of Aurora would have been a big story enough on its own, but taking a series as well in such strong fashion?
It's something I don't think many people are expecting, but it's certainly happening right now. They're waiting for Q to come up. Q does have the axe, so you do have the kickback into the fountain. That's pretty much the only play left, I think. Armel's going to jump in. They'll try for the kickback onto the Ember, but it's not quite far enough. So they do have the side device set up here from Armel, but it's just doing not enough damage, not enough control. And now Armel, he's just trapped up. He will at least get back to the fountain, though barely. 13 more seconds for Savage. The game is not over. Back to the Megas, boys. There's still one range rack standing. In fact, Aurora, they're going to try and hold out. Ken is down. That is a dieback on the Ember. Hold on a gosh darn minute. They did not take Megas. Boy. They left the range barracks. Oh, Castaway scored out there. Castaway scored.
Oh boy, Neon.
What? Oh, there's 216 HP on that range rack. Oh.
Yeah, just one swipe.
What are you doing?
Savage could have buyback gold now. I wonder if he's actually going to farm it up or just buy out this Daedalus. I don't think he has the slot, so surely Savage is going to be saving for that buyback now. 800 away. Opportunities for the high ground opening up.
If Savage
RP is ready to go on JG. No, you know Savage.
He will win the game without having buyback gold, just to prove us wrong. That's what a real player would do.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see if that pulls out. No respawn for Ken for a minute 10. And I don't think his team is enough without him. So they're going to have to give that up. High ground, a very distinct possibility. Heck, even just endgame now for Aurora. Actually, very, very much possible with a shortcoming in manpower for Neon. It's going to be down to position. It's going to be down to JG. If they do force this out on the side of Aurora.
Oh, RP's out.
There you go.
They've got Savage. They have got Savage again. He's going to try and BKB through this one.
Snowball
the Snowball will save. Q buys a bit more time. Maybe Savage can get out of there. The 4-staff away. He's going to make it. He is going to make it though. Bombi catches them with disruption, but it's not enough. Savage, he is still perfectly fine. He will move back into the tier 3 tower.
What a bash.
Oh, Bash is out. CDR still trying. Does get Armel. Savage going to try and back his way out. It's too late though. He is down, but he'll buy back again. They've got to go for the all-in play, it seems.
Aegis expired?
Aegis does expire. Savage has to walk up the old-fashioned way. Castaway in the meantime has been caught. It'll be another hero down by the seams of it though. No, he does end up bouncing away. But they've got the Luna behind them if they do need it. Still, they are going to back their way up as we have another damage amp route.
Still, it's a little bit of a tricky one to still try to pierce that high ground. Respawn time isn't that long on Neon. And the creep wave not close enough to instantly threaten Aurora. This is their opening though. Need to force something out, but it's a risk if Savage dies now.
Savage, he could die now. CDR going to jump in with the enrage pop, immediately trying to go after Cuban. No, he wants jabs first with the Razor. In fact, he's getting kited very, very hard. Snowball's going to come out onto the Ursa. That was a Lotus Orb usage. CDR, he's dropping low. CDR is gone, but he'll buy back. The Ursa is back into the fight. Savage now dropping low. There goes Jabs. Savage needs a way out. In comes Ollie to save the day. He'll hex up the Ember. Ken is still alive. Ken is still alive.
Oh my god.
He will get his way out. Savage, he will also survive for the time being. Meanwhile, Ollie will go down. There's only one hero left. It is only Savage against the world. And the chase is on. Savage, he will barely TP away. But how do you hold the base by yourself? How does he 1v5?
I don't think you can. He doesn't have enough.
They'll get the Megas first. Secure the Mega Creeps this time around. Onto the tier 4 towers. Glyph will be forced. 15 seconds for Armel to be back. It's 15 seconds. It just feels too long. There's a buyback now. Jabs. He finally gets it on cooldown. RP was completely whipped here. JG is going to go after the Ancient, and it's just completely exposed. This game is over. Neon Esports, they have pulled off the upset up against Aurora, finding a 2-1 victory. I can't believe I'm saying those words, but they are going to make it through the upper bracket into the semi-finals, and Aurora, they're going to have to do it the hard way, John. Lower bracket, round of 1 is where they'll end up.
Yeah, and this is phenomenal performance coming out from Neon. Again, a lineup that a lot of people probably underestimated. They did make it pretty far in the Dream League closed qualifiers, and they're going to make it far now as well, moving on to the next round in the upper bracket, getting some sweet revenge for the team that knocked them down to the lower bracket as well in Aurora. Aurora, for their part, I mean, game 2 looked really solid. Like, start to finish, looked just complete control from Aurora. Couldn't replicate that here. Giving away this JG Magnus another time over, while understanding the Castaway Winter Wyvern was an issue in game 1, but still giving the Magnus, I think, was a fatal error, and I think Aurora will not allow that to happen again if they manage to make it to the next round. But it's a lot of ifs now, Mike, and not a lot of guarantees left for Aurora going into the lower bracket, but caveats to them. We have seen them play from the lower bracket before in a lot of LAN tournaments as well, so we'll see if they can carry through there.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, Aurora, I say we have to wait, Jonathan. We're seeing Aurora right after this, I believe. We're going to head to a break, and they'll be up against Execration, if I'm not incorrect in saying so. So that's not going to be the easiest of matchups, John. I mean, Aurora, considering how they just lost against Neon, I don't think Execration is necessarily a weak team. We've seen these boys over and over again pull off some pretty big upsets here, and we'll see how it all pans out. We'll head to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game number 1 between Aurora and Execration.
Tried to lock me down, but I never given up. I never given up. I never given up. I never given up.
take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on running till I get to the top. I'll never back down. I won't ever stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the fire. Fire.
not a king, I'm the king. Just
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
got me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot. You better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. I'ma keep. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
As the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you wanna test to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. When I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back before, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah. Better get lost, won't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me. 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 You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me. 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 Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back.
Hey, 10 toes, I'ma never miss. Boy, I'm locked in, never take a loss in the sport, boy, I'm top 10. Giving work all around the clock, I know they watching. Got it out of the mud, ain't had no options. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body, cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the tutu to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa.
Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, 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 running it back.
Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge on the max. And then they pay more cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's something nasty, nothing's getting passed up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Pop will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the tutu, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Both the same ones say they love you, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this my designer flow, hey. Gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and it's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Don't the same ones say they love you, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Don't the same ones say they love you, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
escape. Don't scream now. You can't 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 escape. You can't escape. You can't escape. You can't escape.
and the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. The smell of the dust makes us just the same. What makes us different is just a bullet away. No pride, but shame. No pride can bring the corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. The taste of the dust is lingering in my mouth. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to our final series of the night here, at least for the Storm stream, and it is going to be between Execration and Aurora. So one of these teams does have to proceed through to the lower bracket round of 2, and the other has to stay home and leave the qualifiers altogether. It is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you for this one. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. A spicy matchup. We have Aurora up against Execration. I can't say with confidence that I was expecting that this would be the series to end us off for tonight, but here we are. How you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, if we saw Neon with 2 Filipinos hand it down to Aurora, Execration has 4.
They
You
have
know, it's
4.
not 5, it's 4. They're not
Uh-oh.
going for the 5, which, you know, is the Chris number. 4 Filipinos with Krish joining them on hand as their carry now on Execration, filling that void that we saw Yona try to fill during APAC Predators. So it's going to be an interesting one. This is definitely the more brutal matchup for our lower bracket here, as everyone's just played a series beforehand. You know, it's
10 seconds remaining.
it's not as bad as the other series that's going on, because they had like 1 series break, like around 4 hours or so. Right, MAG Indonesia and Talon had around 4 hours to prep. This is straight into the fire with what, 1 hour break for these teams. So this is the true test of marathon Dota for both sides. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not either side has picked up on the last matches from what their opponents were doing, or they're just going to try to play to their strengths. Of course, Aurora is what we were watching here last time, Mike. I'm wondering if Exa will try to pull a book out from Neon, you know, maybe pick up something like try to take up their own Magnus kind of play, try to play that hyper-aggression into Aurora, which seems to still be one of the shortcomings of Aurora, which was basically old Talon minus Mikado, right? Like, and this was one thing that carried over from that roster. It feels like when they can play this really high pace of game, like we saw last series game 2, it looks really good. But for the most part, what we tend to see is a laning phase that goes a lot more back and forth, or just empty until fights start breaking out mid-game, and that's on the opposing team's aggression, and that's where things can get a little bit dicier for Aurora. So I'm keen to see if any adjustments at all are made here up against Execration.
We shall see. It did feel like they were quite rocky during that laning stage for sure against Neon. So you kind of want to see them tighten things up and clean things up here, because it has been a little bit, you know, not really quite meeting expectations, I want to say. Well, anyway, the drafts are about to begin. Execration, 1 band to go before we can actually see these drafts start. And sadly, one of these teams has to leave today. The qualifier is not going to be the same without one of these guys, but nevertheless, it does have to happen. I don't want to say who are the favorites going into this matchup, John, because, you know, I kept saying Aurora was the favorites last series, and obviously that didn't end up panning out for them. Don't want to have to jinx them again, even though I do believe they should be the favorites, but, you know, would hate to see them get jinxed.
Yeah, I think it's fair to still say Aurora's the favorites coming in. It's just a matter of, can Execration try to surprise us? Let's see it. Some options left in the draft room. They will immediately open with Lina, which is I mean, this is taking me back to just a few weeks ago, my APAC Predator. We saw Yona kind of just pick up carry Lena for them time and time again.
10
I
seconds remaining.
do actually expect this to just be Krish thrown under the bus playing the Lena
5
safe lane.
seconds remaining.
Mind you, there's not many things on off lane that really bugs Alina too much, I suppose. So it's a relatively safe early pick
Dire
carry.
team back.
If that is a carry, I don't see that being flexed onto the off lane at all or onto the mid. Aurora instantly into the Magnus, which I like. Again, we saw Aurora have to play against the Magnus a lot last game. So now they will pick it up first, not giving Execration that option.
They certainly do take it for themselves, Aurora. Probably having a few, awkward kind of memories of that last series against Neon Esports, especially with the JG Mag popping off over and over again. See if we can see the same thing here from Aurora, as a couple more bans to come out before the drafts can continue.
10
Was
seconds
Execration.
remaining.
I wonder how they'll be feeling with their new mid. I mean, Krish stepping in, I say
5
mid
seconds
carry,
remaining.
whatever it is. He stepped in here for the team with Execration, and it's going to be interesting to see how they try and adapt with old Krish.
I think it's not too rough. Krish spent some time on TNC when they were still in the scene. He spent a lot of time with these guys in Tokyo and in a little, he's been around with these guys. So it's a familiar environment for good old Krish. I wonder what convinced him to say yes to coming back to the Philippines. One wonders for good old Krish, willingly putting himself in this situation. But there he is. He's our honorary Filipino now, of course. But for the numbers' sake, he is the one independent, breaking that 5-man Filipino curse, as Aurora will pick up the Rubik on their side. And they're still carrying through from the last game bans. They actually ban out the Ember and the Winter Wyvern. It's almost like they're banning for Neon, Mike.
Yeah,
they're playing against Execration.
They don't want to do with these heroes again. It doesn't matter what team it is, they do not want to see them again, it seems. As the scarring is deep, Jonathan, here for Aurora. Still, we'll see what they can get done with this Rubik pickup. Of course, if it's going to be a Q Rubik, because we have some very fond memories of seeing the Q Rubik popping off quite a bit, so it'd be a treat to see that coming out once again as Execration. Speaking of a treat, Jonathan, there's the light coming out.
Woo! A Lion, a Lena, and a Timbersaw. That is a lot of magical burst. There's a lot of good spells for the Rubik. I'm surprised you willingly pick Lion into Rubik. That's always one that feels super awkward. Rubik can hang back super far away, steal Hex, steal Earth Spike, steal Finger, even Mana Drain. When Rubik has Mana Drain, he's laughing himself to the bank. He's just so damn happy, and there's a lot for Q to play around with his amazing Rubik, as you mentioned there. But for Execration, this is dank, Mike. Laguna and Finger in one lineup. Oh, that gets me so excited. It's hilarious when they target one person at the same time. It's maybe not efficient, but they can drop someone 100-0 very quickly, especially with the Timbersaw build nowadays being, just Veil into Shivas. Maybe you can still go for the Kaya build up. You tend to go for almost 2-3-0 build by 5. Sometimes you go like 2-2-1, but reactive tends to take the backseat. Aurora will go back into what they know and trust Faceless Void 423 Savage here. With the Magnus, some good farm can come out here for that FV without too much investment, even before, say, the Maelstrom or Mask of Madness timing. If the lane's rough, there is recovery here for Aurora. We've also seen the Faceless Void into Timbersaw lane multiple times now. And with the value point that carry players are picking in Time Dilation, it can be a little bit more awkward for the Timbersaw to look to play aggressive in that lane early.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll see. It's Aurora, obviously plenty of experience with the Void. As Savage, one of his favorite heroes, I would argue. So we'll see how he does go up against his Timbersaw. As fourth pick up now for themselves as well. Aurora still yet to pick up what appears to be a position 5 for Ollie. They are going to go down the Pugna route, so he could still have that in the pos 4 as well. We'll see what they do want to do with this Pugna. Obviously the Pugna into this draft, it doesn't feel like anything special, but see what the intention is.
I think it's pretty good. It gives you some much needed push that your lineup doesn't really have onto objectives. Some safe sieging from the Pugna coming out here. You've got pretty solid way of just protecting the Faceless Void early on, although there's much more magic damage than anything else. The big thing is really Nether Ward for Alina, for a Lion, for Alina and Timbersaw more. it is pretty painful to try to spam your spells in the middle of these fights with the Nether Ward in the back line. So that is one way to break out that spell spam from Aurora. Execration into the Bob Puck. And that is a pretty hard hero for them to deal with on Aurora. Outside of Chronosphere, catching the puck doesn't look that easy for Aurora. You have what? The lift back and RP on top of Chrono. Not the most amazing spells. I mean, Q could try to steal something like Hex, and that's when he's going to be really happy and trying to keep Bob down. But if he doesn't, Bob has a lot of room to just play around here.
Final banouts to come. I do like what Execration's got going for themselves at the moment. I might say it is looking rather potent.
10 seconds remaining.
Gosh, it'd be quite
Radiant
weird
team banned.
seeing Aurora getting knocked out this early on. Would it not? Like, just day one, you wouldn't quite expect that to happen. I suppose SCA is back in that position where it's just weird, right? Like, just any team could do anything. It's
yeah,
it really has felt like you can't necessarily pick anyone anymore.
10 seconds remaining.
I would say so. I think, again, post TI shuffle, we've lost like that dominating top team, but the region as a whole has become much more competitive with itself, which makes these qualifiers much more fun. Leaves to question how well we do on lands. I don't know how that goes. We'll see when Aurora goes out for Dream League at the very least. That will be one test. Blacklist didn't quite do as well in their Kuala Lumpur run, so we don't really know just yet how the land scene will treat a team like Aurora, at least in Dream League. Still,
10 seconds
I do want the unexpected, Mike. I'll be frank with you. I'm tired of teams just taking the same slot, especially as we go back to the system pre-DPC. I want surprises. I'm tired of the time, because I go back and I think about qualifiers, and I remember who always won. It was always Mineski, it was always Fnatic. I'm tired of that. I don't want to see that again.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's just, it's one of those things when it comes to TI, things change, right? Like, you have 3 different teams that attended 3 different tournaments, and suddenly Valve doesn't know who to invite. It gets very, very complicated at the end of things, but I'm with you, Jonathan. I'd like to see some surprises as well. Feels like it's been a while since we've seen some big surprises coming out of the region.
5 seconds remaining.
See if it does happen this qualifier round, as Execration's still thinking about this final pickup. Not too much reserve time left to make this choice. What do you want? Do you want to run the carry, Lena? Do you want another carry for yourself is the question.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, the Marcy will come out.
That's a Execration Classic, normally on support. I'm wondering if they'll run it safe instead of the Lena. Probably Lena safe still. I can see CML picking up the Marcy here down the line. It does leave some flexibility. I think a Marcy plus Lena with sidekick is pretty scary. And it does give you some good jump follow-up for the puck with rebound. Aurora will go into the TA for Armel on the mid, so giving some pretty good tempo. Puck versus TA matchup can go pretty nicely for the TA. You don't have great ways to melt refraction on Bob here, and it will be Krish on that safe lane Lena. So you end up with the Lena Marcy lane. Theoretically, it's actually pretty nice in lane. I'm curious what CML goes for level 1. If you see the opportunity for dispose, that can lead to some nice kills, especially with the LSA being available and the chain stunts if you do decide to drag Shanks in for an early group up. But the safer play is usually something like sidekick. You play the lane passively, you lifesteal off, you go for like a 1-1-1 by tree. If you're looking to be aggressive, something like a 1-2 at level 3 is pretty nice with rebound and dispose. So it's open for CML. And again, we've seen Execration run the Marcy a ton here. Overall, though, when it comes to the draft, it does feel like Aurora might have a little bit of a better draft, just purely off this potential for like late game team fight, which they kind of had in the last game that we saw them play as well. So I don't know if that's enough to put all your eggs in one basket here. I will say for Execration. No, it's on draft. Okay, fine. Let's throw the notes on draft away. I appreciate that CML has the Marcy set, not the pink-haired one, but it's still a nice Marcy set.
Yeah, well, that it certainly is. Thank you, John. I appreciate you saving Aurora there.
I just realized I had this opportunity while there's nothing happening to tell a story. So, Execration was at this tournament, right, when we were all at Manila. And good old CML, Mr. Bryle, Kuya Bryle as we call him, had a board game along. So all of us, a bunch of us went up to, I believe, Tino's room with their manager, and we played a few board games. We had some friends from Zol in there. We had our friend Jeff from 747 there as well from Polaris. And we had the coach of Zol up there, Mr. Joshua. And we had a great time. You should have seen Tino, man. Like, Tino was going ham. He was jumping up and down the bed, yelling that he was the one that we had to eliminate. Even though he was playing liberal. He was playing liberal. He was saying he was going to be eliminated. Like, dude, we're on the same side. You don't need to cause chaos when you're not the actual other side. Like, what are you doing, Tino?
Some people just want to see the world burn, John. People just want to see the world burn. They don't care to win or lose, you know.
It was amazing to watch Bob like trying to make like almost like legal arguments. It was amazing considering Bob. Like, it's just beautiful. They were all forced to speak English. It was such a good time. Like, God, I missed that.
Sad I missed out on it, Jonathan.
Yeah, I invited you, you know. I told you to come down.
I was having some beers, Jonathan. I was busy. Business was happening. CML is going to lead the pack here with Shanks and Krish right behind him. For perhaps a disposed target. They are actually going to find one in the Magnus, and the stuns are out as well, but Jabs is going to be able to turn around now with his team. 3-man Nether Blast is going to come out from Ollie, and CML is the one to go down as Ollie does secure. Shanks is looking to be next as they are dropping very low. That'll be another. Tino, though, is getting so much damage on the Timbersaw with these Whirling Deaths, but can he get some more kills? The answer is no. It's a 4-5v5 engagement.
God.
4 heroes already gone. 4 heroes in execration are just dead. Ollie with a triple kill on the Pugner. They want more. They want more. They want Krish's life. Krish, I think, might be regretting coming back to the Philippines, John.
Welcome to the Philippines, Krish. This is what our teams do. Welcome back. It's an amazing display out. Execration really forcing that one out, going for that dispose and LSA that we were talking about for the potential level 1, but not respecting the presence of Ollie. Nether Blast in the way, landing the multiples over and over again. Tino was too far behind. If Tino was up there spamming Whirling Death as much as Ollie was spamming out Nether Blast, that fight would have ended in a very different note. Still, Aurora find a good 1.7k gold swing their way early on. And that sets a good tone for this team to stay in the running in these qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, just the dumbest thing is it all pretty much went to the Pugner. But, you know, it's kind of those things. Sometimes as a Pos 5 player, John, you take what you can get. I'm sure Ollie's going to be very happy to start the laning stage off with Brown Boots on the way. And, well, there you go. The Pugner's just got so much regen now. He's got the add movement speed available. Probably going to have a very quick Arcane Boots for himself. You know, it's happy days for Ollie. This is the kind of start every Pos 5 deserves.
Yeah. That's a start you dream of on your Pos 5. And he has a pretty nice lane for himself here as well. Though we'll have to watch the early trades with Shanks. He will be able to jump in and try to punish. Again, that early level and time dilation can open up opportunities to be aggressive on that Faceless Void. But Tino is controlling the lane rather well. Again, in terms of CS, Tino is not going to be shoved out all too easily. He does opt for the value point and reactive just to sustain in the lane. So we're not going to be seeing any Whirling Death attempts along with the Timber Chain anytime soon on the squishy Pugna. But they want to get as much as possible. They want to make this uncomfy for Savage. Still, Ollie is just free twacking away.
Certainly is. We'll have a look at the other side lane. Of course, top lane, CML and Krish going at it against Jabs and Q. For now, very, very even affair between these two. Not too much to write home about. See, a lot of kill potential between both sides, especially as the levels do come up. So I expect a lot of action from this top lane eventually, but maybe at the level 2, level 3 mark.
Yeah, certainly. Level 3 is probably the golden point for both sides to look for that aggression. The issue for Execration and trying to be aggressive up front here is that you have one really good save on Q with the lift back, and you always have the skewer back on Jabs to turn that jump from CML into a disadvantage for the side of Execration. So how aggressive Execration will want to get really depends. I think any spell used for Marcy here is going to be a little bit risky to take. And that should lead to maybe a bit more passiveness coming out from Execration, as they do get that skewer back.
They do. CML making a bit of damage on the way out as well. May still go down a Q. One more hit will do it, but he cannot reach. This little light strike away from Krish to ensure that CML does make his way out of there. pretty rough though. I mean, it's just, you see the lift into the skewer back, and you're almost as good as dead if you do take it.
Yeah. And that should lead to, again, that caution that Execration has to have in this lane. And Jabs as well going for the 2 points in the skewer. So is looking for just that aggression, just that easy layup with the setup on the telekinesis. As long as Krish finds farm, I think you're still pretty happy with this lane. Taking a look at that mid down. Bob up against Armel. And this is a lane matchup that we haven't seen in a while, but is very TA favored. No way to burn through Refraction. Lots of good right clicks that can be spammed out with the side blades. Puck has to be relatively close enough to get hit with the side blades. So comfy time for Armel and a rougher ride for Bob. And considering how his side lanes are going, I'm not entirely sure if he can expect too much relief from his supports in terms of an early rotation to stop Armel from popping off here.
Timings not there. Ollie try and intervene and take one off Bob, but Bob does manage to take one away. Shank's trying to manage Rain Ollie. We're gonna have the battle of the suck later on, I'm sure, between these two.
The beautiful symphony of suck.
Not for now,
I love it. Oh, down the line as well. I mean, Q, if he gets Mana Drain, that's 3 sucks.
Jabs is actually going to skewer off here onto the Lena, but instead does find onto CML. Drags him back towards the Lotus Pool of all things. CML still alive for now, though Jabs will be able to reach him. I'm not sure how, because that could look kind of far, but gets him eventually.
That works out. Gets a little bit of that damage. True, and 5-1 start for Aurora. Smooth sailing so far from the laning phase for the Radiant side. Execration. Those sets of kills really hurt them, especially in the bot. You know, that early movement speed for Ollie, allowing him to freely orb hit Tino without any counteraction from Shanks. The Lion not able to stave off the Pugna too much. And having this space out for Savage to farm. The mid lane matchup for Bob not going smoothly. Again, like, into the TA, it just doesn't feel great for the puck to kind of hold there. And with your side lanes in this array, no support onto the mid. There's not much you can do as Exe. Just minimize these losses onto the supports, try to find farm in these cores. This Lena has to hit that early point where she can start to burst. Once you have 6, maybe Phase Boots plus Maelstrom, or even just Phase Boots plus Javelin, this Lena can start to play a little bit more, but probably not looking to commit anytime soon.
Bob and Armel have been going at it in the mid lane. Armel having an extremely good time on the TA. Kind of the thing with Armel, like, this is one of his signature heroes that we've seen him play over and over again, and he does usually perform quite effectively when it comes to the TA. I'm sure it does scare Execration to have to go up against this hero of all things. You're not going to be solely relying on 23 Savage carrying the game for you either. You are going to have the TA that can just carry you through as well. Savage getting very low, speaking of the devil. Tina having his way with him here on the Timber Sword, but has no points in chain, so can't really chase down the Void so much. But he's more than happy just farming the lane as the Timber, which I think is perfectly fine.
Yeah, I don't think you're lacking for burst damage as well for Tino. He understands he's got Lena and a Lion. It's a lot of burst to come out once the level 6s are lined up, so there's not as much pressure to just go for like the 2-2-1 build. He needs to be able to sustain. You've seen the harassment coming out from Ollie. It has been consistent onto the Timber Saw. And again, there's not much you can really do here for Shanks. It's just going to reach out for his Wisdom Rune, try to get that done. CML trying to scout out, does spot the stacks. He does have a sentry ready if he wants, but in a little bit of a dangerous spot.
Yeah, CML. Experience this the hard way. Trying for a deny attempt, but CML still going to get caught out by Jabs. Have that level 1 shockwave ready whenever. Of course, you are very well aware now that the stacks are there, but it's a matter of whether you can actually contest them. I believe you are going to need Jabs, or rather Tino, to rotate on the Timber Saw if you want to have a chance at that. Chances are Savage. Bit of danger. In fact, he's running right towards Shanks, trying to go for the kill attempt. He still has the Time Walk available and will use it.
Radiant's middle tower.
Very confident here from the Void to just run at the Lion like that. Definitely doesn't want to do it anymore because now CML's joined the fray. It seems the CML maybe going to have to leave the area as it seems that they have spotted him out.
Bit of rougher to try to get that jump. And you've got level 3 Time Walk ready on Savage. He's got a lot of saving on himself. Harder target to pin down. Bob
okay with the orb. Does orb towards the south and does manage to pick himself up an arcane rune. Eventually, that is. CML gonna land a nice double stun off, but Bob is just gonna get annihilated by Armel. The side blades into the double kill. And now, well, that's a triple. That is a triple kill coming out for the TA. Armel, that's the kind of start you look for when you're playing the TA, and he's gonna be very happy with that.
9-1 start for Aurora. Bouncing back hard after that loss to Neon, probably getting extra motivated after that loss as well. Are just really sticking it to Execration. Tino?
Tino's going to be careful. Q now has that Whirling Death himself, and it just does so much damage against Tino, who has no points in chain available, don't forget. Bob is going to be around to save the day, but Q is still going to be able to casually walk out of that Dream Coil, and we'll be alright. Tino, had he not had the rotation out from Bob, he may have actually just died. He had no chains.
Yeah, I think he was just set to die. He's just had a rough lane. There was just so much harassment coming in from Ollie. He was just using that early move speed with Boots of Speed really well to force Tino into just a reactive build. I think Tino maybe also just course correcting after seeing the early level of time dilation, doesn't want to spam out his spells too much, knowing that there is some ways of preventing him from getting easy access into those chains out, into the constant Whirling Death. Still, it's holding back that aggression that the Timbersaw needs to open up. Like, this bot lane is not a lane that he can easily just shove in. He will go for the creep cuts at the release, and the farming pace is still somewhat there for Tino. So, he is still set to build in quite nicely for his timings. You've also freed up top lane for Krish with all of this action elsewhere. So, the Lina is also allowed to farm. Has that Falcon Blade into the Maelstrom lined up. And not too far off that Maelstrom timing now as well. So, despite a rockier landing start, you are finding some source of farm coming in. The real thing hurting is mid, as Tino's getting jumped.
Yeah, he certainly is. Chrono committed. Q's got the chakram to play with, and Tino just gets absolutely annihilated down at the bottom lane. Meanwhile, topside, Aurora looking for that +1. Krish has found him with the RP committal into the skewer. Krish is as good as dead. Armel will take his 4th kill of the game. Now, even the mid-tier 1 tower is going to be defended because Q just TPs immediately. He's got that level 1 chakram plus the Fade Bolt. There is no chance you're pushing into this tier 1.
No. It's just going to hold. Only the siege creep left. And Bob not going to feel too comfy copping too many tower hits to allow that siege creep to really get work done. And they have room to just pressure in top as well. Tino forced to respond to free up that top lane. Smoke out from Execration. And you see Jabs.
You do, Jabs. Let's get caught. Get the follow-up stun here from CML, though Jabs is still alive, even requiring Bob to move in to secure the kill. It's a little bit concerning, like it costs you 4 heroes to find that mag kill. Sure, you get it in the end, but that is a worrying sign if you are Execration.
It certainly is. Lots of room down mid off the back of that movement as well to just get the shove in. But Armel, HP already down to less than half. Not going to be long for the world with Ollie sticking around here. And they don't even have the level 6s up in the sport. That's the one thing that really hurts Exe. And compared to Q and Ollie, just not even having Finger makes these fights painful.
Go again. Dream Pearl is onto 3. Bob. Now he's trying to get some damage off onto Ollie. The CML jumping in as well, but look at the damage from Armel. It's a 1-for-1 for now at the very least. In fact, Aurora may have gone a bit too far. They will pay once again with Q going down. However, even Armel into the chakram of Tino. Definitely looking pretty dead. As the finger does come out, they will secure. The Execration finally able to get a team fight their way as they'll find it 3-for-1. And that was really off the back of Aurora just overextending, but still you've got to be very happy if you are Execration.
They finally find something going their way. Level 6 timing for Shanks feeding off of that kill. It's really important to secure the follow-up. And I like that read from Krish. You know, as a Lina carry, you do need some activity on the board. You've got this early timing, early tempo that this hero can provide. Just shows up with the Laguna and helps to blow one up. They find the punishment they need. For Aurora, though, it's a lot of space.
Not Bob. The time dilation's making it very hard for Bob to get away, but he actually just jukes them. He completely jukes them, running back into Savage, but has the Invis rune now. That was an RP committed for that attempt, by the way, John. Just does not work out for him.
It's a slippery target. That's the one thing with Puck this game. You've got to commit either one ult two ults, or you're probably not catching him unless Q has something like that Hex. And that also provides room now for Execration to find some space down bot to get a little bit of the map under their control, finding that tier 1. Still, Aurora are not dissuaded. Not having RP is not really a major concern for Jabs. They're keeping that top lane shoved in. They've got the vision game lined up here as well to spot where the side of Execration might farm. The 2k lead from Aurora holding steady. Execration are, at the very least, finding ways to leave it at 2k, so they're keeping up in the same farm rate at the least. That is some bits of positive news. Tino has got the full veil up, so the magic amp is ready to go. And you are inching towards this blink timing for Bob. This blink timing is pivotal for Puck. He's got to be able to set up these plays for the team. He's the main jumper in to follow through from Tino, or to have Tino follow through from his moving forward first. Let's see if they manage to find that. The traps are suppressive, though. So oppressive, I mean. It just makes it hard to even contest for the runes. Always there in the control of our Melt. Finds an amplified damage. Triangle still secure. Stacks were cleared up earlier as well. Aurora are just... they're in a solid position. And Execration, they have to play around this burst. Like, they've got Finger back up. They've got Laguna ready. It does feel like Execration has to be the ones that tries to smoke and tries to actually hunt with her pause 1.
Try now, Aurora. They're at least smoked up as 2. Bring Armel with them by the looks of it.
Radiant are scanning.
South they go, though. CML actually going to break the smoke on the Marcy, so CML's going to be the target. Not really what you wanted with this 3-man rotation, but it does hand another kill over to Armel. Seems as though Aurora, they don't really have much of a choice but to accept that kill. They won't be finding anything else.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle
I'm
tower
sure
is under attack.
CML doesn't mind bleeding out like that. Better him than anyone else being bursted down. However, that is, again, a little bit concerning that Aurora are the ones dictating. They've got good forward wards again between the tier 1, tier 2 bot, spotting out Krish. They are still bumping up for this fight, though.
They are. CML move forward. It's then Armel, though, right onto Krish, but he's been stunned up. He could be in a bit of danger. Still Krish trying to walk away as Armel trying to finish the job off, but can't quite do it. Needs to back his way out down the TA. CML may drop and does. And still they are trying to chip away at Armel's Tino now. Well, never mind, Tino has been left behind. Tino will die. Armel will survive. It's a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Aurora once again. It seems that they might even stick around for the bottom tier 1 tower while they're at it.
They mitigate their losses on the side of Execration after what looks to be a very, very rough fight to start off with. They did manage to force out the RP from Jabs as well, and they do find that kill onto the Magnus. Not an insignificant kill in terms of net worth bleeding onto Execration as well. But the map is shrinking. They have that blink ready on Shanks, so they've got one way to get instant control out, but they're stuck in a really awkward spot.
Chrono available, and he'll pop it immediately. Finding 2. They've taken down Shanks, the easier target, but they know they've got Krish as well. Krish, he'll glape me them up, trying his best to get away, but there's just no chance. He's down. That's the big pick-off you wanted last team fight. Savage will eventually have it. Execration, it's just getting worse and worse as time goes on.
Middle tower is under attack.
It's not lining up. They need to be able to jump in, get this initiation with either Bob or Shanks now, and just look for that burst play. But look at Aurora. They're not letting go of this position, taking control of that triangle. Bob, CML, I don't think they can fight into this.
Bob's going to try with the Dream Coil out. Shanks, he will at least land a stun out onto Ollie, so it seems as though the Plugner might die. And they'll find one. Problem is, Bob's going to die as well. Armel just takes him out on the puck. That's not the trade you were looking for. And now, I mean, if you're Aurora, you might think about going high ground and get into that triangle, but they'll leave him be for now. They'll accept the good trade and they'll just come back another day.
I mean, there's no pressure on Aurora to play a fast game. And they've got this late game scaling. They've got the Chrono, they've got the RP. They've got these tools to carry them through into a longer, prolonged match as well. It's Execration that has to play tempo. Like, once this finger's back up on Shanks, they definitely need to hunt for that kill with the Laguna on Krish as well. There has to be activity coming out from Exa. They cannot allow Aurora to be the ones constantly in control of every single engagement. And that's where things are going southbound. Again, the information game from Aurora has been enabling them to dodge out as well. And although this smoke won't be spotted out at the very least, but they already know something's up. Execration, their map is dark. They've only got the 2 defensive wards on the triangle. Nothing else. Nothing forward to try to catch someone out. Even... Oh, Scam does pick up Savage now.
This lies tier 2 tower, but can get the big jump they're looking for. Savage will just melt. Miss Savage gonna head up north to the next camp. And sadly, Execration, they have guessed incorrectly. Still, they have time if they want to try and head up north and try to find this void. The Savage now going to look for the TP away, and it's perfect timing. He's out. His team wants to go for Roshan. Of all things, it's just Roshan starts and Savage just joins his team. He had no idea they were right around the corner.
Yeah. But again, they get a good sense. This tier 2, this ward between the tier 1, tier 2 down bot just tells them no one's coming in to try to check these lanes. No one's showing up, so they know something's happening in a rotation down bot. Aegis will go the way of Aurora with no contest. Desolator on Armel leads to that very quick timing. And the side of Aurora, yeah, they've got everything ready and waiting to go. RP's still ready, Chrono's still ready. Execration, every single second that goes by without the burst play just feels atrocious for this team. As they're playing on a heavy deficit, high ground. The siege doesn't take too long with the output of Armel. 2 lives on the TA is also not an easy thing to deal with. But Aurora will play it a little bit safer. Not looking to fully clump up for that tower fight.
Yeah, they'll play conservatively here. Just take over the jungle instead. Plenty of time available on the Aegis here for Armel to play with. I mean, they have hit their timings very effectively, though. Like, perhaps the Void isn't quite ready to be the big carry you're looking for, but you don't really need it either. Like, Armel's at a stage where he can just be the carry for your team. The Savage, he can just be the utility. Just drop a Chrono, tank some damage. Be useful that way. Let Armel do all the damage necessary for the team. They will move on to that top tier 2 tower. Seems like there'll be no defense from Execration. They're just going to let this one go for free.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they understand. They don't really have control of the area. They don't have vision forward up top. It's hard to contest that movement. And they still need more items. Like, Krish needs a BKB to be able to stand up front. You've got the Sanj coming out for Bob to complete the highest Sanj for a little bit more stat boost as well when he jumps in. It is rough going. At least they find probably the best shard to pick up here onto Shanks on the line. So you get the freebie bonus on the mana drain, but they have to stop this high ground.
But they do. Armel, they'll just keep going. I mean, you've even got an Arcane Rune available for Armel, so Master Refractions. 12-second cooldown for him at the moment, so he can just keep going at it. There's not really much in the way of stopping it. He can do this for free for quite a while. Execration now going to move Tino in. Let's spike out. They need to lock down the TA, but the Chrono has been committed. They've got Bob with that one. Shanks will drop first, but Bob will closely follow. And Tino, he's not going to be too far off either. They are piece perfect. Jabs will find the last 3 of them. Krish is the last piece of the puzzle, and he is as good as gone. Aurora just completely wiping the floor with Execration. Sadly, they can only find 1 lane of barracks. There are still 2 T2 towers standing, but I don't think they're going to last very long.
Nah, there's even an Amplify damage rune ready and waiting to be picked up to speed up the siege onto the high ground. Execration, or high ground hold, is not particularly amazing. And they did have to expend the 2 big ultimates there for Aurora, so that could lead to maybe a more conservative movement just for the tier 2s. But the game is certainly in their control. 23-7, 13k up for Aurora. And Execration, it just feels like they have no bite. Like, there's no clear game plan in how to take these engagements. Like, what, do you just go in with Dream Coil and hope for the best? Do you have enough follow-up coming in through from Tino? It doesn't quite feel like it. Especially with the BKBs already being up and running on Aurora.
Smoky from Execration, but it almost feels like they already know. They'll try onto Armel. Armel still has the Aegis up, and he just blows up Shanks. Where's the damage? Where's the control? Not even one life gone yet. Execration, they've lost 2. Earthspike out catching a couple more, and now the cleanup is out. Double kill for Armel. Maybe a triple, and it will be. GG is called. This is what I'm saying, John. You give Armel a hero like TA, he'll just finish the game in 20 minutes.
That he will, and that he does in this case. Execration. Nothing happened for them at all in this game. Nothing lined up. I mean, they force out that really early fight, and I mean, it looks funny. It felt like they should have been able to find more, but Tino is just not in the area to spam that whirling death. Because of that, you get the start for Ollie. Then Tino is forced to not get Timber Chain, which feels awful when he's trying to play forward with the Veil, and it just crumbles from there. The lanes were a complete mess for Execration. Big props to Aurora. They definitely bounced back hard after that matchup against Neon. And I suppose now it's just a matter of, will Aurora be able to close it out 2-0? Because, well, Execration, they might be a team that gets motivated as well after a pretty rough loss like that, considering how their personalities are. They're definitely the types to kind of rally themselves up after a rough one like that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see exactly how it does pan out. Execration now 1 game away from being knocked out of the closed qualifiers altogether. See if Aurora can make that happen as we'll head off to a short break, and right after that break we'll be back with Game 2 between Execration and the side of Aurora. We'll see you then.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you join the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whispering my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den, bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying, Adrian, defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a bus. Oh,
Just like cool, cool. So stick around. Just like cool, cool. Just like
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going straight into the draft here for game number 2 between Execration and Aurora. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire once again. John, welcome back, sir. Game 1 was a pretty rough affair for Execration. I believe the game ended in about 23 minutes. What do you think they need to change up here in this game 2 draft to give themselves a better chance in game 2?
I think don't up with Lena safe. It feels pretty predictable, and Execration, if they're going to look for tempo, try not to feed 4 kills in your first blood attempt when your offlaner isn't with you. I think they needed everyone on the same page for that one. So we'll see. I do really feel like that the tone was set from that minute 0 fight where they were coming in and Tino was still running up when they already started spamming their spells into a Pugna with Nether Blast that was just allowed to freely cast away with no issues there. So we'll have to see. It does look like Aurora is bent on speed running this, even jumping into the game really quick as well. And we'll see. I mean, that loss to Neon must have motivated these boys very much so. And we've seen Aurora previously on their old teams when they would take a loss like that, they go into the lower bracket, they suddenly look a lot scarier. And it looks like Aurora could have activated that beast mode here once again. Of course, perhaps 4 Filipinos is too much. Maybe 2 is the magic number. Could be one factor as well, Mike. Who knows?
Well, the Prophet is going to be the first pick, it seems, from Aurora. So maybe we're going to go into this again, Jonathan. Maybe another fast game to come. Aurora, I do not believe we've actually had a chance at seeing a Prophet today at all, because it's constantly banned out in the first phase. But they are able to pick it up as Execration. They pick up the famously losing hero today, the Pengali.
Yep, they take it on their end. That should be Bob's hero on mid straight up. Rather surprising again that they prioritize a core. Granted, this core would be banned out in the next phase if they weren't going to pick it up. So it does leave a lot of options here for Armel. And he should understand what matchup he wants up against the Pangolier. They could try to ban out, I suppose, something like the Quap could be a priority for Exit to take away from the pool first. But I don't think the Pangolier is the be-all and all of mid lanes anymore. As you mentioned, it has been a losing hero. So I feel like Aurora should be able to just work their way around that. Again, like some of the quirkier mids we've seen, I believe Armel has played something like the Kotl mid at least once in the Dream League qualifiers. So that could be one way as well to kind of deal with Pango. Just stand back, blast away, farm up, and reach that point where you can just kind of melt him and just play with your team. Taking their time on the bans here, Aurora. I don't know if there was anything concerning from the last game. We'll just get general bans out. Take away the Chen. Maybe something like the Magnus could be something to consider here for Aurora. No, they'll take out the Luna instead. So they do leave the option for Tino to pick up the Magnus if he wanted to. Let's see if that's something Exa will want for themselves now.
We shall see. There's still a ban to come before we can continue the drafts.
10 seconds remaining.
Wouldn't mind seeing something like the Kunkka come out for Armel either. Obviously, we're one of his favorites as well. Used to love watching the man play the Kunkka. No, see Execration, they'll pick up the Phoenix for themselves. See how Aurora does want to try and respond to this. The Phoenix, I believe we saw once today, and I can't quite remember if it won or lost, but it didn't feel that impact from what we saw.
10 seconds remaining.
I'll see Aurora. I mean, I suppose it is a classic combo with the Pango as well, right? Egg plus Rolling Thunder is pretty annoying to try and deal with, so I guess it's kind of a classic duo to have.
And it's funny, it was Aurora that ran the Phoenix Pango last time around. Okay. And they did lose that game in that first matchup against Neon, so they have a pretty good understanding how to deal with it. Storm into Pango, we saw that as well in the previous series of Aurora up against Neon Game 2. That was the one game Aurora did manage to find a win in the mid lane for Armel was actually pretty smooth going, all things considered. So, considering the last match performance, I wouldn't put it out of Armel to just find a way to, once again, make this game really hard for Bob. Put him in building mode instead of wrecking mode. And just kind of carry through from there.
Radiant team pick.
Lion. Go for the Storm route, and they'll go right into the Lion route. So Aurora. I don't mind the heroes I'm seeing here, John. Storm obviously not having the greatest day in the world, but I believe we did have one game where Storm had a nice win. So could see that again. The Lion has been somewhat popular as of late, so the Lion making its appearance is perfectly fine as well. Execration, not really seeing too much to. There is a bit of a global strat, I suppose. Like you've got the TP with the Storm Spirit as well. And Nature's Prophet Storm could be a bit of a problem, especially if you combine some other stuff. You know, we could see a Spirit Breaker coming out, John. That would be a bit of fun to watch.
Yeah, still a valid option for Aurora if they wanted that. I do feel like that maybe it doesn't deal with Phoenix Egg too much, but Nature's Prophet can kind of handle that, especially if you do manage to find a little bit of farm going in there for Q. Magnus will go to way of Execration, as it was not banned out, along with the Techies, so Phoenix Techies support duo. Now, you have a lot of ways to protect the egg. Your team fight is looking pretty sharp here on Execration, and there is some good early aggressive potential just by having a Techies on hand. The laning phase for CML shouldn't go as badly now. Or for Shanks, depending who wants to play what here. It's a lot easier to just get some control in the laning phase, get some aggression of your own lined up here as well. I like the potential of Techies and Magnus. I think that could be a really solid lane if they do go that route here for Exa, keep CML on the Phoenix, and try to make it tougher for Savage this time to find that initial farm, because the last game felt pretty free for Savage. I mean, just being forced on Tino to go for 3-0-2 was not the ideal. And so hopefully this time around the Magnus will have a little bit more impact here.
We shall see. Mag has been pretty hit or miss today. We'll see if it does pay off for Execration this time around. Aurora. They'll pick up the Slark for themselves. Alright, so that's a hero we have not seen yet today, but against the Mag should have a good enough time. He doesn't really care too much about the Phoenix either, so definitely feels like a decent enough pick here for Aurora. We have seen Savage play this hero quite a few times, so it feels good enough. Feels nice and active as well early on. Like if you wanted to just snowball out of control in the mid game, you certainly could look to do that with this draft from Aurora.
10 seconds remaining.
And I like the Lion Slark lane. Really nice to maintain that aggression. Jumping onto the Magnus chain stunning, feeding off of his high HP, giving yourself some good agi stacks to kind of go back and farm as well. Feels pretty nice here. Having this Dispel on hand does make the jump in with your Techies a lot harder to pin down the Slark on top of all of that. So it's going to be a little bit of a slippery target to pin down, along with the already slippery Storm for Aurora. Like how the lanes are shaping up. I am curious what we will get here for Jabs. Execration do ban out the Mars and the Centaur, trying to ensure that they don't have to deal with these high tanky heroes up front anymore from Jabs. Does leave a few options, like say Enigmas in the pool if they wanted that, for the side of Aurora. Nothing too concerning to stop you from the Black Hole, and the laning phase, as we've seen from the Enigma, can be pretty solid. Something that we've seen Jabs play today, so wouldn't mind that too much.
10 seconds remaining.
We shall see. Aurora, 11 seconds reserve time left to make this final decision.
Remaining.
Are they going to give the final pick over to the CEO?
Radiant team pick.
Seems like they will. Jabs will take the Beastmaster this time around. So, I mean, it is still a very fast kind of draft, right? Like, you can play very quickly after the laning stage if you are Aurora, and I wonder if Execration can kind of handle the heat that is incoming.
Yeah, you have a lot of aggression out from Aurora, a lot of summons, a lot of good push. After a team fight, you've got the Roar to ping down the Pangolier in the role, so you've got a solution for that mobility on Bob here. Execration, you've got the Magnus, you have Empower Pango, which is decent enough with some damage output. I'm wondering what they take for Krish on safe. I mean, he played Lena last time. I believe I saw him play Wind Ranger. You don't necessarily want to combine that with a Magnus here. against a Slark. It's a little bit rough. Into the Beastmaster lane as well. There's a PA option, but PA has felt awful this patch. Like, her win rate is atrocious right now. But it is the classic solution to, like, Beastmaster lane. And you have a Magnus on hand, so you could try to go for, say, a very fast Desolator build-up. We'll go with the Meepo instead, which has been a consistent last ban as well in a lot of these matches, and something we've seen banned against Execration before, although not with Krish on hand, but Krish will play the safe lane Meepo. So a change of pace. That is decent enough aggression coming in here. You've got some way of clearing out the summons as well with Poof. I am worried, because if Execration, if their laning phase goes as rough as it was in Game 1, with a Meepo, you're likely, well, it's likely to fall apart faster if you don't manage to recover. So this kind of trying to fix their pacing issues early on from Execration, I want to see if it works. Like, there is this timing that we've seen from Meepo. We've seen Meepo still go like Dragonlance Ags as a general build-up. Can be really annoying to contend with at that point. But I don't think the core is that smooth for Meepo into Slark. I do feel like Slark actually enjoys the Mega Meepo. It's more stats to steal. In a prolonged fight, the Slark will just have a good time going ham. He has all these stacks to steal from Krish in a theoretical Mega Meepo situation.
Yeah, it's a very interesting kind of draft to come up here from Execration, like an interesting way to finish this one off. And well, it's a fun way, John, because if this was our last game, at least we get to see something very different in the Meepo coming out here for today. We'll see if it is going to be the last game, though, of the day. As again, one game away is Aurora from proceeding through to the lower bracket round of 2, and Execration are one game away from being knocked out of the close qualifiers altogether. So a lot on the line here for both these sides. Execration obviously fighting for their lives here in the close qualifiers. And I mean, you've kind of put all your chips into the Meepo basket now. Like, there's no turning back. It's either going to work or it isn't. We'll see how Krish does on this hero. I can't remember seeing him play it before when we've cast him. So obviously, as you can see, he has played the hero quite a bit. Question is, how good of a Meepo player are we talking?
I'm not sure. And even outside of that fact of how good a Meepo player he is, I think is how he expects to manage this lane. Like, Meepo into a Beastmaster lane doesn't sound like the smoothest of times. I think there's a lot of play there for Jabs. Like, he's got room to just play with a summon build. He's got room to try to harass with the Axis, especially with Q around, with the Sprout, with the ability for Q to just try to find some kills as well. Like, once you reach, say, level 3, level 4 in the Beastmaster, Q has a lot of room to just teleportation around as well. So, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure about what to expect from Krish laning into a Beastmaster. I don't think that's a particularly amazing lane. If you just stand at range, use your boars, or even just play with axes here for Jabs, it's not really the answer. It's not like, again, like PA into Beastmaster purely for dagger to prevent that harassment. Not quite the same for Meepo.
No, it is not. We are going to have a quick disconnect here from Krish. Hopefully he does get the issues resolved. I was about to ask, just to confirm, he was actually in the Philippines, but it turns out I believe he is. Based off the ping that I saw that he was playing on, he should be just fine. Definitely not still hanging around India right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he was around the area anyway from last time, so it could have been from that. You know, people talk, you know, people make a lot more decisions off of every land they get to go to nowadays.
Yeah, especially with no DPC, right? Like, it just feels like every LAN you attend without a DPC, it just feels like everyone's changing teams constantly.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous how often they're changing now.
Pretty much. And I think that's to be expected for this year. Back to the good old days, Mike, where pizza parties were very popular.
Yeah, Jabs. He's gonna get spotted out. Tino will land with the shockwave into the mine. Jabs, oh, he's gonna cop the net as well. It looks like he's probably as good as dead. They will completely body block him up. And this time, First Blood will be drawn by the side of Execration. CML to take the kill. What is with these POS 5s? Both POS 5s taking these First Bloods.
I mean, he threw out Fire Spirit. I don't think he even launched an auto attack on CML. It was just the last tick that burned him down.
It's rather unfortunate. From CML, what can you do?
That's it.
Just get good kids.
Just the timing. Yeah. Pause 5s like to say, oh, sorry for kicking your kill. Oh, it's fine.
We're never
It's like,
really
no.
sorry.
No, we're very happy to take that kill from you. Thank you very much.
I openly admit that I apologize every time, but I'm never really sorry. I smile every time I type that crap. Well, why would I be sorry? The things I have to do for these position ones, Jonathan, I deserve it.
Yeah, you have it your way, King, Mr. Michael Phoenix. Have it your way. You do deserve it. I'm sure Neff will also attest to.
Well, are you saying some kind of business slogan or some crap? What are you saying?
I don't know.
You've been saying that all day, Jonathan. Is this some kind of fast food franchise or something?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not.
Okay.
Who knows? What I do know is we're in a match.
Yes. Well, we were looking at the mid lane. Armel and Bob were there. Bottom lane, you've got Q and Jabs against Krish and CML. So this Meepo lane, Jonathan, talk to me about it. Against the Beastmaster and the Prophet, what do we expect?
I don't expect it to be too bad. I also don't expect it to be amazing from Krish. CML is the one that has to give this lane some pressure, buy some space for Krish. Because once Jabs hits, again, like a level 3 timing with probably a 2-1 build, with the axis being emphasized, it's not that easy for a Meepo to really just sustain here. I mean, once you have Divide We Stand, I suppose you can try to clear out a lot better, but Meepo early levels is not the most durable hero there is. And you already have that early Blightstone start for Q to get that right-click harassment going. So, not going to feel too great. At the very least, Jabs will be farming a lot better in this lane as well. And I'm just really not sure what to expect from Krish. I don't think this is an ideal Meepo lane. And I feel like even if it comes to the point where it's a very static lane for Jabs, that just means more space for Q to do whatever the hell he wants on Nature's Prophet.
That's fair. That top lane as well. I mean, you have 23 Savage and Ollie against Tino and Shanks. Pretty smooth affair for Tino so far in the Magnus, but Savage not really struggling too much either. Ollie able to just keep them at bay and ensure that Savage does remain safe. Of course, the techies is still very annoying to have to lane against. Like, Sticky Bomb is still a lot of damage. The right clicks is still a lot of damage. As mid lane, Bob is going to lose his courier. Q. Very cheeky teleportation in, does secure the Bob courier, and I believe there was a bottle on that.
Yep, it's going to cut off a lot of regen for Bob. Not going to be feeling great. Really good early wards being dropped by Aurora again between the tier 1 tier 2. And that's going to make it pretty hellish for Bob.
Mel just kind of reminds them what Q just did with that little tip. Mel, we could have tipped earlier, John, but just waits for the pause. I appreciate that. Bit of mental warfare here against Bob. And Bob will now have however long to think about the fact that he won't have a bottle for the next minute. This is very disappointing for Bob.
It's not going to be feeling all too happy, Mr. Bob. And I mean, his mid lane matchups already not the best in the world. Again, we've seen Armel kind of win out the Storm versus Pango. He's doing so again. He does go for the 1-1-1. So every time Bob comes in for the shield crash, instantly melts, gets double overloaded with Static Remnant Vortex, and then it's just a rough go for Bob at that point, especially without that bottle for a minute. Armel has free reign on the lane. And a mass disconnect from Execration. It has been raining here, so I suppose that's a factor, perhaps.
That's not a good sign. Not a good sign to the last series of the day, that's for sure. Hopefully Execration are going to be able to reconnect. I mean, we've had some very awkward scenarios with SEA closed qualifiers, or just qualifiers in general.
Takes me back.
Yeah,
Takes me all the way back.
We've had a lot of those situations now that I think about it. Like, we've had so many.
You remember, the biggest one was really when Signal Ultra was playing against, was it Fnatic or Mineski or something, with March on the other side. And I remember we paused for like 40 minutes. Signal Ultra just had no power.
Yeah.
And there was just literally no power in the city. So it's a 40 minutes unpause. And that was a game where Signal Ultra could have taken it to like 3 games as well, I believe. Or just dragged it out. And yeah, it's like Southeast Asia for you.
Try, but oh, Krish is gonna reconnect. There we go.
Yeah, he's like,
all
oh.
right. Thanks. Whoopsie daisies. Hopefully the problems will be resolved here as we do get this game underway once again. Where were we? Armel Just going to harass Bob away on the Pangolier. You kind of already talked about this. Just every time he gets close, he's going to cop that crazy harassment. 23 Savage was about to get jumped there, but just pounces away before the skewer does come in from Tino. At the very least, I mean, Tino should have a pretty good time on the mag, and we are seeing that once again. Like, these Magnus offlanes, they aren't struggling today, that's for sure. It just seems like every offlane mag has been having a very good time.
That they do. And again, for this lane, for Tino, I mean, it's stable farm. You're not stopping the Slark too badly, but it's not the comfiest time for 23 to keep farming up as well. Shanks is doing a great job of cutting Ollie off from the lane. And that's the big factor, keeping the Slark back. Without the protection of the Lion, there's always a little bit of a threat coming in here from Tino. So, well played from Shanks to just keep that disruptiveness. Even manages to get the pull right under that next creep wave as well. And be able to give Tino even more farm to play with. You have to appreciate still how great Techie's lane is. Right? Just his attack range, his damage output. It is pretty annoying for any Pause 5 to kind of contend with a Pause 4 Techies.
Oh, absolutely. It's not a very fun time, that's for sure. Bob, just looking back at this mid lane, he's not having a good time. He's constantly being harassed out by Armel and just keeping back towards the lane after going back to the fountain, but it's just still not a very fun time for him. At least the side lanes are still looking rather even between these two teams.
Yeah, but this mid difference is going to be... The mid difference is going to be a big issue for the side of Execration. Like, we've seen delayed timings on the defusal be really detrimental to Pango's impact.
They did pick off Savage. Nice skewer from Tino to secure the kill, although he come to rotations. Q trying to at least find Shanks for their trouble. Problem is he's now been disarmed. Tino, he's going to take a second kill on the bag. Very nice pick up here for the Magnus. And well, Q, he's trying to help out, but the constant disarm coming out from Shanks makes it impossible to finish off the kills. Huge win here for Execration.
They managed to get that opening they want onto Savage, and when all these removed from the equation, it becomes pretty hard for Savage to play that lane. Even down bot, he managed to jump down jabs.
Krish able to find jabs on the offlane Beastmaster, so we're talking about this mid difference, but the side lane suddenly looking to be favorable for the side of Execration anyway.
I'm a little bit surprised that Krish has gotten this much from his lane. I expected a little bit more presence out from jabs, but the instant they see Q leave, with the early divided we stand, with the value points in the oof ready to go, and it's fairly easy to just kind of try to keep jabs down, especially with the burn damage coming in from CML, so you do have to respect some of that magical output, but starting to shape up. Execration 4-0 to start off with. Kind of the opposite story from Game 1. They are managing to start to build themselves up here, with stacks being formed by Shanks, contesting for the 6-minute rune as well. Armel was forced all the way back home. Will TP in, but they do manage to find the rune up top. Ready to go, but Armel...
Oh. Armel, maybe trying for a bit of a cheeky deny there. Does end up hitting Shanks instead, and Shanks will take the haste rune away. Mine! And finds a double bounty for himself. Very nice on the techies. Like you said, things are going very swimmingly right now for Execration, as Q also gets caught out down at the bottom lane, and he's got Krish finding his second kill of the game already on the Meepo, and it seems like the perfect start for this Radiant side.
Yeah, with this kind of launch away on Execration, with this kind of launch for Krish, his defusal timing is going to be online soon. He's going to be able to jump down and chase down anyone presenting themselves in the lane. And it's something that you have to be concerned about on Aurora. You need quite a fair bit more time for Savage to kind of hit his mark now in comparison. The cores of Aurora lagging behind. In fact, Savage is behind Bob's network, considering how badly Bob's mid went. So the recovery is going to take quite a while here. Do spot out the stacks. CML already dropped the sentry to prevent further stacks from being built up, and is just going to try to soak as much as he can, while Jabs just tries to clear freely. Doesn't spot him. So, free EXP for the Phoenix.
It's a real shame. I mean, you say for the Phoenix, Krish is going to move in and just clear these up. The Axes are going to come in to scout this out, but Krish is just being an absolute nuisance as now Ollie's forced to rotate. Krish is still trying to go for this. Earthspike will fly out onto one of the Meepos. The chase is now on. They'll get a Hex out, but CML is just blocking the way, and that bridge is not making it very easy to catch the Meepo. Krish will get one out of there, and it looks like he's just fine.
Oh,
no,
zip.
Armel. Armel's going to zip in, but he's out of mana. Oh, they get him anyway. That was too close for comfort. That is way, way too close.
Yeah, that was a very tight timing. The Axes build up from the spam Jabs had earlier does enable them to finally clean up. And that's a pretty big first kill for Aurora. Just slowing down the Meepo just a tad bit. RC movement mid onto Savage.
Yeah, they are certainly trying. But the Slark is Savage dropping lower and lower. Will get underneath the tier 2 tower, but cannot survive. Never even bothers using the Dark Pact, which I suppose is absolutely fair. I don't believe it would have made the difference. Bob finding a very strong kill for himself now in the Panga.
This is one of the slower starts we've seen for Savage. Just barely above CML. Like he's not finding that. In fact, CML has a little bit more farm than him now. That's I don't think we've seen that from Savage in a very long time. Execration pumping out that pressure. Tino doing a ton of work up top just on the Magnus. And I guess that goes back to game 1. We saw Aurora ban out Magnus and Winter Wyvern. Well, the Magnus slides in here, and you can see just why Aurora doesn't want to have to deal with that Savage. And he's going to need so much time to farm. Not even the Power Tread's up and running. He does have the Orb of Corrosion, but can't really do much with it. The Fusel timing is going to take a long while as well. And that's all time for Krish to start building up. His Diffusal, only the recipe away, about 500 gold. You've got Bob starting to recover as well off the back of these kills, at very least. Start to have his own path onto his Diffusal, and Tino again straight into the Orchid. Just wants instant control on something like 23, on something like Armel. And the pieces are starting to come together here for Execration. And for Aurora, it's starting to look like a little bit of a slump. Like that energy from game 1, it seems like it dissipated just a bit here.
Certainly has. Talon, rather, Aurora not having a very good time. Armel being targeted now. Bob going to go for another Rolling Thunder. This time onto Ollie, it seems. Poor old Ollie doesn't really have too much gameplay out of this, but luckily Armel, we saved the day for it. Let's throw a Vortex back in onto Shanks. Seems like the techies might go down, and does. So Aurora finally looking to fight back as a unit. Will run towards CML now, but CML will be able to just Icarus dive away. The Execration, I suppose, on one hand are doing very good, but on the other hand, need to be somewhat careful not to hand too many kills back the way of Aurora.
Nice pickups to find for the side of Aurora. A little bit of EXP just to bring in Ollie and Q closer to that level 6, which is when things can really start to get rolling with how much burst they will have on hand. Still a lot of space being brought out, right? This top lane doesn't get any easier for Savage without any supports around. Bot lane for Krish is just free farm with no contestation. And the build-up is still there. RP.
Top lane. They've got the Slark again. Nets to fly out, though Savage does get the Shadow Dance off in time, but does he have a way out of this without Pounce? I don't believe so. The TPs are coming, but it's just so late. It took such a long time to respond to this. They do at least take down Tino, and in fact they might even find Krish now. The Vortex is out from Armel, but he's still just trying to poof away. Ollie's there with the Hex out, and Krish is gone. They are punishing successfully, but how much more can they get? They'll find the egg. Execration handing so many kills back the way of Aurora that they might lose Q, and they will. But Aurora, they actually do manage to capitalize quite nicely, considering they lost the Slark so early on.
Yeah, it's all worthwhile. This movement out from Krish doesn't quite pan out. It's a lot of gold bouncing back the way of Aurora, especially onto Armel, who should be the tempo setter in this game.
Is under attack.
It doesn't look like they're going to make the jump in on Bob. They just don't have the lockdown for him. Yeah, he's just... This fight, like, it started off really well for Execration, but there's a lot of kills being handed back the way of Aurora. I guess on the positive note, you were not giving all this XP and gold to the Slark, so there's that.
There is that. It's still a struggle for 23, but Armel and Jabs have managed to catch up to a pretty healthy amount now on that Beastmaster and on the Storm Spirit. The Witchblade for Armel not too far off for him to find. And for Krish, he has to be a bit cautious. He is going into the Ags next, so Mega Meepo will be coming out sooner rather than later. A Mega Meepo with Defusal does sound like a very scary threat indeed on the chase down, especially with the consistent lockdown that you can expect from the Earthbind. So, it's going to be the one big tool to keep Armel down outside of the RP in the middle of these engagements. Tino has that full Orchid up, so that additional control for the Storm is there, and to an extent for the Slark if Savage is not careful with his Dark Pack usage. But Aurora, they're hanging in. Diffusal fully up on Bob though, should set a lot more damage going here. And again, just complicate things for Armel, who we've seen has had a few mana issues in trying to sustain up front.
Turns out the line is not proving to be enough yet, John. The mana drain. We'll have to wait and see if Ollie can be the big mana pool we're looking for. Bottom lane, CML. Hang about, ready for a defense. Execration. We're going to group up, smoke up, down towards the bottom side of the map. Aurora will smoke up as well. Line's being drawn back towards the Dire Triangle, though Armel going to have his smoke broken along with Bob. They'll see each other there for a moment. Either side, look, getting the jump they really wanted out of this. They'll head back into the mid lane and just ensure that this T1 tower does remain defended. Execration, they're just going to retreat. It seems like they're more than happy with the state of the game right now. See, Krish and Tino are both finding a hell of a lot of farm. Savage is still very far behind on that Slark, and it is a Slark after all. You're not going to exactly have the quickest comeback.
No. It's a slower process, and at least the Dark Pack helps you clear out these camps fairly quick, but it's not like you can take care of any stacks. So even if you try to build up stacks, it's a little bit risky for that Slark. And the timings are lining up for Execration. The Blink is up and running for Tino, flying out now. And that should allow them to start to play even more aggressive. They've got some good forward vision now as well on Execration's end. One ward down from the low ground near the tier trees here, between the two trees in top and mid. It gives him some nice sniping angles to go hunting down line. Of course, if Savage does decide to just take a stroll there, should easily reveal that spot. Although I'm not sure if a sentry on the cliff would actually spot this one out. It might just be right outside range. Still, Jabs is finding his own room. He does have the Dominator up. It's not too far off from full Helm, just lacking the recipe. And is split pushing nicely enough. Clears out bot. Has some space to just get his own farm going. For Execration to play this pace, once this Ags comes in from Krish, like, you have to play with these tools. You cannot allow Aurora, again, play the slower tempo that they love.
Shanks, Armel, for a quick pick off though. Tino's now going to show up with an Orchid, and Armel suddenly in a lot of danger. Will get RP'd up, and it was all a bait. Armel will pay for it with his life. Hugh will at least get his way out of the profit, but it's getting worse and worse here for Aurora. I mean, the Execration, they've just got everything they could have asked for to start off this game. Aurora, they're just not able to find any openings that they really need to try and abuse.
No. I mean, I do like that Armel's trying to look for these pickoffs where he can, but I just feel like they need to connect with multiple cores. At least Jabs has to join in his queue.
Yeah, it might just get dived, but no. They'll hold on to the Rolling Thunder for now. Bob, not going to bother just using it up and risking his own life. They'll just keep smothering the side of Aurora. Savage is around the corner if you... He's got to be very careful not to get silenced here by Tino. They saw him. They will go for the Blink Orchid initiation onto Savage. And oh, can he actually get away? Savage barely able to get the Shadow Dance off in time. Bob is still in the chase. Meanwhile, towards the south, they have found themselves CML. They do get themselves a Phoenix. Meanwhile, Savage has still juked them out quite nicely and will turn around and look for the counter initiation. Who can they find though? Zip forward. Shanks will be the target for now. Orchid out once again onto the Storm, but they'll just kite in and out for now, Aurora. Looking for the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, Krish does get the Aghanim Scepter up on the Meepo, but he does not want to fight. He does want to back his way out, but he may have no choice but to fight, as one of the Meepos is fighting, falling quite low. He'll go for the Mega Meepo form, though. They're onto the Bob now. The Pango. Bob.
Oh boy.
Oh, he's just feeding his life away to Savage. This is exactly what you didn't want to see if you're Execration.
That was a little bit of a mess coming out there. The skewer out from Tino on the tail end of that chain control onto Savage cut off Bob from just getting these chain rolls out. So some miscoordination coming out from Execration cost them a ton in losing out and gives a bit of a recovery path to Aurora because they're not farming up in that downtime. They force Chris to show up. He shows his Ags, doesn't get to do much with it. And Aurora start to feel comfy. Net worth lead isn't that big from Execration, down to just 1 to 2k. The recovery for Savage, he's still below Bob, but it's not as bad as it once was when he was tied up with CML. It's a little bit more space now for Slark. And with the defusal, there is some ways for 23 to start to play his game now. Execration. Now, we mentioned it, but they've got these tools. They need to keep playing with it, but we also have to play smart. Not overextend, not give openings out, because Aurora are slowly but surely able to climb out if you give them the chance to.
They certainly are. And Execration probably in the stage of the game now where they wonder what they should be doing here. Like, do you force Roshan? Seems like the answer's probably going to be yes. If they get away with this, I mean, they still have a very quick Roshan lineup. Aurora, not really in a position where they'll be able to guess Roshan is happening anyway by the looks of it. Take the space to farm up here on their cores. Execration on the other hand though, they will have the Aegis to come up. Looks like Krish will probably just be taking it on the Meepo. Indeed will. Maybe they can find Jabs at the bottom lane. Jabs. They head up north, see if he can get away from this scenario, and the chase is still on. I believe Shanks has seen him, and so has Team. They're going to find themselves a Beastmaster on top of the Aegis being taken. Meanwhile, top lane, there is a bit of an attempt onto Krish, perhaps, but no, Aurora, they're not going to take it. I thought perhaps they'd try for Krish, but I suppose it's not worth the effort.
Yeah, considering the secondary life and the position of the primary Meepo.
With Armel. Armel's here now. They've certainly got a lot more damage available as well as control, and Krish, that's going to be the Aegis going down. At least they can't get him the second time.
Again, the primary Meepo is pretty far, but popping the Aegis is still a nice little pickup for the side of Aurora. As they should be able to, again, dissuade Execration from trying to reach into further objectives. Makes it a little bit awkward for you to commit onto the tier 2s and just farm safely even for the side of Aurora. And they're reaching this point where their control is starting to get out there. They've got the Ags on Q. He's managed to find space to farm that up for himself, so you do have the entanglement now with a Rat of Nature, which is a substantial amount of control and a considerable amount of damage if we do get some good bounces out as well. And we'll be able to find her Tormentor as well without killing off Ollie and make a time right there. And even a Shard for Q. So, Curse of the Old Growth as well. And the sprouted out targets and for any target standing by the tree line. Everything you could ask for good old Q.
Yeah. Slightly worthy the way of Aurora as well. Like, you look at the win probability graph, it's actually gone down to 51%. From about 80% it was at some stage, so that's a pretty big difference, you know. It's a pretty big drop here for Execration, pretty much almost just giving their whole lead away. Back the way of the Dire. As time goes on, you know, the Savage is slowly but surely getting to the stage where he could be a bit of a concern. Especially once the Axe is up, is when I think you start to get a little bit worried as Execration. Smoke up is 4. They've got the Disperser available on Krish now. They're gonna find nice little Earthspike Molly coming out. But it's still gonna be him going.
Not the big kill you'd want here for Exe, considering that, but kill's a kill. It's an opening for perhaps a shove in onto the tier 2. Aurora, they're not going to be worried. They're farming on Q, they're farming on Jabs. Everyone's actually farming, except for Ollie. Like, Ollie is the sacrificial lamb, enabling all of these guys to find that build-up for themselves. And we're at the point where Q is trailing behind Savage's farm. Savage still hasn't managed to overtake Bob, but with a few key items he's found, he's comfier on that Slark. The Mage Slayer saving him from that burst. Still, mid-tier 2 is set to fall. And that opens up the map a little bit more. Good invasion for Execration to take control on the triangle, cut off more resources away from Aurora, but again, Aurora doesn't seem like they care too much.
Perhaps narrowly avoiding the gank attempt that was incoming here from Execration.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
They'll take the bottom tier 1 tower, Execration. Maybe looking towards the bottom tier 2. I mean, I don't know if Aurora would really go for a defense attempt, but they have smoked up as 3. Perhaps they are looking for the fight down at bottom lane. Problem is the mines will give all the information away, so the smoke is not exactly going to be very sneaky here from Aurora. Execration setting up nicely already. Mob will break the smoke and just swash away. Still, Armel is going to make the jump in onto the Pengli, but he's going to be fine for now. Meanwhile, an RP was committed. The Jabs did get the BKB off in time, so no skewer back was there. Armel still looking to jump in, does find CML now, but the Orchid is out from Tino, ensuring there's no real follow-up with the finger. He's going to ensure that CML does go down, as they'll try to chase down Tino on the mag. Instead, though, Krish jumping in onto Jabs could be a real big problem for the side of Aurora. Savage still trying to fight this one out, has taken down Tino, but can they deal with the Meepo? It doesn't seem like it. Krish is going to be able to take down 23 Savage.
Ooh, the egg.
The egg does go down, though, CML. He will die on the Phoenix. They are chasing for more here, Execration, wanting as much value as they can get. They should at least have Q, and they will even find Armel now. Completely out of mana is the Storm. Armel will drop. They still do lose the techies, but they do eventually get Q.
Where fools play, death is sure to follow.
A rocky back and forth. Rather interesting angle to take the fight from. Execration do manage to get it done, even though the start was pretty subpar. They were forced to use roll a lot earlier than they'd want to. RP only onto 1 without the skewer back, giving enough room out for Jabs to still get his roar off as well, but it just doesn't matter. All of that breaks down before Krish gets to the area, and without any of those spells, gave the Meepo free reign to just do what he wants. We're at the point with maxed out Divided We Stand. The Mega Meepo can be a threat, and we didn't even see the Mega Meepo. Krish didn't have to pop into that second form for some durability. He was free to just use his regular Meepos. And Earth Spike was already down. Like, some of these chain-controlled spells were just not available. And Execration are forcing out some openings when it feels like, with that kind of start, they shouldn't be able to find, but they do make it work. Aurora have to be really cautious. This is the point where the Meepo is a massive threat. Blink up on Krish, ready to go. The Blink poofs are ready, so he can start to melt down some of these softer targets. As something like Q is not going to be too hard to kill off. Ollie, if he's already committed the stuns as well, can be a bit of a sitting duck. Heck, even just isolating Armel is probably the bigger danger that this Meepo can provide here. So, let's see if that's something Aurora can contend with. Krish already shoving in that top, has his team backing him up. RP is off cooldown once more. Provides the coverage he needs to push in.
In Execration, I mean, this tier 2 top tower not going to be lasting too long. Execration will be able to get away with this pretty much scot-free.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Stupendous!
High ground is also available to them and open to them if they so wish, but they are going to retreat for now. Just take over the jungle instead.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Aurora doing a decent enough job of pushing in the bottom lane, but there is still a tier 2 tower standing, so you can't really threaten high ground.
Radiant's middle
Seems
tower
like
is under
Aurora
attack.
looking for the big Aghanim Scepter timings here on Armel, and of course Savage. So Execration just looking for an opening to find some pickoffs and go high ground. Maybe even just wait for the next Roshan attempt, which is still going to be 33 seconds at the minimum away.
Radiant's middle
30 seconds
tower
till we
is
find
under
out when
attack.
Roshan will respawn. And Aurora, I mean, they're just going to keep trying to pressure this bottom tier 2 tower.
Radiant's
There's
bottom tower
not really much
is
else
under
they can do
attack.
by the seams of it.
Yep. Just keep shoving where you can. Side of Execration are not going to unclump from this top jungle area. So you have some room to just get some of that build up, some of these timings for the Ags
Radiant's
to
bottom
kind of
tower
line up
is
here.
under attack.
I do like what
Radiant
they are doing
structures
on
are
checks, like the mines are going to provide a lot of valuable information here while they are spending some time in this top area, the mining around
attack.
the
Radiant's bottom
hit as
tower
well.
has
It's going to
fallen.
provide some opportunities when Roche does respawn. It is a longer respawn at 2 minutes 20. That is going to give, like, what, 10 seconds until it becomes a daytime Roche. So this setup from Shanks is probably not going to pay off as much as he'd want it to. With the tier 2 cleared out, Aurora, and they're stemming the bleeding. They're ensuring that there is room for them to farm. There is room to sustain these pretty much 4 heroes to just play this farm game for themselves.
Mid lane, they could hunt down Savage here. Savage gonna reveal himself on the creep wave. Mind you, it is only Tino and CML around the area. Execration need to be somewhat careful not to hand kills away here to Aurora, but it seems like Aurora are gonna just focus on just pushing out the creep wave. Armel not even able to take out the courier of CML that time around, so even that makes its way out. Execration still just happy to hang around the top lane. Aurora, they're going to go for a 3-man smoke. They'll head up towards the north. Tino, obviously the target you'd probably like to start off on the most. Let's get rid of that mag if you can. Binds are going to give the information away again. So the smoke is again very, very obvious here from Aurora's end. Not really much you can do to avoid that though, sadly. They'll get the position of Execration based off this Ancient Black Dragon and its own smoke breaking. So many mines around this area though, John. Like, look at the amount of mines that Shanks has got down around the Roshan. Ridiculous.
Yeah, they're setting for the Roche. And it's going to be a really tight Roche timer. It's going to end up being, for the most part, a daytime Roche. So if they want to take this fight to set up for the Roche, this is the fight to do. It's just that Aurora are also very, very cautious about going into such a heavy spot, but they're not willing to let go of this position. So it's all down to this jump. With the blink RP, it's, you know, it's got to make it count. Orchid usage as well, it's going to matter a lot as they will just go for the smoke wrap here.
They will move away from that Roshan position. Savage, so Savage going to get caught out. The RP's there.
No.
Savage is gone. Bottom lane, at least, they do have to TP back to try and defend this. So Bob and Krish will do exactly that.
Which my matriarch will prize.
Pretty rough ends here. Like you go for the D-Ward as a pos 1 Slark in that scenario, and you just get RP'd immediately. They just no hesitation.
I like that read on Exe.
Armel just get a BKB forced out here from Tino. Q is also around trying to go after CML. They are getting some value out of these little engagements they are forcing. Meanwhile, Roshan has officially begun now as Krish will just go for it by himself. But it is going to roar, so it is very obvious that Roshan is now happening. And Aurora, they want to fight by the looks of it. Still BKB available on Armel, but the problem is Roshan is gone. Everything picked up here from Execration's end as they'll go for the Rolling Thunder on Bob, trying to chase down Jabs. Zip forward from Armel, but he just gets caught out by the stun. Forced the BKB up. They'll still try to secure Bob's life, but Bob is just too tanky. Everyone needs to retreat out of there. Ollie's the only one to be lost for now, but Krish is still on the chase looking for another target. He's going to blink back up, looking for Jabs. The 23 Savage is going to jump in. Savage, he's got the Shadow Dance and the Depth Threat available if he does need to commit it. He probably does on Jabs, but no. Jabs is alright to TP away. But it really does seem as though they have no answers for Krish now.
No. Just not there. He's able to just not have to even pop Mega Meepo. This Ags from Armel has to come in, but... And it is there. AoE Vortex is on hand. This could be the opening. They've gotten very focused on how they target down Krish. And how they deal with his 2 lives. Managed to find the objectives they'd want here on the side of Exe to get the free shard out for Tino. Got a little bit of that shockwave upgrade coming back and forth to help clear out these waves as well. And the high ground with the Aegis does open up here for the side of Exe.
Krish is going to push into tier 3 tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Going to to take very long whatsoever.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
No defense really coming out from Aurora. Savage trying to sneak up from the backside. Meanwhile, Armel, he does get an AoE Vortex off onto Krish, but it's just not enough damage, not enough follow-up yet. Savage is still hanging around on the side. I don't know what he's quite waiting for, though. He tries to jump in, but Armel's now gone. Now, he was waiting very patiently for something. I'm just not sure what it was.
I'm not sure either. They miss out on that opportunity. They got that initiation on Aurora, the big zip they'd want. They couldn't even take one life away from Krish. Another set of racks just set to go. No respawn on Armel for a good few seconds. They do manage to cut off the creep wave down bot though. But it's all through backdoor though.
Has caught chaps, but BKB was there in time, so no skewer back is available here for Tino. Still just desperately trying to force in this defense. No creeps available for execration, just doesn't really seem to matter anyway. Still just trying to split push the lanes as best as they possibly can. 23 Savage, he'll push out the top lane, not allowing the Megas to come in, but they are in dire straits. So this game is looking very, very possible to come back from at this stage.
That it is. It's
Krish.
a rough go. Oh,
May have just found Savage as well. Savage gonna get netted up in huge trouble. Already committing the Shadow Dance, committing the Depth Shroud, pouncing away. TP, there's no net. In fact, it does come out, but it's a whiff. So he does get away from Krish at least.
bails out, buys some time. Enough time for that respawn to be up on Armel. But the last set of racks is where Execration has their eyes on. They still have a minute and a half in the Aegis. More than enough time for Krish to get to town onto that. We have to see that follow through. We have to see that Zip Vortex tie into something here from Aurora.
Four-man smoke here from Aurora. Just trying to initiate Krish. He's going to get jumped here from Savage, but he gets no damage off to get things started, and Krish just gets the big Meepo, rather the weak Meepo out of there. You're going to be jumped to the backside. Savage in the meantime trying to focus down Tina. They might at least have themselves a Magnus here, and they will, but he needs to get himself out of there. Meanwhile, Krish just goes back into the Mega Meepo form, ensuring he does not drop one life yet, or he might drop at least the Aegis for now. Can they actually deal with him a second time? They'll commit some buybacks here at the side of Aurora. Trying to get that secondary Meepo life, but Savage has been caught out once again. Does go into the depth shroud. Finger committed as well. India goes your AoE Vortex out from Armel, but it means nothing. Everyone's still alive. Savage to go down. This game is looking well and truly over. So Bob will lose his life. Aurora not calling it yet. They are still going to try. Execration might actually be the ones to retreat and just play this safely.
They lack the coverage necessary to really protect Krish right now. So even after the dieback on Savage, need to wait for Tino to at least be back here.
Armel, jump in again, is going to find himself shanked. They are going to lose Ollie in the process though. I think Aurora just taking anything they can get. Well, they found Q as well by the
themselves. Q.
Yep.
And just to clean up. And this should open up that avenue onto the high ground. With Tino back, with RP ready to go, and with a TP point on the outpost, they're going to be able to start shoving in. They do have, and they've got the damage ready with Krish. They even forced the buyback on Shanks. They want to clean this up. Do or die for exit. They've got to make use of this advantage.
AoE Vortex out again. Armel just locking down the Meepo, but it's not quite enough. The RP comes out. Tino will lock him down. Armel is gone. They're still playing without Savage. They're trying every single opportunity they can have to take them out here on the side of Execration, but Krish is just way too big. GG is finally called. And Aurora, they are unable to take this game 2 against Execration, which does mean that we will officially go to a third game.
That we will. It's a full 3-game day on all of our series, Mike. And what a showing from Execration to bounce back. That last pick Meepo for Krish shaping up to be a massive issue that Aurora was not ready for. I was surprised by how little Aurora was able to get done from their lanes. You know, we were talking about this Nature's Prophet pick for Q, going to be really active early on. Didn't manage to really leave that lane. When he does, Jabs was in danger from the burn damage and from the Earthbind coming out from Krish. And all of that just kind of collapsed in. The only lane that went well was Armel's mid, but as a Storm, he didn't have any big heroes to connect to because Jabs was farming, Q ended up farming, and Savage, of course, is farming. So who does the Storm play off of? It felt like there was no one to connect with to try to snowball back. And Execration, well, they bounced back after, let's be honest, a really atrocious game one. They look to be in decent spirits. I mean, they come back in, they wash off that game one like it was nothing, and they drag it out to game 3.
Oh, they certainly do. I mean, with that, that is going to be another game 3 that we are about to witness here between Aurora and Execration. Again, one team has to leave the qualifiers and the other will proceed through to round of 2 of the lower bracket. We'll head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game number 3 between Aurora and Execration. We'll see you then.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit with. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to our Game 3 here between Execration and, of course, Aurora to see who is proceeding through the lower bracket and who is staying home for ESL on Birmingham. And it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5 once again. John, welcome back, sir. We're into our third game here for today. How the hell are you holding up?
Doing great, Mike. That was a exciting game from Execration to bounce back into, and certainly one that is going to be a little bit interesting for Aurora to recover from, because it felt like they didn't have answers for the Meepo, so now they have to expend the ban for the Meepo, just to not allow Krish to pick that up. I think Execration course corrected quite nicely after game 1, not first picking Krish's hero, so that seems to have hit the mark, and also picking up this Magnus now for Tino. Now Aurora will probably want to respect ban that as well. Heck, they even take out the Pangolier, so they're focusing on Bob. Taking care of Ember, taking care of Pango. Will it be something like the Magnus ban out next? Because if they have a chance to pick it first and Exa, they'll gun for it. Aurora could go back to that as well for Jabs, so is open enough to go into the Magnus. But that Magnus has looked good all day long. They'll ban the Winter Wyvern, and there's the Magnus coming out.
I mean, why the hell not? The Mag has looked extremely potent today. Just everyone that picks it up just continues to win. I can't say I've seen a Mag actually lose a lane today. It just feels kind of impossible to beat at the moment.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it just does so much in lane. Has so much damage output with Shockwave, or if you can go for it, even the Empower kill threat with a Skewer back with just one stun on your pause 4. It does so much just with his pick. So I respect why Aurora don't ban it out. Instead, they take care of the Winter Wyvern that again haunted them from Castaway in the last series. Execration, though, will get to pick up the Nature's Prophet. Mind you, Q did manage to find farm last time on that NP, and still didn't feel like he had the best impact. We'll have to see if Execration can show why this Nature's Prophet has been a first phase ban throughout the entire day outside of this series.
More bans to come out.
Remaining.
Aurora. Go back into the support ban-outs now, just still banning out the Winter Wyvern. They'll take their time with this one. I mean, I'm kind of shocked, to be honest, that they lost that game too with the way they did. They looked very torn apart as a team in that game too, and I feel like that's the story with Aurora from what we've seen, right? Like, this is a team that should be very, very good on paper, and yet every single time they lose, it just seems like they're not. They only just started being a team.
Yeah, it looks almost as disconnected as Execration in Game 1, although maybe not to that rough of a state. Certainly looks like they flounder a little bit, especially if, say, Savage gets completely targeted down on a hero that can't flash farm back up, like, say, the Slark. You saw him for a little moment be lower in net worth than CML's Phoenix, which is probably the only time I've seen CML ever be higher net worth than a core in his professional history, just by virtue of his playstyle of being a very sacrificial 5. And when a sacrificial 5 has more farm than your 1, you're not in a good position. So, I don't know. Aurora, hopefully it managed to shake that off. If they want to stay in this, Execration should want to carry that energy through. You see more respect bans coming out here from Aurora, taking care of that Phoenix now. Execration, they did take care of the Inch earlier on. TA being taken out as well, so showing a lot of respect towards Bob, who is a prolific TA player in his own right. Exe, what do you want to take out? They've got the Magnus on hand. You do have first pick next. You could do something like CML Nature's Prophet and pick up like a Shanks Rubik just to play off of the Magnus. Lift back is also a really good way to deal with the blink initiation of the Mag if you're quick enough on the uptake. Lift up before the skewer back can happen, and that combination can be thrown into the wind. Or even just stealing RP is going to feel pretty nice as well. So I wouldn't mind something like that for Exa after this next ban. Could start to target some of the Savage heroes if they are concerned about that. Something like the Faceless Void is still on hand. And there you go. Faceless Void ban with the Magnus. We've seen that work for Aurora already. Not wanting to have to deal with that for Exa here.
Well, let's see what the pickups are. Execration, they're going to go for the Lion pickup again. So the Lion makes another appearance here, still looking very, very potent. I can't quite blame them, but it seems pretty solid every time we see it. Aurora, what do we want to respond with, I wonder?
10 seconds
so it feels like the draft is extremely important with this team, because again, they're very temperamental, depending on what kind of draft they have and how they play it out. They'll go back into the reserves and think about it. Yes, go on, John.
I think a Rubik would have worked out. They'll go with a Hoodwink instead, so we're back to the Hoodwink Magnus lane, which is still fairly strong. Again, self-set up for the skewer backs, a lot of right-click harassment from Hoodwink. The Acorn shot has been doing a ton of work as well. And it's a pretty good counterpoint to Nature's Prophet, solely because if there is a Sprout gank coming your way, you can utilize the Sprout trees for your Bushwhack as well. So you can kind of stop that in its tracks. Really nice way to cover here on Aurora. Should be something like, say, our Q or probably our Q or Ollie hero. There's some flex in the Hoodwink here for Aurora, but that pretty much is Q hero. He has played it a lot in the past. Wondering what they'd want for Ollie and what kind of lane tone they want to set up here for Savage. Like, do they want something that's a lot more defensive in this pause 5? Something like Ollie's Shadow Demon still there as well if they feel the need to just try to protect, build up some stacks down the line. We'll go with Avenge instead. So they've got some good minus armor. Again, another save with a swap here. Have a lot of ways to now kind of take these engagements on Aurora. And for Execration, well, they're kind of locked in with the NP line support duo. The Avenge can kind of mess up all of those initiations you'd want from a rotating NP, especially in the middle of these team fights down the line. Like, Swap just does so much, and we've seen even just the Swap barrier do a lot of work in just preventing some of these burst kills come out.
Execration. Back into the thinking caps on here for the third pickup. There's a lot of pressure here for this game number 3. I'm surprised Aurora keep banning the TA as well, by the way. I just surprised me that they don't go back for the TA themselves, considering how dominant that game was for RML. Just constantly been, like, the last 2 games, they just banned it out themselves, so just not wanting to have to deal with it or pick it up themselves. Execration still having a think about this third pick.
I think it's down to the fact that Bob really does play a lot of TA.
Radiant team pick.
I try to remember if I asked him. I think he does consider TA one of his best heroes. So it's just a little bit of respect. They had a way of just kind of snagging that here in this phase of picks as well. They'll go to Storm instead for Exe. This is where the Venge and the Hoodwink don't really shine as much. Keeping down the Storm is going to be tough. That's going to be mainly on Jabs. And now they get the Spectre as well on Execration. So the global gank strategy is online. The zip from Storm across the map, the TPN from NP, the Haunt, or the Shadow Step from the Spectre in this case. There's a lot of pickoff potential from Exe, especially if they connect that with a smoke from our line. First place is there, but okay, they picked the Meepo and Aurora.
Okay.
So they get to have fun with that themselves.
Radiant team ban.
It's pretty interesting.
Meepo into Spectre isn't too bad. You don't have natural break for Spectre, but you can spread the damage around on Dispersion. So it's not that bad of an answer. They need something on Tino to really suppress this Meepo. Like, I figured Jabs with the Jabs with Beastmaster would have done the job. You really need something. Just make this laning phase hellish for the Meepo as much as possible.
But who's playing Meepo is my question. Like, is it a Savage Meepo we're looking at, or do you think Armel takes it?
I think it should be Armel, honestly. Like, I assumed Savage just because of the last game, but thinking about it a little bit longer, it should be Armel on mid. I think the Meepo versus Storm is pretty alright, although Storm still has this really strong level 3 timing. Meepo can always recover off a slower laning phase. The matchup is... It's okay. I still think it's better for Bob. And a safe lane Meepo this early runs a little bit of a risk with Execration managing to find again, an off lane for Tino that applies that pressure early, especially since you've got the Nature's Prophet, which is kind of interesting. Aurora also had the NP support into the Meepo last time. Potentially Execration has that as well. They do seem to think that I suppose the Savage here is left. Yeah, they take out the Lone Druid and the Troll, so they expect Armel to just run this Meepo mid. Aurora does have to pick first in this last phase, so they will show their hand early. That should allow Execration to make their final adjustments.
Ten seconds remaining.
Still thinking about the final ban outs Aurora. I mean, they'll go rid of the Elder Titan for now. Both these teams really just dragging out the time as much as humanly possible here to make these final ban outs.
Always on the last game.
Always on the last game, as is tradition.
Team pick.
You'll get rid of the Tide. So just, I mean, Tino's... I do wonder what he picks up in the offlane here. See, it might just be dependent on what Savage takes for himself, assuming Savage is not taking the Meepo, and he is going to go down the Luna route, interestingly enough. So, I don't know how I feel about this draft at all from Aurora, but, you know, they've been a very mixed bag, so I don't even want to guess how this draft goes. Execration, how are they going to finish things off here for their own style of draft?
10 seconds remaining.
Got the NP on hand. You can look for maybe a little bit more aggression coming out there. There's an option for, say, NP Mars. Be a lane that's alright. Mars into Luna is also not too bad of a lane. We have seen that one go rough. I believe it was WS playing the Mars into Luna and just didn't feel that good for him that time around. There's also some specials for Tino. Maybe a Visage. Heck, maybe if his own Beastmaster could be a solution as well. We'll go to Viper. So, going for a little bit of spice. Viper into the Luna lane doesn't feel too good for the Luna. You have some decent break as well to maybe stop the Meepo from getting too many good right clicks off. And you have a lot of presence. Just a really solid front line to kind of tank through, especially as he starts to get his talents up. The magic resist Viper has is pretty insane. And considering the buildup of Viper now is like Mage Slayer, it's going to be hard to play Burst on him. You're going to have to rely on those right clicks that Armel can bring out. Mind you, for the side of Aurora, with a Luna pick to close out, I mean, they end up with Avenge Luna lane once more. So a lot of damage flying out there. especially as the Vengeance Aura starts to get leveled up for Ollie. Of course, that's never usually a laning priority. We are likely just going to see the usual 2-1 or 1-2 build for Ollie here. Overall, a rather interesting draft. I'm really keen to see what Armel can do with his Meepo mid up against Bob. I do recall Armel being a pretty prolific Meepo player, and this is something he knows his ins and outs of, and they did pick it into the Storm Spirit matchup, so maybe he has a way of kind of mitigating that potential level 3 double overload from Bob. And Bob gonna have to be cautious. If he gives any openings to Armel in this Meepo, we've seen what happens when the Meepo starts to really build up and hit its timings. It can be a menace.
Yeah, I think the Meepo should have a pretty good game, like all things being said and done. I think the Viper's probably the real scary kind of thing to deal with here if you are Armel. See if that does cause him headaches as the game goes on. I mean, Tino obviously has played a lot of Viper during his lifetime. We are going to get into it. The final game of the night, Game 3 of this best of 3 between Aurora and Execration for the lower bracket round of 2 position. I almost thought maybe they'd throw Tino on the mid Viper just to really just annoy Armel, but I suppose it's probably not going to be the case.
You're calling... what I'm basically hearing is you wanted an offlane Storm? Is that what I'm hearing, Mike?
I mean, you know what, John? I probably would have said, yeah, why the hell not? Like, shut down this Meepo that badly. Why not?
I think it's still somewhat manageable for the Storm. Again, like, level 3 timing into a melee matchup is pretty annoying for a Meepo. Granted, you know, once you have Divided We Stand, there is some good pressure you can get, especially with the net out. And your supports do lend yourselves to some good aggression here for Armel. But I think individually, first 2 levels for Bob aren't going to be too rough. They'll take a late smoke here on Execration's side. Aurora's is going to fade much earlier, so there's an opportunity here for Execration.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps. Aurora, they're going to be in position to break the smoke. At least Q is, though I say that he's barely out of position to break the smoke, so 23 Savage may get snuck up on. No, it looks like he's going to be just fine. Will back his way out. Aurora, they are still patiently waiting in the wake as Tino now going to rush 23 Savage Luna, and they have found him. Turns out Savage was not quite aware they were around the corner, so Savage will go down first. They do take Shanks as a trade, but Q will be second to follow up, and Bob takes both kills in the Storm. That's a problem.
That's a massive win for Execration, already shipping himself out. I believe he did just insta-buy out a few blades, but I'm not sure if he actually went... Yeah, he did. He's just going for the blades of attack. More harassment onto this Meepo while it's vulnerable in the early levels. That sets a really good tone in this mid lane matchup for Armel. It's not the worst. It's also not the smoothest for Meepo. He kind of wants to get his Divided We Stand up, and then he can start to apply some decent harassment back. But a Ransack, Bob as well, does need to keep spamming out the Static Remnant and play with the Overload, which means level 1's not his best point. We'll find Tino, though.
Certainly will. Tino does end up going down here on the Viper, and that is not exactly the start you were hoping for as an offlane Viper, but that's kind of what he gets, so props to Ollie. In fact, they might go for another. Tri-lane is still available up at that top lane. Tino, if he does overextend, they might have an opportunity to get him a second time and make him have the walk of shame. Tino seems to know it might be coming. He'll see Q eventually moving his way up. It seems like they'll try to settle for the Shanks kill instead. The Shanks will be able to get out of range and be just fine. Tino handing the tips over to Q. I actually wonder if Q leaves this lane or whether he sticks around and just continues to apply the pressure as 23 Savage looks like he is set to go down and does against the tri-lane. He does drop. They will at least find Shanks as a trade, but now Ollie's going to go down by the looks of it. He's gone. CML's going to double.
Now your tree
This is a mess very early on here. Good kills coming out for Execration, suppressing Savage very, very early on. The tri-lane from Aurora not panning out outside of that first kill onto Tino. The solo lane for Krish panning out pretty alright up against Jabs. And there is some good damage from Jabs, but a kill threat onto the Spectre this far away from the tower is just not feasible. So it's going to be safe. You can run this tri-lane as well on Exa. A 3v3 on top. How often do we see this, Mike? Not too often.
Certainly not. I appreciate the the rare treat we get to see here, but We'll see. I mean, it's been very messy, this Trial versus Trial situation so far. I don't know if you really want to keep this up either as Aurora. In fact, Execration are the ones to give up on it. Instead, moving mid where Armel's going to drop. CML with a great rotation, able to secure his 3rd kill of the game. And Armel already dying on the Meepo during the laning stage. That's pretty rough.
Yeah, again, it's not a great lane, and I'm just a little bit surprised they go for it on the laning phase for the Storm versus Meepo. Just level 3 spike, Bob goes for the 1-1-1, double overload, and the Meepo does not feel that durable, does not have that much threat. Really good TP cancel from Shanks as well onto Q, keeping him in the trial lane, preventing him from following up.
They've got
and
such
Q.
an early earn timing as well on CML. Like, he's just going to find Q now. With this early earn timing, like, you just got so much damage output with CML. Like, we're 3 minutes in. What are you meant to do against this?
You don't have many options, unfortunately. I mean, even, again, this space being given out to Krish is actually really healthy for the Spectre. And Chabs does manage to get a good skewer back a while ago, but, again, it's not really kill threat. And they just maintained this 3v3. Up against a Viper, it's not a great feeling. These prolonged fights are just dangerous. CML always seeing the teleportation angles as well.
Yeah, Armel's gone. CML just on top of everything. Really just playing a fantastic Prophet. 5-0-2 on this position 5 Prophet. This is a masterclass so far from
Dire's
CML.
middle tower is under attack.
That it is. Again, it's all down to the fact that he can leave Krish alone, although now they're going to punish Krish.
They may. Krish is eventually going to drop, but it does feel as though you've gotten so much value out of these rotations. I don't think Krish can really complain, honestly.
No, it's really important for them to find a strong start. Like we talked about in the draft, you have to prevent this Meepo from finding anything in this game. And it's just the double overload, all these static remnant spams that make it hellish for Armel to just hold steady on that mid. Top lane, tri-lane has also really benefited Tino. Double rate band now up on the Viper. So it's not going to be subject to the harassment of Aurora. You're going to have to rely on a little bit more on the Lucent Beam and Magic Missile to kind of try to nuke him down. Even then, you're not going to be able to really spam those spells up as much as you'd want here. So overall, swimmingly, the early game is going for the side of Execration. And Aurora faltering quite a fair bit. And we've seen Aurora in some of these rougher early game starts and, you know, manage to recover. They do have a good farming hero for Savage to build up on. My concern is really just Armel. And he is in the jungle now. He's just farming up there. But this is a free lane for Bob. Has his level 6 up. Has rune control set up for himself as well with a good ward watching up top. I mean, you're not stopping the Storm anytime soon.
You are not. Bob's having a very, very good game for himself already. And you know, this Meepo just having to jungle, like, while it is one of the heroes that can jungle rather effectively, you just don't want to have to end up in this position if you can avoid it. Not a great sign at all here if you are an Aurora fan. This might be though. Krish does get caught out down at bottom lane, so they might be able to find themselves another Spectre kill, and Krish is indeed going to go down. So, you know, all things being said and done, you might be having a pretty tough time here for the Meepo, but well, Krish has died a second time already. They might want to try and protect the Spectre now. Yeah, they've left him alone a bit too long, I think.
They're setting their sights properly on the side of Aurora. Opting to...
They're still going for the aggressive route, trying to find Armel another time, and they've got him. The TPs are incoming, but is it even going to help? Maybe they find Bob. Fairy Fire up. Bob's going to survive. Bob is walking his way out. He is not going to drop. In fact, Ollie's the one going down here as CML. 7-0-2 on the Nature's Prophet. Will finally surely go down. 23, he'll take the kill. A huge gold influx to go the way of the Luna now. And in fact, they might even have Shanks on their hands. Shanks going to continue to try and run. Savage will land with the Lucent Beam. Shanks, though, is going to be able to outrun them just fine. But I think for Savage, it's actually very well worth TPing in for that kill as Shanks does go down. Never mind, Q gets it.
The Acorn right in the right spot for him to bounce it off. Does manage to snipe that away. Still a pretty big win for Aurora, all things considered. But not as big as you'd want it to be. CML went for the steal. Does get punished. So he still manages to find a Wisdom rune, but trading his life away considering his net worth. At the very least, the streak isn't on anymore, so it's not as big of a bleed out. Again, they do manage to find their double wisdom runes here, cutting off Aurora. But Aurora have equalized. Net worth lead only at a steady 1k for Exa despite all these early kills. The recovery process for Savage, well, he's got his Morbid Mask, he's ready to hit the jungle. No forward wards here from the side of Execration to stop that. And the farming pace of Aluna is much higher than that of a Spectre. So they've got to get some activity out from Krish, and that's dependent on this timing for the Blade Mail, which is still a ways off, considering how much Krish was pressured down bot, left solo.
Krish, bit of a catch-up game for him. Rotations here from Shanks and Bob. Looks like they're going to head up towards the top lane. Maybe hunting down Armel again. Savage is around the area as well, and you'd prefer the Lunar at this stage, I think, and Savage has got no idea they're coming. Shanks is going to see him. Savage already sitting so low in HP, has no chance of survival. Shanks will continue to just laugh at them as they rotate across the map, and Aurora, they are just a lot of kills being handed the way of Execration.
Yeah, it's bleeding out way too hard. A little bit of a shove up top for the side of Execration onto the tier 1 as well. You've got the setup for Aurora to get that done on bot. Their creep wave is shoving in. No one really wanting to test jabs. I think the one thing that's a bit surprising is that Krish is not even trying to steal some of these kills with a Shadow Step. Again, like, momentum for Spectre is a big part of how this hero works now. It's off of these Shadow Step pickoffs. Doesn't even try to join top, which I guess is fair. The kill was guaranteed. They're TPing in. Oh, aggressive Shadow Step from Krish.
Indeed. 23 Savage. Again caught though, and is just down. Oh boy, Tino is not going to make it. Oh, excuse me, rather Jabs will not make it either. Jesus, I mean, Bob with another double kill. Now a mega kill streak his way on the Storm. And I'll tell you, Savage, he's having a very rough day. 1-4-3 now on the Loon.
Yeah, it's not panning out. Krish taking that gamble with a very far forward Shadow Step, knowing that his team was just about to come in to back him up. Does manage to get it working. And that is the activity you want to see it from that spec. You're still trying to farm up on Armel. This is a build that, quite frankly, I'm not the biggest fan of. I've seen this on a couple of Meepos before. Just power treads into an Ags rush. And you and I have talked about this a couple of times. It's not ideal. The Mega Meepo doesn't do much for you when you're still stuck at 2 Meepos. You don't really have stat items to pad it out. That additional HP is not as much as you'd expect it to be. You know, something like the Diffusal first does a little bit more for you in terms of trying to get the chase down going. Give you a little bit more damage as well. So I'm keen to see if this Ags timing for Armel will pay off, especially since this is all space for the Meepo. It has to pay off for them to start to reel it back in on Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly does. Aurora, this is not exactly how they were hoping these qualifiers would go. Execration now with a 2k advantage.
Double damage!
You're at the stage where Tina's going to have the Ags up soon, so you're going to have that moonsize available, which is very annoying to play against. Bottom lane, Jabs is going to go down, and they find another. Krish with a double kill now on the Spectre. Bob is setting up everything perfectly for him. And now all 3 top net worths on the graph are all just the cause of Execration. So that lead you had from Aurora, it just means nothing anymore.
Wasn't even a sizable lead for Aurora anyway. I think Execration's always had that little markup for themselves as they hunt Armel.
Oh, Armel also getting caught. I mean, this is just a mess. Like, you just saw 2 die down at the bottom lane, and they're just still casually farming the triangle as if it's safe.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's greedy, but there's not much space for him left. Oh, Savage is eating up top. You've got Jabs kind of trying to build up as well on the respawn. You've got so many heroes that just want some farm on Aurora, and not enough map space with the pressure coming out from Execration. The big part for Execration is these are not long cooldown spells. You're basically just waiting for teleportation and Shadow Step every single time. And they can just keep going. They'll go again.
Yep, mid lane, Ollie is scouted out, but looks like they won't want to dive. Of course, he's underneath the tier 2 tower. The thing like Bob doesn't want to feed these kills away if he can avoid it. Much rather just hold out the advantage they have accumulated thus far. Especially knowing your Spectre's completely caught up now as well. Like, you just definitely do not want to throw the game away if you can avoid it, because it is certainly your game to throw. Aurora, a lot of catching up to do, that's for sure. Bob may find Q, but again, does not want to dive the T2 tower for nothing. When you control the map this much, you really should just keep farming, right? Like, again, Tino's about 450 gold away from the Ags. At nosedive,
such a delicious Ags game.
It's so annoying to deal with.
I mean, it's going to be annoying for the Meepo, it's going to be annoying for the Lunas. They actually jump Savage.
Yep, they certainly do. They certainly do. Savage is down. This is kind of what I was saying about the drafts as well, right, with this team. It just feels like if they don't get the right draft, they just kind of start falling apart. And to me, it just feels like they're playing everyone's just playing a solo game. That's what it feels like.
Are you talking about Aurora or Talon of last year, Mike?
Well,
You know, sounds like a familiar story. Except there was one difference in that last roster, I suppose.
I wasn't there for SCA DPC, John. I can't make the comparisons.
You saw the major. Stop acting like you didn't watch international Dota.
All I'm saying is, Jonathan, I'd rather not comment if I wasn't invited to the DPC. It's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Anyway.
No, this is very characteristic of Aurora almost. Now it's, you know, it's that phase of the game where you see Aurora try to minimize losses, get that build up. Mega Meepo for Armel is almost up, just lacking that point booster now. And there is still map space. Tier 2s have not been pressured. Execration are also just trying to get their own build up. CML building into his Ags, as the support NP is going to be able to find out. Heck, he's right next to Jabs in that word, only about 400 gold behind. Tells you the state of the game once more here. Lump up down bot from Aurora. They need to find some objectives to apply some pressure, but Execration can always respond if need be.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, yeah, they see Tina rotate down towards the bottom lane. They just don't want to bar him. Like, you do not want to try and jump a Viper with the Ags up. I mean, Armel's got his own Ags, trying to get a surprise reveal, I think, with his team, but it feels so desperate. That the Ags does not feel like it's going to make the big difference either that he's looking for. Mid lane, Robatos going to lock down a Prophet, so they have found themselves CML. That is just a position 5 Prophet you've secured. Like, it's nothing special.
No. I don't think CML minds. Better him than anyone else. We'll try sieging onto this tier 2. It should take them no time at all to melt that. Again, Execration not keen on the uptake just yet. Opting to instead just play it safe, get this build up, wait for the Radiance on Krish. That timing's going to be the next step for Execration to feel more comfortable in this game. Just a little bit more work for the Sacred Relic, and the Talisman Evasion shouldn't take too long. Still Aurora. They know they've got some small advantage to play with here. Try to maximize it.
Aurora to move in. Tino again, I don't think is the target they quite want, but maybe they could look for a skewer back here from Jabs. And it's still with the Vipers. Just too much of a tanky target, I think, with the nosedive to deal with. And they will not bother. They will not try. They're still buying themselves plenty of time here in this game number 3. Savage has recovered quite nicely, now sitting at 2nd in net worth, so Luna is slowly but surely coming online, and I hope I haven't jinxed the Execration they're running around. It's Armel they're running towards. Never mind. I just assumed it was Savage, but it was Armel.
Bottom tower is under attack.
So one lonely Meepo. Need to be quick on the control.
Dire are
not going to get within range to break the spell.
Radiant's bottom tower
Armel
is under
is
attack.
just going to leave the area. Very, very nice.
They are sneaking some farm away, Aurora. As you mentioned, Savage
starting
starting to get that to that point where bursting down the Luna can be a tougher prospect. BKB being farmed up straight away by 23. So, gonna have at least some ways of fighting up against this aggression on Execration. Exa again, just waiting for this Radiance on Krish before they feel fully confident. Still getting some good forward wards for themselves here as well. But not able to really spot out Aurora. A little bit of a tense game. I do like that Tino is going for travels. So he's just going to be able to join in on this global gank squad as long as it's nearby a creep wave. And going to start applying some of that pressure with his Ags as well in these fights. Roshan could be an option as well, but I don't reckon Execration's the best Roche-taking team, even with a Radiance up. But they should kind of watch that. That is an objective Aurora can try to sneak away if they don't set up for it. And they do at least have these topside wards by the gate to prevent any sort of sneaky Roche from coming out for Aurora. Still, this farming pace, it's a little bit too comfy. A little bit too much what Aurora wants in these kinds of games. Yeah.
CML. Find jabs. He attempt away, and he's gonna make it. He's fine, Bob. Not quite quick enough with the zip. You've gone to the stage now where Armel does have his blink available on the Meepo. They could look to Tino on the mid Viper as well. Like Tino's just kind of roaming the mid lane at the moment on his own. And he's been feeling very confident on that Viper. We'll see Ollie there for a second, but will not be able to get quite within range to have a crack at that Venge. Meanwhile, CML is going to go down here to Armel solo, so Armel find himself a bit of a freebie. You start to ask the question whether the Execration are kind of losing the control of this game now, as they are going to make the jump in onto 23 Savage, who has BKB'd and tried to keep it out, and he is going to make it. Meanwhile, Armel takes down Krish. Krish is gone.
That's an interesting spot for Krish to be in, right next to where CML died. I don't think that's where he wanted to be at all. Really good vision from the side of Aurora to kind of just keep sniping that area. Missing on that kill for Savage is pretty big. At the same time, it does force out the initial BKB charge on 23, so it's not the worst thing as well. Kind of throw out, but these losses are starting to stack up. Net worth lead of Execration has just fully disappeared. Their progress has stalled on their items as well, like this. Ags for CML is still taking some time. He needs to sit back and just farm up. They are working on a BKB for Bob as well. And they haven't made progress on these tier 2 objectives, which is really the sticking point for Exe. Like normally with that kind of lead, you would try to group up, siege a tower, shrink the map down further, but again, their lineup doesn't have the best push. They don't have the best Roche taking capability, so all they can do is sit back and farm, which again, Aurora is very familiar with.
We're still doing a decent job of just avoiding any kind of fight here with Execration. Very kind of slow pace of the game now, both teams accepting the fact that they're just going to farm. Net worth lead is completely gone. It's a 1k advantage, less than 1k now for Execration. And in fact, win probability is sitting at exactly 50% each way. So consider this an extremely even game between these two teams now. Execration, I want to say kind of dropped the ball a little bit, considering the lead that they did have. Just a few awkward kills being handed back the way of Aurora, and suddenly the game is just even. So a bit of a concerning sign here for their end of things, and yeah, they just have not pressed the advantage.
No. Again, like, they haven't been able to group up for a siege. Their push capability maybe not the best. Their Roche capability is definitely not the best, so they're just forced to farm unless they find a pick-off. Aurora now have an opening. They're playing with the smoke. With these double blinks, they've got a lot of hold. They find the right target.
I mean, they do. Counter smoke now popped by Shanks. They're on the low ground. Armel gonna break the smoke off Bob. Bob just gonna zip right away as Tino. Looking to try and retrieve himself now on the Viper. Does move in on 23 Savage. Savage actually dropping extremely low, but he'll get the BKB eclipse off in time. RP out as well, and Savage is finally gonna go down, but not before he takes a couple with him. He'll even find Armel now. Bob also being caught in the storm. Bob trying to find a zip opportunity. Does actually get it. Bob is somehow alive. Q to be chased here on the Hoodwink. Q is going to drop to boot. A terrible team fight for Aurora. And somehow Execration, they really just seem like they lost nothing.
That was just such good positioning from Exe and really awkward positioning for Aurora. Savage being caught down in the middle. Really great shadow step coming out there from Krish. Even with the BKB up and running, the blade mail reflect, even though it's you only get 50% block by BKB on Magic. So the Magic Reflect from Blade Mail does a ton of work. And that's the opening for Roshan. Like Aurora just didn't manage to get that jump they need. They need to just instantly disable Bob. But Armel, when the smoke breaks, he doesn't have an instant stun. Earthbind is quick, but not fast enough to lock in a storm. And Bob zipping away makes all the difference to enable that fight, for Tino to take point, for him to cop the damage. And just make that buyback worthwhile. He gets to pick up the Aegis. They can start to consider that siege onto the tier 2s, clear out this tier 1 down bot. And Aurora, without RP, without Eclipse, without some BKBs, we're gonna have to sit back and wait just a tad. And this Meepo for Armel, I mean, it finds some pickoffs. It's mainly been CML. In the middle of these wide fights, it just doesn't feel like it's durable yet. He's got the dig ready as well, but I'm not sure what you expect Armel to do at this point. His stat padding isn't that big yet. He doesn't have his last Meepo available, so the Mega Meepo is not this ultra tanky beast. It needs to be jabs. Like, it needs to be jabs coming in with a Blink RP. It's much more reliable than the Blink Earthbind. Unless Armel, it's like melee range Blink, which puts him at massive risk in some of these engagements.
Aurora, I mean, they're still in this game. They still have the opportunity to try and, you know, find a way to fight back here through this game number 3. Only a 3k advantage the way of execration, so nothing huge. Only a 4-man toe committed by Aurora now. We know exactly where execration are going to be once the Tormentor is down, as Shanks almost dies and does go down. No, he doesn't. He gets the shards. There you go. Very nice.
Sacrifices must be made to get that Lion Shard, Mike. The best shard in the game.
It's not easy. Not easy. You've got to risk your life as best as possible.
Where's the party?
Now, the smoke coming out from Aurora, I mean, it really just amounts to nothing. They know exactly where execration are, but it doesn't really matter because they can't get there in time.
It's difficult to reach across. They are at least setting up for maybe a bit of a shove onto that tier 2, which again, this is something execration stalled out on. They just haven't found a push. They're starting to group up around top, so that could be the launching point for a move onto tier 2s. Armel just used poof around the area, but not going to be able to catch him out just yet. Still has to be a little bit cautious. Diffusal finally up for Armel. So a little bit more catch and starting to find that point where the Meepo can start to do some work. It does feel like it's maybe a little bit late. 25 minutes in for this item build-up. Is number 3 net worth not bad. Also not the amazing point you'd want a Meepo to snowball off of.
They're supposed to fight now. They'll see Bob. Bushwhack is going to land, so that's a great start to the fight. But Bob is still going to be able to zip away. Shanks is actually just mana training, but does go down to the Eclipse. Now Ollie will drop the boot. Trish just jumped right in, but he's gone. Trish could not take through the initial damage, but Savage will follow him right after. Zarmel forced the Mega Meepo and just TP away. Meanwhile, Jab's just chasing down Bob, but he can't keep up. Bob is fine. It's still a messy fight for both sides, but it does seem as though execration, they continue to come out on top.
Now they are. You don't really mind losing Krish. What was a bigger concern is losing Bob. He manages to just get the zip away right before that Hoodwink ult does hit, before the Sharpshooter even connects. And dodging that damage, it just caused issues. If they got that instant burst off the Bushwhack combo, very different fight coming out there. Not the way it folds out. CML?
CML maybe just baiting for his side as now the dig is out, but Armel, he's just trapped. Armel's trapped. He wanted an easy pickoff, but he's not going to get it. He is the easy pickoff.
That he is. And all the gains they had from that last fight just instantly dissipates. A lot of that gold did flow towards Armel. Mind you, he does have at least the gold for the full disperser. Has the recipe ready to go. Well, at least just a recipe. He doesn't quite have enough for the Eagle Song just yet. And this is that siege once more for the side of Execration. Onto the tier 2, slow and steady coming out here from Tino. Had his shard, maybe this would go a little bit faster, but in the siege of Exa, not the highest point for the team. Still eventually get the job done. Aurora. The one thing they do have here for their high ground defense is that threat of RP. The threat of RP Eclipse is still massive in such a confined area such as their high ground and the entrances to it. But they'll have to find a way to execute, because every single time,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
it's really just Bob. I think Bob has been the consistent issue. They've not been able to lock him down. They've not been able to kill him. He comes in with a zip, and everyone's right on top of that
Radiant's
target
bottom
in a
tower
snap.
is under attack.
Yeah, Bob has been absolutely fantastic
Dire's middle tower is
in this
under
game
attack.
number 3, and pretty much throughout the whole series has been, you know, the usual Bob that we expect to see. Now, I mean, this Execration, they are desperately trying to get another engagement. Like, they understand how strong they are right now. There's no real fighting for Aurora. Running right into Jabs and Q. Jabs obviously the target they'd really like to take down. Oh, they're gonna find him too. Hex is out, Shanks. Perfect reaction onto Jabs. Finds himself another finger stack for himself, and oh,
Dire's bottom tower is
you
under
can move
attack.
into the T1
Dire's
tower, you can
bottom
move in for
tower
even more
has
than that.
fallen.
Tier 2 opens up the high ground, maybe a little bit of a dicier prospect, at least until the next Roshan is up. We'll see in that 2 minutes how long that timer will be. But they've got the room to just siege in. Tino, he's got his shard, makes the push a lot faster. So, has that poison attack, providing some minus armor onto the objective. Should be able to find it. No contest. Aurora just stalling while they can. Armel, again, still looking for the disperser into the Scotty. With the Scotty up, the stat padding does become significant enough that the Mega Meepo can become an issue in trying to burst, but whether or not the Mega Meepo even flies on is a very different question. Especially if they manage to get target prioritization onto main Meepo anyway, then it's all for naught.
Savage. Tino. BKB is out from Jabs preemptively to ensure Tino will not mess around here, and that is a pretty big kickoff. I mean, the Viper's just so far forward. You commit an RP for that, but I think it's well worth it.
It is an RP BKB. Those are two tools to kind of take that. And all things considered, I think if you still find an opening with Bob and CML, then Krish is still going to happily jump in, especially without the threat of the RP. Still, it's stalling out for Aurora. It's allowing them to shove in mid and bot lane, ensuring that they've still got angles to farm, some map to play with on the side of Execration. Oh. See if that timer lines up in their favor for Roshan. Gonna be the one big tool they'll need to pierce high ground. But that will also line up with right around when Art's back up for Jabs.
Oh, here we go again. Armel, I mean, he gets the Mega Meepo off in time, but it's not making the difference, I don't think, as he does go for the dig. He's alive. His team is going to be able to rejoin. In fact, Ollie gets a swap away onto Armel, though Armel still looking to drop down, though does actually walk his way out. Ollie, he does go down. Bob is out of mana, but he gets the BKB TP away as CML's going to go down now. And Armel, he actually makes it. Just barely.
That was a really tight window, but a massive escape for Aurora and a good set of picks to find. Just the supports, but this is a much needed gold getting injected their way that allows for the full disperser to be up and running for Armel. Inside of Execration, it is a longer Roche spawn timer as well, though Krish
chases on with the Jabs. Can't really stick around here. Aurora, they are trying to make their way over to ensure the Jabs does remain alive. That he will. Kind of hard to know who's winning the game now. It's just so strangely back and forth.
Radiant's top tower
it is.
under attack.
It's all hinging on Roshan. Like, if a fight breaks out in Aurora's favor when Roche is about to spawn and they take Aegis, it's going to swing right back their way. High ground siege with Luna is still really scary to play into. But if Execration can still play this pickoff, get that good jump onto one of the Meepos of Armel, prevent the Mega Meepo from flying on, then it's an entirely different story. And it's just a lot of back and forth. It's all down to who has the information on the map, who has control. Or again, just even playing up against no outer tower control left, they still manage to sneak out, get some good wards, start to set up for themselves. They understand Roche is the next big objective. Still a 1 minute timer away. Execration needs to start setting up there. Maybe get some vision down. You start to camp with some treants, give some vision into the pit for that exact spawn. So Aurora can sneak this one away quite fast with the Lunar Blessing on the Meepos. It does not take long to melt something like Roche.
No, it absolutely does not. But Roshan's still going to be 50 seconds away, so plenty of time for Execration to set up for it as well. That is if they get the feeling that perhaps Aurora is going to try and swipe it away. Tino going to send an illusion here through the bottom lane. Aurora will not fall for it, thankfully. Sean, 25 seconds away between these two. And Aurora, they have pretty much their full stack ready to go. Armel is kind of roaming the map with the rest of the Meepos, but the main one is there. A lot of patience from Aurora. Perhaps just seeing this is the way for them to completely come back into this game. There it is, Roshan now officially available. Well, Q rather is going to be able to scout this one out for his team. You know, we'll do the exact same thing on the Viper. You do have both CML and Krish across the map, but of course they can always TP in whenever they need to. So no real stress for them to get back yet. Tino going to reveal his position on the Viper, but it seems as though he's going to be just fine for now. They will not make the jump in. Tino now perhaps trying to bait by going into the Roshan pit while his team is smoked right behind him. So much patience though. I mean, Aurora is still just not finding the opportunity they've wanted. Literally nobody's making the jump. They're just still waiting. Armel, gonna see Tino again. Do they want to jump again? They will. The RP's committed. They want the Viper, and they've got the Viper. He is gone. Bob jumping in, trying to find some kind of a trade. Does move on to Q. The Hoodwink is as good as dead. But now CML going to find himself in danger, trying to run away from Armel. Meanwhile, Savage, he's got his BKB off, but he's surrounded completely. He's forced to eclipse up.
Oh my god!
The finger is out from Shanks. Armel, in the meantime, Mega Meepoed up, trying to run, but he's lost his whole team. He's just trapped. Nowhere to go. He'll dig. But it is his own grave after all.
That it is. Patience doesn't quite pay off. Even Jab's being threatened now by Krish solo. Just getting a Shadowy Step off, but that Arcane Rune still running. But Aegis will go their way if they wanted it to. It shifts to nighttime, so they will have to chase. But Tino again with a buyback, making it worthwhile. Should be able to pick up that Aegis once more. Should start to be able to set up onto the high ground. And for the side of Aurora, they bit the bait. I mean, Tino is not the target you want to jump first. It does not matter if Tino dies, because Bob will follow up. A really great target prioritization from Bob, jumping straight for the supports in the back, preventing the pushback follow-up from any sort of shenanigans coming in after the RP's committed. And that's really what opened up this fight. Without that Hoodwink in the middle, and with RP gone, you're basically just relying on Earthbind from Armel, who cannot afford to stay front forward that easily. So, when RP's committed, Aurora have to be able to find something. It's just not enough. And again, Q, his positioning was right, but Bob, his game sense was even better with that angle right onto the Hoodwink.
Certainly, I mean, it's Aurora. They're trying their absolute best here to find an angle back into this game. I mean, they've got the net worth, they've got the farm, but just nothing's translating to the teamfire wins that they've been looking for. With that, I mean, it's Execration still looking to go through the CML. Very deep wards down here from the Prophet into the Dire base. You'd love to see this. Krish seeing Ollie, seeing the free skill of his life, does move in, but now Krish needs to be careful of the Dire on his own accord, because he does not have the Aegis. He does go down. I suppose Tino's the real carry to be absolutely fair. Tino still moving in onto the Meepo. Armel, a tanky boy, but nowhere near enough. He's gone. The Tino, though, getting quite low, is about to lose the Aegis. Will lose the first life, though they have lost CML to boot. Tino now a bit of a sitting duck. Does get snared up here by the nets of Armel. Eventually should just die as he does try for the nosedive out. May take Ollie with him, but it doesn't even seem like that. Krish died way too fast in that Spectre. He just got absolutely annihilated.
Yeah, they're going a little bit ham here on Execration. Maybe a little bit too trigger happy in that jump in, not respecting how much they can get out from Aurora, considering that circumstance in the fight. Like the damage coming out from Savage, even without the Eclipse, standing on top of a Luna with a Moonblade Shard, does mean he does deal enough damage back to just sustain through and buy enough time and space for Armel to come back. Mind you, it does cost some buybacks on the side of Aurora. It does cost them a few quite big buybacks on Armel and on Ollie. So you are going to lack that option now if a further fight does take place. But that fight does lead to Armel having his full Scotty. Again, the stat padding is getting a bit ridiculous on this Meepo. Main Meepo already has 3.3k HP. You're going to have 50% of the rest of his Meepos as well at 2.9k. That's going to be, what, 6, 7k HP Meepo in the middle of these fights. Going to really drag these fights out to Aurora's benefit if they play their cards right. Hex up on jabs as well, giving that follow-up control to hold a hero like the Storm Spirit of Bob. Things are lining up. Bob trying to go into that Ags. Still 1,000 gold away. That will be the solution for the teamfight control. Meanwhile, Aurora, and they've got the space, they've got the push. If they start to threaten high ground, Execration, no buybacks, no Aegis, can be a little bit scary for them if they do buy out before that next fight.
Double damage.
It's been a very awkward high ground attempt from Exa, that's for sure. At this stage of the game, it just feels like they're just so confident, but this game has just been a bit of a roller coaster. So many ups and downs, and still Aurora has the opportunity to come back into this one and give themselves a chance through the lower bracket. Bottom lane, Execration setting up again. Seems like they almost saw Savage there for a moment, though Savage will be able to just head off towards the west, and it looks like he's going to be okay.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Huzzah!
Execration, I mean, looking to perhaps move through the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think they're probably just going to have to wait for next Aegis. There's no way they can try to pierce high ground without that protection, even with Armel already committing spy back. And if they find that solo pickoff on the Meepo, it's a different story, but Armel is very well protected, very well stat padded out, not an easy target to burst. Just keep the lane shoved out. Next rush is still 3.5 minutes away. It's going to be a while until we see that up and running. Aurora, again, we've reached a classic Aurora lineup game where early game is rough, mid game gets a little bit better, suddenly the enemy is making some pretty big questionable plays at times, and Aurora capitalizes as they do. Full Ags up and running on Krish. So he's got the Haunt ready to just have more presence in these team fights. Or maybe just the Scout out if he wants to just pop it that way. As to what Aurora is doing. Still maintaining that 5-game net worth lead. But it's not amounting to much. Armel, Savage, they're number 1 in net worth now. The difference really lies in just Jabs being about 4k behind. That's it. Like, that's literally the net worth gap. Just Savage and Ollie. No, Jabs and Ollie.
It's a very even game when you look at the net worth. That's very obvious, but the team fights tell a different story. And you see Bob now; he's got the 4 Ags up, so you've got the essentially the blue hole available with the vortex. Smoke is up from Execration. They're going to try once again. Always have Krish join whenever. Lions have been drawn to the exact right position that Aurora are in.
Dire are scanning.
It seems as though Aurora, they are going to be able to back off to the base. So maybe not much to come out of this. Execration will miss out on the opportunity to try and go for those kill attempts. They find nothing. I mean, there's just no fight. Aurora just playing the complete avoid game and just Execration, they've got the whole map to themselves. They can continue the farm game if they so wish. Aurora is not giving the open.
No. And they shouldn't. They know it's down to Execration to have to dig into that high ground. We'll patiently wait a minute until we see that Roche timer. Probably the big objective that Aurora will venture out of their base for. And that is inching closer to almost having buyback back on Armel. You are getting some tools back here as well. Exe. And where else do you go? Maybe a Hex coming out in Bob could be a nice one, but Bob is just opting for the Lincolns. Just for a little bit of protection from any sort of single target stuns coming out here. That is something that's kind of lacking. From the side of Execration, they don't have that much defensive build-up. Like, Tino is not even bothering with the BKBs. Granted, when you're worried about Magnus, sure, you feel like BKB is not going to matter into the RP, but there's still the Meepo, there's still the Bushwhack to worry about, there's still a magic missile flying around with a shard. That is one thing that's also making these fights a little bit complicated for Exe. Aurora will smoke.
They will 5-man smoke. Execration just waiting by the triangle of the Dire side. He's going to break his smoke on the Tino. Immediate jump in, and now the big horn coming up from Chris, giving all the vision to the AoE Vortex. And, well, it's just an absolute meat grinder, though. Bob may go down and does actually drop here on the Storm. That is a big loss for the side of Exa. Chris trying to clean up, does take down Savage and Jabs. The buybacks are incoming once again. They're going to try and capitalize by taking down at least CML. They will not have a chance at Tino, though the Viper is TPing out. The Savage, he does get away with the triple kill. It does mean they had to buy back on 2 for that, though. And we'll see what they can get out of this.
There's no Roshan for 2 minutes. More than enough time for these heroes in Execration to respawn. They can try to set up for a shove. Perhaps just straight up gun for that bot lane with Luna. Doesn't take too long to rip the high ground apart. Looks like that is the mindset here for Aurora. Massive risk with a buybacks on 23 and Jabs. And you do have buyback ready to come back again for Armel in a few seconds, so you will have the Meepo buyback ready. And considering this fight looks to be set very far away from their high ground, not the major risk factor that you'd expect here for Aurora. Roshan, again, a minute away, going to be a nighttime spawn. Aurora setting up top to kind of get that done. Execration. They have to... They cannot allow Aegis to go Aurora. If Aegis goes their way now, with how big Armel is, with how much Savage is carrying on him as well, you are really going to have a tough time on the high ground. Doesn't feel like you're durable enough on Krish as well. This Spectre, it's not that tanky, especially when you compare it to this Meepo. When the Mega Meepo is up, it's a monster that just tanks through everything.
That it is.
You do hit the mark with, you know, having the Become Universal down. And he still has 2 Wraith Bands that he can throw away here. So still some room to grow on the Viper. He is going for a Butterfly next. Still no BKB or some such to just survive through, which, again, is somewhat fair up against a Mag.
Angles out.
Scout.
No. Well, Cube seems to be the big target they want to take down first, and they've got him. Have they got him? He's still alive. Q is fine. Never mind. Ollie the one to go down.
Yeah. Did manage to use his decoy out, and the swap was there for all to bail him out. Buyback forced out as well. Have to find a way.
Tino, frontlining for his team. Armel going to try and get some damage off. Bob in the meantime gets a Vortex onto the backside. They found 23 Savage. Savage, though, still alive with the BKB up. He'll be able to heal the Satanic. They didn't finish off the job. Savage survives, and now the turnaround is out. But they are still trying for Armel. Though a nice swap away again from Ollie. Going to save the life of Armel as he jumps back in. On a CML he goes. Krish is back into the fight, trying to go after the Meepo. He does get him eventually, but he does go down along with him. Meanwhile, Savage trying to retreat now, but it looks like he is as good as dead. He is down. Armel flying back into the fight. There's a buyback from Krish, though, looking to bring himself back into the fight as Tino is just going right after the Meepos. He does not care which one he just hits anyone he can. Armel trying his best to juggle the Meepos. But it seems as though he is surely going to die eventually with this poison damage. But apparently not. Armel is still running. The poison is not quite enough.
Oh man, that is a shaky fight for Aurora. Bob diving into the backline, trying to rip the softer targets up, instead ends up being isolated for the rest of his team, giving him his second death of the game. Still, fight a net positive for Exe. Straight into the Roche they can go. They can cover Krish with his buyback now with the Aegis on him. A much better Aegis target than Tino is. Tino doing so much damage with a full butterfly up. Aegis, free Ags, free cheese available here as well. I wonder who they'll pass these resources onto. Give Krish the Ags for now. And does pick it up, so he's going to be able to sell off his old Ags. Just get a little bit of cash back. Still an even game though, Mike. There's enough time for Savage to respawn despite the dieback. Armel did buy back, so a death on him would be probably the rougher moment of the game. Like, any mistakes from Aurora now on the high ground is when this game can get massively screwed up for their side. And Execration, I mean, their main damage dealer at this point is actually just Tino. Like, it is this Viper who's universal with a butterfly. All Krish is doing is trying to tank in the front line and just staying true. Bob has to find this angle. Like, they've got to net this really strong electric vortex into chain stuns with Shanks. That's the key in opening up this high ground. It's not even about the RP of jabs. It's not about any of that control. Those are big bonuses. But it's about keeping Armel down. This Meepo is a little bit too much. Combined with the output of Savage, it's a lot to have to deal with on the side of Exe.
Yeah, certainly is. Here we go again. Execration. 3-man smoker. Into the die triangle. They'll get some D wards off. Aurora. See, knowing exactly where they are, and not going to venture outside of the base. Mid lane will be forced in. Execration still holding that radiant, or rather the die triangle. Execration, I mean, not the kind that want to just sit back and farm. It seems as though they want to try and find a bit of an opening here. And Tino slowly start to push through the bottom lane, but doesn't really commit. I mean, you do have the shards up on the Viper, so could start to get some serious damage off the tier 3 tower. Maybe just respecting the skill back plays from jabs.
You know what he does have?
What's
a
that?
49-minute BKB.
Okay.
Finally coming out. So, some tools to finally protect themselves in the middle of these engagements, prevent some of that magic damage that Savage has been leveraging with his right clicks from doing too much work here. I do appreciate the caution. The threat of the pullback from jabs is still massive. But at some point, you've got to pierce high ground, guys. We can't keep playing this game. And it's not even like a stalled, not like a stable stalled out game. There's a lot of risks for both sides in this kind of situation. Aurora will try to hunt outside.
Tino get caught. Skewer back is there. Jab's gonna try for the big target onto the Viper, but Tino pops his BKB.
Damage!
Through, and now the Earth Spike flying right through. It's way too much. Tino eats the cheese. He'll go again for a secondary round. They're onto the Meepo. Armel, he'll dig. He'll survive for another day, but for how much
23?
longer can he possibly make through this? Meanwhile, 23
Savage.
Savage is gone. It's over.
Aurora!
It is over. Aurora, they are getting knocked out of the lower bracket of the close qualifiers for ESL 1 Birmingham. An Execration with Krish just jumping in. They will make it through the lower bracket round.
Krish is the key to all of this, Mike. From 5 to 4. Not full. It's enough. It breaks the curse.
Yeah.
Aurora. It's a tough spot for them to be in. The favorites coming in, the team that qualified to Dream League.
It's a horrible spot to keep.
And Neon drags them down with the Magnus. They get the Magnus here this time, and Execration rallies after what looked like a really pathetic game 1. Let's not mince words here for Execration's game 1. That looked atrocious. After that kind of game, setting the tone for Aurora to come in game 2, suddenly Execration rallies to a very strong game for themselves. And then in this game, with Aurora trying to pull out the Meepo, and just not finding enough with it. Execration. Bob with his plays. CML with his early movement, really setting up this pacing for the side of Exe. And the side of Aurora, unfortunately, that's where their journey ends in the first run of the lower bracket. Who could have expected this? What?
I don't know what to tell you, Jonathan. They did not look great today. Is all I can say to you. Something needs to change. That was not what I don't think anyone was quite expecting that performance here from Aurora. And well, they do get knocked out. What can you do? It does happen. At least they do have Dream League, John. They've got something to look forward to. But obviously ESL on Birmingham, a pretty big event here, and Aurora, zero chance of being able to qualify through to that event. Props to Execration, though. They do make it through to round of 2 of the lower bracket, so they've got plenty more Dota to go. Speaking of Dota, though, that is it for us here for tonight, I believe on the Storm stream, at least for now. I'm sure there's some other regions that are about to come up rather soon for some more great close qualifier action. But for this stream, Jonathan, it is all done. SCA is done for the day. I believe we are going to be live in basically 12 hours for another run of close qualifier. So we probably should head off now, John. It's been a pleasure. It's MLP Dota, John X5. We'll catch you all again tomorrow for some more great SCA Dota action. We'll see you then.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sound. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump if I will just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whisper in my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, blowing the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. cause I took a break. You're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying, daydream, defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side your mouth. Final round, only the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh,
Yes, I could. So stick around. Yes, I could. Yes, I So stick around. Yes, I